transformed into a sewer profession summoner. Yet I awakened a demonic contract enhancement rune, sacrificing my life force limit in exchange for summoning beast talents. Is the summoner weak? I directly maxed out my talents. How will you respond? Chapter 1. Only someone with a troubled mind would choose to be a summoner. I remind you once more, once you select a profession, there is no turning back. This profession will accompany you for a lifetime. Your profession not only determines how far you can go in the future, but also directly influences your future standard of living. Only the warrior profession is most suitable for you. It requires no monetary investment, no excessive talent, and offers combat capability right from the start. Moreover, upon reaching level 10, you can secure employment. Class 1, Section 3 of the Awakening Institute. In summary, if you meet the criteria to transition to a warrior, regardless of how well-suited you may be for other professions, choose the warrior. If your family is affluent, be affluent. They can provide you with 10 million for equipment, 10 million for spells, and another 10 million to hire bodyguards. Then do not hesitate. Choose the path of wealth. What if you do not qualify as a warrior and your family lacks funds? What should you choose? The students in the class replied in unison, support professions. Yes, choose support. Do not aim too high. Avoid professions like druid, ranger, monk, or shadowmancer. I am not saying these professions are inferior. Rather, we must possess self-awareness. These professions were not designed for us. In conclusion, either choose warrior or support, or simply rely on family wealth. The homeroom teacher reiterated emphatically that he understood that his remarks were somewhat pessimistic. But there was little choice. The school he taught at was merely an ordinary awakening institute for professionals. Students with high talent had already been selected by prestigious schools. The remaining students generally possessed mediocre abilities. He was merely seeking to guide his students toward a more stable path. Well, after lunch break, gather on the playground to prepare for the transition at the temple. The homeroom teacher nodded in satisfaction at his obedient students, contemplating that this year's employment rate should be secure. Once the teacher left, the classroom erupted into a flurry of discussion. Finally, we can awaken. I have awaited this day for such a long time. It's meaningless. It's all warriors anyway. Warriors are fine. At least I can start earning money. My dad has already arranged for me to join the largest angelic pharmaceutical company in our province as soon as I hit level 10, with a starting salary of 8,000. How enviable. What do you mean warriors are fine? The fact that we can transition is already a blessing. Our class had only a 50 pass rate in the previous tests, meaning half of us cannot transition. Although I can transition, my strength talent rating is inadequate for becoming a warrior. Fortunately, my mental capacity is sufficient for a priest. Priests are great. Many professionals pay to hire priests for abyss expeditions. That's a lucrative profession that I plan to become a shield warrior, serving as a tank to absorb damage for the mages. Come on, a tank needs to be at least level 15 to withstand damage from level 1 abyss. Whether you can reach level 10 is still questionable. I wonder what profession you will choose. Our class leader should also be a warrior. Isn't that a pity? His intelligence talent rating is so high, there's nothing to be done. His family lacks funds. He is unwilling to choose a support profession, but his warrior rating is adequate, so he can transition to a mage warrior later. A magic warrior is a rare profession. Not just anyone can transition to it. What a pity. What does it matter? We don't even know what our futures hold. Why worry about others? That's true. At that moment, the boy named Jungyu, being discussed, sat quietly in a corner, listening to the distant chatter of his classmates. Jungyu, the class leader of Section 3. His talent rating was the highest in the entire grade, except for a slightly lower agility talent. The rest were exceptional. This achievement was considered top tier at the institute, but merely average in the entire Jianshui city. Brother Yu, have you decided what profession you want to choose? Zheng Yu's deskmate, Tao Qian, also heard the discussions and turned to inquire about his thoughts. Zheng Yu shrugged. Of course, I will choose warrior. Why does everyone choose warrior? Tao Qian lamented for Zheng Yu. What a waste of your 4.7 talent rating and intelligence. That there's nothing to lament. Employment is paramount. Even if I chose mage, I wouldn't have the funds for equipment or spells. It's better to choose warrior and be practical. Zheng Yu felt no regret at all. He wholeheartedly agreed with the homeroom teacher's earlier words that IT is akin to choosing a technical school to learn a skill versus attending an ordinary third-tier university to acquire a diploma. Warrior is like a skill, simple, easy to grasp, and with a high employment rate. Professions such as druid, ranger, assassin, shadowmancer, or monk resemble third-tier universities. Not that these professions are inferior. Rather, if you study law at a third-tier school, the likelihood of unemployment is high, while attending a prestigious university offers greater hope. Everyone present was of mediocre talent from third-tier backgrounds. Choosing warrior is the most secure path. The army will recruit level 10 warriors, but will not accept level 10 rangers. Major companies will only hire low-level warriors, but will not recruit low-level monks. Because in this world, leveling up is exceedingly challenging. As a former office worker who has traversed through time, Zheng Yu understands the significance of employment. Thus, warrior is his primary choice. Survival is the most important thing. Zheng Yu earnestly told Tao Qian that in this world, Due to universal job transitions, there are almost no universities. After graduating from high school, one can transition, level up, and then seek employment. Students who cannot transition will opt for technical schools to study law, management, construction, mechanics, and other disciplines that are in this world. Those who transition are the most crucial existence. To defend against the abyss, to protect the remnants of humanity, and to gather strength against the terrifying prophecies of doomed. In summary, this world reveres the strong. The level of a professional is a symbol of status. Thus, Zhengyu feels quite satisfied with his ability to transition into a warrior. It is certainly better than being unable to transition. Tao Qian, with a serious expression, said, I plan to transition to monk. Are you betting on talent? Yes, taking a gamble on talent. If I can achieve a grade talent, I will soar. Someone nearby scoffed, betting on a grade talent. You might as well gamble on a hidden profession. Last year, there was only one grade talent professional in the entire Jiangsu city. Last year, the entire Jiangnan province had only one grade talent professional and 30 grade, but there were over 30 hidden professions in the province. Tao Qian, with a face of defiance, retorted, Am I not capable of being one of those 30? I wish you success. Seeing that Tao Qian had already become obsessed, they ceased to persuade him. Instead, Tao Qian began to urge Zhengyu. Brother Yu, I believe we shouldn't listen to the homeroom teacher. Such a life is too ordinary that we must take a gamble. What if a bicycle turns into a motorcycle? Zhengyu took out the potential test results from the previous day and handed them to Tao Qian, saying, I want to gamble, but just look at my results. Tao Qian took Zhengyu's test results. Strength, potential rating, 3.7. Intelligence, potential rating, 4.7. Constitution, potential rating, 4.0. Mental strength, potential rating, 3.8. Agility, potential rating, 1.9. That isn't this quite good? A rating above 3 is considered excellent. Your score far surpasses mine. Zhengyu pointed to the bottom of the evaluation. Take a look at this. Tao Qian observed a recommendation at the very bottom. According to the Sanctum's assessment, the profession that best matches you is summoner. Tao Qian's mouth slightly parted in disbelief. Summoner? That can't be right. While your potential rating may not compare to those top-tier geniuses, it's certainly not low. Why would they recommend a summoner for you? Zhengyu chuckled lightly, responding nonchalantly. Perhaps the Sanctum is prone to errors after all. It has been decades, and no one has truly deciphered its origins. Regardless, I do not trust the Sanctum's recommendations. Even if summoner were the most suitable for me, I would never choose it. That a typical profession of the underdog. Anyone who chooses it is bound to regret it. I would rather die than selected a warrior is far superior. Each year, the number of individuals choosing the summoner profession is exceedingly limited. Those few who do so are often compelled to choose summoner due to inadequacies in other professions. Warriors remain dominant. Monks and druids are formidable in mid-game. Assassins and shadowmancers shine in the late game. Mages are the true divine professions in the late game. Though shield warriors, paladins, and priests may not be particularly strong, their roles as support ensure they have no trouble forming teams. Yet summoners, a profession scorned by many, neither high nor low in effectiveness, weak in all phases, more costly than mages, and incapable of outmatching paladins in combat. The one tactic they might claim as an advantage, the mass summon strategy, has been eclipsed by necromancers. They spend the most yet practice the most foolish profession. No one desires to team up with them. They cannot even solo effectively. Summoner is a profession entirely forsaken by practitioners. Only someone with a flawed mind would choose summoner, Zhengyu stated earnestly. Tao Qian echoed in agreement. Indeed, only a fool would select summoner. Just as he uttered those words, a mechanical voice resonated in his mind, detected that the host harbors deep prejudice and misunderstanding towards the summoner profession, activating the divine talent hextech, enhancement runes for summoner in advance. Hextech talent. Every 5 levels, randomly select 2 hextech enhancement runes. Their effects will apply solely to summoned entities. This talent is exclusively for the summoner profession. Should the host choose not to pursue the summoner profession, the system will become irate and self-destruct. Please choose wisely. Take this seriously and do not treat it lightly. Zhengyu, the good news is the system has arrived. The bad news is it seems I just insulted the system. It appears I may have insulted myself as well. Chapter 2. The 8th contract and the heart of the steward. Only those with a troubled mind would choose to be a summoner. This was a sentiment he had just expressed himself. Indeed, he had given himself a thorough reprimand. According to the system's description, should he opt against becoming a summoner, he would not only forfeit a divine level talent, but might also have to endure the catastrophic consequences of a system self-detonation. He had not anticipated that the system he had long awaited, essential for traversers, would be closely tied to summoner-related mechanics. Zhengyu wore an expression of resignation. Are the systems of this era truly so volatile, threatening the host with self-destruction? Yet, it mattered little, since the system promised him a divine level talent. Any profession would suffice, even that of a summoner, often scorned by others. After all, it was a divine level talent. The pinnacle of talents in this world is the divine level talent, of which there exists but one. This singular entity, ranked first across all levels, combat prowess, and abyssal monster-slaying leaderboards, is the renowned war god of the 9 provinces, Manhwaedit. Below the divine level, talents are ranked as level, descending down to level. Achieving level is already recognized as genius. Level talent will prompt an entire province to consolidate resources for its cultivation. Level talent is marked as a national priority for training, ensuring a lifetime of abundant resources. Except for the unique level talent wielder, Manhwaedit, level is considered the pinnacle. Yet, a divine level talent has never existed. However, there is Hextech. Isn't this akin to a gameplay mechanic within the game teamfight tactics? Similar to enhancement runes, each technology possesses a distinct augmentation method, empowering the summoned pieces. Pieces equate to summoned entities, and Hextech represents collective enhancement runes. Furthermore, every 5 levels grants 2 Hextech enhancements. Currently, the highest-ranked war god, Manhwaedit, stands at level 71, having not leveled up for a considerable time. It appears he has encountered a bottleneck. Or perhaps the experience required for level 71 is exceedingly high. Even a powerhouse of Manhwaedit's caliber struggles to advance. Nevertheless, even at level 70, he possesses a minimum of 30 Hextech selection opportunities. That translates to no less than 30 collective enhancements. No wonder this talent can only be utilized by summoners. Any other profession would render the rune ineffective. 30 instances of collective enhancement equate to 30 talents. Truly, it is a divine level talent. Even though the individual Hextech talent may not match a level talent, possessing at least 30, or even more, could cumulatively yield a divine level effect. It remains uncertain what the manifestation of Hextech runes in reality will entail. Zhengyu began to anticipate the upcoming class transition in the afternoon. After the midday break, Zhengyu boarded the school bus, arriving at the Holy Temple branch in Jiangshui City. In the wake of the Abyss's arrival and the invasion of foreign races, the 9 main holy temples of the 9 provinces emerged, each situated in the capital of its respective province. They bestowed power upon humanity and instilled hope for survival. Empowered by the Holy Temple, humans continuously leveled up, and after decades of struggle, they finally managed to secure their territory. Although the threats and pressures from the Abyss and the alien races have persisted, humanity has also developed its own strength, largely thanks to the temple. The temple in Jiangshui City serves as a branch, primarily responsible for facilitating the initial job transitions for newcomers, assessing their potential, and showcasing the leaderboard. Now Zhao Kuan, student number 00278 from class 1 of the senior year at Experimental High School, is called to the 3rd station to undergo the job transition ceremony. Upon entering the temple, he quickly realizes that a considerable crowd has gathered, with numerous schools already engaged in the job transition process. Zhengyu, please take your classmates to the 4th station for the transition, the homeroom teacher instructs. As the class leader, Zhengyu naturally takes charge of these matters. Understood. Having visited the Jiangshui City Temple branch before, the procedure is quite familiar to him. Registering, receiving a number, and waiting at the 4th station. After approximately an hour of waiting, it is finally their class's turn. Please, Zhang Ao from class 3 of Jiangshui number 1 High School, student number 01876. Come to the 4th station for your job transition ceremony. Upon hearing his name, Zhang Ao tenses up, immediately standing to acknowledge the call. A wave of apprehension washes over him. Despite the test results indicating his suitability for the warrior class, there have been instances where candidates passed the test, yet failed the transition. Please stand in the center of the transition platform. You may experience nausea, dizziness, vomiting, or even fainting during the process. Do not be alarmed. These are normal occurrences during the job transition. Just endure for 5 seconds, the staff member reassures him. Upon success, you will be able to view your attributes, career information, and talent level. Should your talent level exceed the high tier, please inform us. As the staff member elaborates, Zhang Ao steps into the center of the transition platform, standing there in a daze, uncertain of what to do. Suddenly, a beam of light projects from the ceiling of the temple. Zhengyu recalls from his textbooks that the radiant light of the branch temple is actually transmitted from the main temple. At this moment, the staff member announces, based on the feedback from the temple's holy light, you meet the conditions for the warrior transition. The first compatible class is monk, and the second is warrior. You may choose either class for your transition. Zhang Ao's expression brightens, and he promptly replies, warrior. He has chosen the most secure path. Congratulations. You are now officially a warrior job transitioner, the staff member states with a neutral demeanor. The staff continues. You may now proceed to the 2nd floor to find the warrior guild's office. Joining a guild will expedite your understanding of the warrior class, and they will guide you on how to level up and the rules that govern practitioners. Thank you, Zhang Ao exclaims, his spirit soaring. Successfully transitioning into a warrior signifies a promising future ahead, ensuring a life free from worry. Next, Jiangshui number 1 High School, class 3, student number 01877, Zhengyu. Please come to the 4th station for your job transition ceremony. Zhengyu is the 2nd in line. Under the watchful eyes of his classmates and homeroom teacher, he steps forward to the transition platform. Curiosity abounds regarding Zhengyu's choice. For him, The mage class would typically be the first selection. Yet they are all acutely aware of his family circumstances. The mage profession, known for its costly demands, is not suitable for everyone. Transitioning to a warrior seems somewhat wasteful of his intellectual talents. Several other professions are indeed satisfactory. It merely depends on Zheng Yu's own choice. I shall refrain from elaborating on the process, as you are already familiar with it. The staff member did not repeat themselves, simply stating, to expedite the procedure. Zheng Yu nodded. In the next moment, a beam of light enveloped him, bathing him in a warm sensation. The voice of the staff member resonated in his ears. According to the feedback from the holy light of the sanctuary, the most suitable first profession for you is summoner. With no secondary recommendations, the staff member was momentarily taken aback upon seeing the holy light's response. Analyzing Zheng Yu's test data, it was evident that aside from the assassin and ranger, which required agility above 35, he was eligible for other professions. However, the sanctuary had provided only a single recommendation. And notably, it was for summoner. The staff member remarked, based on the data feedback, you can also transition to mage, warrior, priest, or paladin. I choose summoner. Zheng Yu declared. If you opt not to select summoner, you should be able to see prompts for other profession choices by closing your eyes. What do you wish to choose? The staff member presumed he had misheard. Zheng Yu reiterated, summoner. You should really contemplate this carefully, the staff member cautioned. An unusual note of concern in his voice. As a transitioning staff member, he was acutely aware that the number of individuals who chose to become summoners was significantly lower than those with exceptional talent. In fact, there had yet to be a summoner this year. Yet, Zheng Yu smiled and replied, since the sanctuary recommends I choose summoner and does not provide alternatives, it indicates I am indeed well suited for this path. The sanctuary is not infallible, the staff member muttered softly. However, I choose to trust the sanctuary, Zheng Yu stated resolutely. Without hesitation selecting summoner on the transition interface that appeared before him. To be honest, it was not that he had faith in the sanctuary. He had never considered becoming a summoner before. In fact, he had always thought those who chose this profession were foolish. Yet, the system had presented him with too many enticing options. Only a fool would disregard a divine talent. You have transitioned to the summoner profession. Activating divine talent Hexdeck Enhancement Rune. Extracting Hexdeck Enhancement Rune. Congratulations. You have acquired your first rune. Prismatic level rune, Demon Contract. Congratulations. You have acquired your second rune. Silver level rune, Heart of the Steward. Chapter 3. I am envious, but it does not hinder my admiration. Demon Contract. Zheng Yu's face lit up with astonishment. The Demon Contract was undoubtedly the most formidable Hexdeck rune in the early stages, without exception. He had not anticipated that his first talent would be a prismatic level rune. There are 3 tiers of Hexdeck enhancement runes, silver, gold, and prismatic. The 2 enhancement runes he acquired upon transitioning were 1 silver, Heart of the Steward, and 1 prismatic, Demon Contract. Demon Contract, prismatic level enhancement rune. Sacrifice a portion of your maximum health to gain talent points. These talent points can only be applied to your summons, enhancing their innate abilities. The health sacrificed cannot be restored or reverted, resulting in a permanent reduction of your maximum health. Upon witnessing the enhanced effects of the Demon Pact, Zheng Yu inhaled sharply. Awestruck. Truly, it was of the prism level, indeed a legacy of the 8th. Exchanging 1's life limit for talent, a precarious enhancement, yet profoundly intoxicating. The reason summoners are disparagingly referred to as sewer dwellers lies in the inadequacy of their summoned creatures, whose strength often falls short and whose talents are rarely impressive, making cultivation exceedingly arduous, with each creature demanding a substantial investment. However, with the 8th Pact, Zheng Yu could assure that each summoned beast would possess maximum talent. According to the system's modified Demon Pact, even in later stages, it would prove immensely beneficial. After all, a professional's health limit escalates with leveling up. As long as there is vitality, his summoned creatures will continuously be enhanced. A sigh interrupted Zheng Yu's contemplation. Turning around, he saw staff members alongside his homeroom teacher. The staff member sighed, bewildered, while the teacher wore an expression of disappointment. They could not comprehend Zheng Yu's choice of the summoner class, considered a lowly profession. The teacher looked at Zheng Yu, shaking his head in dismay. I have encountered numerous students, some with exceptional talents, perhaps not inferior to yours. Yet ultimately, they succumbed to their arrogance and opted for other classes. Years later, without exception, none have continued along the path of professionals. I hoped you were different. But it seems you are even more extreme than I imagined. Do you truly understand the consequences of choosing to be a summoner? The teacher's face was a mask of disappointment. Even a choice of mage or shadow assassin would be superior to the summoner. Summoners lack their own guilds and national welfare support. Not only that, but how do you intend to level up? Relying on a level 1 goblin you summon? A level 1 abyss creature poses deadly risks, even in a team. I feel as though my earnest words have fallen on deaf ears. The teacher's agitation stemmed from a genuine belief in Zheng Yu's potential, talent, and promise signify future growth. Zheng Yu was acutely aware of his teacher's expectations and understood that such words were rooted in concern and misunderstanding. With a smile, he replied, everyone claims summoners are weak. But what if I possess a level talent? Would a summoner still be deemed weak? As he spoke, he displayed his attribute panel. A talent named Demon Pact shone prominently in the talent attribute section. Level. The staff member's voice rose an octave. The teacher beside him stared at Zheng Yu's attributes in disbelief. It was indeed level. After a moment, the teacher finally regained composure. But what kind of talent was this Demon Pact? It was unprecedented. Zheng Yu explained. The specifics of the talent cannot be disclosed. But is this level talent genuine? The staff member enthusiastically nodded. Of course it's real. Can anything false appear on the attribute panel? Zheng Yu inquired further. Will I be able to enjoy welfare resources? Absolutely. So far this year, there hasn't been any other professional with a level talent. You are the sole one. Then that settles it. Zheng Yu addressed his homeroom teacher, expressing, initially, I intended to heed your advice, yet an inexplicable sensation lingered within me, suggesting that not choosing the summoner would lead to profound regret. After all, the feedback from the sanctum indicated that I am best suited for the role of a summoner. Thus I decided to take a chance. Fortunately, my gamble paid off. In comparison to a warrior with ordinary talents, I would rather opt for a summoner with enhanced abilities. Following Zheng Yu's elucidation, the homeroom teacher found it acceptable. Often, the intuition of a vocational aspirant supersedes mere experience. However, the notion of being a summoner still evoked a sense of unease within the teacher. Zheng Yu, unfazed, replied, it's of no consequence. The district benefits associated with advanced abilities merely stipulate the required level of talent, and they do not preclude a summoner from reaping these rewards. As long as one possesses wealth and resources, that suffices. The teacher nodded in agreement, acknowledging the validity of his point. As for Zheng Yu's transition to the summoner class, his classmates initially contemplated mocking him for what they perceived as a lapse in judgment. However, before they could utter their derisive remarks, they learned of Zheng Yu's advanced abilities. The revelation was more exhilarating than a roller coaster ride, leaving their expressions quite complex. Despite Zheng Yu's popularity and numerous friends within the class, envy still simmered beneath the surface. After all, one could be both concerned for a friend's struggles and envious of their success. The advanced abilities were indeed remarkable, albeit regrettably bestowed upon a summoner. Yet, what was there to lament? When the class leader transitioned to a warrior, it was deemed a loss. Now, with Zheng Yu possessing advanced abilities, shouldn't they reflect on their own circumstances? The underlying sentiment expressed was that if Zheng Yu were an advanced mage or warrior, they could at least boast, the renowned figure on the leaderboard is my high school classmate, and I still have his contact information. However, the prospect of a summoner achieving a high ranking seemed implausible, even with advanced abilities. The consensus was that a summoner with advanced talents was less impressive than an advanced warrior. Tao Qian, overhearing this discourse, felt a pang of discontent. Are you all underestimating the value of advanced abilities? He interjected. To date, no professional with awakened advanced talents had ever faltered. Oh, so Zheng Yu will be the first exception, will he? Someone retorted. Indeed, even if I possessed advanced abilities, I would never choose to be a summoner. Do you genuinely believe that a single talent can redeem a profession? I shall see just how far he can elevate the summoner class. Bestowing advanced abilities upon a summoner is nothing short of wasteful. It would be far better suited to me. Tao Qian rolled his eyes in frustration. Yes. You are all correct, utterly correct, he conceded, choosing to disengage from the futile argument. The absurdity of those who claimed they would be better suited for advanced abilities was a clear manifestation of jealousy, clouding their judgment. Sour grapes indeed. May your envy consume you. You too possess advanced abilities. What audacity allows you to mock Zheng Yu, who has achieved them? Yet, before Tao Qian could finish his retort, he noticed the very students who had just disparaged Zheng Yu hastily rising and moving towards a particular direction, eagerly flocking to someone. Among them were those who had been the most vocal in their criticism of Zheng Yu. However, in Zheng Yu's presence, their demeanor transformed, adopting beaming smiles as they approached him. Class leader, given our relationship, you must look out for me in the future. With your exceptional talent, once you achieve success, do not forget us. Tonight, I shall host a celebration for our comrade, Yu Gu, who has awakened his extraordinary abilities. All of you are invited to my father's restaurant, where I will have him serve the finest vintage of Maodai. Tao Qian remarked. This shift in demeanor is rather swift, I assented. Just moments ago, when the person was absent, your words were quite different. You profess to be good friends in public, yet harbor jealousy in private. Earlier, you claimed that summoners are even worse than dogs, and now you seek to ingratiate yourselves with him. In that instant, Tao Qian came to understand the essence of growth. This is what maturity entails. Even if I harbor a deep-seated resentment towards you, I shall not exhibit it outwardly. After all, despite Zheng Yu being a summoner, his exceptional talent speaks volumes. It is not the potential that concerns me, but the prospect of Zheng Yu transforming into a formidable professional. When that time arrives, any attempts to curry favor may prove futile. Chapter 4. Abandoning early leads to timely treatment, early employment, and early profits, saving one from wandering down a convoluted path for 40 years. Ultimately, Tao Qian chose to transition to a monk and secured his extraordinary talent. Although it was not at the apex, he seemed quite content. The summoner class lacks guilds, Among the millions of professionals in the entire JoJo, there are scarcely 100 summoners. Moreover, it is highly probable that 98 of these individuals have no intention of pursuing a professional path. Without a guild, there are no mentors or seasoned professionals to guide the way. Everything must be navigated through personal exploration. Zheng Yu had little interest in the transition of others. He awaited only Tao Qian, for he could discern who his true brothers were and who merely feigned friendship. Upon returning home, Zheng Yu maneuvered through the scattered debris and entered his room. This was a relief house provided by the state to impoverished families. When he traversed into this body, the original Zheng Yu's parents had long since vanished, leaving him to be raised by his grandfather. His grandfather passed away 2 years ago, and this state-assigned relief house had become Zheng Yu's sole residence. Upon entering his room, which he maintained with a penchant for cleanliness, it was tidy and though small, it exuded warmth. His time with this world's grandfather was not extensive, yet arranging for his burial provided a sense of closure for this body. Following that, his life was solitary, not dissimilar to his previous existence, and Zheng Yu felt little discomfort in adjusting to this new reality. After a simple meal, Zheng Yu commenced with his important tasks. He first accessed his attribute panel. Name, Zheng Yu. Title, none. Profession, summoner. Level, 1, 100 experience points needed for the next level. Health, 1100. Mana, 110. Strength, 11. Intelligence, 13. Agility, 11. Remaining free attribute points, 5. Skills, contract array, summon beast frenzy. Summon beast space. No summon beasts contracted. Current contract capacity, 1. Talent, demon contract, heart of a steward. Equipment, none. The talent list did not display the hex deck enhanced runes, but rather the recently drawn prism level demon contract and silver level butler's heart. The talent level observed by the staff and class teacher was indeed indicative of the demon contract. However, Zheng Yu sensed that the demon contract encompassed complexities beyond mere talent levels. To utilize the demon contract, one must first possess a summoned beast, as it consumes the maximum health to exchange for the summoned beast's talents. Zheng Yu gazed into his empty summoning space and discovered a dusty tome titled Starting from Zero, Mastering the Summoner Profession. It was a textbook, seemingly abandoned for ages, never having been opened. Previously, Zheng Yu never contemplated transitioning into a summoner, hence he had not even cast a glance at this book. He was entirely oblivious to the intricacies of contracting summoned beasts and their development. Indeed, it was a journey starting from scratch, Zheng Yu mused with a hint of sarcasm. Upon opening the first page of the textbook, he was met with a blunt statement. Please abandon the summoner profession. Such a straightforward discouragement. If you truly find yourself compelled to become a summoner, be prepared for the grim realities ahead, for this book offers little assistance. Zheng Yu retorted, what a remarkable textbook. So candid. With patience, he turned the pages, and in less than 10 minutes, he had perused the entire volume of over 100 pages. The content was lacking. Aside from the initial pages detailing how to contract summoned beasts, the remainder was filled with images. The author had compiled numerous pictures and information about summoned beasts, supplementing them with trivial commentary that barely constituted a book. Towards the end of the textbook, Zheng Yu discovered the author's vision for summoners. The relationship between a summoner and their summoned beast is not akin to that between other professions and their skills. Rather, it is one of mutual growth. Summoned beasts are akin to being sealed by skills. Through the contract, they assist you in battle and evolve alongside you. The damage values of a summoned beast's attacks and skills are directly correlated with the summoner, implying that the summoner's talents restrict the growth of the summoned beasts. Conversely, this suggests that if a summoner possesses high talents, they could cultivate their summoned beasts to rival other professions. Nevertheless, the author cautioned that this was merely a personal fantasy. Dear summoners and aspiring summoners, the author advised, do not harbor such illusions. If one possesses such talent, why not choose a profession that promises swifter growth? Aren't warriors and mages enticing? In summary, he urged early abandonment, early recovery, early industry engagement, and early profit, advising against wandering aimlessly for 40 years. The author, Zhang Anquan. Zheng Yu reflected, the fact that such a book can be selected as a textbook illustrates how summoners are undervalued. Yet, it was true that there was little to teach. Unlike warriors, who must decide their future path, whether to pursue a bloodline build or a frenzy build, whether to balance offense and defense or focus solely on damage output, each specialization demands careful skill selection. How to allocate skill points, how to distribute attribute points, how to select equipment, and which abyss zone to choose for farming. All these decisions require careful consideration. An erroneous choice could lead one down a misguided path. This is precisely the reason for the existence of textbooks and professional courses. Firstly, I must acquire a level 0 summoning skill book. Zheng Yu opened his computer and navigated to the temple website established by the Ministry of Justice. On the homepage, he found the store section. Here, items that had emerged from the abyss, equipment, skill books, various potions, were available for sale. He searched for summoning skill books and was presented with hundreds of items for sale. Although there were few summoner players, many were still selling summoning skill books online and in abundance. This was primarily due to the fact that they served no purpose when kept, and listing them on the website incurred no fees. They merely awaited a willing buyer. After much deliberation, Zhengyu finally discovered a level 0 summoning skill book, Summon Goblin. Skill book, level 0. One-time use. Upon learning, the skill book vanishes. Summoner class can learn it, acquiring a trainable goblin. Price, 500 yuan. It was exceedingly inexpensive. Zhengyu could confidently assert that it was the cheapest item in the entire shop, even when compared to a potion that restored 200 health points, which cost 1,000 yuan per vial. With a wry smile, Zhengyu remarked to himself, this must be the sole advantage of being a summoner, affordable prices. Due to a lack of demand, items were cheap. He noted that a level 0 skill for warriors, Rage Slash, commanded a price of 120,000 yuan. The summoner's skill book was even less than a fraction of that. Fortunately, with only one level 0 summoning skill book available in the marketplace, the dilemma of choice was eliminated. A goblin would suffice. It was certainly better than having nothing at all. The efficacy of the demon contract would now be put to the test. Zhengyu purchased the skill book, which was seamlessly transferred to his personal item inventory through the temple's holy light. He then prepared the contract array. The contract array was a fundamental skill inherent to summoners. Upon using the skill book, a green-skinned goblin materialized at the center of the array. Unlike other classes, where skill books imparted techniques, a summoner's skill book summoned living beings. As described in the textbook, summoning creatures were lives sealed within skills. Contract, Zhengyu proclaimed. And as the words left his lips, the array illuminated. The goblin, initially dazed, gradually regained clarity in its gaze. When it looked at Zhengyu, there was a sense of warmth and familiarity. Congratulations, you have successfully formed a contract with the summoning creature goblin. The goblin will be summoned as a skill and will grow alongside your level. The summoned creature can equip items. Upon the creature's death, there is a chance for the equipment to drop. The summoned creature will not truly die. Instead, it will await resurrection within the summoner's space. Upon successfully forming the contract, Zhengyu was presented with the goblin's attributes. Summoned creature, goblin. Level, 1, increases with the summoner's level. Health points, 400. Attack power, 325, 13 summoner intelligence, coefficient 25. Talent, level 0, requires 1 more talent point to level up. Skill, jumping hammer strike 1. Leaps high into the air to deliver a swift hammer strike to the enemy, inflicting 1625, 5 coefficient, 325 goblin attack power, points of damage. With a 15 chance to stun the opponent. Skill, rock throw 1. Accurately hurls a rock, dealing 130, 4,325 goblin attack power, points of damage. Summoned beast equipment, none. Zhengyu gazed at the goblin's attributes, rendered speechless. It was no wonder that summoners found it exceedingly difficult to level up, with the goblin's meager strength. Forming a party was truly challenging. The mere 400 health points already placed it at a significant disadvantage compared to other professions. The goblin's attack power and skill damage were contingent upon its intelligence, proportionate to the coefficient, yet that coefficient was alarmingly low. A skill barely managed to deal over 100 points of damage, although the summoned beast was only at level 1 and would improve with leveling. The issue lay in the fact that no one was willing to team up with a summoner. Consequently, the summoner was left to grind in the abyss alone. And with these statistics, even minor foes posed a challenge. The core problem was that the summoner lacked combat prowess, relying entirely on the summoned beasts. The goblin provided no sense of security whatsoever. Zhengyu placed his hopes on the demon contract for a potential boost. He opened the demon contract talent. A prompt appeared. For every 10 points of health sacrificed, gain 1 talent point. Zhengyu pondered for a moment before tentatively sacrificing 600 points of health. He acquired 60 talent points. He refrained from sacrificing all his health, as while the summoned beast could be revived upon death, his own demise would be irreversible. He needed to retain some health to ensure a margin for error. Upon observing the goblin's talent section, he noticed an icon appear. He clicked the plus sign. Ding! Goblin level 0, talent evolved into Goblin Warrior, level 1. In the contract formation, the goblin's body suddenly swelled. Its formerly diminutive stature now reached approximately 17 units. Yet due to a curved spine, it appeared significantly shorter than Zhengyu. However, its muscular physique was unmistakable. The goblin's overall presence had markedly intensified. Its attire transformed from coarse cloth to reflective armor. The data refreshed instantly. Summoned beast, Goblin Warrior. Level, 1, levels up with the summoner. Health, 800. Attack power, 39, 13 summoner intelligence, coefficient 3. Skill, Warrior Strike 1. The Goblin Warrior charges its attack, inflicting damage that scales with the charge time, dealing 273,468, 7 coefficient. 39 Goblin Attack Power, 12 coefficient, 39 Goblin Attack Power, points of damage. Summoned beast equipment, none. Excellent. Zhengyu nodded in satisfaction as he observed the refreshed data of the Goblin Warrior. As his talents flourished, the overall statistics also surged. Accompanied by the acquisition of a warrior-type skill, his health increased to 800. Both the hammer strike and the heavy blow skills could inflict damage exceeding 200. Although this was still insufficient for soloing the Abyss, it had only consumed a single point of talent. Zheng Yu still clutched 59 talent points and a health cap of 500, leaving room for further enhancement. He continuously clicked the talent increment button 10 times, achieving yet another elevation. Ding! Goblin Warrior, first tier. Talent has evolved into Elite Goblin Warrior, second tier. Health, 800-1500. Attack power, 3952, 13 Summoner Intelligence x 4 coefficient. 50 talent points remain until the next advancement. Excellent, indeed. The health of the Elite Goblin Warrior now surpassed Zheng Yu's own vitality, and the attack coefficient had ascended to 4. Yet, it was still inadequate. To solo a dungeon at level 1, barring a few hidden classes, all other classes necessitated teamwork. This was due to the fact that the health of creatures in the level 1 abyss could exceed 10,000, making them difficult to eliminate solo. Thus, teamwork was essential for conquering the abyss. This explains the arduous journey of a professional's leveling process. Dubbed the dungeon, the abyss presented formidable challenges. The requirements for team composition were exceedingly high. Typically, summoners found it nearly impossible to gather a team. Zheng Yu, aspiring to level up, saw soloing as his only viable path. With 49 talent points remaining, he needed 50 to reach the third tier. Without hesitation, Zheng Yu decided to expend 10 health points to replenish his talent points to 50. Merely 10 health points. Zheng Yu currently had 490 health points left. He allocated all 50 talent points to the goblin. Ding! Elite Goblin Warrior, second tier. Talent has evolved into Goblin Wolf Cavalry, third tier. A low roar resonated from the contract formation. Suddenly, an exaggeratedly large giant wolf emerged within the summoning array, with the Elite Goblin Warrior perched atop it, exuding an aura far surpassing its predecessor. Health, 1,500-3,000. Attack power, 5265, 13 Summoner Intelligence x 5 coefficient. With 3,000 health points and an attack coefficient of 50, this was quite commendable. Zheng Yu felt a sense of satisfaction. Although he still required a bit more to defeat foes, it was adequate for dealing with the low-level monsters in the abyss. The statistics would improve further upon leveling up. Furthermore, Zheng Yu discovered that the Goblin Wolf Cavalry had acquired an additional skill. Skill, Wolf Cavalry Charge 1. The Goblin Wolf Cavalry initiates a charge, striking the target and dealing 1640, 65 Goblin Attack Power x 25 coefficient points of damage. Wow, 1,600 points of damage. In the Novice Zone, that is no trivial figure. This was achieved without Zheng Yu donning any equipment, nor had the goblin equipped any. The gear for summoners is identical to that of mages. Mages, as is widely known, are a costly profession. Interestingly, summoners, as a lesser-known fact, incur even greater expenses than mages. Utilizing the same set of equipment, they spend the same amount yet fail to deliver the damage output of mages. Zheng Yu gazed at the summoner equipment in the shop, muttering to himself. Yet another reason for the summoners to be forsaken. The entire temple mall lacked a dedicated area for summoners, leaving him to wander through the mage equipment section. Ultimately, he chose a novice staff priced at 6,000 yuan. Equipment name, Novice Staff. Equipment level, level 1. Equipment attributes, Intelligence 10, Strength 2, Magic value 50. Equipment origin, level 1 Abyss. Equipment durability, 50-50. Although Zheng Yu felt that spending 6,000 on a staff that only provided an additional 8 points of intelligence, with no other benefits, was hardly worth it, he had no choice but to make the purchase. Unlike in a true game, newly transitioned professionals do not receive a beginner's package. Everything must be acquired independently. This was already a considerable advantage, as at least he did not have to brave the wilderness alone. Zheng Yu recalled from his history lessons that the first generation of human professionals had ventured into the abyss empty-handed, with countless fatalities. The early explorations were fraught with peril, often resulting in mass casualties. Today, the ability to effortlessly find abyss strategies and acquire level-appropriate equipment is a testament to the hard work of predecessors. This explains why Manhwaedit, ranked first on the leaderboard, is currently engaged in a level 70 expedition, a realm where humanity has yet to set foot in the level 70 abyss dungeon. Zheng Yu conducted another search for summoning beast equipment and was pleasantly surprised to discover a vendor selling such items. Summoning beast equipment, Sharp Fang. Equipment level, level 1. Equipment attributes, Health 300, Attack Power 5. Price, 500 yuan. That was all there was to it, simple attributes and an affordable price. He equipped the novice staff and entrusted the Sharp Fang to the Goblin Wolf Rider, enhancing his overall stats once again. Yet, this was not the end. For Zheng Yu had one final method of enhancement, the silver tier hex deck enhancement rune, Butler's Heart. If he could gather a high bond lineup of summoning beasts, it would provide a formidable boost. He pondered whether the luck-based bonds, such as Fortune Star and Pirate, were present. Perhaps he could take a gamble. Butler Bond, 2468. Butler summons will be promoted to Butler status, evolving to possess greater abilities. Currently, 2 Butler Bonds are activated. 2. Choose a summoning beast to evolve into a Butler. All Butlers gain 20 health and 20 attack power. The Butler will receive a special skill enhancement. Zheng Yu Butler? Special skill enhancement? His interest was piqued. He understood the concept of a butler, but he was particularly curious about a butler goblin. Chapter 6. The Butler. A Goblin Noble? Currently, 2 butler bonds are activated. You may choose to evolve the Goblin Wolf Rider into a butler. Will you proceed with the evolution? Yes. Could he possibly refuse? That was out of the question. Ding. Your Goblin Wolf Rider has evolved into a butler-level Goblin Wolf Rider. Skill. Enhanced charge of the Wolf Rider. A radiant beam of light enveloped the Goblin Wolf Rider. Before him sat an elite Goblin warrior, astride a wolf cavalry, exuding an air of aristocracy akin to that of a noble. Indeed, while the demeanor was noble, it remained unmistakably goblin. Ugly yet impeccably groomed. With a green visage and prominent fangs, his gaze was remarkably gentlemanly, suffused with an aura of nobility. The juxtaposition was striking. A noble goblin? It seemed unfathomable, yet stood vividly before Zheng Yu. He observed that even the enormous wolf bore a coat of luxuriant fur, reminiscent of a pampered pet freshly groomed at a salon. Zheng Yu felt a twinge of discomfort. Regardless, strength had been attained, and that was what mattered. Though the noble goblin was hard to behold, the data reflecting its evolution sparked a glimmer of hope in Zheng Yu's eyes. Summoned Beast. Steward Class Goblin Wolf Cavalry. Level 1. Elevates with the Summoner's level. Health points. 3,900. 3,000 base health. 600 from Steward Bond. 300 from Blade Tooth attributes. Attack power. 120. 23 from Summoner's Intelligence. 50 coefficient. 5 from Blade Tooth attributes. 230 from Steward Bond attributes. Talent. Level 3. 100 points away from upgrade. Skill. Leaping Hammer Strike 1. Soaring high. It delivers a rapid hammer blow to an enemy, inflicting 600, 5 coefficient, 120 goblin attack power, points of damage. With a 15 chance to stun the target. Skill. Archery Mastery 1. Precisely firing arrows, it causes 600, 5,120 goblin attack power, points of damage. Skill. Warrior Smash 1. The goblin warrior charges up for an attack, with damage increasing based on the charge time, inflicting 840 to 1440, 7 coefficient, 120 goblin attack power, 12 coefficient. 120 goblin attack power, points of damage. Skill. Enhanced Wolf Cavalry Charge 1. The Goblin Wolf Cavalry initiates a charge, striking multiple, 3, targets, inflicting 3,120 goblin attack power. 25 coefficient, points of damage. Summoned Beast Equipment. Sharp Blade Tooth. Now, this is what I call a summoned beast. Zheng Yu remarked, gazing at the attributes. A health pool of 3,900 far surpassed that of the Holy Knight class, renowned for its resilience. What was most formidable were the skills enhanced by the steward, capable of dealing 3,000 points of damage to 3 targets. It was noteworthy that prior to sacrificing health points, Zheng Yu had only boasted 1,100 health. Who could withstand such a charge? Moreover, he noted that the previously acquired skill of throwing stones had transformed into archery mastery. This was quite reasonable. Having ascended to the status of a steward and elite warrior, resorting to stone throwing for attack seemed unbefitting. An elite goblin warrior mastering archery was indeed fitting. Truly, a godly talent. Truly, a demon's pact. Although his health cap had plummeted to 490 and would never recover, having gained such a powerful summoned beast was undoubtedly worth it. It was time to venture into the abyss for a tour. In Jiangshui City's southern district. Decades ago, this place was a bustling street. But now it is heavily guarded by the military, transformed into an abyssal dungeon designed for novice adventurers to level up. Despite the late hour, the area remains brightly lit and teeming with people. The Cold Street Abyss, classified as a level 1 dungeon, actually corresponds to a level 110 abyss. Only adventurers below level 10 can enter. Those exceeding level 10 will face backlash upon entry, hunted by the Butcher, a warden of the abyss. While the identity of the powerful race orchestrating the abyss remains a mystery, such concerns are of little significance to these low-level adventurers. Conspiracies, grand schemes, and interspecies wars are matters they are not yet qualified to engage with until they reach level 50. Their singular focus is on one goal: to level up. Seeking a party. Level 1 warrior, equipped with a novice shield and a complete set of 5 beginner gear, armor, shoulder pads, trousers, boots, gloves. I am a level 7 blood warrior with 4 successful runs through the simple Cold Street Abyss, offering 2 slots at 150,000 each, non-negotiable. Quick runs through the Cold Street Abyss. Need 1 warrior, level 3 or above. Hurry in. Self-reliance. The current team composition for the simple abyss consists of 3 level 1 warriors and 1 level 1 priest. We need 1 more warrior or paladin. New players, seeking assistance. A level 10 berserker warrior available for a run through the ordinary Cold Street Abyss. 100,000 each. Do not miss this opportunity. Upon entering the Abyss Hall, various voices clamoring for team members and offering power leveling can be heard. The hall screen continuously scrolls with party requests, which are charged at 100 coins per display. It's not overly expensive, yet not trivial either. If one misses it, they must pay again to see it roll. Zheng Yu scanned the area and noticed that all requests were for warriors. Some teams even comprised entirely of 5 warriors, eschewing support, tanks, or mages. It appeared to be a stronghold for warriors. Zhengyu. He heard his name being called and turned to see Tao Qian waving at him from the crowd. Surrounding him were several familiar faces, about a dozen classmates. Why are you only just arriving? We've been here quite a while, Tao Qian remarked. Having come directly to the cold street abyss from the temple, wasting no time. Have you cleared it yet? Zhengyu inquired. Tao Qian rolled his eyes. Clear it? Not a chance, we can't find a party. Zhengyu frowned. You've been here for hours, and no one has formed a party? Guofeng and Xu Xiaozhan managed to join a team, given that both were warriors with highly sought-after talents. Xu Xiaozhan even purchased a 100,000 coin novice warrior set, only to be whisked away the moment he arrived. The novice warrior set comprises 7 items: a novice sword, novice shield, novice armor, novice shoulder pads, novice trousers, novice boots, and novice gloves. Originally, these 7 items were quite inexpensive. However, due to the overwhelming number of warriors and the high demand, their prices have naturally skyrocketed. Why don't you consider forming a team to venture in? Zhengyu inquired with curiosity. After all, he felt that their time spent waiting here, without entering the abyss, was merely a waste. Tao Qian, with a look of helplessness, replied, the main issue is fear. You didn't see what happened earlier. A team of complete novices ventured in, and what was teleported back? A heap of shredded flesh, quite terrifying. Tao Qian expressed his lingering trepidation. Although there are strategies available for the Han Street dungeon, strategies are one thing, and reality is quite another. One must have an experienced individual leading the way. I just saw on the big screen that a group of level 1 warriors was recruiting teammates, Zhengyu remarked. They're quite reckless. If they're unafraid of death, they can play like that. After all, I am transitioning to a better life, not to perish within the abyss. I'll wait a bit longer. I refuse to believe that a level aptitude monk like me cannot find a team. Zhengyu proposed, how about I lead you? Tao Qian chuckled, I was hoping you'd say that. With your level of aptitude, we 1T have trouble finding teammates. In truth, Tao Qian could find a team himself. The monk's role in the early stages is significantly greater than that of mages or rangers, and with his level of aptitude, he wouldn't even need to spend money to be sought after. He was simply waiting for Zhengyu. With Zhengyu on board, their team would undoubtedly be formidable, ensuring a smooth passage through the dungeon. Let us quickly post a message to find 2 strong teammates for a swift run. Tao Qian exclaimed, but Zhengyu interrupted him. I want to compete for the rankings. Tao Qian paused, then looked earnestly at Zhengyu. Although he had always supported Zhengyu, this matter was not to be taken lightly. Are you confident? Zhengyu wasted no time and replied, absolutely. Then that is settled. Tao Qian bit his lip, deciding to trust Zhengyu this time. Competing for the rankings means vying for positions on the level leaderboard. Each year, on the day new players transition, the sanctuary opens a leaderboard for a limited month-long period, tracking the level gains of newcomers. After a month, the leaderboard is finalized and rewards are distributed by the sanctuary, along with additional prizes from both city and province. Zhengyu was in need of funds. He had also made it clear that he possessed level aptitude, and he needed to showcase this as prominently as possible to garner more attention. His objective was singular, to acquire more wealth. Zhengyu had done his homework, familiarizing himself with the methods, timelines, and rewards associated with the ranking competition. To gain experience more efficiently and swiftly, a maximum of 5 people can enter the abyss. The greater the number, the slightly stronger the monsters become, thus increasing the experience gained. Solo runs are not truly solo. They involve bringing along 4 support teammates. The captain slays the abyss monsters while the remaining teammates cheer enthusiastically. The experience primarily goes to the captain, and not only do teammates not detract from the experience, but they also increase the difficulty of the abyss, providing Zhengyu with even more experience. This strategy allows for the maximization of experience, provided the requisite strength is sufficient. Tao Qian chose to place his trust in Zhengyu, and upon Zhengyu's decision, he immediately shouted to those around him. Level talent practitioners are competing for the leaderboard, bringing 3 support players, with priority given to a mid-tier practitioner. Hurry. Chapter 7. Forming a team, entering the abyss of the cold street. Is there someone competing for the leaderboard? Who is it? They say it's a level talent. Is that really so impressive? Do we have a level talent practitioner in Jianshui City? Don't you know? Our WeChat account has already announced it. Zhengyu, a mid-tier practitioner, is a level talent summoner. What? You heard correctly, a summoner. Huh. What is he even competing for? I thought he was some kind of expert. Turns out he is just pretending. A summoner? In this day and age, someone actually chooses to be a summoner? But even if he is a summoner, he possesses level talent. Why is everyone only focusing on his profession? Let me put it this way. If Zhengyu is forming a team, I would go directly to cling to him, for even as a summoner, his level talent guarantees he is not weak. However, what he seeks is to compete for the leaderboard. Do you understand what competing for the leaderboard means? It implies bringing 4 support players, where he takes the lion's share of the experience, single-handedly clearing the level 1 abyss. If he were a warrior, I would readily join him, but as a summoner, I do not believe he possesses that capability. Frankly speaking, he lacks the strength to compete for the leaderboard, and his arrogance might even lead to his own demise, along with that of the 4 support players. You make a valid point. I was overly optimistic, thinking I could hitch a ride on an easy opportunity. Many are watching, yet no one dares to approach. They are all hesitant. In fact, most do not have high hopes for Zhengyu. Damn, these blind fools. Seeing no effect, Tao Qian turned to his classmates, who subtly took a step back. Zhengyu and Tao Qian. They did not expect the retreat to have such an impact. Tao Qian, frustrated, remarked, "Forget it, I won't rely on these timid souls anymore. I'll send out a public message and see if any brave souls emerge." Zhengyu had little to say. The term brave souls was quite telling. Clearly, following him into the abyss without showcasing his strength required a measure of courage. He sent the public message. Level talent practitioners are competing for the leaderboard, bringing 3 support players, with priority given to a mid-tier practitioner. Hurry. The effect was immediate. A flurry of private messages flooded in, inquiring about the situation and prices. However, upon noticing Zhengyu's role as captain, they fell silent. One assassin practitioner, however, privately messaged Zhengyu. "Kuing, assassin, are you really a level talent?" Zhengyu, summoner, yes. "Kuing, assassin, can you lower the price a bit? I'm really short on funds. Would 5,000 work for you?" Zhengyu turned to Tao Qian and asked what the market price was for a level 1 abyss run with accessories. 150,000. Even as support players, they still gain substantial experience, so the price remains unchanged. Zhengyu nodded and then replied to the assassin. "Zhengyu, summoner, that is fine, just apply." The price was inconsequential, for it was evident that no one dared to team up with him. Once in the abyss, unless they cleared it, they could not exit. If anything went wrong, it would be fatal. Zhengyu did not wish to waste any more time waiting. "Kuing, assassin, thank you so much." Shortly thereafter, an assassin joined the ranks. "Kuing, the assassin, great deity, I see there is still space. May I invite a friend to join us?" Zhengyu, the summoner, certainly. Kuing, the assassin, thank you with a smile. "I shall bring her in right away." Zhengyu, the summoner, 1. Meanwhile, Wenren Xingyu, who was observing the chat logs, remarked, "This fellow, silent and pretending to be a master, is it? Seriously, Kuing, do you truly intend to join this team? Isn't it too perilous? Many are too afraid to enter this party." Kuing remained silent, instead revealing her meager bank balance on her phone. "This is all I have. Care to devise a solution?" The two had been searching for a team for a day, with no one willing to accept an assassin unless money was involved. Moreover, they were both assassins. A simple dungeon required 150,000 to bring one person along, meaning they would need 30,000 between them. Noticing Wenren Xingyu's concern, Kuing reassured her, "Trust my judgment. I believe there is little chance of trouble. Consider this, the one named Zhengyu possesses exceptional talent. And it is the gifted who are least likely to take risks. It is the desperate that resort to reckless actions. The higher the talent, the more one values their life. Besides, where else could one find such an affordable team?" Wenren Xingyu found some merit in Ku Ying's reasoning, yet she retorted, "Let us hope so. I pray this is not our final descent into the abyss." Ku Ying, undeterred by Wenren Xingyu's pessimism, smiled and said, "Indeed, there are dangers everywhere. Entering as a team poses greater risk. You cannot ascertain whether your companions are reliable unless they are a well-coordinated group. Recruiting others also bears its own hazards. What if they falter? At least Zhengyu has his exceptional talent as assurance. I believe he is even more dependable than others. The difficulty in leveling up as an adventurer primarily stems from the inability to exit abyssal dungeons swiftly. When confronted with peril, one must disengage from combat to escape the abyss. The means to disengage involve either vanishing from the monster's sight or vanquishing the creatures before them. Either option is fraught with difficulty. Typically, if one makes a mistake, they become ensnared by abyssal monsters, ultimately leading to demise. Of course, one could purchase revival items or teleportation tools, yet both are exorbitantly priced. Not even seasoned adventurers can afford them, let alone novices. Thus, only 3 types of new adventurers can ascend levels swiftly: those who are reckless, those endowed with great strength, and those with wealth. The rest, like Zhengyu, who fear death in the abyss, must seek a competent team. However, good teams often shun them, leaving them awkwardly waiting for an entire day. Their first day was likely spent hoping for a stroke of luck. After a few more days, they would be compelled to pay for assistance. After all, 150,000 is not overly exorbitant. A typical family could manage to scrape together that amount. Once Ku Ying and Wenren Xingyu had entered, Tao Qian also summoned a friend, a tall and robust young man, appearing considerably older than both Tao Qian and Zhengyu. Tao Qian began to introduce him to Zhengyu. "This is my coach, 3 years my senior, named Wu Zong, who is also an alumnus of our school. Like me, he is a martial monk. Initially, due to financial constraints at home, he remained at level 1. I then introduced Zhengyu, our team captain, who possesses remarkable talent." Zhengyu nodded in acknowledgement. However, I noticed a flicker of hesitation in Wu Zong's eyes, especially upon observing our team's composition: 1 summoner, 1 martial monk, and 2 assassins, all at level 1. Had there been a warrior or a healer, he would have deemed it reasonable. Yet, this configuration felt exceedingly unusual. Nevertheless, pursuing the path of a professional player had always been his dream, and he was only missing a fortunate opportunity. Resolutely, he decided to take a gamble. Even if Zheng Yu faltered, after years of training, he felt confident in his ability to retreat from the abyss. Most importantly, the cost was remarkably low at merely 5,000 yuan. To put it in perspective, after taxes, his monthly salary barely exceeded 3,000 yuan. At the original price of 150,000 yuan per attempt. It would take him half a year to save up. Walking the path of a professional would entail even greater expenses down the line. And he was not in a lucrative profession like a warrior. He had to be frugal with the savings he had accumulated over 3 years. Thus, the team was formed. The captain was a summoner of extraordinary talent, alongside his trustworthy friend Tao Qian, a martial monk, and 3 financially strapped individuals who were merely along for the ride. With this assembly, we embarked on our journey. "I'm in," Zheng Yu announced in the team voice chat. Tao Qian, martial monk 1, let us go. Kuing, assassin 1, you can do it. Wen Rin Qingyu, assassin 1-1. Wu Zong, martial monk 1, I'm ready, we can enter. Under Zheng Yu's command, they selected the cold street abyss, and 5 beams of light descended as Zheng Yu, Tao Qian, Ku Ying, Wen Rin Qingyu, and Wu Zong vanished from their original location. Observing Zheng Yu's disappearance, his classmates began to gossip. Zheng Yu really found 4 sidekicks. Does he genuinely intend to compete for the leaderboard? I thought he was joking. We'll see if he emerges unscathed, or if he ends up proving us all wrong. We'll have to wait until tomorrow. The quickest time for the Cold Street dungeon is 4 hours and 41 minutes, and as a summoner, he is likely to take even longer. I predict 8 hours. If he manages to clear it, that would be impressive, but I doubt he will. Oh, that would be amusing. The first player with extraordinary talent perishing in a level 1 abyss dungeon. That would make headlines. Couldn't you wish for something better? At least Zheng Yu is the only player with extraordinary talent in Jianshui City. It's a point of pride. That is not my pride. Why should I care if he succeeds? If that extraordinary talent were mine, I would surpass him easily. Exactly. How far can a summoner possibly go? In Zheng Yu's presence, they wouldn't dare voice such sentiments, but in his absence, their tongues ran wild. While this group indulged in envy-fueled banter, Zheng Yu and his party had already entered the Cold Street Abyss. Chapter 8. A single arrow's lethal strike against the mighty goblin wolf cavalry. A gust of frigid wind swept through. "BRR, it's freezing," Tao Qian exclaimed, frantically pulling a coat from his inventory to drape over himself. Zheng Yu donned the military overcoat he had prepared in advance, accessorizing with gloves and a thick hat, enveloping himself snugly against the chill. At that moment, he spotted the 2 female assassins from their group. Ku Ying, petite in stature with a youthful visage, appeared almost like an underage girl, leading Zheng Yu to ponder if she truly was of age, given the constraints of class transitions. Wen Rin Qingyu, embodying the quintessential look of a freshly graduated high school student, radiated youthful exuberance. The presence of 2 distinct types of enchanting maidens added a touch of vibrancy to the otherwise oppressive atmosphere of the Abyss dungeon. Zheng Yu addressed Wu Zong, Ku Ying, and Wen Rin Qingyu, inquiring, "Are you all familiar with the rules?" Wu Zong nodded affirmatively. Ku Ying, being more loquacious, confirmed, "We are aware. We will observe while you handle the monsters, refraining from looting or wandering about, and we promise not to disturb you or steal your kills." Curiously, Wen Rin Qingyu interjected, "We understand the rules, but we are intrigued as to how you, as a summoner, intend to solo this abyss dungeon." Zheng Yu chuckled. "What else could I possibly do? Naturally, I shall employ my summoned beasts." With that, he raised his hand, and a contract array materialized. A howl erupted from within the array. As the brilliance of the contract array faded, a massive wolf emerged before them. An elite goblin warrior perched upon the giant wolf bowed respectfully to Zheng Yu, executing the gesture with the precision and elegance of a true gentleman. After acknowledging his master, the goblin politely nodded to Tao Qian and Wen Rin Qingyu, signaling his greeting. Tao Qian, astonished, remarked, "Wow. I can't believe this goblin possesses more charisma than I do." Wu Zong replied bluntly, "No need to ponder. It indeed exudes more charm than you, resembling a noble gentleman." A peculiar sentiment washed over them. An impeccably polite goblin? Ku Ying scrutinized the goblin cavalry, her gaze somewhat audacious. When the giant wolf cast a glare in her direction, the goblin caressed the wolf's head, soothing its demeanor as if to imply that one should not be discourteous to ladies. This sensation felt profoundly incongruous. What was more, the goblin and the giant wolf possessed not only gentlemanly airs, but also an imposing aura that quelled any inclination to resist. A staggering 3,900 health points. An attack power of 120. It was then that Tao Qian noticed the goblin's statistics. While 3,900 health points seemed manageable, considering that even a holy knight of the blood tank profession boasted over 3,000 health points at level 1. The real shock lay in the goblin's 120 attack power. Tao Qian glanced at his own strength, which amounted to a mere 13 points. A single furious slash from him would yield around 200 points of damage. Yet this goblin's base attack power stood at 120. Tao Qian exclaimed, "Yugo, it turns out you weren't exaggerating after all." Just witnessing the goblin cavalry statistics, he was already convinced that this dungeon run was likely secure. Zheng Yu, baffled, inquired, You actually thought I was boasting all along, yet you still chose to accompany me? Tao Qian chuckled. I may believe a friend is exaggerating, but my trust in him is an entirely different matter. Just then, a series of sounds resembling cracking ice echoed around the frigid street. From the sides of the road emerged some frostbitten corpses. Abyss creature, frost corpse. Level 1, health 500. Attack power 20. Skill bite. Skill, slow aura. With the emergence of the frost corpse, the temperature in the vicinity plummeted further. Tao Qian and Ku Ying, along with the others, instinctively retreated behind Zhengyu, both to avoid encroaching on his experience points and to ensure their own safety. Despite the frost corpse possessing 500 health points and an attack power of 20, their sheer numbers were daunting. In an instant, nearly 7 or 8 frost corpses materialized from either side of the street. They observed from a distance as the elite goblin warrior unslung his longbow from his back, perched upon the giant wolf without moving, drew the bowstring, aimed, and released. Whoosh! The arrow struck the nearest frost corpse with pinpoint accuracy. Crack! The arrow shattered against the corpse as if it had pierced through ice, landing a headshot. A damage value floated above the frost corpse's head. 693. Frost corpse killed 1. Gained 7 experience points. Oh wow! Wu Zong, who had been notably silent, could not contain his astonishment upon seeing the damage value. It was truly remarkable. To them, the goblin shot appeared to be a mere ordinary attack, yet it was, in fact, a result of his mastery in archery. Inflicting nearly 700 damage and instantly eliminating the frost corpse was indeed outrageous. Ku Ying and Wen Renqing exchanged knowing glances, a silent agreement shared between them. Their gamble had paid off. This summoner was indeed a formidable ally. Furthermore, at this rate of annihilating frost corpses, breaking a record seemed entirely plausible. They had watched other adventurers' videos of traversing the frost abyss, and none had dispatched the foes with such ease. The frost corpse possessed a slow aura, capable of hindering a warrior's speed. With 500 health, it was not something that could be dispatched in a single blow. The first wave of 12 frost corpses required careful maneuvering to defeat. Even half an hour for the first wave would be considered swift. Yet here, the goblin warrior had already loosed 4 arrows within mere seconds, consecutively eliminating 4 frost corpses. To eliminate 12 frost corpses in less than 3 minutes was utterly absurd. Was the summoner truly this formidable? Wen Renqing finally set aside her biases against summoners, replaced by a deep curiosity. If the summoner was so strong, why was there a consensus of weakness surrounding them? Tao Qian, overhearing, smugly remarked, "It's not that the summoner is strong, it's my buddy who's exceptional." Meanwhile, Zhengyu was contemplating the damage metrics. Based on the values and skill coefficients, a shot from his mastery in archery could theoretically deal 600 damage. And that was just the theoretical figure. One must also consider the opponent's armor and level. The frost corpse was at level 1, and there was no level suppression. The armor mitigated a portion of the damage, yet the actual damage inflicted was a staggering 700 points. Could it be due to the headshot? Zhengyu pondered. The theoretical damage and actual damage were undoubtedly different. A headshot could very well be the reason for the increased damage. Given the frost corpse's sluggishness, the goblin warrior could consistently land headshots, taking out 1 small frost corpse with each arrow. 666. Frost corpse killed 1. Gained 8 experience points. 711. After slaying a frost corpse, I gained 9 experience points. Another strike upon a frost corpse yielded 8 experience points. Yet another brought me 7. The frost corpses could not even approach the goblin before being felled by a relentless barrage of arrows. The final arrow struck true, piercing its brow. A further 8 experience points were awarded for this kill. Congratulations. Your level has increased. Current level, 12, 200 experience points needed for the next upgrade. Health, 410510. Mana, 160170. Intelligence, 2326. Strength, 1314. Joy surged within Zhengyu upon leveling up, for this advancement signified an increase in health capacity. With a bit more experience, he could further enhance his summoning abilities. Chapter 9. Charge Strike, dealing 3,000 damage. The expanse of the Frost Street abyss was vast, necessitating passage through frozen thoroughfares before delving deeper into the shadows to search for their quarry. They found themselves at the entrance to Frost Street. After dispatching 8 frost corpses, Zhengyu adhered to the abyssal strategy, pausing at the first intersection for several minutes. According to the guide, a level 4 frost corpse lurked within a nearby shop. Should they proceed without waiting, they would be ambushed by both the abyssal creatures ahead and this level 4 frost corpse. The strategy for navigating Frost Street was a lesson every student from Jiangshui City was required to master. For Zhengyu, the tactics were etched in his mind as indelibly as the arduous path of Shu. Crack, crack. Indeed, 2 minutes later, the ground began to freeze. A massive frost corpse emerged from a shop. Abyssal creature, frost corpse, level 4 health, 2000, attack power, 80, skills, bite, slow aura. Ice axe throw. A low growl echoed from the level 4 frost corpse, a warning to the goblin wolf riders intruding upon its territory. The other shops around them stirred ominously, as nearly a dozen frost corpses emerged from the shadows. Goodness! Exclaimed Tao Qian. Wu Zong beside him remarked. No wonder so many teams chose not to group with me. It seems I truly am of little use. Both Tao Qian and the older Wu Zong were entering the abyss for the first time. Previously, they had only gleaned information from videos and images online. They had assumed that the teams unwilling to include them were merely overly cautious, and that those who perished within the abyss were simply inept. Yet, having now experienced it firsthand, they comprehended the abyss's true peril. Without Zhengyu, they likely would not have overcome even the first wave of frost corpses, let alone contend with the formidable level 4 frost corpse before them, boasting a health pool of 2,000. Tao Qian, Wu Zong, Kuing, and Wen Renqing swiftly retreated from the battlefield, distancing themselves from the level 4 frost corpse. I have finally come to understand why Zhang Yu is so eager to compete for the rankings. That group of individuals seems to have lost faith. Just that level 4 frost corpse alone is beyond the capabilities of our mere level 1 Kalami. Tao Qian gazed at the imposing figure of the level 4 frost corpse, exuding an aura of chilling dread, and remarked, "We were fortunate to have retreated swiftly." Wu Zong nodded in agreement, saying, "This is precisely why I trust you. Had I known you lacked certainty, I would never have followed you in." He chuckled amiably, adding, "Fortunate indeed that I joined. Who would have anticipated that a summoner could possess such strength?" Though the level 4 frost corpse was formidable, it was confronted by Goblin Wolf cavalry capable of inflicting over 700 damage with a single strike. The Goblin Wolf cavalry had hardly shifted from their position, standing firm. They unleashed arrows, resulting in the demise of numerous frost corpses. Truly impressive. Even when Ren Qingyu, who had always held a bias against summoners, expressed her admiration. Observing the attributes of the level 4 frost corpse, she inquired with a hint of skepticism, "I now doubt whether those warriors outside can truly defeat this frost corpse." Zhengyu, seated nearby, was the one to address her query. Though this frost corpse appears fearsome, it only possesses an attack power of 80, and its skills can deal merely 400 to 500 damage. The warriors outside who charge a fee to guide newcomers are not lone fighters. They typically comprise 2 or more warriors, supplemented by a paladin or priest for support. While they may not be able to vanquish the frost corpse in one blow, their low agility allows them to engage effectively with some strategy. Amid Zheng Yu's detailed explanation, when Ren Qingyu was singularly focused on one question, "What brings you here?" Zheng Yu shrugged, "Am I not allowed to be here?" When Ren Qingyu replied, "You are, but it feels peculiar. It seems as though the one leading us is that Goblin Wolf cavalry, not you." They were positioned far from the battle zone, merely observing, unaware that the one responsible for their guidance was also present, lounging more comfortably than they. Zheng Yu reclined in a chair, chuckling, "You are correct. It is indeed this Goblin Wolf cavalry leading you, while I am merely a summoner." Perhaps, having never encountered a summoner before, the sensation of being whisked along by a summoned creature alongside a strong ally was entirely novel. Tao Qian stared at Zheng Yu's chair and asked, "Where did you acquire that chair?" "I brought it from home. After all, my inventory space is ample." "Just this one?" "Yes, just one, but I have another at home. I shall bring it next time." "All right, it appears quite comfortable." "It is decent. I plan to bring my lazy sofa in next time as well. By the way, would you like some coffee? Do you have hot water?" "I prepared a kettle in advance. It was mentioned that the abyss of cold streets is rather frigid, so I deemed hot water necessary." "You do know how to indulge." Observing Tao Qian and Zheng Yu engage in what seemed like a perfectly ordinary conversation, the other 3 individuals could not help but wear expressions of bewilderment. "Is this the abyss? Why does it feel as though you two are on holiday? You even brought tea?" Zheng Yu looked up and asked, "Would you care for some hot tea?" Wu Zong, Ku Ying, and Wen Renqingyu, "Let's go." Thus, a peculiar scene unfolded in the depths of the cold street. Ahead, Goblin Wolf cavalry were dispatching cold corpses with precision, each arrow finding its mark with fervor. Behind them, a group of young men and women, cradling teapots, engaged in light-hearted banter. This was even more incongruous than the refined demeanor of the goblins. Zheng Yu sat sipping tea, watching his experience points steadily rise. 694. Cold corpse slain, 1, gained 9 experience points. 777. Cold corpse slain, 1, gained 8 experience points. 782. Cold corpse slain, 1, gained 9 experience points. With his level now elevated, the goblin's archery skills had also improved. He swiftly dispatched the remaining cold corpses. The level 4 cold corpse could no longer remain passive. It hurled a spinning ice axe toward the goblin. Whoosh! The ice axe missed its target. The goblin had already knocked his bow and, with a powerful leap, evaded the attack and landed directly before the level 4 cold corpse. Gripping his hammer, he brought it crashing down upon the creature's head. Bang! 890. The leap and strike obliterated a significant portion of the cold corpse's health. The damage coefficient of the leap strike mirrored that of his archery, but this time, it was executed with greater precision, striking true to the head. Indeed, the actual damage from close combat proved superior to that of ranged attacks. Stunned, the precise headshot triggered a state of daze. The cold corpse, already sluggish, was rendered immobile by this blow. The goblin warrior, clutching his heavy hammer, flexed his muscular arm. Seizing the opportunity, he charged up for another strike. Bang! 1,750. A fatal blow. Damage overflow. The entire body of the level 4 cold corpse was reduced to 2 segments. Cold corpse slain, 4. Gained 72 experience points. Experience points surged significantly. With just one more wave of abyssal cold corpses, he would likely ascend to level 3. Early level upgrades were notably swift. Conquering a simple dungeon would easily elevate him to level 4. Zheng Yu's passive approach to leveling up was proving to be even more efficient. Goodness. 1,750 damage. Tao Qian's hot tea spilled from his hands. Wasn't this goblin merely a novice summon creature? How extraordinarily powerful. Tao Qian had managed to remain composed until he witnessed the goblin wolf cavalry delivering a series of blows amounting to nearly 3,000 damage. He was now visibly shaken. This could likely annihilate a paladin in a single strike. Ku-Ying echoed his astonishment. No need to speculate. A level 1 paladin may boast 3,000 health. Yet I wager the paladin wouldn't even close the distance before being shot down by my brother Yu's goblin. In light of their surprise, Zheng Yu felt somewhat unfazed. After all, this was a fully charged strike. If the damage were not significant, it would indeed be a disservice to the 15 chance of stunning. The skill warrior's charge combined with the stunning effect of the leap strike was perfectly calibrated to maximize power. A 12-fold damage coefficient strike, augmented by various bonuses. Yielding such damage was well within Zheng Yu's expectations. Subsequently, the goblin wolf cavalry eliminated the remaining frost corpses. A total of 14 level 1 frost corpses yielded 112 experience points, while a single level 4 frost corpse granted 72 experience points. Just a smidgen more was needed for leveling up. The only lament was that the level 4 frost corpse did not drop any equipment. Chapter 10. Instantaneously vanquishing level 5 frost corpses, they bulldozed through. 778. Frost corpse slain 1. Gained 8 experience points. Congratulations. Your level has increased. Level 23, 349 experience points needed for next level. Health 510640. Mana 170180. Intelligence 2631. Strength 1415. Upon re-entering Frost Street, they encountered another wave of level 1 frost corpses, which were effortlessly dispatched, resulting in a level increase. The Goblin Wolf Cavalry's level also rose to 3, with health increasing to 4,500 and attack power escalating to 160 points due to Zheng Yu's enhanced intelligence. Now, the Goblin Wolf Cavalry could unleash 900 damage with a single arrow. Thanks to their precise archery skills, the frost corpses were often obliterated the moment they emerged. The pace was remarkably swift, though the experience gained was somewhat meager. Each frost corpse provided only 78 experience points. Occasional encounters with level 3 and level 4 frost corpses were rare, with level 3 granting 3,040 experience points and level 4 bestowing 7,080 experience points. In a mere hour, they had pushed deep into Frost Street, arriving at the final spawn point. If not for the vastness of the Frost Street map, which consumed time in traversal and necessitated waiting for the sluggish frost corpses to respawn, they could have progressed even more rapidly. Along the journey, Zheng Yu and his companions moved with a steady rhythm, with the goblin cavalry at the forefront. Each arrow dispatched a small frost corpse, preventing any from reaching their position due to the frost corpse's relatively slow pace. This was the final destination. Tao Qian gazed towards the park at the end of Frost Street and addressed Zheng Yu. Zheng Yu nodded, his expression serious as he commanded, "Let us commence our operation." Yes. Wu Zong retrieved a grill from his inventory, skillfully setting it up, while Tao Qian tended the fire, anxiously inquiring, "Old Wu, are you truly adept at barbecuing?" "Rest assured, I worked at a barbecue stall for 3 months before becoming a coach." "Very well, the task is yours." Ku-Ying and Wen Ren Qing Yu busied themselves, arranging small tables. Wen Ren Qing Yu brewed tea, while Ku-Ying prepared snacks and set the plates. As for Zheng Yu, he reclined comfortably in a lounge chair. Despite the cold winds of Frost Street, the heater beside him provided just the right amount of warmth. While tending to the fire, Tao Qian remarked, "I have observed this area. There will be no frost corpses respawning here. We are absolutely safe." Their location was atop a small villa adjacent to Central Park. Zheng Yu not only brought tea but also instant noodles, the grill, snacks, and even meat skewers. A session in the abyss typically lasted nearly 3 hours. As a summoner who need not engage in battle, why should he endure the cold? Thus, Zheng Yu nearly emptied his refrigerator, even pilfering the barbecue grill and heater that the elderly gentleman downstairs was not currently using, all in pursuit of the ultimate indulgence. While brewing tea, Wen Ren Qing Yu leaned towards Ku-Ying and whispered, "Is what we are doing truly appropriate?" Ku-Ying rolled her eyes in response. "Who is it inappropriate for? Do you think it disrespects the cold corpses? Or do you believe barbecues are unpalatable?" After a long silence, Wen Ren Qing Yu finally replied, "It just feels so unreal." Ku-Ying concurred, "Not just unreal. I never imagined I would traverse the abyss in such a manner." Wu Zong interjected, "From now on, if anyone dares to claim that summoners are weak, I shall be the first to contest that assertion. Haven't I told you? The strength lies with Zheng Yu, not the summoner." Tao Qian also joined the conversation. Wuzong shook his head. No, what I mean is, even if a warrior is incredibly powerful, he cannot traverse the abyss while simultaneously enjoying a barbecue. Just let a warrior attempt to lie back and clear the dungeon. Even if the martial god Nanmu Yun were to witness this scene, he would surely exclaim in astonishment. Tao Qian nodded in agreement. Indeed, the sentiment may be coarse, but it holds truth. Kuing added, certainly. One Rin Qingyu chimed in. Wugu, once you're finished grilling, do wait for me to snap a photo. I shall post it on social media later. Zheng Yu, not far away, overheard their chatter and turned to Wen Rin Qingyu, saying, make sure to send me a copy once you've taken it. I want to post it too. Absolutely. Come on, master, look over here. Wen Rin Qingyu directed her camera at Zheng Yu first. The photograph captured him reclining on a lounge chair, sipping hot coffee, a visage of utter contentment. Beneath the image, Wen Rin Qingyu inscribed the words, abyss, coffee, barbecue, cold corpses, and the great Zheng Yu. Meanwhile, Tao Qian's charcoal was still smoldering, but commotion had already erupted downstairs. Crack, crack, crack. The relentless sound of ice cracking echoed from the depths of the park's forest. A layer of reflective ice crystals was clearly visible on the ground. This was merely the first wave. Zheng Yu, savoring his hot coffee, observed the unfolding situation below in the park. Summoners do not require extensive maneuvering. Their task is simply straightforward. They need to accomplish two primary tasks. First, issue commands to their summoned beasts. Second, find a safe place to conceal themselves, ensuring the summoner's safety. The rest can be entrusted to the summoned creatures. A profession devoid of complexity. Bang! The first to emerge was a level 5 cold corpse, boasting a health pool of 2,500. Its massive form radiated a wide deceleration aura, affecting even the goblin wolf cavalry over 100 meters away. Behold, an elite goblin warrior readied its bow and shot an arrow. Whoosh! The arrow struck the cold corpse between its eyes. A critical hit, yet it did not fall. 928. A significant damage number appeared, deducting over a third of the cold corpse's health. Whoosh! The precise archery, devoid of skills, relied solely on stamina, enabling continuous shots. The rate of fire correlated with the goblin's agility. The second arrow swiftly followed. 901. The damage from level 3 archery theoretically could reach a minimum of 848. Coupled with the critical hit damage, subtracting the cold corpse's icy armor resistance, each strike dealt over 900 damage. Whoosh! Another arrow flew. 910. 3 arrows struck down a level 5 frost corpse. The notification appeared, Frost Corpse, 5, defeated, earning 105 experience points. Remarkable. Wuzong, who was responsible for grilling meat nearby, couldn't help but exclaim at the sight. Wuzong had studied the Frost Abyss longer than Zheng Yutao and his companions, as the entire Jianshui city boasted only this single level 1 abyss. Over the past 3 years, he had perused numerous strategies pertaining to the Frost Abyss. He vividly recalled that upon entering Central Park, one would encounter a level 5 frost corpse, which one must not allow to approach. Utilizing the surrounding structures to maneuver around the frost corpse was essential. Otherwise, if ensnared by its slowing aura, the frost corpse, possessing 2,500 health points and 100 attack power, could annihilate the entire party. This represented the first significant challenge of the Frost Abyss, how to swiftly eliminate the level 5 frost corpse. Yet, witnessing the creature fall almost instantly to 3 arrows, the meticulous strategies and formations paled in comparison to the goblin's decisive prowess. Was such a talent truly so formidable? He recalled that several high-tier professionals had emerged from Jianshui City, yet none exhibited such overwhelming strength. At that moment, the level 5 frost corpse lay defeated. While the first wave of frost corpses that should spawn alongside it had only just begun to emerge, a roar erupted. But before the frost corpse could even vocalize its presence, an arrow struck true. Swish. 941. Swish. 909. Swish. 932. The onslaught was relentless. The goblin wolf riders allowed no frost corpse to remain visible for more than 3 seconds. Any exposure warranted an arrow. Clean, precise, and decisive. The first wave was swiftly eradicated, elevating Zheng Yu's level to 4. Congratulations. Your level has increased. Level 34, 600 experience points needed for the next upgrade. Health 640810. Mana 180190. Intelligence 3137. Strength 1516. Zheng Yu realized that leveling up was exceptionally significant for him. Not only did it enhance his health, but it also augmented his skill damage. With an increase in intelligence, his base damage surged, and the coefficients of his skills improved correspondingly. His precision archery could theoretically inflict 1,000 damage, with actual figures likely exceeding that, surpassing the standard for his tier. Most importantly, as long as he remained concealed, the abyssal creatures would not assault him. To tackle the more challenging difficulties of the abyss, such as the hard or nightmare tiers, the goblins required even greater strength. Should he go all in? Previously, Zheng Yu had hesitated to take such risks, fearing that his low health might lead to a swift demise should an abyssal creature make contact. Furthermore, advancing his Tier 3 Goblin talent to Tier 4 necessitated 100 talent points, and his health cap was insufficient. He estimated that upon reaching the next level, he would be ready. Zheng Yu resolved to take the plunge, preparing for the forthcoming challenge of the hard difficulty Frost Abyss. Chapter 11. Why should we make it easy for them? Delicious. Tao Qian let out a pig-like grunt. Paired with a cup of warm white liquor. How delightful. While the grilled meat may be mediocre and the quality of the wine unremarkable, indulging in such a feast within the abyss is far more exhilarating than dining outside. The wine was brought by Tao Qian, who claimed it served to bolster his courage, as he harbors a notable fear of death. The meat was prepared by Wu Zong. However, neither of them dared to dispute the assertions about the subpar grilling or the inferior quality of the wine, as those remarks originated from Zheng Yu. Who would dare to challenge him? Downstairs, a goblin exuding gentlemanly charm was diligently attending to the fallen, unclaimed cold corpses around Central Park. Meanwhile, upstairs, a group of young men and women laughed and chatted as they savored their barbecue. To any observer, it would be hard to believe they were in the abyss. As the second wave concluded, they awaited a 20-minute interval before the third wave of cold corpses would emerge from the forest. Once that was resolved, they would be finished. Wu Zong, tending to the skewers, remarked casually. When Ren Qinjiu then inquired, "Why do we not venture directly into the forest?" It was clear she had not thoroughly examined the strategy guide, as Ku Ying, who was devouring her food, interjected, "In a simple level cold street abyss, one merely needs to wait in Central Park. Entering the forest would only waste more time." Ku Ying was correct. Something must be drawing these cold corpses to Central Park, causing them to congregate there. Thus, waiting here was indeed the most expedient way to conquer the simple cold street abyss. "I see," when Ren Qinjiu replied, stuffing a skewer into her mouth, her disinterest evident. Tao Qian curiously asked, "You don't even glance at the guide and yet aspire to become a professional?" When Ren Qinjiu shrugged nonchalantly at Ku Ying beside her. "With a scholar like Ku Ying around, why should I bother with the guide? I wouldn't understand it anyway. And even if I did, I wouldn't remember it, so it's better left unread." Her lackadaisical attitude garnered admiring glances from the others. "Let us hasten, then. After 20 minutes, we shall conclude the battle and make our exit," Zheng Yu interjected. "Understood," the group responded in unison. If Zheng Yu said it would be 20 minutes, then it would certainly be so, without a hint of error. For Zheng Yu, the simple level cold street abyss posed no challenge whatsoever. At that moment, Wu Zong asked, "You won't be challenging the simple level again, will you?" It was an obvious question. Zheng Yu shook his head. "No, I believe I will increase the difficulty. If it weren't for the requirement for novices to tackle a simple level abyss once, I would have chosen either the ordinary or hard difficulty straight away. According to market rates, an ordinary dungeon costs 100,000. I've saved a bit of money over the years. Can you take me along for the next run?" Wu Zong asked earnestly. He needed to cling to Zheng Yu's coattails, although he could find someone willing to take him for the money in his pocket. Zheng Yu was the one who could set speed records. "If you think the price is low, feel free to raise it. I can still secure a loan." Wu Zong inquired nervously. He understood that once they emerged from the abyss, Zheng Yu would undoubtedly overshadow all others with his record-breaking feats. As he re-entered the abyss, the price was bound to rise. Those individuals would undoubtedly seek to team up with Zheng Yu, including some professionals who possessed strength, resources, and status. What did it matter if they were met with ridicule? For the sake of a record, what was pride worth? Yet, Zheng Yu merely smiled and shook his head. An action that sent a chill down Wu Zong's spine. Just as Wu Zong was sinking into despondency, he heard Zheng Yu state, 100,000 is certainly insufficient. Let us make it 300,000. This left Wu Zong utterly speechless. Even Tao Qian beside him couldn't help but remark, "Brother, that is rather exorbitant." However, Ku Ying offered a wry smile, saying, "In truth, it's not overly expensive, considering Zheng Yu's speed through the abyss. I estimate he could indeed set a record for a standard level dungeon. For a record, many would be willing to pay 300,000. One Ren Qinjiu simply observed Zheng Yu in silence, seemingly discerning something unspoken. Zheng Yu, feigning innocence, remarked, "For clearing a nightmare-level dungeon, ISN T 300,000, a reasonable price. It's indeed not steep. After all, the rewards for a record in a standard dungeon are quite substantial, aren't they?" Wait a moment. At this juncture, Wu Zong finally grasped the situation. "Did you say nightmare?" Zheng Yu nodded. "Yes, I intend to challenge the nightmare level next. I've heard that thus far, no one has cleared the nightmare level abyss of Han Street. I plan to take on that challenge. If I succeed, not only would it be a first clear, but I could also secure the historical record. 3 rewards. The first clear reward, the Nightmare Dungeon reward. And the historical record reward, 300,000. Is that expensive?" Wu Zong immediately shook his head, exclaiming, "Not expensive at all. Not in the slightest. But are you truly willing to take me along?" Wu Zong expressed a hint of disbelief, as that was indeed a nightmare-level abyss. Not to mention the abyss in Jiangshui City. Even in the Central District, many talented individuals had yet to conquer the nightmare levels. Zheng Yu smiled. "As long as you're not afraid, I will accompany you." "Not afraid," Wu Zong quickly affirmed, eager not to miss this opportunity. "Are you really unafraid?" "This is a nightmare-level abyss," Zheng Yu inquired, looking at Wuzong. Wuzong chuckled, "What is there to fear? If you're not afraid, why would I be?" This was no longer a gamble, but rather an unmissable opportunity. Wuzong feared not Zheng Yu's ability to conquer the nightmare-level abyss, but rather the regret of missing out. Once this chance was gone, it would truly be lost forever. After Zheng Yu spoke, he turned to Kuing and Wen Rinxinyu, asking, "What are your plans?" Wen Rinxinyu immediately replied, "We are willing. Not afraid. 300,000. The two of us will transfer you 600,000 shortly." Beside them, Kuing quietly remarked, "But we don't have any money." Wen Rinxinyu glanced at Kuing. "Are you truly foolish? Just take a loan. You were willing to gamble before when you didn't know Zheng Yu's strength. Are you hesitant now?" Kuing nodded but still posed a question to Zheng Yu. "Why are you willing to take us along?" This was a query that both Wuzong and Wen Rinxinyu were eager to know the answer to. They all turned their gazes towards Zheng Yu, with even Tao Qian expressing curiosity. After all, for a nightmare-level dungeon, even if Zheng Yu charged 1,000,000, there would be those who could afford it. Zheng Yu explained, "The reason is quite simple. I do not wish for others to benefit from this opportunity." In truth, Zheng Yu was rather frugal. When he initially recruited teammates, Zheng Yu distinctly remembers the cold stares, refusals, and nearly insulting remarks directed at him. Why should he extend any favors to them? What he desires is for them to regret not joining forces with him, to find themselves bereft of choices. He is rather petty. Since they treated him poorly before, he believes they should henceforth have nothing to do with him. The record of conquering the nightmarish abyss of cold streets is not meant for them. Historical records are also not theirs to claim. Speaking, Zheng Yu glanced at Kuing, Wuzong, and the others, smiling as he remarked, "Moreover, each of you possesses unique skills. You brew tea, grill meat, understand the rules, and are quite handsome. Why should I complicate matters by seeking out other unruly, unattractive, and cowardly teammates?" Zheng Yu was candid in his expression. Finding new allies may not guarantee the same obedience as these three. Wen Rinxinyu concurred, stating, "Indeed, they must be made to regret it." Kuing chimed in, "Absolutely. Let them not team up with our esteemed Zheng Yu." Roar. As they spoke, a fierce roar echoed from the depths of the forest. The final wave of cold corpses had arrived. Chapter 12. Annihilating the 1,000 health cold corpses. A display of astonishing power. Depths creature. Cold corpse. Level, 7 health, 11,000. Attack power, 150. Skill, level 3 slow aura. Skill, ice shock. Skill, enhanced ice armor. Skill, summon swarm of corpses. The cold corpses of the abyss finally emerged, accompanied by 2 level 5 cold corpses, 2 level 4 cold corpses, and a throng of nearly 20 level 1 cold corpses. The cold corpse stood towering at approximately 25 meters, enveloped in a thick layer of ice armor. Roar. It glared at the goblin wolf cavalry, unleashing an enraged roar. With this bellow, a chilling aura enveloped the vicinity. Crack, crack, crack. The ground, trees, and even the air began to freeze. This frigid blast even reached Zheng Yu and his companions watching from above, rendering the heater ineffective as the temperature plummeted. Each abyss creature possesses significant health, and this cold corpse is no exception, boasting over 10,000 health points, an astonishing sight. First, we shatter the ice armor, then we charge. Zheng Yu advised the goblin wolf cavalry, fearing they might waste their energy and skills attacking the ice armor. Whoosh. The elite warrior goblin opted to shoot arrows from a distance first. The advantage of the goblin wolf cavalry lies in their dual capability for both melee and ranged combat. They are robust, and the giant wolf's agility is impressive, making them a versatile summon. Even their one flaw, their lack of aesthetic appeal, is somewhat mitigated by the effects of their ties to the steward. Thud. An arrow struck the ice armor of the level 7 cold corpse. Crack. A fissure appeared in the armor, yet no damage was inflicted. This was precisely what Zheng Yu had anticipated. In their strategy, the ice armor is capable of absorbing 3 attacks and refreshes every 30 seconds, posing a significant challenge to many adventurers. The reason for the extended duration of the Abyss dungeon lies in the formidable health of the Frost Corpse, which exceeds 10,000. Coupled with the low offensive capabilities of novice players, they can only whittle down its health gradually, slaying the Frost Corpse bit by bit. Furthermore, the protective ice armor heightens the challenge. A well-configured team, without the guidance of higher-level players, can only prolong the battle. Taking 5 hours to defeat a single Frost Corpse is considered swift. Thus, under ordinary circumstances, a pure novice completing the simple level Frost Street dungeon in 8 hours is truly commendable. To achieve the same feat solo in 8 hours is a testament to one's prowess, especially given the solitary nature of the endeavor. All records on the leaderboard are held by level 10 players. Whoosh. 0. Whoosh. 0. The Goblin Warrior releases 2 arrows, piercing through the ice armor. Roar. The enraged Frost Corpse bellows at the Goblin Warrior, prompting nearby Frost Corpses to accelerate towards him. Whoosh. 1,167. Whoosh. 1,098. Whoosh. 1,200. In the face of the numerous Frost Corpses, the Goblin Warrior remains remarkably composed, akin to a seasoned veteran, swiftly and steadily loosing arrows. The massive wolf beneath him deftly evades the icy axes hurled by the frost corpses. Despite its length of over 3 meters, the wolf moves with an effortless grace. The icy axes, coming from various angles, fail to strike them, allowing the goblin warrior to maintain his steadiness and continue his precise archery. Witnessing the goblin wolf rider in battle is an absolute delight. Indeed, had I known that commanding a summoner was so straightforward, I would have chosen the class instead of a monk. Woogu, did you choose the monk solely because you could only switch to that class? With your intelligence score of 0-1, you couldn't possibly transition to a summoner. In the midst of their banter, the goblin wolf rider leaps high, launching a fierce assault on a level 4 frost corpse. Bang! The sound of a skull shattering resonates as the level 4 frost corpse falls lifelessly. Without a moment's pause, the goblin warrior draws and releases 3 arrows. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. 1099, 1122, 1097. In an instant, the frost corpse loses 3000 health points. Roar! The enraged frost corpse howls, unleashing a blast of frigid air. Buzz! The ground trembles as the cold air spreads like a shockwave. The frost corpse employs its skill. Ice Shockwave, a wide-ranging ability. Crack! 817. A damage value appears above the goblin wolf rider's head, icy shards clinging to the wolf's fur. Since summoned beasts lack defensive equipment, they endure higher damage values. Fortunately, the level 4 goblin wolf rider possesses a robust health pool of 4,900, making it capable of withstanding the impact without significant consequences. A woo! A singular wolf howl pierces the air. Charge! Following the release of its skill, the frost corpse experiences a brief moment of stiffness. Seizing this opportunity, the goblin wolf rider unleashes the formidable skill, Wolf Rider Charge. Enhanced by the bond with its steed, the Wolf Rider Charge evolves into an advanced skill. Not only does the damage coefficient increase, but it can also simultaneously charge at 3 targets. The charge of the Wolf Rider is exceptionally ferocious. 2 colossal wolf phantoms materialized on either side. As the great wolves charged forth, they emitted a thunderous roar. Boom! A resounding crash echoed as the goblin wolf cavalry collided with the icy corpse. The other 2 phantoms struck the level 5 icy corpse with equal ferocity. 5,762. 5,542. 2 staggering amounts of damage shattered the level 5 icy corpse into fragments. Slay Icy Corpse, 5, earning 110 experience points. Slay Icy Corpse, 5, earning 104 experience points. The level 5 icy corpse was annihilated in an instant. 4,819. A high damage value also appeared upon the icy corpse. Due to level suppression, the damage did not exceed 5,000, yet it still diminished half of the icy corpse's health. But that was not the end. The goblin wolf cavalry afforded the icy corpse no opportunity to react. In the very moment of their charge, they pivoted and unleashed 3 arrows. Crack, 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 0, 0, 0. Time seemed to freeze as they shattered the icy corpse's freshly regenerated ice armor. At the instant the armor was breached, the goblin wolf cavalry swiftly switched to their mighty hammers, leaping into the air to deliver a fierce blow to the icy corpse's cranium. 1,200. The upgraded level 4, Leaping Smash, skill now boasted a 19 chance of stunning. Whether it was sheer luck on the part of the goblin warrior or inherent weakness in the icy corpse's resistance to stunning, nearly every leap resulted in a successful stun. The goblin wolf cavalry twisted their waist, positioning the hammer as far back as possible to charge. Then, with all their might, they brought the hammer crashing down upon the icy corpse's head, aiming solely for the skull rather than the body. Whoosh! The hammer sliced through the air with a resounding whoosh. Bang! The fully charged blow of the warrior struck the icy corpse's head with tremendous force. Crack! Like a frozen watermelon being smashed, the icy corpse's head shattered into several pieces. 3,005. This charge strike dealt an astonishing 3,000 damage. The icy corpse had already sustained damage from an arrow prior, and with the goblin cavalry's charge, leap, and powerful strike, a combination of precisely 10,000 damage obliterated the icy corpse. Observing this spectacle, Tao Qian and the others fell silent. Although they had grown somewhat accustomed to such feats, they were still left speechless by the sheer magnitude of the damage dealt. 5,000 damage. Could this truly be inflicted by a level 4 minor summoner? Even the highest damage hidden class, the swordsman, could not possibly achieve such feats, could they? This absurd level of damage instilled Wu Zong, Ku Ying, Wen Rinqingyu, and others with newfound confidence as they prepared to enter the nightmare-level abyss. With sufficient damage and health to withstand, this straightforward abyss dungeon posed no challenge for Zheng Yu. With careful strategy, earnestness, and a bit more maneuvering, the nightmare-level abyss should not be overly difficult. The thought of becoming the first team in Jianshui City to conquer the nightmare-level icy street abyss filled Wu Zong and the others with immense joy. After all, prior to this, they had been a group of unrecognized adventurers. Slay Icy Corpse, 7, earning 521 experience points. Congratulations. You have acquired 1 piece of ice armor, 1. Congratulations. You have acquired a pair of novice mage boots, 1. Congratulations. Your level has increased. Level 45, 1,446 experience points needed for the next upgrade. Health 810-1010. Mana 190200. Intelligence 3745. Strength 1617. Agility 1213. Remaining free attribute points 15. Skills: Contract Array, Summon Beast Frenzy, Summon Beast Space, Butler level Goblin Wolf Rider, currently able to contract 2. Talents: Demon Contract, Heart of the Butler, 2 chances remaining to draw Hex Enhancement Runes. Equipment: None. Chapter 13, Refreshing Historical Clearing Records. The Abyss. Is this it? You have cleared the Cold Street Abyss, easy level, and received the reward, Cold Street Treasure Chest, easy level. 300 experience points for professionals, and 5 life recovery potions, 200. In 1 minute, you will be teleported outside the abyss, so prepare yourself. Is that all it takes to clear it? When Rinkinjiu said, still somewhat dazed. It was too easy, too quick. In less than 3 hours. While enjoying barbecue and sipping on drinks, following Zheng Yu's summoned beast, they had completed the challenge. Tao Qian boasted, the abyss? Is this it? Haha, pathetic. Zheng Yu, it's as if you were the one who cleared it. Before Zheng Yu exited the dungeon, he said, once we go out, I want to disband the team. Ku Ying and Wen Rinkinjiu, you both hurry to handle the loans. I'll wait for you. But be quick. To compete on the leaderboard, we must minimize our rest time. Ku Ying and Wen Rinkinjiu nodded in agreement. Zheng Yu would not bring along others. But neither would he take them for granted. Spending 300,000 for a single clearance record of the nightmare level abyss was already quite reasonable. Normally, clearing an abyss would exhaust a professional's energy and stamina immensely. After all, continuous combat and navigating the map for 7 to 8 hours would be overwhelming for anyone. A typical approach would be to rest for a day, recuperate, and then continue the fight. But Zheng Yu was different. Exhausting energy? Who has ever seen someone lose energy while enjoying barbecue? Wasting stamina? It wasn't him fighting. As long as the summoned beast was exceptionally vigorous, he need not worry about stamina issues. To climb the leaderboard, every second counted. Buzz. As the minute ticked away, the 5 were teleported outside the abyss. It was now around 1 a.m. The Cold Street Abyss lobby was still bustling with people, most waiting to form teams. And many professionals had even set up tents to dwell there. Luck is not something that is stumbled upon, but rather something that is awaited. They chose to remain here to seize the opportunity to latch onto a strong team at the first moment. Another team had emerged from the abyss. Envy filled the air. This newly emerged rookie was likely a professional who had just changed jobs and entered the dungeon, belonging to the first echelon. Wait, isn't that Zheng Yu? Nonsense. Zheng Yu had just entered the abyss 3 hours ago. He wouldn't emerge until tomorrow morning at the earliest. Whether Zheng Yu could come out at all was still debatable. Indeed, it is not that your vision is impaired. Perhaps you should take a moment to observe. Is that not our class leader, Zheng Yu, from class 3 next door? Or could it be that my sight has betrayed me? To be fair, this individual bears an uncanny resemblance to Zheng Yu. However, the crux of the matter lies in the fact that he cannot possibly be Zheng Yu. I have been meticulously tracking the time. He has spent less than 3 hours in the abyss. How could that be feasible? Is there even a possibility? No, it is utterly implausible. He is a summoner. The prevailing notion that summoners lack the strength to conquer the abyss has been firmly etched in their minds. Just as some began to recognize Zheng Yu. Hesitant to accept that he could have cleared the abyss so swiftly, an announcement from the temple silenced the entire hall. Notice. Congratulations to the summoner team for breaking the historical completion time of the Cold Street Abyss, easy level. Completion time, 2 hours, 48 minutes, and 23 seconds. Team leader, Zheng Yu, summoner. Team members, Tao Qian, monk, Wu Zong, monk, Ku Ying, assassin, Wenrin Xinyu, assassin. Rewards, 500 experience points. A historical record gift package, easy level Cold Street Abyss, and the title of historian, easy level Cold Street Abyss. Silence reigned as the dominant atmosphere in the hall. The temple had disseminated this information to all professionals in Jianshui City, encompassing not only novice adventurers, but also reaching directly to their faces, ensuring no one could possibly miss it. Announcements of record-breaking feats were not uncommon, especially as professionals continued to improve and novice adventurers received better treatment, leading to frequent updates of records. Yet, this instance felt markedly distinct. The team composition was extraordinarily peculiar. The leader was a summoner, accompanied by 2 monks and 2 assassins. Prior to level 15, assassins were considered nearly ineffective, only marginally superior to mages. Monks possessed some combat prowess, but it paled in comparison to mainstream warriors and knights, making them a challenging choice for team formations. Is it true that he actually cleared it and broke the record? Surely, it must be false. How could a mere summoner achieve such a feat? Doubt lingered in the air. Nevertheless, some had already begun to message Zheng Yu privately, only to discover that he had disabled direct messaging, rejecting all attempts at communication. Yet, this did not deter their resolve to seek his favor, particularly among his former classmates. Brother Yu, congratulations. Zheng Yu replied, oh, what exactly am I being congratulated for? For breaking the record solo. Zheng Yu retorted, my record breaking has nothing to do with you. What gives you the right to congratulate me? Brother Yu, have you had anything to drink? Zhengyu responded, not thirsty. Brother Yu, have you eaten? Perhaps we could take a break, and I would treat you to a meal. Zhengyu stated firmly, not hungry. Every attempt at camaraderie was met with rejection. In the past, they had treated him with indifference. Now, he had risen beyond their reach. Zhengyu was not one to exhibit magnanimity. In fact, one could say he was meticulous to the last detail, harboring grudges against those who had wronged him. Brother Yu, I am a warrior, and I have successfully cleared the Cold Street Abyss once. How about we tackle the regular abyss together next time? Zhengyu replied curtly, not a chance. You are far too weak. No, I am a warrior. Zhengyu retorted, do you believe warriors are lacking in strength? Can you conquer the abyss alone? He paused. I can absorb damage and assist in dealing it. While you have cleared the easy level abyss, the difference between the normal and easy levels is profound. Zhengyu continued, you cannot withstand it. I am a level 4 warrior with my skill points allocated to Iron Wall. Do you truly think I cannot endure? Zhengyu nodded, indeed. You cannot. You are quite deluded, thinking that merely clearing the easy level abyss makes you formidable. Without a warrior to absorb damage, you would struggle to pass the normal level dungeons. Do you truly believe you can compete for the leaderboard without the assistance of teammates? I have never witnessed a genius who relies solely on the easy level abyss to vie for ranks. In response to this scornful banter, Zhengyu regarded him seriously and asked, do you know how you differ from Neza? What? Came the reply. Neza has 3 heads and 6 arms, while you possess merely 1 head and 2 arms. After speaking, Zhengyu retreated into the tent that Tao Qian had just erected, seeking solitude. Inside the tent, Tao Qian expressed his confusion. Why does this differ from my expectations? Zhengyu inquired, in what way is it different? Tao Qian lamented, I thought they would regret not teaming up with you, lamenting their decision. He wore a look of disappointment, having not witnessed the scene he had anticipated. Zhengyu chuckled, it is still too early for that. This is merely the easy level dungeon. Moreover, this is entirely normal. When they begin to feel regret, they will start to rationalize their decisions, becoming obstinate, believing that although they cleared the easy level, they will surely fail at the normal level. Those who truly regret not joining me will also hold back their feelings, even if they are distressed. They will not show it. Just wait and see. Even if we conquer the nightmare level abyss, there will still be those who stubbornly claim that summoners lack strength in the later stages and express concerns about the future. Having grown accustomed to the antics of the online giants, Zhengyu was well aware of these dynamics. Thus, he resolved not to lead any professionals other than Tao Qian and his 3 companions. This is frustrating, Tao Qian remarked. Yet Zhengyu smiled. You are mistaken. Their obstinacy is merely a fade. As they begin to regret, to self-blame, and to reflect, these emotions will be magnified exponentially once we conquer the nightmare level abyss. Zhengyu continued with a grin, especially that warrior from earlier. He believes he possesses some strength and considers it an honor to be on my team. But you cannot witness the scene of him lamenting. If it were you, you would not either. Tao Qian nodded in understanding. You are right. If I were in his position, I would stubbornly cling to my pride as well. Do not let anyone else enter the tent. I have matters to attend to. Zhengyu instructed Tao Qian. Rest assured, with me here, no one will disturb you, Tao Qian assured him. Tao Qian stood outside the tent, blocking all those who wished to converse with Zhengyu. Wuzong had stepped out to borrow money from friends due to a lack of funds. Kuing and Wen Renqingyu had gone to find high-interest loans nearby. The tent now housed only Zhengyu. He was ready to enhance his strength in preparation for the upcoming nightmare-level Cold Street Abyss. Claim the historical record rewards. Experience increases by 500. Level ascends once more. Chapter 14, Tier 3 Talent. Twin Fire Demons. Congratulations. Your level has increased. Level 56, 1700. 1046 experience points needed for next upgrade. Health 10, 101, 230. Mana 200, 210. Intelligence 4, 553. Strength 1, 718. Agility 1, 314. Remaining free attribute points 17. With the addition of 10 intelligence points from the novice staff, his overall intelligence had risen to 53 after reaching level 6. Moreover, there were still 17 unused free attribute points. Zhengyu pondered for a moment and resolved to allocate all attribute points to health. After leveling up to 5, the summoning slots increased to 2, granting him the ability to summon a second creature. A bold gamble would not only elevate the goblin to tier 4, but also advance the new summon to tier 2. Compared to the modest damage increase from boosting intelligence, enhancing the summoning talents was far more advantageous. After all, a tier 0 summon would be of little use against nightmare-grade abyssal monsters. Zhengyu first opened the rewards. One was a completion reward. Cold Street Treasure Chest, easy level, capable of yielding Cold Street Abyss equipment, potions, materials, and valuable ores. The other was a simple historical record. Historical record package, easy level, capable of yielding high-level Cold Street Abyss equipment, 5, high-level potions, 5, and other items. Both treasure chests were opened. Congratulations. You have opened the Cold Street Treasure Chest, easy level, and received a Novice Warrior's battle armor. Congratulations. You have opened the historical record package, easy level, and obtained an ice crystal pendant, silver. Silver equipment. Zhengyu's face brightened. Equipment is categorized into 9 tiers: no grade, bronze, silver, gold, platinum, diamond, brilliant, legendary, and divine. It was unexpected that the package would yield silver grade equipment. This was quite remarkable for a novice. Ice crystal pendant, silver grade. Required level, 5. Attributes, intelligence, 25, mana 100. Effect: wearing this equipment increases ice resistance by 10, reduces the slowing effect of ice by 20, and grants immunity to 1 freezing effect, effective once every minute. Quite impressive. In addition to enhancing intelligence by 25 points, whether it be ice resistance, immunity to freezing, or reduction of slowing effects, it was exceedingly suitable for the Cold Street dungeon. Although the attributes were average, the effects were perfectly tailored for Zheng Yu's current needs. He donned all the equipment he could wear, including a piece of ice armor dropped from a cold corpse and a pair of mage boots. The ice armor increased health by 300 and conferred a temporary ice armor effect, lasting a considerable amount of time. This was particularly beneficial for Zheng Yu, whose health was relatively low. The mage boots added 150 health and 5 agility. The additional 450 health from the equipment could not be sacrificed. It is precisely due to these 2 pieces of equipment that Zheng Yu possesses the confidence to embark on his forthcoming high-stakes endeavor. He first allocates all 17 points of free attributes to his health. Spending 1 point of free attributes increases the health limit by 50 points. Consumption. With 17 points of free attributes, he gains 850 points of health. Currently, Zheng Yu's available health is 2080. The equipment has augmented his health by 450. Without further ado, he sacrifices 1,000 points of health limit in exchange for 100 talent points, which he invests entirely in the Goblin Wolf Cavalry. Goblin Wolf Cavalry, 3rd tier, evolves into Goblin General, 4th tier. Base health 4000, 8000. Attack power coefficient, 5060. New skill acquired, General's Command. Notice, General's Command is enhanced by the Butler bonus, evolving into Butler level General's Command. General's Command. Butler level summons a Goblin Army, 18 units. Summon quantity increases with level, for temporary combat, which includes 2 Goblin Wolf Cavalry, 5 Goblin Archers, 5 Goblin Assassins, 5 Goblin Shield Bearers, and 1 Goblin Wizard. The summoning time is unlimited and cannot be resumed until all Goblin Army members are deceased. Hiss. This is quite impressive. Zheng Yu gazes at the newly refreshed skill, feeling that the health expenditure was well worth it. Evolving directly from Goblin Wolf Cavalry to General not only enhances his overall strength, but also bestows a skill that truly transforms the goblins into generals on the battlefield. The emergence of this skill instills in Zheng Yu an increased assurance in conquering the nightmarish abyss. Subsequently, Zheng Yu opens his phone and enters the temple shop, purchasing the summoner's skill book that he had previously added to his cart. Summon Fire Sprite. Skill book, learnable at level 5. One-time item, disappears after learning. Summoners can learn to obtain a cultivable 0-tier talent Fire Sprite. Price, 2,000 yuan. Still remarkably inexpensive. Other professions' level 5 skills typically sell for no less than 5,000, with warrior skills even being inflated to several tens of thousands. Inside the tent, he sketches the summoning contract circle. The tent built by Tao Qian is quite spacious, providing ample room for summoning a fire sprite. Buzz. A flicker of flames illuminates the space. A fireball materializes in midair. In the next moment, the fireball connects with Zheng Yu's mind, sensing the chill emanating from within him, and voluntarily envelopes him with warmth. Rather than being scorching, it is a soothing current perfectly attuned to Zheng Yu's body temperature. The fireball remains silent. It is a pure elemental entity. Just as a mage can manipulate the fire element, this fireball embodies a self-aware elemental being. Summon Beast Fire Sprite. Level 6. Increases with the summoner's level. Health 1100. Attack power 172, based on current intelligence of the summoner with a coefficient of 20. Talent 0 tier, 2 points of talent away from leveling up. Skill Flame Aura 6. The temperature within a 10-meter diameter can be manipulated, reaching a maximum that inflicts 121 points of burning damage per second to all objects, with a coefficient of 0. 7 from the Fire Sprite's attack power of 172. Skill Fireball 6. A fireball is unleashed, homing in on a locked target, inflicting 551 points of fire damage, with a coefficient of 0. 32 from the Fire Sprite's attack power of 172. Summon Beast Equipment. None. Gazing at the attributes of the Fire Sprite, Zheng Yu truly felt the summoner's disadvantage. Although the sprite's level scaled with that of the summoner, its enhancement was minimal. A warrior, upon reaching level 6, would no longer fear the simplistic depths of the Cold Street Abyss. However, without improving the innate qualities of the Fire Sprite, one could not traverse even the simplest level of the Cold Street Abyss. A single fireball deals 551 points of damage. How many fireballs would it take to vanquish 1,000 health points of the Frost Corpse? Zheng Yu cast a glance at the current attributes of the Goblin General. Summon Beast, Steward Class Goblin General. Level 6. Scales with the summoner's level. Health 8900. Attack power 489. Innate talent. Level 4, 500 talent points away from leveling up. The cumulative attributes of 60, coupled with the blade tooth equipment and steward bond, elevate the attack power to nearly 500. The damage from skills has nearly doubled. Presently, a warrior's charged attack can unleash a minimum of 4000 damage. It is a complete domination over the fire sprite. Clearly, the summoner's strength is wholly contingent upon the innate talent level of their summoned beast. Fortunately, a demonic contract can enhance this talent level. Zhengyu glanced at his remaining health. 1080 base health and 450 from equipment. Given that the fire sprite is a level 5 summoned beast, its talent points surpass those of the goblin. Level 1 requires 2 talent points. Level 2 requires 15 talent points. Level 3 demands 85 talent points. Zhengyu calculated that a total of 102 talent points are necessary, equating to a life limit increase of 10-20 points. Just enough. Observing his paltry remaining 60 base health points, he couldn't help but chuckle. Perhaps I am the lowest health professional in history? Thankfully, with 450 from equipment, otherwise, 60 health points would mean instant death from a mere touch. Zhengyu promptly elevated the fire sprite to level 3. Summon Beast Fire Sprite, 0th level, evolves to Summon Beast Twin Flames, 1st level. Summon Beast Twin Flames, 1st level, evolves to Summon Beast Fire Demon, 2nd level. Summon Beast Fire Demon, 2nd level, evolves to Summon Beast Twin Fire Demons, 3rd level. Chapter 15. Emphasis on companionship. Boom. Flames surged fiercely. Had it not been for the contract formation, the tent rented from Tao Qian might have been incinerated. The searing flames posed no threat to the summoner, Zhengyu. Rather, a wave of warmth enveloped him. The flames danced, ultimately coalescing into 2 fire demons nestled together. Floating in midair, the fire demons stood approximately 1 meter tall, reminiscent of the little fire creatures from Ice and Fire, with an adorable, graceful form. The appearance of the twin fire spirit surpasses that of a goblin by a considerable margin. However, its aura pales in comparison to that of the formidable but noble steward general. The essence of the twin fire spirit resembles that of an adorable and obedient child from the neighborhood, well-behaved, thoughtful, lively, and remarkably intelligent. At this moment, its attributes have undergone a significant transformation. Summoned Beast, Twin Fire Spirit. Level 6, increases with the summoner's level. Health 3000. Attack power 375, derived from the summoner's current intelligence with a coefficient of 48. Talent, Tier 3, requires an additional 150 talent points for upgrade. Skill, Flame Aura 6. Can control the temperature within a 10-meter diameter range, at maximum capacity. Inflicts 825 points of burning damage per second to all entities. 375 fire spirit attack power with a coefficient of 22. Skill, Fireball 6. Launches a fireball that locks onto a target, dealing 2,325 points of fire damage. 375 fire spirit attack power with a coefficient of 62. Skill, Twin Contract. A special skill with no level. The twin fire spirits coexist symbiotically, enabling simultaneous skill release, with damage stacking and fire attribute damage doubling. Skill, Flame Cage 6. Preemptively designates the location of a flame cage. When an enemy enters the vicinity, it automatically triggers, enveloping the entire cage area in searing flames. Inflicting 2,100 points of damage per second, 375 fire spirit attack power with a coefficient of 56. Summon Beast Equipment, none, with the addition of 2 skills. One being the Twin Contract and the other the Flame Cage. The Twin Contract signifies double casting and doubled attribute damage, rendering the Twin Fire Spirit's damage astonishing. Although the Flame Cage appears to be a mere damage skill, upon closer inspection, it inflicts 2,100 points of damage per second. While not explosive damage like that of a wolf cavalry charge, this consistent damage could annihilate a 10,000 health cold corpse in 5 seconds. Wait, Zhengyu suddenly realized that the 2,100 damage does not account for the twins' double bonus. This means that if the fire spirit were to engage a 10,000 health cold corpse, the battle could be resolved in 3 seconds. Impressive. Zhengyu couldn't help but exclaim. However, despite the twin fire spirit's strength, it still falls short of the goblin general, who possesses a 4th-tier talent. The current damage values of the goblin general can eliminate a cold corpse with a single charge, demonstrating greater power. After enhancing the fire spirit, Zhengyu had one crucial upgrade left to address. His core, the Hextech Enhancement Rune. For every 5 levels gained, he receives 2 Hextech Enhancement Runes. He eagerly proceeded to draw from this resource. Drawing Hextech Enhancement Runes. Congratulations. You have drawn the 3rd rune, a golden level rune focused on companionship. Congratulations. You have drawn the 4th rune, a silver level library card. Companionship Focus provides a training dummy. All damage directed at the summoner will prioritize the training dummy. If the training dummy survives the conclusion of each abyssal encounter, it grants 10 talent points. That seems quite advantageous. Although he was unable to obtain the prism level rune, the effect of the training dummy is precisely what Zhengyu currently requires. He must first attack the taunting unit, the training dummy, a quintessential life-saving rune. With Zheng Yu's inherently low health capacity, the presence of the training dummy ensures he won't be ambushed and killed unexpectedly. It is indeed a remarkable rune. Moreover, for every successful completion of the Abyss, he receives a complimentary 10 talent points, which is quite beneficial, equating to an increase of 100 in health capacity. He is currently in dire need of talent points. At this moment, Zheng Yu received a message from his homeroom teacher. Zheng Yu, you are the one who broke the record, aren't you? The teacher quickly followed up with a phone call. If you have time tomorrow, please visit the Jiangshui City Government Building. The mayor wishes to meet you. Zheng Yu was not surprised, as every year, newcomers who break records are personally received by the mayor and rewarded. However, Zheng Yu replied, is it for a reward? Rewards are one aspect. Additionally, it serves as a form of promotion for you. Before the teacher could finish, Zheng Yu interjected, I may not have the time. Please collect the reward on my behalf. The teacher appeared somewhat troubled. Zheng Yu straightforwardly stated, just tell the mayor that I am about to enter a nightmare-level dungeon. If he does not wish to acknowledge this record, then I shall proceed. Zheng Yu harbored no fondness for such occasions, primarily because there was little to gain from them. He sought only the reward, finding everything else inconsequential. After all, he was merely a low-level professional. Fame and reputation held little importance at this moment. Nightmare level? The teacher thought he must have misheard. Having said that, Zheng Yu hung up the phone. On the other end, the teacher scratched his head, somewhat bewildered, and proceeded to dial the mayor. Brother, I need to borrow some money. In the martial arts hall, Wu Zong approached his elder brother, Wu Xian, who was the owner of the establishment. How much? 25 million. Isn't that a bit excessive? Wu Xian nearly dropped his teacup. Listen, we are brothers. If you are in need of money, of course, I would lend it to you. But to ask for 50 million outright? Do you think I am made of money? No, go find somewhere cool to stay. Wu Zong, however, remained unfazed and simply showed Wu Xian an item. A title? The holder of the historical completion record for the Cold Street Abyss? Wait a moment. Wu Xian immediately leapt from the sofa and opened his computer, accessing the official website of the Jiangshui City Sanctuary. There was no need for a meticulous search, as a notification promptly appeared on the screen. Congratulations to the professional team of Summoner Squad for breaking the historical completion time of the Cold Street Abyss, easy level. Completion time, 2 hours, 48 minutes, and 23 seconds. Team leader, Zheng Yu, Summoner. Team members, Tao Qian, Monk, Wu Zong, Monk, Kuing, Assassin, Wenrin Qingyu, Assassin. Wow, you actually did it. I was wondering why you didn't come to work today. It turns out you are resuming your journey as a professional. Wu Xian was exceedingly delighted. He had always been aware that his younger brother had been reluctant to eat and spend money these past few days, all in an effort to save up for another attempt at the path of a professional. To his astonishment, his brother had succeeded. Not only had he succeeded, but he had also set a record. The reason he was so certain it was indeed a record was that he was well aware of Wu Zong's capabilities. A level A talent monk certainly lacked the ability to break records. Then he noticed the peculiar configuration of the team. Brother, this team composition seems rather unusual. Wu Zong remarked. Never mind the profession. Zheng Yu possesses level A talent. No wonder. So, are you still not planning to wire me some money? He intends to lead me through the Nightmare Abyss. I must inform your sister-in-law. The Nightmare Abyss had never been cleared before. And this was something that could be recorded in the family genealogy. Our family could kneel in the front row during next year's incense offering ceremony. Come with me to the bank. For those from the south who had ventured to this place to start a business, nothing was more significant than bringing honor to their ancestors. How much do you wish to borrow? 2 million. Do you have collateral? No. Then why should I lend you? The bald man with tattoos gestured toward the camera on the table. How about 2 photos? Kong Ying was about to become angry when Rin Xinyu stopped her, gazing intently at the bald man. Are you certain you want to lend? If not, I will seek another company. The bald man was taken aback. He had never encountered someone so audacious in borrowing money. Yet, he remained patient and inquired, what do you need the loan for? To pass through the abyss. What level? Nightmare level. Are you jesting? I am being serious. Well, forget it then. I was thinking that after the great Zheng Yu leads us through, I could help promote your company. Who? Zheng Yu, don't you know? The bald man was indeed aware. After all, he was also a professional, which was why he had the audacity to lend high amounts to other professionals. Just a few hours earlier, news had broken out, and it remained the hottest topic on forums. After all, a summoner had achieved astonishing results. What does 2 hours and 45 minutes signify? The previous record was 3 hours and 49 minutes. This meant that a summoner, a profession universally regarded as the weakest, not only broke the record, but did so by a full hour. He was preparing to directly challenge the Nightmare Abyss? The bald man's tone softened somewhat. Yes. He personally told us. Then how can I trust that he will take you inside? When Rin Xinyu displayed the team information. They had emerged from the abyss several hours ago. If he wished to form a team, he would have left already. So, will you lend or not? I will lend. Even if Zheng Yu cannot clear it, I will still adopt a try-and-see attitude in borrowing. I am well aware that if Zheng Yu truly manages to conquer the nightmare level abyss, all resources in the province will unconditionally tilt towards him. The future is boundless for such a genius. Even if I cannot build a relationship, I must avoid antagonism. 2 million, correct? Let us be clear. Regardless of whether Zheng Yu can clear the nightmare level abyss, borrowed money must be repaid, and interest must be paid as well. Uncertain about the relationship between the two beautiful girls and Zheng Yu, it was prudent to clarify matters in advance to avoid any potential disputes. Zheng Yu is Zheng Yu, and the lending company's regulations are absolute. Otherwise, his business would be untenable. No problem. When Ren Qingyu smiled and replied. Chapter 16. The pretense had become rather awkward. It's over. Kuing suddenly exclaimed upon seeing the group. What's wrong? One Ren Qingyu had yet to discern the situation. The individuals conversing with Zheng Yu belonged to the team that had shattered the ordinary level abyss record the previous day, Kuing explained. One Ren Qingyu recalled that earlier notifications had indeed confirmed the refreshing of the ordinary level abyss clearance record. Two significant events transpired yesterday. One was Zheng Yu, as a summoner, leading a solo team to refresh the simple level Cold Street Abyss. And the other involved 4 elite talents guiding a single elite talent in breaking the ordinary level abyss record. In terms of popularity and discussion, Zheng Yu, the summoner, garnered more attention, for his every action sparked intrigue. However, the refreshing of the ordinary level abyss deserved more scrutiny. Now that they were all gathered in one team, I suspect they intend to recruit the esteemed Zheng Yu. With Ku Ying's explanation, when Ren Qingyu finally understood the source of her anxiety. If Zheng Yu joined their team, they would be left without a guide. Not only would the money be wasted, but they would also have to repay the interest. As the bald-headed figure was no legitimate lender. Let us hurry over. One Ren Qingyu urged, pulling Ku Ying closer. They overheard a haughty voice proclaiming, initially, we underestimated you, considering you merely a summoner, fearing you might hinder our progression. However, you have proven your worth by leading a solo expedition through the abyss. While it may only be a simple level challenge, it is commendable. Who is this? Speaking so arrogantly, one Ren Qingyu could not help but glance over, discovering that the speaker was a handsome youth. Yet, his air of arrogance and disdain towards Zheng Yu's profession transformed his charm into something rather greasy. This individual was known to both Ku Ying and one Ren Qingyu, Li Feng, a fellow student. A warrior class with elite talent. Reportedly possessing a talent type exceptionally suited for combat, he was not only a popular choice among professions, but also had the credentials to be conceded. Thus, after deliberation, we have come to acknowledge your abilities and have decided to permit you to join our team for the Abyss expedition, Li Feng stated. Though the lone elite talent warrior in the group wore a dark expression, clearly dissenting, it was evident that not all were in agreement, particularly the elite warrior, who harbored resentment towards Zheng Yu, as his inclusion would necessitate the warrior's departure. Yet Zheng Yu, with a puzzled expression, inquired, so who are you all? What do you want from me? His perplexity was palpable, as if he were on the verge of inscribing, are you out of your mind? Across his face. Had they come to flaunt their superiority before him? Regrettably, the overly confident Li Feng believed that Zheng Yu would undoubtedly be grateful for his entrance into their ranks, entirely oblivious to the true meaning of Zheng Yu's expression. He even genuinely thought that Zheng Yu was unaware of his identity. I am Li Feng, a level talent warrior. I understand that you've just conquered the easy level abyss, while we merely managed to clear the ordinary level abyss dungeon and set a historical record. Li Feng proclaimed with an air of pride. Oh, that is indeed quite ordinary, Zheng Yu replied. Wait, did you just say ordinary? Li Feng stammered. Zheng Yu nodded. No. You must have misheard me. I referred to the historical record of the ordinary level. And then? Zheng Yu inquired, displaying little emotion. Don't you feel surprised? Zheng Yu chuckled. Brother, with such a statement, your pretentiousness has evaporated. Where is the point in boasting to others? I am impressive. Are you astonished? Such arrogance lacks finesse. Li Feng was rendered speechless by this exchange. He had never encountered someone quite like Zheng Yu in conversation. Although his initial intent had been to impress Zheng Yu, he had hoped to convey that, as a level talent professional, Zheng Yu ought to feel honored to join their team. It was meant to bestow upon himself a sense of superiority while also recruiting a capable ally. Truly a win-win situation. However, he was taken aback by Zheng Yu's utter lack of deference. Are you out of your mind? Chided another level talent professional standing beside Li Feng. Though you possess a level talent, let us not forget that you are a summoner. We are extending you the courtesy of allowing you to join our team. Do not take our kindness for granted. It is truly disgraceful to tarnish the reputation of Jiangshui City, the only city to have produced a level talent professional in years. By having you, a summoner, represent us. Do not think that merely clearing an easy level abyss grants you any significance. When other cities' level talent professionals come to crush you, it will be our city's face that is lost. Zheng Yu was left speechless. Goodness, are we resorting to moral coercion now? If this individual were to take to Weibo, he would undoubtedly become a renowned fighter. At this juncture, Li Feng realized he had overstepped and quickly interrupted his teammate, addressing Zheng Yu. To be frank, we plan to tackle the difficult level abyss next. We aim to set another record. We had known of your level talent for some time, but due to your profession as a summoner, we were initially hesitant to include you. After all, you are well aware that summoners are notoriously weak. However, the situation has changed. You have demonstrated your prowess, proving yourself worthy to team up with us. We wish to extend a hand to ensure you do not fall too far behind other level talent professionals, at the very least attaining a historical record at the difficult level. This time, Li Feng's tone softened, yet it remained tinged with an unmistakable air of discrimination and arrogance. Beside them, Ku Ying and Wen Rinqing were in fits of laughter. This is too hilarious. Ha ha ha, did he really suggest helping Zhengyu? Who was helping whom? The most amusing part was his belief that allowing Zhengyu to join his team would be a favor to the esteemed player. I can't contain my laughter any longer. Their amusement stemmed from the fact that, given Li Feng and his companion's tone and attitude, it was clear Zhengyu would never consider joining their ranks. As long as the prominent figure remained steadfast, all would be well. Their laughter soon caught the attention of Zhengyu and Li Feng. Is this truly amusing? Li Feng's expression darkened. Well, continue laughing. I shall see how long you can maintain this mirth. Once we shatter the record for the challenging level, let us see if you can still find humor in this. Li Feng had evidently realized that Ku Ying and Wen Rinqing were the two assassins from Zhengyu's team. Zhengyu, displaying a complete disregard for his demeanor, elicited even more laughter from Ku Ying and Wen Rinqing, which infuriated Li Feng to his limits. Were it not for the prohibition against fighting in military zones, he would have charged at them already. Ignore them. We are aiming for a higher record, unlike them, a teammate remarked. Indeed, do they really think they can compete? They lack perspective. Even if Li Feng and Zheng Long's attitude is problematic, if you wish to contend, you must endure. Are you certain you are helping me? Your attitude is indeed questionable. We initially agreed to bring Zhengyu into the challenging abyss together to enhance our chances of success, yet you maintained such a lofty stance. Before this solitary sensible teammate could finish speaking, Li Feng and the others whisked him away. Zhengyu found their antics amusing. He could comprehend the mindset of Li Feng and his companions. With their exceptional talents and popular classes, and having just set a new record, they were undoubtedly in high spirits. Moreover, the misrepresentation of his summoner profession made it challenging to adopt an entirely pragmatic approach devoid of vanity. Youth is often a time for pride and a penchant for showmanship. Have you secured the funds? Zhengyu inquired of Ku Ying and the others. Ku Ying nodded and transferred 600,000 to Zhengyu. Although they both understood the implications of his words, it still felt peculiar. Is this truly an expedition into the abyss, and not merely a casual outing? I shall fetch some sweets, Ku Ying declared. Wen Rinqing glanced at Ku Ying. You seem to be adjusting rather swiftly. Then I shall procure some fruits as well, Ku Ying replied. Chapter 17. High mortality rate. Please choose wisely. Zhengyu declined Li Feng's invitation, and the news spread rapidly, becoming a hot topic on the forum. Zhengyu has become aloof, rejecting an offer from a team of 4 with exceptional talents. As the only Tier 1 talent in Jiangshui City, and one who has emerged after many years, his actions are perplexing. A detailed analysis of the completion time for the simple level of the Han Street Abyss, which took 2 hours and 45 minutes. Rational analysis suggests that Zhengyu's rejection of Li Feng's invitation is, in fact, a positive sign, demonstrating Zhengyu's formidable confidence. I believe Zhengyu is simply afraid. Achieving success in the simple level has sufficed for him, especially since Li Feng and his team are preparing for the challenging abyss. In the Jiangshui City Professionals Forum, a plethora of posts revolves around the figure of Zhengyu, who finds amusement in being the subject of such discussions. He perceives the whole affair as rather entertaining. The internet possesses a peculiar ability, no matter how extreme the twists and turns, or how painful the slap in the face might be. The authors of these posts remain shrouded in anonymity, thus bearing no shame to lose. Words can be spoken freely, and allegiances can be shifted without consequence. Especially once he conquers the nightmare-level abyss, at which point the forum would surely present an entirely different narrative. Overall, it is quite intriguing. As Zhengyu idles away his time perusing the forum, Tao Qian and Wu Zong return from their shopping, while Ku Ying and Wen Rinqing bring back fruits and snacks, all of which are stored in their inventory. Brother Yu, we are ready, Tao Qian announces. Zhengyu nods and thoughtfully advises, if you have the funds, it would be wise to acquire a resurrection item, just in case. Tao Qian promptly responds. A resurrection cross is selling for 5 million in the market. We cannot afford it. Wu Zong interjects. I don't believe there's much danger. I have faith in Brother Yu's capabilities. Zhengyu retorts. You are 3 years my senior. Why do you call me brother? Wu Zong casually replies. In the realm of knowledge, there is precedence. The stronger one is, the more deserving of the title. Zhengyu then turns to Ku Ying and Wen Rinqing, inquiring, what about you two? Wen Rinqing replies. We also lack the funds for a resurrection cross, but we purchased 5 invisibility potions. She then distributes 1 to each member of the team, including Zhengyu himself. The invisibility potion grants a 1-minute state of invisibility, allowing movement while negating any damage. Although attacking will break the effect. Isn't the market price around 300,000 each? Tao Qian exclaims in surprise. I know a potion master who sold them to me for 200,000 each, he adds, marveling at Wen Rinqing's connections. 200,000 is still quite steep. Are you truly gifting them to us? He asks. Wen Rinqing candidly states, consider it a token of gratitude. as well as a means to tie myself to the great Zhengyu. Her approach is unapologetically forthright, devoid of obsequiousness, treating everyone equally. The decision to purchase the invisibility potions was indeed Ku Ing's idea. However, when Rin Qingyu believes in sharing the blessings, hence procuring 5, 1 for each member, she aims to solidify her place within this team, viewing it as her future. Even if Zhengyu's prowess eventually surpasses theirs and he no longer teams up with them, Wu Zong and Tao Qian remain excellent allies. With a foundation in the nightmare level abyss, their future prospects, while not guaranteed to be smooth sailing, are certainly promising. Zhengyu accepts the invisibility potions without hesitation, recognizing when Rin Qingyu's underlying intentions. He cannot perpetually rely on Tao Qian, as he has already reached level 6. Who had been merely a bystander, had only reached level 4. After enduring a nightmarish abyss, he would ascend to level 10 and be required to change maps. However, he must remain here for the time being. When Rin Qingyu and others were commendable companions, for his brother, whom he unconditionally trusted, he hoped that Tao Qian could carve out his own path as a professional rather than relying solely on him. Given his pace of advancement, solo play was the most suitable option, as no teammate could keep up with his strides. Zhengyu accepted the invisibility potion and promptly selected the nightmarish difficulty of the Cold Street Abyss from the interface. Notification. 3, 2, 1. The system even thoughtfully provided Zhengyu with 3 seconds to contemplate. Do you insist on entering the nightmarish abyss? Yes. He was well prepared and had no reason to refuse. Zhengyu, summoner no problem, entering the abyss. Tao Qian, monk charge. 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 The nightmarish abyss, here I come. Wu Zong, monk, this is my first time entering the nightmarish abyss, feeling a bit anxious. Ku Ing, assassin go Zhengyu. When Rin Qingyu, assassin 1. Entering Cold Street Abyss, nightmarish, please wait. Meanwhile, all the professionals waiting in the hall of the Cold Street Abyss received a notification. Notice. The summoner squad is entering the Cold Street Abyss, nightmarish. This announcement caused quite a stir. Was this summoner squad led by Zhengyu? Among all the professionals present, aside from Zhengyu, who else was a summoner? It was indeed him. Unbelievable. Has he lost his mind? Nightmarish level? I can only say he is courting death. Impressive. Regardless of whether Zhengyu is a summoner, the mere audacity to enter the nightmarish abyss deserves my admiration. Truly bold. Having just cleared the easy level, he is now tackling the nightmarish level? Such a vast leap. It seems the forum's analysis was correct. Zhengyu has indeed become overly confident, thinking that after refreshing an easy abyss, he could take on the nightmarish one. This is no longer a matter of confidence. It is sheer madness. Is there any possibility that Zhengyu might actually clear the nightmarish level? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. If Zhengyu were to clear the nightmarish Cold Street Abyss as a summoner, I would eat my hat. These are modern times. Who still uses traditional fans? One might as well feast on seafood from Sakura country. Not daring to. At that moment, Li Feng and his companions, who were preparing to enter the difficult abyss, also received the notification. They stood frozen in place, exchanging glances that communicated a shared concern. No way, we absolutely cannot enter the nightmarish abyss, declared the talented warrior. Zheng Long furrowed his brow tightly. Zhengyu is far too ruthless, directly entering the nightmarish abyss. If we venture into the difficult level, won't we be at a disadvantage? That is not being ruthless. That is recklessness, or rather, courting death. As for me, I shall not enter the nightmarish abyss. Those who wish to go may do so. I am merely a warrior of a lower level, and I withdraw. As Li Feng observed the discord within the team, he spoke directly. Do not act recklessly. Zhengyu is Zhengyu. Whether he lives or dies bears no consequence to us. There is no need to sacrifice ourselves for the sake of pride. Zhengyu has clearly been provoked by us, driven into the abyss of nightmares to meet his demise. Our objective should be to traverse the difficult abyss with steady resolve, thereby surpassing even those with level 90 talents. Li Feng maintained a semblance of calm, yet beneath the surface, fear gnawed at him. He was uncertain if they could even conquer the difficult abyss, which prompted him to extend an invitation to Zhengyu in hopes of increasing their chances. The nightmare level? That was a thought he dared not entertain. In essence, the nightmare level was not designed for them, nor even for those with exceptional talents. It was intended for the true geniuses who had been siphoned away by the central district, those with remarkable abilities. Ultimately, if Zhengyu were to perish, they need not follow suit. After all, he would be unable to navigate the nightmare abyss. If Zhengyu possessed extraordinary talent, he might harbor some concern. But given that Zhengyu was accompanied by 4 mere spectators, particularly a summoner, he felt no apprehension. Chapter 18. The Butcher of Pork, the Bone-Cutting Knife. The chill here is far more severe than that of the simple level Cold Street Abyss. Each breath I take feels as though my lungs are being pierced. Upon entering the nightmare level Cold Street Abyss, the frigid air enveloped Tao Qian and the others, causing them to tremble uncontrollably. Only Zhengyu, having contracted with the fire sprite, seemed somewhat resilient to the cold. It is said that the difficulty of the nightmare level simulates the true scenes of the abyss as they once were. Both the simple and difficult levels they previously encountered had been simplified and weakened. Tao Qian, wrapped in a thick coat, remarked, so. It's not that the difficulty of the nightmare level has been intensified. Rather, it is simply devoid of the previous reductions? That appears to be the case. Kuing nodded in agreement. At that moment, Zhengyu interjected, I have uploaded 2 documents in the chat group. The first contains fundamental information about the nightmare level abyss, while the second is a strategy guide for the Cold Street abyss at the difficult level compiled by someone else. I am uncertain of its utility, but it cannot hurt to be informed. Zhengyu did not rashly decide to enter the nightmare abyss. He had conducted extensive research beforehand. He was well acquainted with the Cold Street abyss and the nuances of the nightmare level difficulty, having been a diligent scholar at school. As Tao Qian and the others perused the documents, Zhengyu elaborated, the nightmare level abyss seeks to restore the history sealed away within the depths. Its difficulty requires no further elaboration, and the narrative undoubtedly diverges from that of other levels. Having summoned the Goblin General, he continued, in the simple level Cold Street abyss, we could only reach Central Park, where defeating a level 7 cold corpse would conclude the battle. In the ordinary level Cold Street abyss, we must venture into the forest to locate a spring, the source of the street's freezing. We need to safeguard this spring until we withstand all assaults from the cold corpses, at which point the encounter will end. The highest level in the ordinary difficulty is level 9 cold corpses, a challenge of moderate intensity. Moderate intensity? Listening to Zhengyu's description, Tao Qian and the others pressed their lips together, harboring their inner thoughts but remaining silent. Only you could classify a level 9 cold corpse as moderately challenging. The difficult abyss not only requires the protection of the spring, but also necessitates retrieving a frozen female corpse from within the spring and delivering it to a non-freezing lake deep in the forest. Along the way, they would be pursued by a spider-like special cold corpse. Either slaying this spider or enduring the cold to transport the body to the center of the lake would suffice to complete the dungeon. This concludes the strategy. As there is currently no guide for the nightmare level Cold Street abyss. Hearing Zhengyu's words, Tao Qian scoffed. Of course there can't be a strategy for the nightmare level Cold Street abyss. After all, no one has ever completed it. Wuzong added. All the adventurers who entered the nightmare level abyss never made it back. Ku Ying and one Ren Qingyu shivered, clearly frightened. Only Zhengyu chuckled, saying, well then, you won't have to repay your loans. Wuzong, Ku Ying, one Ren Qingyu. Speaking of which, brother Yu, your goblin wolf cavalry seems somewhat different. Tao Qian fixed his gaze on the goblin general. He exchanged looks with the goblin general atop the giant wolf and immediately felt an overwhelming pressure envelop him. It was as if this poised, gentlemanly goblin was a seasoned general, capable of instilling pressure with merely his gaze. It wasn't just a slight change. It was a significant transformation. To elaborate on that transformation, Zhengyu jested, offering no further explanation. He concealed the goblin general's attributes, nearly 10,000 hit points, and close to 500 attack power, indeed intimidating. To avoid the hassle of explanation, he simply refrained from revealing the goblin's information to them. Roar. As the goblin general stepped into the entrance of the cold street, familiar roars echoed around them. The cold corpses followed the usual pattern, emerging from the shops. Based on previous experience, the goblin would need to slay at least 3 or 4 waves of cold corpses in this street, taking around an hour. Whoosh. The goblin general was more decisive than the previous goblin warriors. Upon encountering an enemy, he loosed an arrow without uttering a word. Crack. 3051. A seemingly ordinary arrow dealt 3,000 damage. Defeated cold corpse, 5, gained 110 experience points. He dispatched a level 5 cold corpse in an instant. What the devil? Does the first wave of nightmare level cold corpses start at level 5? Tao Qian exclaimed in astonishment upon seeing the level of the cold corpse. What level 5? Look behind. One Ren Qingyu pointed to a shop hidden on either side of the street. A corpulent figure, weighing at least 300 pounds, was gripping a bone-cutting knife. Staring intently at the goblin general. This type of cold corpse only found at the difficult level? Having just reviewed Zheng Yu's difficult level strategy, he recognized the hefty cold corpse wielding the bone-cutting knife. Wuzong couldn't help but remark, indeed, this is nightmare level. The first wave of cold corpses already rivals the strongest cold corpses outside of the difficult level. Roar. The hefty cold corpse emitted an enraged roar, yet it did not advance, as if trying to ward off the goblin general from entering the cold street. However, the goblin general was unwilling to listen. Raising his hand and loosing an arrow. Whoosh. Crack. The corpulent cold corpse was shielded by a layer of ice armor. With no damage inflicted, another volley was released. Whoosh. 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 The goblin general's rate of fire increased, primarily due to his agility being twice that of the goblin warriors, enhancing his speed significantly. Thud. Thud. 2998. The arrow pierced through the icy armor, striking the flabby visage of the cold corpse, penetrating the eye socket and lodging itself beneath the eyeball. Roar. Realizing the threat was ineffectual, it let out a furious roar and charged out of the shop. Due to its enormous girth, it shattered the doorframe and toppled the wall as it barreled forward like a tank made of flesh, causing the ground to tremble with each thunderous step as it recklessly charged at the goblin general. unfazed by the formidable bulk of the cold corpse. The goblin general gripped his heavy hammer tightly, just as the cold corpse was about to collide with him. He gave a gentle pat to the neck of the giant wolf beside him. The wolf understood instinctively, leaping swiftly to evade the oncoming impact. Crash! The cold corpse slammed into the stone pillar behind, shattering it completely. 1087. A damage notification appeared over the cold corpse's head. According to the guide for higher difficulty levels, the cold corpse possessed immense strength and health, but lacked intelligence, merely charging forward recklessly. Unable to halt its momentum, it would lose health upon colliding with obstacles. Thus, the strategy for dealing with the cold corpse was to continuously evade its charges while gradually wearing it down. However, that was the approach of ordinary adventurers, time-consuming and fraught with risk. The optimal strategy was to eliminate it in one swift blow. At the moment the cold corpse crashed into the pillar, the goblin general had already positioned himself, swinging his heavy hammer downward toward the cold corpse's head. Bang! 3,596. Stun. A staggering damage number appeared. Thanks to the surprise attack and the precise hit to the head, the stun effect was triggered, leaving the cold corpse momentarily immobilized. Now at level 6, the goblin general's leap hammer strike damage coefficient had reached 62, combined with an attack power of 489, easily inflicting over 3,000 damage. Considering factors such as headshots, inertia, and impact force, the damage of around 3,500 was entirely reasonable. Once again, the familiar combo was executed without explanation. The leap hammer strike descended, triggering the stun. During the stun, the heavy hammer was drawn back, charged with power. Boom! A mighty blow sent the cold corpse flying, lifting the stone tiles beneath it. 6,823. An exaggerated damage number appeared once more. The charged strike, maxed out, dealt considerable damage. 2,719. 2,876. 2,633. 2,922. Moreover, the flung cold corpse crushed 4 or 5 level 5 cold corpses behind it. Boom! The 10,000 health cold corpse was vanquished, taking down the first wave of the cold corpse horde along with it. Kill cold corpse, 5. Gain 101 experience points. Slain frost corpse, 5. Gained 103 experience points. Slain frost corpse, 5. Gained 112 experience points. Slain frost corpse, 5. Gained 106 experience points. Slain the butcher's frost corpse, 6. Gained 449 experience points. Congratulations, acquired the bone-cutting knife, bronze grade 5. Congratulations, obtained premium pork, consumable, 5. Did I just obtain equipment? Zhengyu glanced at the newly added bone-cutting knife in his storage. Equipment name, bone-cutting knife. Required level, 5. Grade, bronze. Attributes, strength 30, agility 2. Equipment effect. Attacks have a 5 chance to trigger a bleeding effect, inflicting 20 damage per second. Zhengyu pondered for a moment, but refrained from using the equipment forging tool, as it was merely a level 5 item. A bronze grade. Level 5 piece of equipment was not worth the investment in the forging tool. Nevertheless, this bone-cutting knife was ideally suited for a bleeding warrior, and its price in the temple market had skyrocketed, promising a lucrative sale. Chapter 19. Internal Cake, Level 9 Frost Corpse. To be candid, Zhengyu was not in want of money. It wasn't that he lacked funds at present. Rather, he had already demonstrated sufficient talent and potential, ensuring that future resources would be covered by the state. This was why he only accepted 300,000 from Tao Qian and his companions. Of course, a significant part of his motive was simply to irritate those outside who gossiped about him. He stowed the bone-cutting knife away and noticed another consumable in his backpack, a piece of premium pork. Premium pork, consuming it restores 1,000 health points and grants an additional 500 shield points. Pork is best consumed cooked. If time does not permit, eating it raw is acceptable, though it may lead to digestive troubles. With an extra ingredient at hand, Zhengyu tossed the premium pork into his ingredient storage. Meanwhile, the goblin general had cleared all frost corpses from the entrance of Frost Street. Congratulations, your level has increased. Level 67, 2450, 2,441 experience points needed for next level. Health 500,800, 450 from equipment attributes. Mana 310,320, 150 from equipment attributes. Intelligence 7,886, 35 from equipment attributes. Strength 1,819, 2 from equipment attributes. Agility 1415. Remaining free attribute points 3. Once again, it was the nightmare level abyss that allowed for such rapid leveling. Leveling was of utmost importance to professionals. At level 10, one could learn exclusive skills, unlocking diverse playstyles within the same profession. At level 25, class evolution occurred. At level 50, class awakening was possible. It was said that at level 70, one would access even greater abilities. However, the only player globally to have surpassed level 70 was Nanmu. He merely stated that level 70 was a watershed, with the world beyond level 70 being entirely different from that before it, without disclosing specific details. In summary, Leveling up remained the singular path to becoming stronger. Along the way, the goblin general forged ahead, clearing the path. Zheng Yu and his companions trailed behind. As they ventured deeper into the cold street, the temperature plummeted further. The ground was nearly coated with a thick layer of ice. Once they entered the cold street, they encountered an increasing number of cold corpses, which no longer appeared in waves. Instead, they manifested wherever the group tread. Moreover, these cold corpses were not merely ordinary. Each possessed a distinct identity. For instance, the rotund cold corpse they encountered at the entrance was known as the cold corpse of the pork shop owner. They had just vanquished a cold corpse of the fishmonger, and now faced a chef cold corpse. This chef cold corpse was the most formidable Zheng Yu had encountered thus far. Clad in a chef's attire stained crimson with blood, its face appeared as if it had been scalded by boiling oil, marred with grotesque welts, presenting a terrifying visage and formidable strength. Depth Abyss Creature, Chef Cold Corpse. Level, 9, Health, 17,000. Attack Power, 300. Skill, Level 4 Slow Aura. Skill, Enhanced Ice Armor. Skill, Behold, a Cleaver. Throws a Cleaver. Skill, Behold, a Flurry of Cleavers. As a chef, possessing an array of cleavers is quite customary, is it not? 17,000 health points were indeed daunting. While the attack power was not particularly high, the cleavers seemed inexhaustible, hurled incessantly. The level 4 slow aura surpassed the basic cold corpse's abilities, rendering the goblin general unable to maintain his invulnerability. Numerous wounds marred his body, and a cleaver was even lodged in the leg of the dire wolf. A howl of pain escaped the massive creature. Truly, this was the realm of nightmares. At this moment, seated in a sheltered corner, Zheng Yu and his 5 companions gathered around the twin fire spirits, warming themselves whilst enjoying roasted sausages. It was the first time I had witnessed the dire wolf injured, and the first time I observed the goblin engaged in such a fierce struggle. Brother Yu, do we really not need the twin fire spirits to join the battle? Tao Qian inquired, a hint of worry in his voice. Zheng Yu turned to Tao Qian, then glanced at the roasted sausage in the twin fire spirit's grasp, and replied with a smile, if the fire spirits engage in battle, who will roast the sausages? Tao Qian conceded, that is a valid point, irrefutable. Rest assured, this is merely the beginning. The goblin general is conserving his skills. If he truly wished to deal with this chef cold corpse, it would be a rather effortless endeavor. Zheng Yu took a bite of the sausage and spoke leisurely. Each summoned creature possesses its own personality. The goblin general is more cautious and skill-conserving. Perhaps it senses a more perilous presence lurking behind, prompting it to reserve its skills for that encounter. Although skills do not have a cooldown, they generally cannot be unleashed consecutively. Whether it be a professional, a summoner's summoned beast, a druid's animal, or a necromancer's skeleton, all share 2 mechanisms that cannot be quantified by data: stamina and energy. Thus, the frequency of skill usage, the intervals for casting spells, and the stamina expended while running vary significantly, especially for skills like the cavalry charge, which are high-cost maneuvers. Each use tests both stamina and energy. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The goblin general opted for a duel against the chef, Han Shi. Meanwhile, the colossal wolf skillfully evaded the flying cleavers. Although the chef possessed a multitude of knives, each throw was preceded by a distinctive preparation gesture. After merely a few probing attempts, the goblin general discerned the pattern, enabling him to effortlessly dodge the blades and release arrows in return. Whoosh. Skill, Mastery of Archery Level 7. The arrows were precisely released, inflicting 3,066, 57,538 goblin attack power, points of damage. 3,450. One arrow, 3,005. Whoosh. Whoosh. 3,519. 3,443. Each arrow struck with a force of 3,005. Despite the chef Han Shi's high health at level 9, 3 arrows swiftly reduced him to half health. Another trio of arrows shattered his icy armor. A final barrage sent the chef Han Shi to his demise. Killed the butcher, Han Shi, 9, gaining 771 experience points. Congratulations. Acquired armor, hat, the Bloodied Chef's Hat, bronze grade 5. Armor, hat, name, Bloodied Chef's Hat. Required level, 5. Grade, bronze. Attributes, health 500. Equipment effect, chef skill effect 10, probability of crafting special dishes 15. Warning, do not wear this chef's hat in the abyss of Han Street. It is despised by many. Zheng Yu's eyes lit up. The warning seemed to hint at something significant. The entire history of the abyss of Han Street remained a mystery, as no one had ever conquered the nightmare-level abyss. This chef's hat evidently held great relevance to the tales of Han Street. It appeared the goblin had stumbled upon something noteworthy. Wuzong pointed out. Zheng Yu then noticed that after slaying the chef Han Shi, he had discovered a cake from the restaurant where the chef had emerged. A blood-red cake. Typically, cakes would be adorned with fruits or chocolate, yet this one was topped with entrails. Ugh, how revolting. Tao Qian nearly retched at the sight of the cake brought forth by the goblin general. The heavy scent of blood mingled with the crushed entrails, frozen atop the cake due to the frigid temperature. Human entrails? Unlike Tao Qian and Kuing, who were repulsed, when Ren Xingyu, a recent high school graduate, examined the entrails with a serious and meticulous gaze. Zheng Yu remarked, "It appears to belong to a child, perhaps around 7 or 8 years old." "What does this imply?" Wen Rinqingyu inquired. Zheng Yu glanced at the cake's attributes and replied, "It is a quest item," stating that it was crafted by the chef to commemorate the centenary of Fortune Street. "Delicious? That is what it claims. So, this place, originally called Fortune Street, is essentially a culinary street constructed by cannibals?" When Rin Qingyu speculated. Zheng Yu shook his head. "That seems unlikely. They consume pork and slay fish. It should resemble a typical agricultural market district." "Fair point." Wen Rin Qingyu concurred with Zheng Yu's assessment. "Hey, while you two are analyzing, could you please move a bit further from that cake? Anyone unaware might think you're coveting it." Kuing observed the excited expressions of Zheng Yu and Rin Qingyu as they eagerly analyzed the internal structure of the cake, and she couldn't help but comment. Chapter 20. The Might of the Goblin General. The General's Command. Roar. Unlike the simple instances, there was no lengthy wait. The moment the Goblin General stepped into Central Park, a colossal Elite Frost Corpse charged forth. Elite Frost Corpse. Level 13. Health 39,000. Attack Power 600. Skills, Level 4 Slow Aura. Skill, Enhanced Ice Armor. Skill, Ice Shockwave. Skill, Ice Axe Throw. The skills remained unchanged, as did its size. Only its health and attack power had escalated. Goodness, Level 13. With 390,000 health. Its vitality was somewhat intimidating. It had transformed from a regular monster into an Elite one. However, it didn't seem overly concerning. If a team of 5 Level 10 high-talent warriors banded together, the Level 13 Frost Corpse wouldn't pose much of a threat. It felt as though the real challenge lay ahead. Therefore, seizing the moment of simplicity, "I must prepare for battle, I'm famished." Zheng Yu interrupted their spectator mindset, urging everyone to hasten their efforts. People are made of iron, and food is steel. Only when well-fed can one muster the energy to watch a show. I procured some lamb chops. Wu Zong retrieved a fresh lamb chop from his inventory. Zheng Yu's eyes brightened instantly. Calling over the twin fire spirits to hand them the chop, Wu Zong tossed the lamb chop to one of the fire spirits. One spirit held it, while the other expertly enveloped it at the perfect temperature. Within mere seconds, the chop began to change color, emitting a sizzling sound. "You go. Your fire spirit summon is exceedingly convenient," Wu Zong remarked enviously. "It cooks quickly and alleviates concerns about burning, charring, or undercooking." Zheng Yu nodded in satisfaction, saying, "The fire spirit is reliable for barbecuing." Tao Qian cast a worried glance at the Level 13 Frost Corpse below. Would they truly allow the goblin to confront so many Frost Corpses alone? At that moment, Central Park was not home to just one Elite Frost Corpse. Swarms of Frost Corpses had emerged from the forest behind Central Park. This time, they truly came in droves, with the weakest Frost Corpse being above Level 3. There were even 2 Level 10 Frost Corpses, glaring menacingly at the Goblin General. Zheng Yu chuckled. "Who told you it was just the goblin?" Just then, a sound resembling a horn echoed. Tao Qian and the others looked down to discover the Goblin General holding a horn, from which the sound emanated. With the horn's call, a chorus of wolf howls ensued. Clatter, clatter, clatter. Behind the Goblin General, a battle squad comprised of goblins emerged. Leading the charge were 5 goblin shield bearers wielding enormous silver shields. 2 goblin wolf riders approached the Goblin General's side, followed by 5 goblin archers and 5 frenzied, bloodthirsty goblin assassins. At the rear stood a goblin mage wielding a staff. An impeccably composed team formed entirely of goblin kind. The Goblin General unveiled a new skill. Skill, Butler level, Command of the General. Goblin archers, prepare. At the behest of the Goblin General, 5 archers positioned behind the shield bearers drew their bows, taking aim. The bows were pulled to their maximum tension. Fire. Whoosh. Whoosh. 5 arrows were released. 1,190. 1,281. 1,308. 1,554. 1,421. The damage values appeared above the recently slain cold corpses. Although the figures paled in comparison to those of the Goblin General, they were still sufficient to rival the damage dealt by ordinary practitioners. Whoosh. 3,158. Whoosh. 2,100. Whoosh. 1971. Another trio of arrows flew forth, launched by the Goblin General himself and 2 Goblin Wolf Riders by his side. Continue. Aim. Shoot. Whoosh. 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 The arrows flew incessantly, each one finding its mark as the cold corpses fell one by one. Kill Cold Corpse. 3. Gain 32 experience points. Kill Cold Corpse. 4. Gain 70 experience points. Kill Cold Corpse. 4. Gain 69 experience points. Kill. Apart from a few higher-level cold corpses, none managed to reach the confines of Central Park. As soon as they emerged from the forest, they were met with at least 2 or 3 arrows before they could take but a few steps. Level 4 cold corpses had around 2,000 health points, unable to withstand even 2 arrows from an ordinary goblin archer. Only those of level 8 or above could endure a few more arrows before succumbing to the Goblin General's finishing blow. Kill Cold Corpse. 8. Gain 602 experience points. Kill Cold Corpse. 7. Gain 499 experience points. Kill Cold Corpse. 8. Gain 617 experience points. Kill. I leveled up again. Tao Qian was pleasantly surprised while cooking instant noodles. How many levels? Zheng Yu inquired. I reached level 5. Just level 5? Zheng Yu replied, somewhat astonished. He was on the verge of reaching level 8 and had not anticipated that Tao Qian and the others had only just attained level 5. Tao Qian explained, we haven't participated in any battles from the start, so our experience is naturally lower, but it's progressing swiftly, alright? Teaming up for the abyss. The 5 of us sharing experience means we're only slightly ahead, considering I have yet to even complete a day since my class change. In truth, it's quite rapid. Of course, I cannot compare with you. You have navigated the abyss, slain the monsters, and are vying for rankings, so your level naturally rises faster than ours. Tao Qian felt quite content with the current pace of leveling. No, not just content, it exceeded expectations. In less than a day, reaching level 5. Moreover, if the entire nightmare level abyss is completed, I would at least reach level 7, surpassing 90 of new practitioners. Wu Zong chimed in. I just took a glance at Li Feng and his group's levels. Li Feng is only at level 6, and they have cleared the dungeon twice consecutively. In other words, after we conquer the nightmare level abyss, the 4 of us will only trail behind you and Li Feng's group by a small margin in the entirety of Jiangshui City. Primarily, our ascension is effortless. Indeed, it is a breeze. As we savor lamb chops, we traverse the abyss, specifically the nightmare level abyss. Such unimaginable occurrences unfold. WNRNQNY gazes enviously at the goblin combat squad below, exclaiming, I am finally beginning to grasp the terror of the summoner. I recall reading in the summoner's textbook that if one possesses true talent, a single individual can represent an entire army. Initially, I scoffed at this notion. Yet, it now appears to hold truth. They harbored some concerns regarding the multitude of undead in Central Park. Could just one goblin truly withstand their onslaught? Such worries were ultimately unfounded. Not merely did they withstand, they had reached a level of slaughter. Is this weakness? This is, indeed, invincibility. WZ Ing could not contain his expletives. Their astonishment is entirely justifiable, as even ZH Ing Y failed to accurately assess the combat efficacy of this goblin squad. They possess both resilience and offensive capability. The goblin shield bearers can nearly deflect all thrown axes and even withstand the ice shockwave skill of a level 13 elite undead. Goblin archers, goblin wolf riders, and even goblin death knights exhibit formidable archery skills, long range, high damage, and rapid fire rate. Is this not invincibility? Moreover, despite being creatures of relatively low intelligence, goblins demonstrate remarkably high tactical acumen, dutifully obeying the commands of their goblin general without question. They are the epitome of a war machine. The horde of undead had yet to even set foot in Central Park when 2/3 of them had already been annihilated. Only the level 13 elite undead and a few higher-level undead remained, struggling for survival. They were nearing their end. The undead inherently possess a slow movement speed. And as the arrows rain down, the level 13 undead are reduced to half health, with several level 10 undead already lying lifeless on the ground. Kill undead, 10. Gain 954 experience points. Congratulations. Your level has increased. Level, 78, 4,400, 4,062 experience points needed for the next level. Health, 800, 1100, 450 equipment attributes. Mana, 320, 330, 150 equipment attributes. Intelligence, 869, 895, 35 equipment attributes. Strength, 192, 194, 2 equipment attributes. Agility, 151, 156. Remaining free attribute points, 6, level 8 attained. ZH Ing Y's expression brightened. Chapter 21, The Head Spider. How ferocious. Watching the undead fall in droves, Tao Qian and the others began to experience a peculiar illusion. Perhaps the nightmare level abyss is not so daunting after all. Naturally, this is merely an illusion. The 40,000 health points of the undead would take them an entire day to fell. However, a single ice shockwave could inflict 2,000 damage. 2 high health monks would struggle to withstand it. Yet, the shield bearers have withstood multiple ice shockwaves. Under the archer's barrage, the ice armor seems to hold no value whatsoever. However, every strategy guide mentions that the most loathed skill by the Frost White is the ice armor, as it can absorb any damage, creating an illusion of invulnerability for the players. They nearly achieve a kill, only for their attacks to be absorbed by the ice armor, resulting in a fatal counterattack from the Frost White. Additionally, the level 4 slow aura renders players nearly immobile when ensnared by the Frost White's grasp. I attempted, yet I failed, lamented Tao Qian, awakening from his delusion. I tried and was instantaneously defeated, added Ko Ying. Likewise, chimed in when wrenching you. It is merely a fact that observing Zheng Yu's effortless slaying of the Frost White is a simple sight. Engaging oneself guarantees a swift demise. Setting aside the elite level 13 Frost White, the hordes of lesser Frost Whites emerging from the forest are insurmountable for an average player. As they feasted and drank, A multitude of frost wights had already fallen, their experience points climbing steadily. The chilling cold of the cold street abyss, the most troublesome aspect, dissipated thanks to the presence of the twin fire demons. Ultimately, the horde of frost wights failed to breach the goblin general's defenses. Even the elite level 13 frost wight succumbed under a barrage of arrows, collapsing 30 meters away from the goblin frost wight. Under the effect of the skill general's command, they achieved a nearly flawless victory. The only casualty was the shield held by the shield goblin, which bore the marks of ice shards and the strikes of ice axes, along with cracks formed from icy vibrations. The goblin general didn't budge an inch. Boom. With the goblin general's final arrow, the elite frost wight met its end, its frozen body crashing to the ground, producing the sound of shattering ice. Kill elite frost wight 13. Earn 1547 experience points. Congratulations. You have obtained the weapon Iceblade, silver tier 10. Level 10 equipment. Zheng Yu rejoiced, promptly opening his inventory to examine this new acquisition. Weapon, Iceblade. Required level, 10. Usage requirements, assassins, shadow warriors, and other dagger proficient classes, with agility above 35. Tier, silver. Attributes, strength 50, agility 30, movement speed 20. Equipment effect, attacks possess ice attributes, ice damage 200, and guaranteed freezing effect upon critical hits. An ice dagger? Zheng Yu glanced at Kuing and Wen Rinxingyu. I have a dagger. Would you both be interested in it? A dagger? Both Kuing and Wen Rinxingyu's eyes lit up simultaneously. Zheng Yu continued, however, the requirements for equipping it are rather high, so you might not be able to use it just yet. He then shared the attributes in the team chat. Indeed, the requirements are quite steep, 40 points in agility, and I only have 22, Kuing remarked after reviewing the attributes. Zheng Yu countered, though the requirements for this dagger are high, its effects are exceptional. I recall that assassins possess a backstab skill, which has a high chance of critical hits. Coupled with the weapon's critical freezing effect, it ensures that after a backstab, the target will be frozen, allowing for a subsequent flurry of damage. Kuing and Wen Rinxingyu exchanged astonished glances at Zheng Yu. I didn't expect you to have such knowledge about assassins. Zheng Yu shrugged, stating, I am well versed in all professions, save for the summoner. I just conducted a brief search. This Iceblade is priced reasonably at the Sanctum Auction House, listed at 300,000. I shall offer it to you for 200,000 as a form of compensation for the cost of your invisibility potions. Should you require it, simply seek me out after the abyss concludes, but keep in mind that both of you are assassins, so you must negotiate among yourselves. The Iceblade possesses commendable attributes, yet its price is not exorbitant. For a dagger suitable for levels 10 to 15, a market price of 300,000 is indeed modest. The affordability stems from the scarcity of assassins. Had it been a warrior's weapon, the price would commence at a minimum of 800,000, a significant markup. Kuing and Wen Rinxingyu appeared to engage in a private discussion regarding the acquisition of the dagger. Zheng Yu chose not to intrude upon their deliberation. Instead, addressing the goblin general, please rest in place for a moment. Once we finish our meal, we shall proceed into the forest. Central Park serves as the sole resting area. Once they enter the forest, they will be compelled to traverse it until the very end. After enjoying a hearty meal of lamb chops for an hour, Zheng Yu and his companions had their fill. The summoned beasts require no sustenance. But Zheng Yu pondered whether to prepare some lamb chops for his valiant companions. Once they tidied up, under the guidance of the goblin general, they ventured into the forest. Before their entry, Zheng Yu produced a training dummy and tossed it to a goblin wolf rider, instructing it to bind the dummy to the rear of the colossal wolf. The forest represents the final challenge within the difficult abyss. As long as they safeguard the spring and deliver the female corpse to the frozen lake, they shall complete the level. However, in the nightmare tier, the forest is not the conclusion, but rather the commencement of the trials. To err on the side of caution, Zheng Yu released the dummy capable of absorbing damage on his behalf. Training dummy level, possesses 5,000 health points, and can withstand all damage directed at the summoner. Two identical dummies can be combined to upgrade to a higher level training dummy. This equates to a shield of 5,000. It is exceptionally suited for Zheng Yu's current needs. Upon entering the forest, the temperature plummeted once more. The twin fire spirits elevated their aura's warmth, preventing Zheng Yu and his companions from succumbing to frostbite while ensuring they did not overheat. The forest exceeded their expectations in size. Following the map for the difficult mode, they sought out a spring. As they neared the spring, a collective gasp escaped their lips, for beside the water lay a colossal spider. The giant spider cold corpse was a creature they had anticipated from their strategy guide, but they had not expected the nightmare version to appear in such a grotesque form. The spider's head was that of a human, its body marred with signs of stitching. Upon closer examination, what was presumed to be the black, hairy skin of a spider was, in fact, human scalp. Pieces of human skin were sewn onto its form, and the dark strands were not spider silk, but rather human hair. Disgusted, Kuing nearly retched. It was no wonder that the cold corpses were missing their scalps, their heads exposed and frozen, as they had been stitched onto this monstrosity. This was not merely a creature, It resembled a harrowing act of vengeance. At that moment, Zheng Yu recalled the grotesque organ cake crafted by that human child. The article describes the chilling atmosphere surrounding a certain street, where a female corpse must be retrieved from a well. It becomes evident why this street has transformed into such a grim setting. As the goblin general steps into the spring's vicinity, a human-skinned spider emits a menacing roar towards him. Rather than launching an offensive, it seeks to drive him away. Indeed, they seem reluctant to engage in battle with us, compelled to do so only because a greater fear looms over them. Human-skinned spider, level 15, rank, elite, health 60, 000, attack power 1050, skills, artificial silk, ice venom, brutality, grievance induction, hatred. Zheng Yu observes the attributes of this human-skinned spider, finally grasping the formidable challenges posed by the abyss of nightmares. He turns to his twin fire spirits and urges, "You should join the fray." With a surge of flames, the twin fire spirits, having been restrained for too long, arrive on the battlefield, eager to unleash their pent-up energy. As they witness the goblin general wreaking havoc, they yearn to engage more actively, rather than merely assisting in roasting meat and sausages. Chapter 22. The Twin Fire Spirits. The human-skinned spider possesses remarkable speed. Upon noticing the goblin general, it swiftly alters its position, evading the arrows that fly towards it. It spews forth a white, viscous substance, artificial spider silk, that immediately adheres one of the shield-bearing goblin's shields to the ground, rendering it immobile. Subsequently, the spider unleashes 3 more webs. But before they can ensnare the shield goblin, they spontaneously combust into ashes. The twin fire spirits arrive on the scene, their flames blazing fiercely. The icy ground melts away under the intense heat, causing the terrain to dry out and the temperature to rise. With the gradual increase in temperature, the human-skinned spider, crafted from stitched-together skin, begins to show signs of scorching. As an ice-type creature, fire is its natural nemesis, which is precisely why Zheng Yu opted for the fire attribute for his second summoned beast. 1441, 1528, 1359, 1259. Flame Aura, inflicting 186 burn damage per second, 456 fire spirit attack power with a 26 multiplier. This damage is not singular but occurs twice each second. The twin fire spirits unleash a dual aura, combining the burning damage from the flame aura, the elemental advantage of fire against ice, and the twin fire spirits doubled fire attribute damage, resulting in nearly 3,000 damage per second. The health bar of the human-skinned spider visibly declines. Not only the spider but the ground and surrounding trees catch fire. The flames envelop everything in sight, compelling even the goblin general and his troops to retreat. He commands the goblin archers to continue firing. Despite its body being scorched, the human-skinned spider appears unfazed by the pain, though it inherently despises fire due to its heavy negative energy. It shoots out webs in an attempt to ensnare the twin fire spirits. Yet, before the silken threads could reach the fiery demon, they were already consumed by flames and reduced to ashes. The human-skinned spider, witnessing the futility of the threads, braved the scorching heat and charged towards the twin fire demons to protect them. "Protect the twin fire demons," Zheng Yu commanded. At that moment, the goblin wizard at the rear raised his staff. A green light emanated from the tip of the staff. Suddenly, the human-skinned spider halted, and its severed head, sewn onto its body, drooped downward as it succumbed to slumber. A sleep spell? Wu Zong recognized the magic. This was a level 5 mage skill, a commendable control spell typically learned by mages early on as a supportive ability. It was astonishing that a goblin could wield such a spell. The duration of sleep was brief, lasting approximately 15 seconds. However, for the twin fire demons and the goblin general, this time was ample. Flame Cage, Wolf Cavalry Charge. Faced with a formidable opponent like the human-skinned spider, which boasted a staggering health pool of 550,000, the twin fire demons and the goblin general had already received Zheng Yu's order to unleash their full offensive without restraint. The most potent skill was unleashed. A fiery circle manifested beneath the human-skinned spider, deep crimson flames swirling within. With a thunderous roar, flames erupted from the circle, enveloping the entire form of the human-skinned spider. Flame Cage 8. It inflicted 645 damage per second, with a 58 coefficient from the fire sprite's attack power. The damage figures of 3, 0, 18, and 2, 985 appeared instantaneously. Although the explosive damage from the twin fire demons was not exceedingly high, the continuous damage was truly terrifying. The double damage, occurring at 1-second intervals, coupled with the spider's lack of magical resistance, rendered the damage output from the twin fire demons incomprehensible. With a roar, the human-skinned spider awakened from its slumber, frantically retreating to escape the fiery prison. Yet, by this time, the goblin general had already entered the fray. As another of Zheng Yu's summoned beasts, the flames of the twin fire demons could not harm the goblin general, creating an optimal combination. With a howl, the great wolf charged forward, unstoppable in its momentum. And alongside the goblin general, it plunged into the flame cage, delivering a devastating blow. 14. 891. An astonishing damage figure nearing 150,000 emerged. Gasping in shock, Tao Qian and the others, who were observing from a distance, exclaimed, "What on earth is this? A single strike dealing 150,000 damage. I cannot comprehend this." They whispered among themselves. If this were aimed at a professional, who could withstand such a blow? Not necessarily, Wuzong rationally analyzed. Abyssal creatures are one thing, and professionals are another. Abyssal creatures typically possess high health but low defense, while professionals have access to various equipment and skills, making them difficult to be instantly defeated. Hardly defeated? Tell me, who can endure 150,000 damage at the same level? Tao Qian retorted. Wuzong. Indeed, there seems to be no one. This was merely one skill. One must remember that behind the Goblin General was a squad of combatants ready to supplement the damage, alongside the fire demon continuously inflicting damage every second. Ku Ying remarked, according to your reasoning, if Zheng Yu were to participate in the professional fighter competition, would he not emerge victorious without question? Wen Ren Xingyu responded, not necessarily. After all, the only requirement for participating in the competition is to be above level 25. Post-second transition, there are no restrictions on levels. Wuzong's perspective holds merit. Zheng Yu possesses significant damage potential, yet when facing professionals, he may not inflict such high damage. Firstly, there is the aspect of attribute restraint. Secondly, the defensive capabilities come into play. Most importantly, professionals differ greatly from abyssal monsters. They will not simply stand there and absorb damage. Given the constraints of level suppression, equipment superiority, and occupational advantages, I do not believe Zheng Yu could continue to dominate as he does now. Certainly, he would achieve commendable results, yet he would not stand at the pinnacle. I believe the summoner's advantages lie in traversing the abyss, while in combat competitions, they would face considerable disadvantages. After all, if one were to disregard the summoned beasts and solely target Zheng Yu, all would be resolved. In the abyss, the monsters exclusively attack the summoned beasts that pose a threat to them. This is why they can so easily observe from the back. It is due to this very reason. However, the competition is entirely different. Professionals are not merely abyssal creatures. Why would they need to deal with summoned beasts when they could simply eliminate the summoner, rendering everything else inconsequential? Furthermore, aside from warriors, no profession is flawless. To balance both abyssal endeavors and combat prowess is simply implausible, analyzed when Ren Xingyu. This audacity in her analysis stemmed from Zheng Yu's absence, for at that moment, he was near the spring, observing something. Chapter 23. The Realm of Flames. No entry for the cold corpses. Zheng Yu was engaged in retrieving corpses. The Goblin General and the twin fire demons were locked in combat. Zheng Yu was tasked with extracting the female corpse to complete the mission. This duty could not be entrusted to others, for only the professional who retrieves the female corpse would obtain the necessary item to access the unfrozen lake. Utilizing a rope by the well, he fashioned a lasso to lower into the depths. He discovered an unfrozen surface beneath the well, from which a pale woman's head emerged. Do not blame me. I am merely guiding you to your rightful place. Although he had mentally prepared himself, this was indeed his first experience with corpse retrieval, and he felt somewhat unaccustomed, harboring certain superstitions. The battle ahead was nearing its conclusion, with the human-skinned spider, rendered unconscious within the fiery circle by the Goblin General, continuously losing health to the flames. Its health was approaching zero, and not a single patch of intact skin remained. It had been horrifically charred. Just as the Goblin General prepared to deliver the final blow to the human-skinned spider, an ear-piercing sound abruptly interrupted his attack. The sound resembled the wails of thousands. Blood began to seep from within the body of the human-skinned spider. Gray phantoms emerged around it. A chill swept over Zheng Yu, causing him to shiver involuntarily. This cold was not merely frigid air, but a chilling resentment. The wailing persisted. The Goblin General's eyes and ears began to bleed, and damage numbers appeared above its head. 1,259. 1,141. Two substantial amounts of damage emerged, startling Zheng Yu, who quickly commanded the Goblin General to retreat. Such damage was alarmingly high. After all, the level 8 Goblin General had a health cap of only 9,900, and merely hearing the agonizing screams had deducted over 2,000 health points. Fortunately, the range of this vengeful damage was limited, sparing Zheng Yu from harm, as well as the twin fire demons positioned several meters away from the human-skin spider. Subsequently, the vengeful energies surged into the human-skin spider's body. Crack, crack, crack. The human-skin spider suddenly enlarged, regaining 2/3 of its health. It had triggered its brutal mechanism, a capability typically reserved for higher-tier creatures. Yet it manifested in this elite foe. The human-skin spider, infused with the vengeful energy, radiated an aura that warned all to stay away. Indeed, proximity to the human-skin spider resulted in continual health loss from vengeful damage. This was truly reminiscent of the horrors found in the Abyss of Nightmares, Zheng Yu remarked. The brutalized human-skin spider had the potential to eliminate foes in an instant. Without delay, Zheng Yu administered a recovery potion of 1,000 health to the Goblin General and finally retrieved the female corpse from the well. A prompt appeared. You have acquired the frozen Mad Mother. To reach the true nightmare-level difficulty of the Cold Street Abyss, it was necessary to transport this female corpse deep into the forest. Zheng Yu speculated that it was likely a child, as the hint was exceedingly clear. Brother Yu, shall we leave? Called Tao Qian, his voice tinged with anxiety. After Zheng Yu pulled the corpse from the well, the forest erupted with the howls of various cold corpses. The cold corpses were mobilizing en masse. We must go, Zheng Yu asserted. Remaining here was not an option. The cold corpses emerged from every corner of the forest, and staying would surely lead to their entrapment. There were simply too many of them, and even the Goblin General could not guarantee their safety. Zheng Yu tossed the corpse to the Goblin General. Carry it, and don't lose it. Yes, the Goblin General replied, accepting the burden. Zheng Yu continued. Do not allow the human skin spider to approach the twin fire demons. Have the shield bearers hold the line. The twin fire demons were their most crucial source of damage. As long as they could withstand a few waves of the human skin spider's assault, the twin fire demons would rapidly incinerate their foes with their substantial health pool. The human skin spider at nightmare-level difficulty was exceedingly swift. They could evade the cold corpses, but could not shake off the relentless pursuit of the human skin spider. The only viable solution was to eliminate it immediately. Following the command, one of the shield-bearing goblins stood firm, brandishing its shield against the human skin spider. 658, 699, 644. Upon entering the vengeful aura's range, a flurry of damage numbers appeared above the goblin's head. Seeing the damage values, Zheng Yu let out a sigh of relief. Fortunately, the shield-bearing goblin possessed commendable defense. The vengeful corrosion inflicted over 1,000 damage on the Goblin General, while the shield-bearer endured only around 600. The shield-bearing goblin stood fearlessly before the human skin spider, an imposing figure. With a mighty roar, the spider lunged at the goblin. A flurry of bites ensued. 5,489. The shield goblin was instantly torn to shreds. In mere moments. My goodness. Not only Tao Qian and the others gasped, but even Zheng Yu was taken aback. If it were a professional, they would have perished immediately. The goblin shield soldier, being a summoned creature, could be revived repeatedly, so its demise was not mourned. Yet, the ferocity of the human skin spider's combat prowess was truly alarming. No wonder no one had ever conquered the nightmare-level abyss. A creature capable of instant annihilation was merely an elite monster. Who could possibly prevail against such odds? Tao Qian shouted in dismay as he watched the second shield soldier meet the same fate. Stop shouting, run, Zheng Yu urged, leading the retreat. There was no choice. The cold corpses were overwhelming, a relentless swarm. The scene felt reminiscent of an apocalyptic scenario besieged by zombies. The goblin squad was tasked with confronting the most formidable of foes, the human skin spider, and even with time on their hands, they could not withstand such a multitude of cold corpses. Fire spirits, strike swiftly and flee, Zheng Yu commanded. The twin fire spirits and the goblin general retreated while hurling fireballs and shooting arrows at the human skin spider. The twin fire spirits were filled with rage. They had anticipated their moment to shine, only to encounter a formidable adversary. Flames blazed as two fireballs soared toward the spider. Boom, boom. They detonated upon impact with the spider's visage. 3,548. 3,666. Keep going. At this moment, only the twin fire spirits were capable of inflicting significant damage. The third shield goblin was also torn apart by the human skin spider. However, the casting of spells by the twin fire spirits required energy, and the prolonged use of the flame aura diminished its potency. Just then, the goblin wizard inserted a finger into its chest, retrieving a bone and placing it atop the notched staff. An incomprehensible incantation resonated in the air, and a purple light enveloped the twin fire spirits. In the next instant, they regained their full vigor, their flames reigniting with vigor. Boom. The flames blazed a terrifying purple hue. All cold corpses approaching the twin fire spirits were reduced to ashes. Flame domain, cold corpses, stay away. Chapter 24, The Human Skin Skeleton Trio. The twin fire spirits have received a life sacrifice from the goblin wizard, enhancing their overall power. Size increased. Damage amplified. Health elevated. Duration, 1 minute. The goblin wizard had cast spells twice. Once with a slumber spell that halted the human skin spider's assault, and now again, sacrificing life to bolster the twin fire spirits. The twin fire spirits grew larger, their flames shifting from red to a deep purple, incinerating any cold corpse that ventured into the fiery aura within mere seconds. Level 5 cold corpses with low health were instantly reduced to ash upon entering the flame aura, while level 10 cold corpses could withstand it for no more than 5 seconds at most. A series of experience points surged in. Defeating the elite frost corpse, 10, granted 921 experience, 6, yielded 321, 5, offered 129, and 7, provided 503. The experience bar ascended wildly, nearly 3,000 points amassed, in just a minute. Only a fraction remained before leveling up to level 9. With the relentless demise of the frost corpses, Zheng Yu contemplated lingering here to harvest experience points to his heart's content. However, He understood that such feats were only achievable under the Goblin Wizard's sacrificial enhancement. Without it, the twin fire elementals would soon wane in vigor. Confronted with the incessant emergence of frost corpses from the forest, the twin fire elementals, bolstered for merely a minute by the wizard's enhancement, could not withstand the onslaught. Eliminate the skin spider, then we withdraw, Zheng Yu commanded the twin fire elementals. The skin spider was of utmost importance. The skin spider nearest to the twin fire elementals was bombarded by a barrage of fire spells. Initially, the twin fire elementals had reached their energy limit and could not unleash their skills. Yet through the Goblin Wizard's life sacrifice, their energy was wholly restored. A complete array of spells was unleashed upon the skin spider, double fireball, double flame cage, resulting in doubled fire attribute damage. Boom. The skin spider was enveloped in violet flames, releasing billowing black smoke with a pungent, acrid scent reminiscent of burning rubber. Defeated the elite skin spider, 15. Earning 2,691 experience points. Congratulations. Acquired armor, top, skin spider armor, golden grade 10. Congratulations. Acquired armor, headgear, skin spider hat, golden grade 10. Congratulations. Acquired armor, pants, skin spider pants, golden grade 10. Level, 89, 6,800, 5,298 experience points needed for next level. Health, 11001410, 450 equipment properties. Mana, 330340, 150 equipment properties. Intelligence, 95105, 35 equipment properties. Strength, 2022, 2 equipment properties. Agility, 1617. Remaining free attribute points, 10. Excellent. Zheng Yu gazed with delight at the 3 pieces of golden grade equipment. At level 10, golden grade gear represented the pinnacle of equipment, each piece valued around $1 million in any profession. The premium on equipment was one factor, influenced partly by merchant speculation, but more significantly, the reason lay in the fact that level 10 golden grade equipment could be utilized well into level 20. Most affluent professionals were willing to invest such sums. Zheng Yu examined the 3 golden grade items. Armor, top skin spider armor. Required level, 10. Required for any profession. Grade, golden. Attributes, health 4,000, physical defense 15, magic defense 15. Equipment effect, when attacked, the skin spider armor absorbs 10 damage. Set effect, skin spider 3-piece set, top, hat, pants. A health of 4,000. Zheng Yu was taken aback. The health provided by a single piece of equipment exceeded his current health by more than double. Alas, the health from equipment cannot be converted into talent. Otherwise, he could elevate the twin flame demon to the 4th tier. Zheng Yu turned to Tao Qian and Wu Zong. What is your current health? Tao Qian replied, 4290. Wu Zong elaborated. I just leveled up to 6. And now my health is 5490. Why do you have over 1,000 more than me? Tao Qian exclaimed in surprise. Wu Zong explained. My highest potential is in constitution. A high potential in constitution leads to a greater upper limit for health growth. The monk class is a tank, second only to the paladin in terms of health. Zheng Yu estimated that when they level up to 10, they might have around 8 or 9,000 in health. Thus, a piece of golden grade equipment that adds 4,000 health seems less absurd. Equipment is the primary source of combat strength for professionals. It also adds 15 to physical and magical resistance and can absorb an additional 10 damage, attributes that make for an impressive piece of equipment. A set effect. Zheng Yu noted the final line of the equipment description. It was indeed a set. Moreover, it dropped all 3 pieces at once. This skin spider has some merit. Armor, hat skin spider hat. Equip level, 10. Equip requirement, any class. Grade, golden. Attributes, health 1500, energy 10, energy recovery speed 10. Equipment effect. The wearer or their summoned creature will replenish energy once when energy is low, with a cooldown of 2 hours. Set effect, skin spider 3-piece set, top, hat. Pants, a hat that increases energy. The hat is entirely made of black, velvety spider skin. Zheng Yu had previously worried that the skin spider set would indeed be made from grotesque human skin, but fortunately, it does not appear as repulsive. Zheng Yu harbors no aversion to spiders. Rather, it is the notion of a spider crafted from human skin that he detests. Armor, pants skin spider pants. Equip level, 10. Equip requirement, any class. Grade, golden. Attributes, health 2000, movement speed 15, agility 5. Equipment effect, reduces the effects of slowing, binding, and sludge by 20. Increases jump height by 30, and grants immunity to all slowing and binding effects from webs. Set effect, skin spider 3-piece set, top, hat, pants. The shoe effects are rather average, as they cannot be applied to summoned beasts. This poses a challenge for summoners. Equipment effects, apart from intelligence, rarely influence summoned creatures. After all, summoned beasts, in a strict sense, are considered skills. Enhancements to health and speed offer little advantage to skills. For many years, the summoner has been neglected. And not without reason. It is not that no one wishes to vindicate the summoner, but rather that the profession itself is inherently flawed. All 3 pieces of equipment are level 10, which Zheng Yu is currently unable to don. Nevertheless, he perceives the set bonuses associated with the 3 items. Set bonus: Human Skin Spider Set, Chest, Hat, Pants. Equipping the Human Skin Spider armor, hat, and pants simultaneously activates the set attributes: Intelligence 50, Strength 50, Agility 5. Additionally, it activates the set effect of Hatred. Hatred will mark the last enemy that attacked you, and your next strike will inflict a hatred attack on that target, with damage equal to critical strike damage, though it does not benefit from critical bonuses. Hatred? Zheng Yu recalls this to be a skill of the Human Skin Spider. No wonder the Human Skin Spider can instantly eliminate a shield goblin with 6,000 health. It must be due to this hatred effect. It can deal critical strike damage. Although it isn't a true critical strike, merely a numerical value. Yet, this is sufficient. This set effect enables the Goblin General to unleash greater bursts of power. Meanwhile, the flames enveloping the twin fire spirits shift from purple to red. The life sacrifice effect of the Goblin Wizard dissipates. We must retreat. The Goblin Shield Bearers hold the rear. The Goblin General and Wolf Cavalry forge ahead. Zheng Yu and his companions hasten towards the unfrozen lake. Chapter 25. His son is Li Feng. All the shield bearers have perished. The 2 Wolf Cavalry, previously encircled, have yet to emerge. The Goblin Wizard has sacrificed his life. Only 5 archers and 5 death warriors remain. Having escaped the encirclement of the cold corpses, as they approach the unfrozen lake, the horde does not pursue any further. They seem to harbor a fear of this lake. This grants Zheng Yu and his companions a moment of respite. Zheng Yu assesses the battle losses. The Goblin General has lost half his health, and the giant wolf has sustained an injury to its right leg. The Goblin combat team has suffered significant losses, fortunately. 5 death warriors remain. These 5 are Zheng Yu's trump card for the unfrozen lake. The twin fire spirits have exhausted their energy and are recuperating in the summoner's space. Zheng Yu surveys his surroundings and notices that the horde of cold corpses has long since vanished, leaving the tranquil surface of the unfrozen lake devoid of any signs of life. Let us rest for a while. Once the twin fire spirits have fully recovered their energy, we shall proceed to the unfrozen lake. No one voices objections to Zheng Yu's plan, as he suggests a break. Tao Qian and the others have already begun to prepare chairs and food. In truth, they are not alone in this regard. Other teams are doing the same. A single abyss can stretch for hours, with some reports claiming durations exceeding a month. Taking breaks to restore stamina, energy, and heal wounds is a necessity, unless faced with a relentless pursuit in the abyss. Zheng Yu retrieves a collection of potions from his inventory. He tosses a prime cut of pork to the giant wolf, which devours it in a few bites. The visible injury on its leg begins to mend. Zheng Yu selects various restorative potions and administers them to the Goblin General, restoring nearly 4,000 health and replenishing it fully. The twin fire spirits remain within the summoner's space, because the summoner's space is the quickest place for summoned beasts to recover. I am utterly exhausted. Tao Qian lay inside the tent they had erected. Zheng Yu chuckled and said, "What are you complaining about? You haven't even had to fight." Tao Qian grinned. "It's just that after lying down for so long, I find it a bit uncomfortable to suddenly start running." Facing Tao Qian's antics, Zheng Yu merely laughed. Wu Zong, while preparing food, remarked, "I can truly feel the nightmare-level abyss difficulty now. Just the number of cold corpses we encountered would be impossible for ordinary practitioners to overcome." Kuing, who was slicing fruit, added, "I believe the toughest challenge isn't the horde of cold corpses. Those who dare to enter the nightmare-level abyss are elite practitioners. They must have a way to break through. The real challenge lies with that human skin spider. It is fast, inflicts high damage, and in a state of brutality. It can eliminate a person in an instant. Who could possibly overcome that? No wonder Jiangshui City has had no successful practitioners for years. It truly is difficult." Zheng Yu then inquired, "By the way, have previous elite practitioners ever attempted to enter the nightmare-level abyss? The rewards are incredibly generous. They originate from the nightmare-level abyss in other cities. It is said that a platinum weapon, after a warrior reaches level 25, can fetch a staggering auction price of 20 million. A level 10 weapon priced in the millions is already outrageous. What is even more astonishing is that this weapon, after changing hands several times, has now been inflated to a price of 40 million and is hailed as the strongest level 10 warrior weapon. This is why Zheng Yu is determined to clear the nightmare-level dungeon. Although the state will provide resources and assistance, claiming there are no limits, this is not entirely true. It merely ensures that you have access to resources, but not all resources are attainable. For example, the strongest level 10 warrior weapon is something one must earn through their own efforts. Unfortunately, the difficulty of the nightmare-level abyss is exceedingly high. Non-elite practitioners find it nearly impossible to succeed, and even elite practitioners must have the most suitable teammates to stand a chance. Thus, it is understandable why there are doubts about Zheng Yu from the outside world. Tao Qian and others who follow Zheng Yu into the nightmare-level abyss are certainly brave, perhaps even reckless. Tao Qian believes that no elite practitioners have attempted it thus far. When we entered the nightmare abyss previously, there were announcements made. I could not find any news of elite practitioners entering the nightmare-level abyss in past years. Wenren Kinjiu looked at Zheng Yu with keen interest and said, "Well, You should ask our ostentatious captain about that. Announcements require funding. Tao Qian turned to Zheng Yu, seeking an answer. Zheng Yu shrugged and said, if I don't make an announcement, who would know I entered the nightmare abyss? They might think I'm afraid to team up with Li Feng. Of course. I need to make an announcement. The corners of Tao Qian's mouth twitched. I thought announcements were passive. Turns out they are an active skill? How much did it cost? Ku Ying inquired curiously. To push it directly to their faces, a total of 50,000. Ku Ying was taken aback. 50,000 just to make an announcement? That seems a bit extravagant. However, Zheng Yu found it worthwhile. Why should I remain low-key? I possess such remarkable strength. To remain modest would be a disservice to my talents, Zheng Yu remarked, half in jest. However, Tao Qian and Wen Rin Xingyu, along with the other two, sensed a lack of sincerity in his words. Wen Rin Xingyu pondered for a moment before inquiring, you previously mentioned that you do not possess a resurrection cross. I thought you were jesting. After all, a level 1 talent is typically entitled to at least one life-saving resurrection item. Thus, the resource department of Jianshui City did not allocate resources to you? Zheng Yu glanced at Wen Rin Xingyu, acknowledging her knowledge. She shrugged, before my family's decline. The Wenrin clan was considered a prominent family. I am somewhat familiar with these matters. Zheng Yu chose not to comment further. He refrained from questioning the lineage of Wen Rin Xingyu or the reasons for her family's fall from grace. Everyone harbors secrets. Just as the group refrains from inquiring why Zheng Yu's summoned beast is so formidable or why the Goblin Wolf Riders have transformed into Goblin Generals. To pry further would be impolite. Wen Rin Xingyu's speculation was accurate. His allocation had yet to materialize. Zheng Yu's decision to spend 50,000 on such an announcement was fueled by indignation. Logically, as a level 1 talent, his resources should have been delivered by now. They ought to have been provided prior to his entrance into the abyss. While others might experience delays, a level 1 talent would receive immediate attention. This reflects a respect for those with high-level talents. The reason for Zheng Yu's exclusion was all too clear. No one had reached out to him. It was only after he set a new record in the abyss that the mayor of Jianshui City remembered him. What was this? It was a clear case of preferential treatment. Why could Li Feng, a level 1 talent, expedite his progress and shatter the ordinary abyss record? Because his supplies had long been secured. All level 1 talents received their provisions, except for him. Zheng Yu's silence did not equate to ignorance. Nor did it imply a lack of frustration. He could afford the announcement. It was also a means to send a message to those withholding his resources. He held grudges. I am one to remember slights, and I do not appreciate suffering in silence. Since I can disclose information to everyone, there is no need for concealment. Do you know? After we set the historical record for clearing the simple level abyss, the mayor contacted me directly. When Rin Xingyu asked, did he call you personally? Zheng Yu smiled and shook his head. No, he had the homeroom teacher notify me to reach out to him. When Rin Xingyu was taken aback. Zheng Yu, adopting an understanding demeanor, remarked, I fully comprehend. Jianshui City's resources are limited. Having allocated to Li Feng, what resources could possibly remain for a summoner? Hence, I am keen to discover how the mayor will respond should I clear the nightmare level abyss. Wen Rin Xingyu contemplated for a moment and replied, I recall the minister of the resource department in Jianshui City has the surname Li. Zheng Yu beamed, I am aware. His son is Li Feng. Chapter 26. Are experts always right? Tao Qian inquired with confusion. Surely, the mayor's perspective cannot be so narrow-minded. To attain the position of mayor, one must possess a practitioner level of at least 45. An official in charge of a region is not solely responsible for political governance, but also for protection and military enforcement. A practitioner's level symbolizes everything. It is not necessarily the case. One must recognize that the nation allocates resources to individuals possessing talents above a certain level not merely once, but continuously, with subsequent resources being exceedingly remarkable. Moreover, the mayor requires tangible achievements. He too aspires for advancement, and after reaching level 40, each subsequent level becomes increasingly arduous. When Rin Xingyu rationally analyzed the situation, Zheng Yu nodded in agreement, stating that the mayor could not simply consume his resources, yet without the mayor's approval, this matter was insurmountable. It was a straightforward comparison. One individual possessed a level talent, but was relegated to obscurity, while another with a similar talent thrived in a prominent profession, and furthermore, the latter's father was the minister of the resource department. Zheng Yu shrugged. With such connections, the outcome was evident. Tao Qian, perplexed, inquired, isn't the resource department under the mayor's jurisdiction? Why must the mayor curry favor with the minister of the resource department? When Rin Xingyu shook his head, clarifying, firstly, you misunderstand the relationship. The resource department operates independently of the mayor. There is no hierarchical dynamic between the two. In fact, the resource department holds greater significance, as you can imagine, given its control over resources. Additionally, your use of the term curry favor is misplaced. The mayor requires achievements, from Zheng Yu's perspective. Although Li Feng's qualifications are inferior to his, he is undeniably a stable warrior profession. Secondly, the relationship between the mayor and Li Nan is symbiotic. Upon receiving this explanation, Tao Qian comprehended fully. It was not that the mayor lacked vision, but rather that they themselves were myopic. The mayor was astute, accurately weighing the pros and cons. Offending an inconspicuous summoner with no background or future was far less advantageous than fostering a relationship with a well-established minister of the resource department, thereby securing connections. Moreover, acquiring a level talent warrior, despite the talent being modest, provided stability. Regardless of whether resources were allocated to Zhengyu, the rationale remained sound. Without resources reaching Zhengyu, and lacking the assistance of a summoner's guild to manage these affairs, he was left vulnerable to whatever narrative others chose to construct. The class supervisor conveyed via phone that the mayor would personally award the commendation. However, Zhengyu understood that the mayor merely recognized him as a summoner who might not be as inadequate as initially perceived. Yet, the resources had already been distributed. To placate him, a formal process must ensue. A grand vision would be painted, accompanied by a token compensation. This perceived fairness incited Zhengyu's anger. Why should what rightfully belonged to him be surrendered to others? Thus, even when time permitted, Zhengyu resolutely declined the mayor's invitation for a meeting. He harbored a grudge. It was simply his nature. He was not one to be magnanimous. Whether he required the resources was irrelevant. What was his could not be appropriated by others. Even if he chose to forego it, that did not grant anyone the justification to seize it. Meanwhile, in the mayor's office, Zhou Yun listened to the phone call. Somewhat astonished. He refuses to meet with me? The class supervisor on the other end spoke cautiously. Zhengyu mentioned he intends to enter the abyss. And time is of the essence. He requested that upon his return from the abyss, he would reach out to you. The class supervisor endeavored to phrase his words diplomatically. Mayor Zhou Yun chuckled softly. Ah, the lad still holds a grudge. Is it merely because resources were not allocated to him? Very well, when he emerges from the abyss, I shall provide him with due compensation. On the other end of the line, there was a prolonged silence. Then, the voice of the homeroom teacher, tinged with an unusual tone, inquired, Mayor, may I ask, have you truly not allocated any resources to Zhengyu? The tone was far less respectful than before, resembling an interrogation. Mayor Zhou Yun furrowed his brow, perceiving the firmness in teacher Zhengyu's voice, as if he were on the verge of anger. Who are you to question my authority? However, after a moment's reflection, he refrained from responding in kind. Recognizing that the other party was likely experiencing considerable distress, he patiently explained, Teacher Zhang, you are well aware that resource allocation requires a rigorous evaluation process. After thorough assessment by experts at various levels within Jianshui City, there is a unanimous consensus that Li Feng possesses greater potential. While Zhengyu is indeed gifted, his profession as a summoner places him in a precarious position, given that our city has consistently ranked at the bottom for many years. We cannot afford to squander resources on Zhengyu at this juncture, as they are indeed scarce. I urge you to understand the government's stance and the rationale behind our decision. Upon hearing the mayor's words, the homeroom teacher responded softly, Are the experts always correct? Mayor Zhou Yun's tone began to betray his impatience. Comrade Zhang Cheng, I shall reiterate, this decision was reached after careful evaluation, and the Provincial Resource Department has already consented to and disbursed the allocations. Should you have any objections, you may address them with the provincial authorities. Mayor Zhou was exasperated. Although he held the title of mayor, he found himself unable to control numerous matters, particularly those pertaining to political achievements. It was not that he wished to withhold resources from a talent like Zhengyu. Rather, he was constrained by the regulations. The state had issued a total of 4 allocations for level talents. 1 for level 1, 1 for level 10, 1 for level 25, and 1 for level 40. All of which were exceedingly generous. Yet, doubts lingered regarding Zhang Yu's capability to ascend to level 10. Who would receive the subsequent allocations? Could he possibly stand before higher authorities and declare that Jianshui City's key nurturer had once again proven inept? What future could a mere summoner hope to possess? Should these resources be squandered? Fortuitously, the son of the minister of the resource department was a level warrior, presenting a mutually beneficial solution. As for Zheng Yu, he was merely a summoner, destined to fade into obscurity soon enough. The decision to allocate resources to Li Feng would ultimately be hailed as a judicious choice. Mayor Zhou was acutely aware that both Zheng Yu and his teacher would harbor grievances. Therefore, for him to personally reach out to Zheng Yu's homeroom teacher and patiently elucidate the circumstances surrounding these decisions was, in itself, a gesture of considerable respect. What more could they desire? Did they truly believe he owed them something as their mayor? He was not being deceitful. Once Zheng Yu's status as a level talent summoner had been reported, several other departments, including but not limited to the Ministry of Education, high school principals, and the resource department, had sought his counsel. Numerous meetings were convened, and extensive plans were devised. Ultimately, it was decided to report to the provincial department, making an exception to allocate resources not to level Zheng Yu, but to level Li Feng. Noting the silence on the other end of the line, Zhou Yun spoke earnestly. The provincial department has already consented. What more can I do? I can only assure you that Zheng Yu will receive some compensation, but the subsequent resources must indeed be transferred to Li Feng. You must comprehend my perspective as well as that of the provinces. The number of professionals is on the rise, and those endowed with exceptional talents are increasingly numerous. Zheng Yu's extraordinary aptitude can hardly be deemed rare any longer. Ponder this carefully. He ended the call and summoned his secretary. Prepare a resource package to be issued from our end, without touching the resources of the department. Intended for Zheng Yu. This matter indeed bore some fault on his part, hence he intended to make amends with Zheng Yu. However, the secretary interjected, Mayor, I believe such preparations may not be necessary. Excuse me? Zhou Yun raised an eyebrow in inquiry. The secretary continued, Teacher Zhang Cheng likely did not inform you. But Zheng Yu has entered a nightmare-level abyss. Zhou Yun was momentarily taken aback. Did he wish to perish? A peculiar expression crossed his face. This young man seemed quite temperamental. Was he planning to vent his frustrations through self-destruction? He did not hold faith in Zheng Yu's ability to conquer a nightmare-level abyss. The Han Street Abyss had been a part of Jiangshui City for over a decade, with no one ever having emerged victorious from a nightmare-level trial. Moreover, Zheng Yu was a summoner. At that moment, Zhou Yun grasped why Teacher Zhang Cheng's demeanor had seemed so peculiar earlier. He had shifted from utmost respect to a tone of questioning. It was apparent he had knowledge of Zheng Yu's perilous undertaking in the nightmare-level abyss, and it seemed unlikely he would return alive. Zheng Yu had neither borrowed money, nor did he come from a well-off family. And he lacked resources, essentially entering the nightmare-level abyss utterly unprepared. Was this not tantamount to courting death? Yet, Mayor Zhou Yun found amusement in this turn of events, not perceiving it as a misfortune. Prepare an obituary. Do you know how to write one? The secretary, with years of experience, was well aware of the intricacies involved. He remarked, I shall craft it with heartfelt sincerity, lamenting the loss of a gifted individual from Jiangshui City. Furthermore, he intended to exaggerate the announcement regarding Zheng Yu's expenditures, portraying him as arrogant and overconfident due to his exceptional talent, ultimately leading to his demise. He would also subtly highlight the drawbacks of being a summoner, unable to disengage from combat, and the resurrection cross being rendered useless. Zhou Yun shook his head. Do not mention Li Feng, omit that. Understood. The secretary noted this precaution in his notebook. Also, prepare the resources I previously requested. Deliver them directly to Zheng Yu's teacher. I recall that Teacher Zhang Cheng has a child in the first year of high school, correct? Let him manage these resources as he sees fit. Understood. Chapter 27. Unearthing Graves. In the Han Street Abyss, Zheng Yu reclined in a lounge chair, resting with his eyes closed. Due to the absence of internet connectivity within the abyss, he could not even peruse forums. Instead, he sipped coffee to rejuvenate himself. After approximately 2 hours of rest, the twin fire demons regained their vigor. A summoner possesses the ability to observe the status data of their summoned creatures. The Goblin General, having taken a brief respite, reached a state of 98 in both spirit and stamina, with his health fully restored. The Goblin General had not retreated to the summoner's space for rest, yet. Being a seasoned warrior, his endurance was his advantage, and his mental and physical state remained consistently robust. The seasoned veteran, accustomed to the ravages of war and the constant dance with death, remained ever vigilant and serious. The Goblin General would never allow himself to lapse into a state of complacency, thus he could not attain a perfect state of readiness. In contrast, the twin fire spirits, within Zheng Yu's summoner space, swiftly regained their full vitality. The twin fire spirits were characterized by their youthfulness, vivacity, and combative nature. Their youth was their greatest asset, while their belligerence defined their temperament. Though they lacked endurance, all their abilities were sustained skills. Zheng Yu pondered a way to enhance the combat durability of the twin fire spirits. After reaching level 10, a summoner would acquire exclusive training skills, enabling them to cultivate their summoned beasts by modifying their traits, nurturing attributes, and refining skills until they were suited for battle. However, this process was exceedingly intricate, with the costs far outweighing the benefits in practical combat capability. Yet, for Zheng Yu, regardless of the training, the ultimate combat strength was dictated by innate talent, leaving him free of concern. At that moment, Tao Qian and the others were efficiently packing away their camping gear, tents, firewood, food, and hot water. Zheng Yu felt a twinge of nostalgia. Where could he find such excellent companions? If only they were of the same level as him. He would not need to seek new allies for the dungeons after reaching level 10. Although Tao Qian and Wu Zong were not particularly strong, Tao Qian, being Zheng Yu's close brother, understood Zheng Yu's intentions well, often anticipating his needs before he even spoke. It was reminiscent of when Zheng Yu expressed his desire to compete on the leaderboard. Tao Qian immediately set about recruiting teammates without hesitation. Wu Zong's grilling skills had improved remarkably, especially with his perfectly cooked kidneys, seasoned to perfection. One Ren Qinjiu brewed tea with finesse, while Kuing clearly was a diligent worker, adeptly tidying up. Moreover, these two young women were quite attractive, capable, pleasing to the eye, and obedient. What more could one desire? Zheng Yu felt that it might be challenging to encounter such agreeable companions in the future. Brother Yu, it's all right. We're all level 6 now. After we clear the nightmare level abyss, we will surely reach level 7, and reaching level 10 will only require a couple of simple dungeons, Tao Qian calculated. The level 2 abyss was situated between levels 10 and 20. Even if one cleared another nightmare level dungeon, surpassing level 20 was improbable. There was still hope, he chuckled. Furthermore, it was rumored that after level 20, each subsequent level would require hundreds of thousands of experience points, presenting ample opportunities for them to cling to his coattails. Zheng Yu was reluctant to part with this capable group. Tao Qian and the others were even less willing to let go of such a significant asset. Following Zheng Yu's method of navigating the abyss, their levels would rise swiftly. There would be no time for rest in their quest for leaderboard glory. They could not indefinitely rely on Zheng Yu's abyss runs, but they could seize every opportunity they had. Once everything was packed, Zheng Yu summoned the rejuvenated twin fire spirits, with the goblin general standing resolutely at the forefront. Zheng Yu glanced at the time. 6 hours had elapsed since they entered the nightmare level abyss. In the depths of the abyss, the trial culminated at the very presence of the human skin spider. To vanquish this foe was impossible. Instead, one must transport the female corpse to the center of the unfrozen lake. From this point onward, it was a realm untouched by any adventurer from Jiangshui City. Zheng Yu cast a training dummy to Tao Qian. You shall remain here. Should circumstances turn dire, you will have the opportunity to withdraw from the abyss. With that, Zheng Yu instructed a goblin death knight to carry the female corpse, while he and the goblin general mounted a giant wolf and ventured into the unfrozen lake. The lake was shallow, reaching only halfway up the wolf's legs. Despite the surrounding temperature plummeting to over -40 degrees, the unfrozen lake shimmered with ripples, its depths crystal clear. At the heart of the lake stood a modest grave, unknown to its occupant. The grave, ensnared within the lake's embrace, was half submerged. Yet its pinnacle remained dry. Upon approaching the grave with the female corpse, they encountered no hindrance, no icy cadavers, no human skin monstrosities, only an oppressive cold and palpable resentment. Suddenly, a sharp crack echoed from behind. The temperature plummeted. As Zheng Yu approached the grave, the unfrozen lake instantaneously froze over. A torrent of vengeful spirits surged forth from the burial site. Zheng Yu quickly retreated, standing upon the newly solidified surface of the lake, while the goblin general, twin fire spirits, and the goblin combat squad prepared themselves for battle. It was evident that he had activated the final trial of the Cold Street Abyss. The nightmare-level adversary awaited him. Are you here to persuade me to spare them? A cacophonous voice erupted from the surroundings, resembling the cries of hundreds of tormented souls. Zheng Yu stepped back and replied, I merely seek to return what belongs to this place. With that, he directed the goblin general to lay down the female corpse, yet the chilling atmosphere continued to descend. Resentment, icy breaths, and fury swirled above the unfrozen lake. The twin fire spirits intensified their fiery aura, battling the encroaching cold. Return what belongs here. She ought to remain forever in that abyss, never to see the light of day, just as she did to me. Do you wish to plead for her? The voice was piercing, filled with hatred. With a crackling sound, several icy cadavers emerged around the unfrozen lake. Zheng Yu's expression darkened. For these icy cadavers were of level 15. Death Knights, intercept them. He commanded. Goblin General, commenced digging. A single level 15 human skin spider posed a formidable challenge. A horde of level 15 icy cadavers was an insurmountable obstacle. The only path to conquering the nightmare-level abyss lay in vanquishing the threats within the grave. Chapter 28. The Source of the Curse, God of the Cold Prison. The Goblin General charged forth with remarkable speed, reaching the grave in an instant. A growl erupted as the icy cadavers blocked his path. With a resounding crash, the cadavers were struck by the Wolf Rider's charge. The level 15 cadaver was sent flying. 18,451. The level 9 Goblin General, with an attack power of 656 and a 27-fold attack coefficient from the Wolf Rider, unleashed nearly 20,000 points of damage, instantly reducing 2/3 of its health. The chilling corpse possesses a meager amount of vitality. Zheng Yu retreated to a safe distance, keenly observing the unfolding battle. This was a combat style characteristic of summoner-type practitioners, not merely summoners themselves, but also druids who conjure beasts and necromancers who raise the undead, all employ similar tactics. The farther one retreats, the better. Were it not for the necessity of entering the unfrozen lake to activate the mechanism, he would have preferred to remain outside its confines. The twin fire elementals, the goblin death knights, and archers paved the way for the goblin general. With a deep breath, the two fire elementals unleashed their fiery auras and fireballs to inflict damage and diminish the chilling corpse's vitality. The goblin archers harried from behind, contributing additional damage, while the goblin death knights used their bodies to shield the chilling corpse, buying precious time for the goblin general. With a mighty leap, the goblin general brought his heavy mace crashing down upon the grave. Stop hiding. The chilling corpse you control cannot withstand my might. If you dare to conceal yourself further, I shall unearth your grave. With a deafening crash, the goblin general's mace descended, only to be met by a pale, delicate hand that caught it with surprising strength. At last it emerged. Zheng Yu gazed intently at that ghostly hand, reminiscent of a child's, perhaps the size of a 7 or 8-year-old. The fingers were ghastly white, caked with blood and soil beneath the nails, and like the other chilling corpses, the skin was cloaked in a layer of frost. Furthermore, its data materialized before Zheng Yu's eyes. Cursed Little Chi. Level, 15. Grade, Level 1 Curse. Cursed Source, God of the Chilling Abyss. Health, 200,000. Attack Power, 1, 500. Skills, Absolute 0. Skills, Bone Chilling Cold. Skills, Lord of the Unfrozen Lake. Skills. A gasp escaped his lips. 200,000 health points. Quite a daunting figure indeed. It was no wonder that so few managed to conquer the nightmare level abyss. With such a health pool, it was sufficient to intimidate so-called gifted practitioners. The God of the Chilling Abyss. Zheng Yu regarded this term that appeared in the context of the nightmare level, feeling an unsettling familiarity. Just like in the game, this sudden manifestation of a sanctuary on Earth, the Abyss, and the data-driven practitioners all bore a grand narrative, one opposing the divine. According to the accounts of other nightmare-level Abyss dungeons, one could glean that the Abyss was a byproduct of the god's emergence. Take, for instance, this child named Little Chi, who possessed the ability to freeze all and create chilling corpses, yet faced the grim fate of lying within a coffin in the unfrozen lake. The favor of the gods is not a blessing, but a curse. This was all the knowledge Zheng Yu possessed about the Abyss. After all, even the highest-ranked Nan Mu Yun had only reached level 71 and had yet to encounter the true depths of the divine Abyss. A crisp sound of freezing echoed as it enveloped the goblin general. As Little Chi crawled from the grave, the temperature in the surroundings plummeted once more, directly freezing the nearest goblin general. Ice Crystal Pendant effect has been activated, granting immunity to 1 instance of freezing. Effect enters cooldown. Next activation in 1 minute. The Ice Crystal Pendant's effect took hold. Though this necklace is merely a level 5, it proves remarkably effective in the frozen abyss. Not only does it grant immunity to freezing once per minute, but it also bestows an additional 10 points of ice resistance and mitigates 20 points of slowing effects. Without this necklace, the goblin would not be standing before Shao Qi. Boom. As the freezing effect was lifted, the goblin general wasted no time. Without allowing Shao Qi to fully emerge, he unleashed a flurry of brutal blows upon the outstretched hand. 1, 2, 3. The display was grand, yet it inflicted not a single point of damage. Zheng Yu furrowed his brow. The lack of damage was, in fact, quite normal. After all, elite monsters in the frozen abyss possess ice armor protection. However, one would expect some degree of damage to be registered, even if it were a mere 0. Retreat. Zheng Yu suddenly recalled something and urged the goblin general to swiftly distance himself from the only solid ground atop the unfrozen lake. Alas, he was a moment too late. A piercing wail echoed from the surrounding graveyard. The previously frozen surface of the unfrozen lake shattered completely, restoring the water's natural undulating surface. Zheng Yu, standing upon the lake, plunged directly into the frigid depths. Although the water only reached his knees, the bone-chilling cold sent a shiver throughout his entire body, a piercing chill radiating from his legs to his spine. Simultaneously, the goblin general, along with his wolf, was sent flying backward. 4,187. Over 4,000 damage. Directly taking nearly half of the goblin general's health. 1,000. 2,500. Zheng Yu quickly replenished the goblin general's health. Earlier, in the restaurant owned by the chef Han Si, he had discovered numerous healing items, which were now proving invaluable. The reason for the earlier lack of damage was that Shao Qi was executing a skill. Bitter Cold. It releases a wave of damage composed of resentment and chill. During the accumulation of cold energy, it renders the caster immune to any harm. The mechanism involves charging, during which the caster is invulnerable. This mechanism is truly infuriating. Zheng Yu muttered, taking a potion himself, the invisibility elixir provided by Wenren Qingjiu. A wave of bitter cold struck the goblin general, dealing 4,000 damage. Had it landed on him, the damage would have overflowed. Even with training dummies, caution was imperative. Should he falter, it would spell disaster for all. In the distance, Tao Qian and the others gazed in astonishment at the damage dealt. What the hell? Tao Qian exclaimed. He had only witnessed the goblin general inflict such damage upon Han Si, but had never seen a goblin endure such a staggering amount of damage. This was utterly absurd. 4,000. Kuing glanced at her own health, murmuring, if it were me, I would have been eliminated instantly. No wonder the nightmare-level abyss is so challenging to conquer. It seems utterly insurmountable. Wu Zong looked with concern at the goblin general, who had been sent flying, and at Zheng Yu, whose body was now covered in frost. Can we overcome this? A heavy silence ensued. Even Tao Qian, who usually held unwavering confidence in Zheng Yu and offered him unconditional support, fell silent. They were anxious yet powerless to act, left only to wait anxiously and hope that Zheng Yu possessed a trump card to turn the tide. And indeed, Zheng Yu had a trump card. But now is not the time to strike. This is merely the first move against the cold street. Ah, the piercing cries continue unabated. At this moment, a boy named Shao Qi, cursed by the god of cold prison, has fully emerged from his grave and floats in midair, surrounded by swirling coldness. The resentment has even transformed into visible black smoke, coiling around him. A boy of 7 or 8, with his innards hollowed out. Fortunately, due to the frigid temperatures, everything inside has frozen, devoid of any sticky blood or similar substances. Ugly, terrifying, and grotesque. Yet, Zhengyu feels a pang of sorrow. That grotesque cake of innards was undoubtedly crafted from this child. It is unfathomable to imagine the suffering he endured in life. At this moment, the twin fire demons have dispatched 2 level 15 cold corpses. Hence, only the goblin general, the twin fire demons, and the surviving goblin combat squad can be seen in battle. Floating in midair, Xiaoqi stares blankly at the twin fire demons. It is evident he harbors a deep disdain for flames. You shall all perish. The voice resonates from all directions, gravelly and torn, emanating from men, women, and children alike. Xiaoqi commands the souls of the entire abyss of Cold Street to speak. He charges directly at the twin fire demons, feeling discomfort at the flames. He senses that these twin fire demons pose the greatest threat. Block him. Zhang Yu swiftly retreats, braving the cold to distance himself from the twin fire demons. Wary of being caught in the crossfire, the death warriors surge forward. A scornful expression crosses Xiaoqi's scarred face as he flicks his right hand, unleashing a chilling blast akin to an ice dragon that envelopes the 5 death warriors. With a resounding crash, they are instantly frozen. His skill, absolute zero. Gazing at the immobilized death warriors, Xiaoqi's once pupil-less white eyes betray an expression of utter disdain. But in the next moment, he falters. 4 of the death warriors are frozen, yet one has inexplicably appeared behind him. Get away. Boom. Before he can react, a thunderous explosion erupts right before him. The purple flames completely engulf him. 5,874. Zheng Yu's first trump card, a death warrior capable of utilizing the assassin's blink skill, equipped with self-detonation. Chapter 29. Father? Mother? The self-detonation damage of the goblin death warrior is quite substantial, inflicting around 5,000 damage. However, against Xiaoqi, who possesses 200,000 health, it is but a drop in the ocean. Yet, the significance of the self-detonation damage is negligible. What truly matters is that the blood released from the death warrior upon detonation is toxic. Not only toxic, but also highly flammable. The goblin death warriors, unafraid of death, possess the ability to explode upon dying. Their long-term consumption of poison and injection of special blood has transformed their blood into a weapon of its own. Splat. The blood splashes onto Xiaoqi, emitting a hissing, corrosive sound. 109, 125, 158. The damage gradually escalates, manifesting 3 to 4 times per second. The demise of the dead soldier afforded the twin fire demons precious time. The fiery prison was poised to strike. Boom. Flames ignited the violet blood coursing through Little Chi's veins, a substance already corrosive, which instantly erupted into a conflagration. Like maggots gnawing at flesh, it tormented Little Chi's skin and body. 258, 269, 3,684, 2,284. The inferno from the toxic blood of the dead soldier, combined with the damage from the fiery prison and the searing heat of the flame halo, resulted in a triad of harm. The health of Han Street visibly diminished. It is crucial to note that the damage inflicted by the twin fire demons is indeed doubled. Nearly 10,000 health points drained each second. This revelation sent Tao Qian into a frenzy. The nightmare-level abyss was indeed formidable, but Zheng Yu was utterly monstrous. Was this a summoner? This was akin to a battle between titans. Previously, Tao Qian had underestimated the twin fire demons, considering them merely responsible for roasting sausages, but their ferocity surpassed all expectations. Yet, it remained insufficient. Even though the twin fire demons currently held the upper hand, Zheng Yu still had 4 dead soldiers ready to intercept Han Street, granting the twin fire demons ample time to unleash their fury. Given enough duration, the twin fire demons could incinerate all in their path. However, when Ren Xingyu remained deeply furrowed in thought, with the brutal state in play, Han Street had yet to unleash any skills. Should he enter a state of brutality, the goblin dead soldiers would be powerless to resist. Tao Qian and Wu Zong also displayed expressions of concern. Victory was imperative. All Wu Zong and his companions could do now was pray. Ah, another piercing scream echoed. The voice, filled with resentment, instantly froze the dead soldiers preparing to approach. Crack. The soldiers were frozen solid, unable to self-destruct. Zheng Yu mused. All right, so this is how we're playing it? He had initially considered dispatching another dead soldier to obstruct Little Chi. The twin fire demons boasted high output, yet they were equally fragile. A mere touch could spell their doom. To his astonishment, this boy, whose insides had been hollowed out, had anticipated the dead soldier's movements ahead of time. It seemed he could even evolve countermeasures. It was clear that he could not merely be regarded as a player in a game. Summon Beast Frenzy. Zheng Yu revealed his second trump card, the sole active skill in his repertoire as a summoner. Summon Beast Frenzy incites all summoned beasts, thrusting them into a frenzy state, thereby enhancing their overall prowess. The skill's description was remarkably straightforward. No numerical values, no coefficients, just a simple introduction. According to the so-called textbook, the degree of enhancement from Summon Beast Frenzy correlates with the strength of the adversary. The mightier the foe, the greater the augmentation. However, the duration of the frenzy would correspondingly diminish, leading to a state of weakness once the frenzy subsided. The duration of the frenzy is contingent upon the innate level of the summoned beast. The higher the talent, the longer the duration. This was the distilled wisdom of the textbook's author, gleaned from personal experience. Summoned Beast Frenzy. This was the summoner's ultimate skill. Though the summoner class was regarded as weak, this skill was anything but. In the fleeting moment of skill activation, the flames enveloping the twin fire demons transformed into a vivid purple hue. This high-level fire not only doubled the damage, but also sent the twin fire demons into a frenzy. The Goblin General, the Giant Wolf, the Death Knights, and the Goblin Archers all succumbed to madness, their eyes gleaming with insanity, their breaths becoming chaotic. The most drastic transformation was witnessed in the Death Knights. Originally irrational due to their special class, they completely lost their minds upon going berserk, morphing into pure, frenzied monsters. A fearsome roar erupted from the Death Knights, their wild, primal gaze fixated upon Shao-Chi, instilling a fleeting sense of trepidation within him. This momentary hesitation provided an opportunity for the summoned beasts to launch their assault. All four Death Knights flickered before Shao-Chi. Boom. The first one self-destructed. Boom. The second followed suit. Boom. The third. Boom. The last one. For consecutive explosions obliterated 30,000 of Shao-Chi's health points. But that was just the beginning. The Goblin General surged forward, akin to a steel blade piercing through Shao-Chi's heart. An exaggeratedly massive damage output burst forth. 32 for 189. This inflicted over 30,000 damage in one strike, coupled with the continual searing from the twin fire demons. The subsequent damage from the Goblin Archers left Shao-Chi with just over 40,000 health points remaining. Splendid, Tao Qian exclaimed with excitement. With this sequence, his health is plummeting rapidly. If I didn't know he had 200,000 health points, I would have thought it was only a few thousand, given the rate of his loss. This is utterly insane. I never imagined a summoner could wield such formidable skills. That's quite impressive, when Renkinjiu remarked. Are you certain it's the skill that's powerful, rather than Zhengyu himself? Tao Qian countered. When Renkinjiu nodded, affirming, both are strong. I observed earlier that Zhengyu's Goblin Charge could deal up to 180,000 damage in one go. However, after employing this summoning beast frenzy skill, the damage nearly doubled. This is not something a practitioner below level 10 should possess. The skill enhances the summoned beast's might, resulting in a more substantial increase post-berserk. For other summoners, it might be average, as doubling a weak entity merely equates to 2 weak entities. Yet, in Zhengyu's case, Tao Qian added, 1 freak becomes 2 freaks. That child has entered a savage state, Wu Zong interjected, interrupting their conversation. A chilling aura enveloped the air. The frozen lake rippled as Shao-Chi, cursed and reduced to a quarter of his health from Zhengyu's onslaught, entered his savage state, revealing 2 hidden skills. Skill, father, and skill, mother. I must ask, who is truly prevailing in this nightmarish abyss? Wu Zong finally voiced the question that had been weighing on his mind. With Zhengyu being this formidable, how can any other practitioners hope to conquer the nightmare-level abyss? Behind the boy, whose insides have been hollowed out, the skin spider that Zhengyu had expended considerable effort to eliminate reemerges. He is the father. The female corpse, which Zhengyu had retrieved from the depths of the well, slowly rises. She is the mother. The existence of father and mother is meant to shield their child from life's tempests. When I was alive, you abandoned me. In death, surely you ought to do something for me. For the first time, Shao-Chi reveals his true voice, a clear, childlike tone. Chapter 30. No chance of victory. No levels. No health points. Upon the appearance of the skin spider and the corpse from the well, Wu Zong discovers that the monsters referred to as father and mother by Han Street possess no data. Hence, he yearns to inquire, who is truly winning in this nightmare-level abyss? For he can discern no glimmer of hope. Zhengyu's 5 death warriors have all self-destructed, and the frenzy state seems to be nearing its conclusion. Having merely triggered the opponent's brutal state, how can they continue to fight? In that moment, Wu Zong contemplates retreating from the abyss. Were it not for the Goblin General holding the line, he might have truly withdrawn. One Ren Xingyu stares intently at the center of the lake, understanding that only Zhengyu possesses the strength to contend with this battle. They are of no assistance. Other cities that have cleared the nightmare-level abyss invariably had at least one high-level gifted professional among their ranks, with the remaining members needing to be at least of a certain level to qualify for the challenge. Moreover, even this does not guarantee absolute success. To be candid, Zhengyu's ability to reach this point is already commendable. One Ren Xingyu has little hope left for clearing the abyss. She had not anticipated the formidable nature of Han Street's nightmare-level abyss. One Ren Xingyu, Ku Ying, and Wu Zong were expressions of despondency, for they had borrowed considerable sums in the hope that Zhengyu could conquer the nightmare-level abyss. Money, in truth, is not the gravest concern. They have already ascended to levels 6 and 7 within a day, sufficient to mark a beginning, allowing them to gradually repay their debts. Yet, the lamentable aspect is the nightmare-level abyss. Such is the nature of fantasy, a stark contrast to the harshness of reality. Based on the current circumstances, they can see no potential for Zhengyu's reversal. two monsters devoid of discernible levels, one having entered a state of brutality. In contrast, Zhengyu's twin fire demons are on the brink of exhaustion, and although the frenzied goblin warrior can still fight, he is utterly incapable of withstanding three monsters. The goblin death warriors have all perished in self-detonation. The goblin wolf cavalry, which had been left to cover their retreat, is now encircled by the horde of corpses. The goblin sorcerer sacrificed his life to slay the skin spider, leaving only the weakest goblin archer remaining. As the battle has unfolded, Zhengyu has lost all semblance of hope. I must assist him, Tao Qian exclaims, drawing forth his monk's staff and charging forward. You are mad. Wu Zong seizes Tao Qian, restraining him. What can you accomplish now? Can you slay the skin spider, or can you fend off the corpse from the well? In other levels of the abyss, having reached level 6, they might still count as combatants, but this is the nightmare level abyss. Let alone them. As Li Feng arrived, he could only serve as a hindrance. I cannot merely stand by and watch Zhengyu perish. Tao Qian was filled with urgency. Unlike the others, who could retreat from the abyss as the battle ceased, Zhengyu was ensnared. As long as he remained under relentless assault, escape was impossible. Without a moment's hesitation, Tao Qian resolved to rush in and assist Zhengyu. Going in would be tantamount to courting death, Wu Zong cautioned. It matters not, Tao Qian replied with unwavering determination, brandishing his monk's staff and turning to enter the unfrozen lake. Despite being acutely aware that he stood no chance against the chilling corpse-like monsters, he pressed on. For no other reason than this. Should Zhengyu perish, he would bear the weight of guilt for a lifetime. Damn it, this is madness. Wu Zong cursed through gritted teeth. In the next moment, he noticed Kuing drawing a dagger, her expression caught between surprise and resolve. You don't intend to throw your life away as well, do you? Kuing, with her doll-like visage, nodded earnestly. For me, only by becoming a professional can I turn my fate around. Otherwise, it would be no different from being dead. With that, she activated her concealment and began to submerge into the unfrozen lake. Wu Zong was taken aback. He could understand Tao Qian's desire to help Zhengyu, as they had shared a bond since childhood. But what motivated Kuing? Don't look at me. I have no idea, Wen Xinyu remarked casually. Noticing Wu Zong's gaze, she then gestured around them, saying, You must be considering retreating, right? You should do so quickly. At that moment, Wu Zong discerned the rustling sounds around them. The horde of chilling corpses had re-emerged, resurrected by the flesh spider. Damn it, this is a dilemma. Wu Zong was torn. He had indeed enjoyed his time with Zhengyu and the others, but that was solely because Zhengyu had facilitated his advancement. Now, the situation had shifted dramatically. With the chilling corpses appearing, he found himself without a place to hide, and Zhengyu's goblin general was being overwhelmed by the flesh spiders and the submerged female corpses. He saw no glimmer of hope for victory. After a moment of silence, he raised his gaze to Wen Xinyu and asked, Aren't you leaving? She brandished her dagger, stating, My sisters are here. If I leave, I will regret it for a lifetime. Wu Zong cast a complicated glance at Zhengyu and Tao Qian. I wish to survive. He finally sighed. To ascend now would be to embrace death. Please, tell Tao Qian I am sorry. Ultimately, Wu Zong chose to depart, feeling he had already ventured far enough into madness, accompanying Zhengyu and Tao Qian this far. Gambling was one thing, but risking his life was another. After all, he had witnessed the formidable strength of their adversaries. To continue betting would be folly. He aspired to become a professional and was indeed lured by the rewards of the nightmarish abyss. Otherwise, he would not have borrowed money from his brother to enter. But the die was cast, the outcome predetermined, and hope had all but vanished. I advise you to withdraw while you still can. Before battle commences, preserve your life. For there will be no lack of firewood if the mountains remain intact, Wu Zong urged, lingering in his gaze upon Wen Xinyu. She displayed no attempt to conceal her disdain. You should take care of yourself. Do not harbor any unfounded notions towards me. You have yet to earn such a privilege. Furthermore, I am under no obligation to convey any messages on your behalf. Depart at once. Wu Zong indeed found himself captivated by Wen Xinyu. Yet it was a pity that beauties like Kuing and Wen Xinyu would perish alongside Zhengyu. Very well. Wu Zong shook his head, opting to forcibly withdraw from the Abyss Dungeon. Forcibly exiting the Abyss Dungeon will result in a mandatory level decrease of 2 and impose a penalty of a 60 experience point reduction in the next Abyss encounter. If you acknowledge the punitive measures for forced exit from the Abyss, please click Confirm. You will exit in 10 seconds. Wu Zong sighed. In the grand scheme of life, what did this minor penalty amount to? Confirm exit. Exiting the Cold Street Abyss, Nightmare Level, 1098. Chapter 31, 4th Tier. Twin Flame Dragon Serpent. Team Notification. Player Wu Zong, Monk, has exited the team. Due to the forced exit from the Abyss Dungeon, Wu Zong will incur a penalty. It was observed that Wu Zong had transformed into a beam of light, vanishing from the spot. Then, it was noted that Tao Qian, wielding a monk's staff, was shivering and hastily making his way towards Zhengyu across the frozen lake. Brother Yu, I come to assist you, he shouted while running. However, due to his legs being numbed by the cold, he stumbled and fell to the ground. Just as he attempted to rise, a footprint appeared on his back. Thud. He was knocked down again. Kuing. It was evident that the hidden assassin was none other than Kuing. before Tao Qian could rise once more. Another footprint landed on his back. Goodness, you two are going too far, Tao Qian exclaimed. The assassin was remarkably swift, capable of stealth and teleportation, yet required a foothold. And the prone Tao Qian was the perfect target. Zheng Yu gazed in astonishment at the two beautiful assassins. What? Did you not expect us to stay? Wenrin Xingyu raised an eyebrow at Zheng Yu. Zheng Yu replied with a smile, indeed. Given the current circumstances, your chances of victory seem rather slim. Tao Qian was truly a brother worth risking one's life for. However, Ku Ying and Wenrin Xingyu were, at their core, merely allies of convenience. Wenrin Xingyu gestured towards the youthful-faced Ku Ying and remarked, she claims to trust you. Zheng Yu glanced at Ku Ying. During their prior respite, he had heard in passing that it was Ku Ying's decision to join his party. Although Wenrin Xingyu hailed from a prominent family and possessed considerable knowledge, she had always followed Ku Ying in matters of decision-making. Why? Zheng Yu inquired, pointing at the beleaguered goblin general, who had already been reduced to half health. Just based on them? Ku Ying pressed her lips together and replied, I am also taking a gamble, wagering on the possibility that you have hidden cards. Zheng Yu chuckled. To gamble, one must at least possess a hand. Without cards, what is there to wager? Ku Ying was not easily swayed by Zheng Yu's words. She directly stated, because you are on the verge of leveling up. Astute. Zheng Yu nodded. Neither Wu Zong, who preferred to endure the penalty of forced exit rather than remain, nor the worldly wise Wenrin Xingyu had noticed that his experience bar was nearing level 10. Instead, it was the seemingly innocent and adorable legal lowly who observed this. Indeed, this was Zheng Yu's ultimate trump card, a grand gift he had prepared for Han Street's Xiaoqi. In truth, the strength of Han Street had exceeded his expectations, likely due to his solitary dungeon runs, which had significantly increased the difficulty. After all, relying solely on a level 10 capstone to instantaneously bolster one's power was a perilous gamble. Yet, this was the only card he had left to play. One must acknowledge that the nightmare level abyss had stripped him of all his trump cards. Level 10? Murmured Wenrin Xingyu in confusion. While achieving level 10 can indeed enhance strength, it pales in comparison to the qualitative transformations brought about by class evolution at level 25 and class awakening at level 50. Her concerns were not unfounded. Level 10 could merely be considered a minor enhancement, whereas the transitions at levels 25 and 50 represented substantial advancements. For me, every level increase is a significant boost, Zheng Yu replied in a calm tone. Meanwhile, the twin fire demons dispatched another level 15 Ice Corpse. Defeated Ice Corpse, 15. Gained 1,681 experience points. Congratulations. Level up. Level 9, 10, 000. Need 10, 541 experience points to level up. Health 14, 101, 750, 450 equipment attributes. Intelligence 105, 116, 35 equipment attributes. Remaining free attribute points 20. Level increased to 10. Acquired basic summoner specialization skills. Summon beast physical cultivation, summon beast skill training. Summon beast attribute cultivation. Having reached level 10, Zheng Yu gazed at the enhanced attributes with satisfaction, momentarily setting aside the newly acquired specialization skills, as they would not provide an immediate advantage. The most crucial aspect was the increase in health capacity and the free attribute points. Achieving level 10 granted him 10 attribute points, each point translating to a 50-point increase in health. Thus, the 20 free attribute points equated to a remarkable 100 talent points. This meant that by sacrificing an additional 500 health points, he could directly elevate the twin fire demons to a 4th-tier talent. This was Zheng Yu's reliance. Even a 3rd-tier twin fire demon could counter the forces of Han Street, and should it ascend to the 4th tier, it would undoubtedly turn the tide of the current battle. Most importantly, Zheng Yu discovered that each time he elevated the tier of his summoned beast, its status would reset to its peak condition. With a resounding crash, the goblin general was flung away by a human skin spider. The female corpse below pressed her hands onto the ground, summoning a colossal ice spike from the unfrozen lake, piercing the giant wolf's abdomen. Splurt, as blood gushed forth. It instantly froze into shards of ice. A whimper echoed as the giant wolf succumbed to its demise. Only the goblin general remained to fight alone. Zheng Yu no longer hesitated. He rapidly allocated all his free attribute points to health, then sacrificed 500 health points to exchange for 150 talent points. He directed all of them into the twin fire demons. The goblin general requires 100 talent points to ascend from the 3rd to the 4th tier, while the twin fire elemental necessitates 150 points for the same advancement. However, the greater the number of talent points required, the more significant the enhancement upon leveling up. A beam of light descended upon the twin fire elemental. Summon beast twin fire elemental, tier 3, talent evolution to twin flame dragon serpent, tier 4. Summon beast twin flame dragon serpent. Level 10. Increases with the summoner's level. Health 9500. Attack power 696, 116 times the summoner's current intelligence coefficient of 60. Talent tier 4, 850 talent points remaining until upgrade. Skill Flame Aura level 10. It can manipulate the temperature within a 50-meter diameter, dealing 2,088 points of burning damage per second to all entities when maximized, 696 fire elemental attack power at a coefficient of 30. Skill, Fire Breath level 10. It expels ultra-high temperature flames, inflicting massive damage. The Fire Breath possesses exceptional adhesion, making it difficult to extinguish, dealing 4,872, 696 fire elemental attack power at a coefficient of 70 points of fire damage per second. Skill, Twin Contract, a special ability with no level. The twin fire elemental coexists and can simultaneously unleash skills, stacking damage and doubling fire attribute damage. Skill, Fire Serpent Hell level 10. A fiery serpent hell is created in advance. When enemies enter the vicinity, it is automatically triggered. The entire area is engulfed in intense flames, causing 7,239, 696 fire elemental attack power at a coefficient of 104 points of damage per second, and summoning 10 summoner level at a coefficient of 2 fire serpent avatars, each capable of inflicting 1392, 696 elemental attack power at a coefficient of 20 points of explosive damage. Summoned beast equipment, none. A sound reminiscent of a dragon's roar intertwined with a serpent's hiss echoed across the unfrozen lake. The glow of evolution faded, revealing a two-headed serpent before the crowd. Measuring over 5 meters in length, it bore 2 heads that resembled dragons yet possessed serpentine features. Its crimson body was adorned with deep red flames. The moment the twin flame dragon serpent emerged, the pervasive chill of the cold street abyss was entirely dispelled. Boom. Flames descended. Xiaoqi, who had previously believed victory was assured, now wore a grim expression, apprehensively gazing at the two-headed fire serpent. Fire naturally counters ice. The original Tier 3 twin fire elemental had already overwhelmed him, forcing him into a brutal state. Now, the appearance of this twin flame dragon serpent instilled within Xiaoqi a profound sense of impending doom. Oh, this time, Xiaoqi's voice was a cry of despair. Fire counters ice. This creature is the absolute nemesis of the cold street abyss. Chapter 32. What right do you have to say sorry? Whoosh. Flames instantaneously engulfed everyone present. After evolving to Tier 4, the range of the flame aura expanded to a diameter of 50 meters, sufficiently large to envelop most of the unfrozen lake. The fiery embrace not only elicited screams from Xiaoqi, but also forced the ice elemental entities, the skin spider and the corpse from the well, to retreat incessantly. Desperate to escape the searing flames, the goblin general was granted a moment of respite. Tao Qian and the others fell silent once more, gazing at the twin flame dragon's serpent in utter disbelief. Although Kuing had long suspected that Zheng Yu might possess a hidden card at level 10, she never anticipated that this card would be so formidable. The moment the twin flame dragon serpent emerged, it immediately subdued the ferocious state of Hanjia. Regret was bound to creep in for some. Observing the dragon serpent's dominance, Tao Qian relaxed, standing beside Zheng Yu with a smirk and saying, "It's quite normal, really." Zheng Yu understood that Tao Qian was referring to Wu Zong, who had already withdrawn. After all, Wu Zong had no reason to accompany him to death here. Though he had prepared for 3 years to become a professional and to enter the family lineage, even borrowing money with gritted teeth. All of this paled in comparison to life itself, rendering it insufficient as a reason to risk his life here. Leaving was understandable. Ultimately, he bore the consequences alone. Good or bad, it no longer concerned him. "I am merely curious about the reasons you two remain here," Zheng Yu said, looking inquisitively at Wen Rinqing Yu and Kuing. "The wager on my level 10 hidden card is not a sufficient reason for you to stay." Seeing Zheng Yu's serious demeanor, which suggested he was not fabricating an excuse, Wen Rinqing Yu replied, "I seek vengeance, and thus require strength. Initially, I had little hope for revenge, but if I can clear the nightmare level dungeon, there is a chance. Kuing must become a professional. She has committed a grave error within her family and is currently being hunted by them. Without strength, the consequences would be scarcely better than death." These were compelling reasons. Indeed, one seeking revenge, the other fighting for survival, both in need of power. A family hunt. Zheng Yu found this term intriguing, particularly curious about whether a family would truly resort to lethal measures against their own kin. Kuing did not elaborate on why her family sought her, but it was undoubtedly no trivial matter. In any case, both individuals harbored their own stories. Zheng Yu exchanged glances with Tao Qian, who lived a relatively carefree existence as an ordinary person. Amidst their conversation, the twin flame dragon serpent unleashed its most powerful skill, Hellfire Serpent. In an instant, the center of the unfrozen lake transformed into a blazing inferno. Xiaoqi found himself engulfed in flames, as if trapped in hell, scorched and eroded. Damage surged from his body in torrents. Roar. Just as Xiaoqi seemed destined to be incinerated, the corpse of the woman from the well lunged at him, shielding him from the flames. Sizzle. Yet, even the well corpse could not withstand the flame's wrath. Hiss, hiss, hiss. Simultaneously, the sound of serpent calls echoed, surrounding the fleeing flesh-skin spider, relentlessly assaulting it. As a father, this flesh-skin spider's immediate instinct in the face of danger was to flee. Each hellfire serpent summoned 30 fire serpents. Coupled with the twins' doubling ability, a total of 60 fire serpents ensnared the flesh-skinned spider, tightly coiling around it. Sizzle. The sound of burning resonated continuously at the center of the unfrozen lake. Everything descended into oblivion along with the fervent flames. The final battle was neither fierce nor the balanced confrontation one might have envisioned. It was merely the unilateral suppression by the dual flame dragon serpent. This fourth-tier creature, imbued with dual fire attributes and the frenzy effect of a summoned beast, enjoyed an overwhelming advantage, particularly within the confines of the cold street abyss. The flames continued to blaze, while the human-skinned spider writhed in relentless agony. Devoid of a health bar or life, it could not perish, only suffer in its futile struggles. In the very center of the unfrozen lake, the true mother and son embraced amidst the inferno of the fire serpent's hell, quietly awaiting their demise. No, it was the female corpse from the well that awaited death, using her own body to restrain the struggling Xiaoqi, burned to the point of skin charring and fracturing. Xiaoqi yearned to escape this hell of flames, but was firmly held by the corpse's embrace. Let me go? Let me go? He grimaced, twisting his body and hurling curses in despair. At that moment, his health had plummeted to its nadir, yet he was not entirely dead. Zhengyu refrained from urging the dual flame dragon serpent and the goblin general to continue their assault. The confrontation had reached its conclusion. Do you wish to see me perish? Xiaoqi seethed, realizing he could not break free from the corpse's grip. In a fit of rage, he sank his teeth into the corpse's shoulder. A hint of gentle mirth finally graced the pale visage of the female corpse. Xiaoqi, let it all come to an end. Do not suffer any longer. End. Why should it end? My torment was wrought by you. How can you simply declare it over? What logic is that? I am sorry, was the only response the corpse could muster in the face of Xiaoqi's accusations, as she continued to hold him tightly. The one who should feel remorse is the one who birthed me. The corpse fell silent. I am sorry, she repeated after a long pause. Xiaoqi's patience waned beneath the weight of her presence. In a desperate attempt to break free, he grasped her neck. His expression twisted with rage and terror as he demanded, what use is your apology now? What has transpired has come to pass. You have never endured the torments I have faced. What right do you have to utter such words? When I was captured and tortured, where were you? When they disemboweled me to craft cakes, where were you then? To apologize now? You are unworthy. Xiaoqi screamed, tightening his grip around the corpse's neck, questioning her time and again. For that corpse had been dead for countless years. Both the well's female corpse and the human skin spider were mere manifestations of Xiaoqi's own creation, conjured to satiate his unyielding resentment. Everything was under his control, including the very act of being embraced by the corpse and the utterance of that apology. After all, how could the cold corpse he created ever bind him? With a sigh, the flames dissipated, taking with them the coldness and the unfrozen lake. In their stead emerged a street suffused with an oppressive atmosphere. Zhengyu, Tao Qian, Wen Renkinjiu, and Kuing stood on the street, gazing at the increasingly desolate Fortune Street and a throng of irate individuals. They pushed past Zhengyu and his companions, advancing toward a child of merely 7 or 8 years. It was you, wasn't it? The tourists have vanished, business has collapsed, and I borrowed money to establish my shop. Now I have earned not a single cent, but rather lost a lifetime of savings. Seize him, a madman's child. It would be no loss to kill him. Among this crowd, Zhengyu recognized several familiar faces. The cook, the fishmonger, the butcher, and the village chief, whose head resembled that of a human spider. These individuals bore grotesque expressions, having seemingly lost all semblance of reason. Chapter 33. Let their souls return to their bodies and experience true hell. If I am not mistaken, these people have long since lost their sanity, remarked Wen Renkinjiu. It feels as though they have been brainwashed. Who is this so-called witch they speak of? Inquired Kuing. Zhengyu shook his head. Who knows? Yet, it is evident that all evil stems from that witch, or more precisely, from the curse that accompanies Xiaoqi. As they spoke, the scene shifted to the cook's restaurant. Xiaoqi had vanished in an instant. The corpse lay carelessly discarded, accompanied by a red cake. A horde of individuals, as if possessed, failed to recognize the absurdity of their actions. Instead, they gathered with exuberance, placing the red cake at the entrance of Fortune Street. Following the witch's instructions, they constructed an altar and personally renamed Fortune Street to Cold Street. It turned out they had altered it themselves. Zhengyu's eyelid twitched. He had initially believed it was Xiaoqi who had made the change. The ritual was halfway through. Each person approached the cake, earnestly and frantically dividing a piece stained with blood while murmuring, "Next year will surely be better. I am so devout, the divine will assist us." Hearing their whispered utterances left Zhengyu somewhat speechless. The very curse that transformed them into this state originated from the deity, yet they remained so fervently devoted. At that moment, a madwoman approached the altar. She rushed toward the blood-soaked cake, unimpeded by anyone. Perhaps it was guilt, but more likely, the ritual had concluded, and no one cared what the madwoman would do next. To everyone's astonishment, the madwoman cautiously picked up a piece of cake that bore no bloodstains. With a smile, she turned to the village chief and asked, "Can I give this to Xiaoqi? It's his birthday today." Xiaoqi, she continued, said he wanted to celebrate a proper birthday. I asked him what a proper birthday was, and he said it was one with a birthday cake. So, can I have this? The village chief stared blankly at the madwoman until he realized she genuinely did not know that Xiao-Qi had passed away. Slowly, he nodded. The madwoman looked around once more and inquired of the village chief, "Have you seen Xiao-Qi? I haven't seen him all day. This child always runs around." The madwoman struggled to manage her facial muscles, causing her speech to be halting, yet the love in her eyes remained undiminished. The village chief continued to gaze at the madwoman. "Perhaps they are playing by the well behind the street? Or shall I accompany you in search of them?" The scene shifts once more. The deranged woman is forcefully pushed into the well by the village chief. Damn it. At last, it has all been resolved. The village chief spat obscenities, cursing vehemently. Who would have thought that after having you once, you would end up pregnant? And even go into the mountains to conceal the birth of the child? What does it matter that you gave birth? Ultimately, you bore a cursed abomination that has brought ruin upon us all. You should never have brought little Qi into this world. You should not have lived. Damn. The village chief spat into the well before turning to leave. The ensuing events unfolded precisely as Zhengyu had envisioned. A child cursed by the gods is not so easily extinguished. The lifeless body of little Qi, abandoned in the kitchen, rises once more, freezing the entire cold street and transforming all its inhabitants into icy corpses. He ensures that every villager who has tasted the cake will suffer eternally. He leaves the madwoman forever trapped in the well, for he believes she deserves to remain there, as without her, he would never have come into existence and would not have endured such suffering. The cake is merely the conclusion of this tale. Without a father, and with a mother who is a lunatic, he has faced inhumane treatment on this street. Hatred, coldness, and grievance have shaped little Qi into what he is today. His eyes glimmer with loathing. He despises everything, but most of all, he loathes the very mother who birthed him. The abyss of the cold street, nightmare level, has concluded. Automatic settlement in 5 minutes and exit from the instance. Is this truly the end? Tao Qian felt a sense of suffocation and unease. The tragic conclusion of this history seemed to twist further due to their arrival. Is something missing? It feels quite unsettling. When Rinkinjiu sensed a void, her mood somewhat irritable. They had concluded the abyss and vanquished little Qi, which should have been a cause for celebration, yet joy eluded them. Zhengyu remarked, "Indeed, something is lacking. This should not be the conclusion." He retrieved the blood-red cake from his backpack, finding a piece untainted by blood, and approached the charred, vacant-eyed madwoman. He placed the blood-red cake between them. Quest item has been activated. An alert appeared in an instant. The woman, who had seemingly perished, suddenly opened her eyes. She smiled foolishly at Zhengyu, expressing gratitude, and then rummaged in her pocket, producing a candle. She inserted it into the cake and with all her strength, sent it toward the charred remains before her. "Little Qi, this is the birthday cake you wished for. Happy birthday." The madwoman's voice was exceedingly gentle. She endeavored to be a true mother. Yet her insanity and intellectual deficits resulted in a lack of coherent logic and reality perception. Nonetheless, she genuinely strived to fulfill the role of a mother. A faint cracking sound emerged as the charred exterior of little Qi began to crumble, revealing the innocent face of a child beneath. So pure, so adorable, so beautiful. A visage unmarred by scars, devoid of loathing, and a body stripped of vitality. Xiao-Qi stood transfixed before the deranged woman. His gaze bore an expression that even he could not comprehend. "Come, Xiao-Qi, blow out the candles," the woman urged in a halting, stilted manner. "I have heard that on their birthdays, people blow out candles to grant a wish. Mother wishes, dear Xiao-Qi, for you to live a normal life. I wish to no longer be your mother, so that you may find everlasting joy, celebrating genuine birthdays like other children each year. I long for you to have a proper mother, not me. I want you to carry a backpack and attend school with friends, rather than hiding away in the mountains with me. Little Xiao-Qi, your mother wishes she were not your mother, yet how selfish I am. For I have never contemplated relinquishing you. For you are the only one I have ever possessed, the only one I have ever loved. Xiao-Qi, forgive me for the selfish act of bringing you into this world. You must make a wish, to express a desire to leave this place, to venture to a realm where no one knows me. There, you shall be blissfully happy." Xiao-Qi gazed at his mother, finally realizing that the sole being who loved him in this world was the very person he despised most. He recalled the woman who, in response to his bullying, had woven a crown of flowers to cheer him up. He remembered the one who always remembered his birthday, stealthily procuring various treats from Fortune Street to celebrate his unconventional celebrations. Suddenly, guilt washed over him, and he pondered whether he had indeed erred. At that moment, Zhengyu addressed Xiao-Qi, "You are not at fault. There is no need for guilt. The wrongdoer has never been you, nor your mother, but rather that witch. The villagers who heed her words, and the village chief who has usurped the deranged woman." Zhengyu produced the blood-red cake. He had long observed that when Xiao-Qi fell into a state of critical injury, the properties of this cake had undergone a transformation. Cursed blood-red cake. After absorbing the resentment of Han Street for centuries, the cake has birthed the original souls of Han Street. Feeding the cake to their bodies will lead to their resurrection. Xiao-Qi, Zhengyu chuckled with an eerie yet liberated smile. Initially, they consumed this cake and became eternally bound to this place. Now, let them eat it once more. The cold corpses feel neither sensation nor thought, incapable of remorse, and untouched by pain. This will hardly suffice to alleviate your resentment. To seek revenge, one must be thorough. Here, Zheng Yu presented the cake, its properties fully transformed. To Shao-Chi, his smile radiant. Let those demons, those wretched beings who once inflicted suffering upon you, experience true hell. Let them return to their bodies and endure pain anew. This, I believe, is the fitting conclusion. Chapter 34, a hellish banquet unique to Han Street. Indeed, the entire Cold Street Abyss is a creation of Shao-Chi himself. Whether it is the chef's cold corpse, the fishmonger's cold corpse, the butcher's cold corpse, or the human skin spider, even the unfrozen lake is of his own making. The only entity that remains in its original state is the female corpse from the well, which happens to be his deranged mother. In Zheng Yu's perspective, the Cold Street Abyss harbors two possible endings. One is the demise of both Shao-Chi and his mad mother, achieving a complete slaughter conclusion. However, Zheng Yu finds this ending rather unsatisfactory. He believes in granting Shao-Chi a swift revenge, which he considers the most gratifying conclusion. Given his inherent propensity for vengeance, he deems this outcome worthwhile, regardless of the final rewards. Congratulations on achieving the only achievement in the Cold Street Abyss, the living king of hell. Achievement Basic Attributes: Intelligence 1, Strength 1. Achievement Special Attributes: Damage received from cold corpses is 50. Damage inflicted upon cold corpses is 100. Upon presenting the internal organ cake to Shao-Chi, a special achievement is activated. The attributes are quite favorable, surprisingly providing percentage bonuses. Such practitioners are referred to as achievement hunters, leading to the emergence of a profession dedicated to assisting others in completing achievements, reputed to be quite lucrative. As for the special attributes of the achievement, Zheng Yu believes they may prove beneficial, for the attributes pertain to cold corpses rather than the Cold Street Abyss itself. Cold corpses are a fabrication of Shao-Chi, yet they were conjured utilizing the cursed powers of the god of the cold prison. One cannot dismiss the possibility of encountering this deity in the future. Should that happen, he would hold an advantage due to this achievement. The Abyss has concluded. Exiting Abyss 109. The system's voice echoed. Tao Qian and Wen Renqingyu, among others, exhaled in relief. Observing Shao-Chi embracing the mad woman, and the human skin spider convulsing on the ground, alongside the scattered cold corpses in the lake, Tao Qian proudly remarked, "Zheng Yu and I are truly formidable." Wen Renqingyu and Kuing nodded in agreement. As the countdown concluded, Zheng Yu and the others were sequentially transported out of the Cold Street Abyss. The various cold corpses lying in the unfrozen lake suddenly began to convulse, their previously lifeless eyes igniting with a flicker of light. The chef's cold corpse, the fishmonger, the butcher, and the human skin spider all rose once more. This time, they were no longer cold or numb, but rather filled with terror. Shao-Chi helped the madwoman to her feet and smiled at her, saying, "Mother, let us celebrate a proper birthday." The madwoman inquired, "What constitutes a proper birthday?" A cruel smile curved Shao-Chi's lips as he responded, his voice icy yet laced with intrigue. "Why, it must involve blood and entrails to qualify as a proper birthday. Come, let us host a feast, a hellish banquet exclusively for the Cold Street." Simultaneously, in the hall of the Cold Street Abyss, a throng of people clustered around a newly emerged team. Wow, incredible. Is Li Feng truly a prodigy? Not only has he shattered the ordinary record of the Cold Street Abyss, but he has also refreshed the challenging record that stood for several years. It must be said, it is indeed remarkable. I recall that this record was seemingly established 3 years ago by a gifted individual accompanied by 4 others of similar prowess. Indeed, it was a record once thought insurmountable, now shattered by Li Feng. How enviable. A throng of admirers surrounds Li Feng, who has just conquered the challenging level of the Cold Street Abyss and set a new record. In a corner, Wu Zong observes the self-satisfied expression on Li Feng's face, feeling a profound sense of tranquility within. Li Feng is Li Feng, I am myself. Li Feng's ability to break the record is a testament to his own skills. He feels fortunate for his current choices, for at least he can preserve his life. Although his financial investments may have gone to waste, he now possesses a level 6 status, allowing him to easily find a team to join. A simple run through the basic level abyss would be effortless. What a pity. Someone remarked from behind Li Feng. He was taken aback, for this was precisely what he had been thinking. Turning around, he discovered a group of unfamiliar professionals engaged in conversation, seemingly discussing Zheng Yu. I don't find it regrettable at all. Zheng Yu brought this upon himself by insisting on entering the nightmare level abyss. Had he accepted Li Feng's invitation to team up, he would now be reaping rewards without effort. It can only be said that Zheng Yu was rather arrogant. Huh, you understand nothing. Wait, you claim to know better? I do possess some knowledge that you lack. The relationship between Zheng Yu and Li Feng is far more complex than you perceive. Is there a twist? Huh, would you like to hear it? Godfather. The individual clearly did not anticipate that someone would lower themselves for mere gossip. Yet he did not keep them in suspense and continued. Why do you think Zheng Yu declined Li Feng's invitation? Arrogance. The person shook their head. That's a shallow understanding. It is because Li Feng took the resources that rightfully belonged to Zheng Yu. What do you mean? What resources? The level talent subsidy. Do you have any idea how many valuable items are encompassed in a level talent subsidy? Not to mention the resurrection cross worth 5 million. There are golden grade weapons, golden grade armor, and golden grade jewelry. Wow, an entire set of golden grade. Of course, this does not even account for the money and potions contained within the subsidy. All of it went to Li Feng. Wait, the level subsidy shouldn't be given to Zheng Yu? That is precisely my point. Zheng Yu not only did not receive it, but was also publicly invited by Li Feng to join the team. If you were Zheng Yu, would you accept the invitation? Certainly not. That would be an insult. You are thinking too superficially. It is not merely an insult. As a level talent, you would be unwilling to have your resources stolen, wouldn't you? Naturally. What would you do? I would report it. If the city ignores it, I would escalate it to the provincial level. If the province disregards it, I would take it to the central government. A level subsidy is not just a single instance. He has robbed me of my future. Precisely. If you think that way, so does Zheng Yu. Li Feng would also fear Zheng Yu taking such actions, as it could jeopardize his father's career. Could it be? Yes. The moment Zheng Yu disappears from the abyss without a trace, the problem is resolved. Inviting Zheng Yu was not an act of kindness. It was a trap. Wow, there are so many layers to this. But how do you know all of this? When questioned, the individual revealed a peculiar smile and responded, because I am Li Feng's brother. Chapter 35, The Passage. Rewards from the Nightmare Level Abyss. Wu Zong had listened to the entire exchange. While he felt a tinge of regret, he also noticed that many were discussing how Li Feng had appropriated resources from Zheng Yu. No wonder Zheng Yu sought to enter the Nightmare Level Abyss to seek justice. In my opinion, it's rather foolish. Even without assistance, he possesses exceptional talent. Why not simply survive? It's not as if he has perished yet. Why do you all assume Zheng Yu is doomed? Ah, who is that? Isn't that the monk who entered with Zheng Yu? Why is he here? He must have exited early, facing the penalties for a forced withdrawal. If he is here, how could Zheng Yu still be alive? What if? There is no what if. It is far too unrealistic for Zheng Yu to clear the challenge. Even if he were to survive, I would eat my hat. However, to speak candidly, were I in Zheng Yu's position, I would not have acted out of spite by entering the Nightmare Level Abyss. Such a temper is rather unwise. What other options are there? Haven't you heard? Li Feng's father is Li Nan, who is not only the Minister of Resources, but also the son of Li Chenggong from the Central District. He has substantial connections. Li Chenggong, the level 65 Flame Warrior? Indeed, that very one. I never anticipated Li Feng had such a background. Thus, Zheng Yu lost not only resources, but also his future prospects. Otherwise, do you think Li Feng came to Jianshui City merely to seize resources? That seems too blatant. It must be a coincidence. Li Feng failed to awaken his potential and just happened upon a level resource, Zheng Yu, who is merely a useless summoner. It can only be said that Zheng Yu is indeed unfortunate. What a pity. The murmurs of the crowd reached not only Wu Zong's ears, but also caught Li Feng's attention. Brother Feng, should we teach them a lesson for their idle gossip? Inquired the buzzcut youth beside Li Feng. Li Feng shook his head. He was not overly concerned about the rumors. After all, his stay in Jianshui City would not be lengthy, and once he departed, the whispers would gradually dissipate. The appropriation of Zheng Yu's resources was an initiative he had proposed. Initially, his father, Li Nan, had opposed it, but with his mother's assistance and the pressure from her family, his father casually mentioned it to Mayor Zhou Yun. And unexpectedly, the matter was resolved. The fact that Zheng Yu was a summoner simplified everything. At that moment, Li Feng noticed Wu Zong seated in the corner. Coincidentally, Wu Zong was also looking at him. Li Feng approached Wu Zong with a smile. Wu Zong retorted irritably, "What do you want? To mock me for the betrayal of my team?" Although he disapproved of Zheng Yu's actions, he equally looked down upon Li Feng for seizing the resources of others. Li Feng shook his head. "No, I do not have the right to insult you, as I lack the courage to enter the Nightmare Level Abyss myself. I merely came to remind you that there are matters that should be spoken and others that should remain unspoken." Wu Zong was infuriated to the point of laughter. "Do you think I am the source of these rumors? Otherwise, Li Feng believed that only Zheng Yu and his teammates could possess such knowledge, and at present, only Wu Zong met the criteria. Regardless of what was said, it was best to remember this, to avoid unnecessary troubles. Faced with such a threat, Wu Zong hesitated for a moment, but ultimately swallowed the harsh words he had prepared. Zheng Yu was already deceased. Even if he berated Li Feng, it would bear no significance. He was merely curious about one matter. "Did you genuinely intend to kill Zheng Yu when you invited him?" Wu Zong inquired straightforwardly. He had no real expectation of an honest answer. He merely sought to provoke Li Feng slightly. However, Li Feng sighed and replied, "I do not understand why such rumors have circulated, but I did indeed extend a sincere invitation to Zheng Yu. It was a form of compensation, after all. His abilities truly warranted a place by my side. Yet now, that opportunity has vanished. He brought about his own demise and cannot lay the blame at my feet." Surprisingly, Wu Zong found himself somewhat inclined to believe Li Feng's words. "I just don't understand. With your advantageous background and your formidable grandfather, you must have an abundance of resources. Why would you covet Zheng Yu's?" Li Feng, however, responded with an unyielding expression. "Covet? Everything was conducted legally and legitimately. It was reviewed by the provincial authority, which determined that my potential surpassed Zheng Yu's. thus allocating the resources to me. He could not disclose that the level of resources provided by the state was excessive enough to incite envy. Nor could he reveal that most powerful families operated in such a manner, although this was a hidden rule within their elite society. It was a secret that should not be divulged to someone like Wu Zong. To speak of it would be to invite swift demise. Legitimate and lawful, Wu Zong muttered to himself, pondering the meaning of those words. Was it truly reasonable? No, it was not. Was it legal? Ironically, it indeed was. Wu Zong felt a profound discomfort. On one hand, he believed he had grasped a truth unknown to others, yet was unable to voice it. On the other hand, he mourned for Zheng Yu's death. Observing Wu Zong, who lowered his head in silence, Li Feng snorted disdainfully. He could tell that this individual feigned toughness, but was essentially a coward. However, just as Li Feng prepared to depart, and Wu Zong sighed in despair. Lamenting the injustice of the world, an announcement erupted like a bombshell. Notification. Congratulations to the professional team of Summoner Squad for breaking the historical completion time of the Cold Street Abyss, Nightmare level. Completion time, 7 hours, 18 minutes, and 11 seconds. Team Leader, Zheng Yu, Summoner. Team Members, Tao Qian, Monk, Ku Ying, Assassin, Wenrin Qingyu, Assassin. Team Member Wu Zong, Monk, who fled at the last moment, will receive no rewards and faces a severe penalty. The remaining team members will receive rewards, 15,000 experience points. A historical record gift pack, Cold Street Abyss Nightmare level, and the title of Historian, Cold Street Abyss Nightmare level version. Silence. No one spoke. Some repeatedly opened and closed the notification, attempting to confirm whether they had misread it. Is there a system error? Someone finally broke the stillness to inquire. The only response he received was a chorus of gasps and incredulous exclamations. The system, of course, could not err. This was the temple, a bastion of infallibility that had maintained its flawless record for decades. Consequently, many believed the fault lay within themselves. How could this be possible? Zheng Yu had conquered the nightmare level abyss? A summoner, accompanied by 4 mere bystanders, had triumphed over the nightmare level abyss? Surely, this was a jest. Chapter 36. This extravagant fortune belongs to our city of Shangyu. Initially, disbelief reigned among them until the central screen of the Cold Street Abyss Hall displayed a new row of data, records meticulously maintained by the temple. First clear record of the Cold Street Abyss, Nightmare level Zheng Yu, Summoner, Tao Qian, Monk, Wenren Qingyu, Assassin, Ku Ying, Assassin. Clear time, 7 hours, 18 minutes, and 11 seconds. Clearing members, Zheng Yu, Summoner, Tao Qian, Monk, Wenren Qingyu, Assassin, Ku Ying, Assassin. Although Zheng Yu and his companions had yet to be teleported out, the records were indisputable. The summoner, once dismissed by all, had indeed conquered the nightmare abyss. I feel as though I am dreaming, someone remarked. Indeed, it seems too surreal. Is Zheng Yu truly just an ordinary talent? That is inconsequential. I wish to ascertain if he is genuinely a summoner. Wasn't it said that summoners are the weakest class? How did he manage to clear the nightmare level abyss? Who knows? The fact remains that no one had ever held faith in Zheng Yu. This was no longer a matter of skepticism. I recall someone once stating that if Zheng Yu survived, he would be akin to a fan in a 5-star hotel. Yet now, not only had he survived, but he had also cleared the nightmare level abyss. Let's see what happens next. I mentioned that Zheng Yu surviving was like a fan, but I never said he needed to clear the nightmare abyss to achieve that. What difference does it make? After all, both scenarios conclude with survival. It is not the same. What distinguishes them? One is survival, while the other is a more impressive survival that has effectively slapped all of us in the face, different paths to existence. Speaking of which, I find myself rather sympathetic towards one individual. Who? Li Feng. Li Feng is relatively unscathed, although he was quite harshly smacked in the face by this revelation. He will face troubles in future resource competitions, but he bears the surname Li, so our sympathy is unwarranted. You must be referring to Wu Zong. Indeed. Just observe his current complexion. Uft. It resembles pure liver. I can't take it anymore. I need to laugh for a moment. What a quintessential unfortunate soul, nightmare level abyss. Does he not wish to forsake such extravagant fortune? What unfortunate soul? He chose to withdraw himself. Who can he blame? That is a valid point. Their discussions were loud. Offering no pretense of discretion, whether by accident or design, they found greater pleasure in witnessing Wu Zong's misfortune than in envying Zheng Yu. What could have been a remarkable opportunity had now transformed into a lifelong regret. No one knew what transpired within the nightmare-level Cold Street Abyss. Yet they understood that Wu Zong was no longer part of the equation. Gloating in misfortune brought them the greatest delight. Wu Zong's face was indeed the color of pig liver. He sat there, bewildered, struggling to catch his breath from the tumultuous highs and lows of a single day. Alas, Wu Zong ultimately succumbed to his emotions, releasing a sigh laden with regret and fury. If only he had taken one more step. Just a step away. He could have ascended the rankings, basking in resources and the envious glances of others, rather than enduring the gloating stares of those around him. If only he had persevered a bit longer. Persevere? He suddenly paused, recalling how Zheng Yu had been subdued in the cold street, while Tao Qian, with unwavering determination, had brandished his monk's staff. heedless of his warnings, and charged forward without hesitation. He remembered the audacity of Ko Ing and Wen Rinxingyu, willing to wager their lives. If given another chance, could he truly endure? Could he, like Tao Qian, rush into danger for the sake of his brothers? Would he gamble his life for his own future? No. He recognized himself as a coward. He gazed at the notification before him. Team member Wu Zong, monk, has fled from battle and will receive no rewards, incurring a penalty for withdrawal. The phrase fled from battle, glaringly insulting, caused Wu Zong to black out, collapsing to the ground. Help! Someone has fainted from the shock of not receiving a reward. Is there a priest? Please, a healing spell. Someone, unperturbed by the gravity of the situation, shouted. Perhaps it would be better not to wake him now. When he eventually encounters Zhengyu, how could he face him? That would be too cruel. Ha ha ha. Indeed, it is quite cruel. Let me take care of this. I am a level 10 priest. Behold my great healing spell. I have enjoyed this spectacle all day. It has been truly entertaining. People thrive on chaos. Especially when it comes to such exhilarating events. They revel in kicking someone when they are down. This is what we call positive energy. A crowd gathered, chattering excitedly, while another group began to unearth the previous posts in the forum. Posts that had criticized Zheng Yu were resurrected like corpses from the grave. Original post. Zheng Yu has become arrogant, actually refusing a team of 4-level talents. Post 126. Li Feng has become arrogant, daring to seize Zheng Yu's resources. Post 127. What does 4 levels matter? If Li Feng hadn't taken Zheng Yu's resources or had his family background, how could he have possibly set a record? He is nothing but a common thief. Original post. As the only level talent in Jiangshui City, his actions are perplexing. Post 298. Perplexing? Does he really need Li Feng to help him clear nightmare level abyss with his own capabilities? Post 299. Indeed, it is perplexing. What is perplexing is not Zheng Yu's choice, but his strength. Original post. A detailed analysis of the difficulty of clearing Cold Street Abyss at a simple level in 2 hours and 45 minutes. Post 1112. So what exactly did you analyze? Post 1113. The original poster analyzed a plethora of information, ultimately concluding that Zheng Yu cleared the simple level of Cold Street Abyss by luck. Now that Zheng Yu has conquered the nightmare level, what will your analysis reveal this time? Luck again? Floor 1114. I never anticipated that this absurd analysis thread would garner over 1,000 replies. Original thread. Rational analysis. Zheng Yu's refusal of Li Feng's invitation is indeed a fortuitous event, demonstrating Zheng Yu's remarkable confidence. Floor 17. Goodness. It's you again. Floor 18. Incredible. Amidst all these posts, you are the sole supporter of the great Zheng Yu, and you've struck the nail on the head. Indeed. It is a formidable confidence. Floor 19. With immense strength comes immense confidence. The original poster. You are a person of discernment. Floor 20. Stop being a Monday morning quarterback. This person is merely a puppet. I've perused his posts, and they all deviate from the mainstream. He is merely a rebel, and this time, he just happened to stumble upon a fortunate outcome. Original thread. Cowardly Zheng Yu, a worthless summoner, purely disparaging thread. Enter at your own risk. Floor 154. Come. Let us debate. Floor 155. Step forth and face the criticism. Floor 191. Cowardly original poster. Worthless. Purely disparaging. Welcome to the battle. Zheng Yu had yet to even teleport. Within a mere 5 minutes, the forums of the entire Jiangshui city erupted. Not only the forums, but also the phone at the mayor's office and Minister Li Nan of the resource department were inundated with calls. An emergency meeting was hastily convened in the mayor's office of Jiangshui city. Simultaneously, the news reached the neighboring city of Shanyu. Mayor Zhang Zhan of Shanyu wore a tense expression as he gazed at his secretary, who shook his head and said, Zheng Yu did not answer the call. Zhang Zhan nodded, stating, that means he has not yet emerged from the abyss. He rose, lit a cigarette, and after a moment of contemplation, instructed his secretary, you must immediately dispatch someone to Jiangshui city to intercept him at the entrance. Send Chai Fong. He is swift and can reach Jiangshui city from Shanyu in just 2 minutes. He must secure this genius for me. Since Jiangshui city does not desire him, we of Shanyu shall claim him. This immense fortune shall be seized by Shanyu. Chapter 37. Securing Zheng Yu is imperative. Among professionals, competition thrives. Competition for resources. Competition for rankings. The same applies between cities. Shanyu City and Jiangshui City are long-standing rivals, consistently vying for the top 2 positions within the Jiangnan province. They lack quality talent and are unable to produce sufficient human resources, leading to inadequate funding from above. With outdated equipment, inferior medical care, and subpar education, fewer individuals are inclined to come, culminating in a vicious cycle. Should he fail to achieve notable results, Mayor Zhang might indeed find himself unable to maintain his position. What troubled Zhang Zhan was the absence of any exceptionally talented professionals today. Then he discovered Zheng Yu. Having closely monitored the situation in Jiangshui City, he was well aware of Zheng Yu's circumstances. A level talent professional, whose resources had been usurped by none other than the grandson of Li Qinggong. Most significantly, Zheng Yu did not even qualify as an ordinary citizen. He was orphaned, with his grandfather having recently passed away, residing in a slum. Upon learning about Zhengyu, he perceived this as a potential opportunity. Even if he is merely a summoner, it is a gamble worth taking. As he hesitated, Zhengyu set a new record for the simple level abyss of the cold street, which further solidified his resolve. However, he still felt a tinge of uncertainty. He had learned that the provincial district had already approved the transfer of the subsidy qualification from Zhengyu to Lifeng. His prospects appeared bleak. After a night of inner turmoil, just as he was about to give up, he was stunned by the astonishing news that Zhengyu had cleared the nightmare-level abyss. He bolted upright from his seat. He immediately summoned his secretary to request resources and convened a meeting with the resource department of Shanyu City to devise a strategy, determined to secure the prodigious Zhengyu. Yet, with Zhengyu having conquered the nightmare-level abyss, surely Zhou Yun, despite his influential connections, would recognize the gravity of the situation? It seemed unlikely that they would relinquish him to us. A voice of doubt emerged. Not relinquish? Who says he must? Are we not here to compete for talent? Must we seek his consent? The dilemma, however, lay in the fact that the price we offered would hardly surpass that of Zhou Yun's, especially with Li Nan's assistance. If Li Nan could afford to allocate additional resources to pacify Zhengyu, we would find ourselves at a disadvantage. This indeed posed a significant challenge. The difficulty in securing talent was considerable, for those capable of clearing the nightmare-level abyss held limitless potential for the future. Moreover, Zhengyu's achievement was particularly remarkable, as he had completed the challenge with 4 others in tow, rather than solo. Such innate talent and practical capability were sufficient to compel the mayor to swallow his pride and adequately appease Zhengyu. Zhang Zhan, however, smiled and remarked, "It's not as dire as you all perceive. I believe we have a substantial chance of securing this genius. Zhengyu is not one to suffer in silence. He has made a public announcement that clearly expresses his discontent with Zhou Yun. If he had no alternative, he might temporarily endure due to resource constraints. However, once another option beyond Jiangshui City and Zhou Yun presents itself, he will undoubtedly reject reconciliation." Zhang Zhan analyzed with an expression that suggested he knew Zhengyu well. "I understand this type of person very well. He openly rebuffed Li Feng, indirectly mocking Mayor Zhou Yun with his announcement, and has now triumphed in the nightmare-level abyss, effectively slapping the Jiangshui City Resource Department in the face. Such a person is best approached with caution, yet they are also manageable. As we are acutely aware of his needs." Zhang Zhan exuded confidence. Barring any unforeseen circumstances, his overture would afford Zhengyu an opportunity to decline Zhou Yun's overtures. At that moment, a representative from the Human Resources Management Department knocked and entered the office. "Mayor Zhang, we have looked into it, and there are indeed issues with Zhengyu's household registration. His parents went missing years ago, and the so-called grandfather is merely an elderly scavenger who found Zhengyu. There is no blood relation." Zhang Zhan inquired. "So, Zhengyu does not belong to Jiangshui City? Not only does he not belong, but he hasn't even established a household registration." "No household registration? An undocumented individual?" "Not exactly, it's merely on hold. As you know, such procedures can be quite complex. It neither proves his relationship with his grandfather, nor can it prevent Zhengyu from attending school. Therefore, he must wait until he turns 18 to handle his own registration. So it remains unprocessed?" "Indeed. Excellent. This is wonderful news. One can only say that fortune favors Shanyu City. Without Li Nan, Zhou Yun would never relinquish Zhengyu, especially when compared to a level 1 summoner. Li Nan and his family are far more desirable allies. It appears that the genius Zheng Yu has been overlooked. Please expedite the necessary procedures to ensure that all formalities for Zheng Yu are completed, allowing him to officially become a resident of our Shanyu City. Additionally, there are a few matters that require your attention. In the Jiangshui City, at the office of the first high school, Zheng Yu's homeroom teacher, Zhang Cheng, stared expressionlessly at the secretary of the mayor's office, unflinchingly declining the offer. The secretary maintained a smile, perfectly composed, yet the words he spoke were frigid. "Mr. Zhang, I advise you to think carefully before responding. Should you accept this resource, it will be as if nothing has transpired, and you may assume the position of principal at the first high school next year. And if I refuse, what then? The worst they could do is expel me." Zhang Cheng retorted indifferently. This was not the first time. Previously, they had manipulated the allocation of resources, but those were merely tiered resources. Whereas now it was simply a matter of level. It was all the same, my conscience cannot bear it. Zhang Cheng gestured towards the pristine desk and the suitcase beside it, clearly indicating his preparedness to depart. This wasn't solely about Zhengyu. It was a long-standing grievance. The secretary, a wolf in sheep's clothing, scoffed quietly. "If you are resolute in your decision, then I must express my apologies." Just as the secretary was about to retrieve the gift intended for Zhang Cheng, a notification appeared before them. Both men froze, performing a synchronized motion of closing the notification, reopening it, rubbing their eyes, widening their gaze, and slightly parting their lips in disbelief. It was an instinctive reaction of disbelief that nearly all professionals who received this news experienced. "Wait, what? Zhengyu has cleared the nightmare-level abyss? Zhengyu? The very Zhengyu we were just discussing? Something is amiss. This could lead to a significant crisis." The secretary keenly sensed the gravity of the situation. All his recent work had been predicated on the assumption that Zheng Yu would perish in the nightmare-level Cold Street abyss. Yet, he had never anticipated that Zheng Yu would triumph over it. Everything has become chaotic. His immediate thought turned to Zheng Yu's residency status. Certain circumstances had led to Zheng Yu being stalled, not because the government was unable to act, but due to the ambiguity surrounding his residency issues. This obfuscation would inadvertently eliminate the repercussions of Li Feng seizing Zheng Yu's resources. However, this now posed the most troublesome dilemma. Cursed be it. Leave the belongings behind. What? I said, leave the belongings. Aren't they meant for me? Zhang Cheng had a change of heart. He desired the resources to compensate Zheng Yu. The secretary had no time to debate with Zhang Cheng. He needed to swiftly address the aftermath, leaving the resources behind as he hurriedly exited the school. Zhang Cheng gazed at the resources before him. His previously heavy heart lightened instantly. He never expected that after enduring in silence, gathering the courage to stand firm would lead him to such fortune. A professional who cleared the nightmare-level abyss is my student. Zhang Cheng felt an immense sense of pride. Although he knew he could no longer remain in Jianshui City, he harbored no regrets. At that moment, a phone call interrupted his thoughts. Hello? I do not recognize this number. Greetings, are you Zhang Cheng, Zheng Yu's instructor? Indeed, I am. Are you interested in teaching in our city, Shan Yu? Chapter 38. If you have taken my resources, you must pay a price. Zheng Yu has yet to emerge from the abyss. Yet the world outside is already stirring on his behalf. Shan Yu City is eager to recruit talent and is in the process of securing resources for Zheng Yu. The onlookers revel in the spectacle, and the Jianshui City forum buzzes with unprecedented excitement. Meanwhile, the atmosphere in Jianshui City remains eerily quiet. At this moment, Zheng Yu finds himself in the teleportation space, contemplating his rewards. You have conquered the Cold Street Abyss, nightmare level, earning the reward, Cold Street Treasure Chest, nightmare level, and 15,000 experience points. Congratulations. You have received the first completion reward for the Cold Street Abyss, nightmare level. You have obtained the Cold Street Abyss first completion gift pack, nightmare level, yielding 15,000 experience points. One is a completion reward, while the other is a first completion reward. The two nightmare level treasure chests from the first level of the Abyss signify 2 pieces of platinum level equipment. Additionally, there is the historical record reward announced prior to the teleportation. Altogether, this amounts to 3 rewards, a total of 450,000 experience points. To ascend from level 10 to 11 requires 110,000 experience points, and Zheng Yu estimates that 450,000 experience will elevate him to at least level 13. How exhilarating. Truly, the rewards from the nightmare level abyss are remarkable. However, as he is still in transit, he cannot claim his rewards just yet. As the sensation of dizziness subsides, Zheng Yu and his companions finally emerge from the abyss. Zheng Yu has emerged. One must admit, Zheng Yu is rather handsome. Is it springtime? Do not even think about it. Have you not seen the 2 beauties by his side? They are far more attractive than you. Damn. The nightmare level abyss has truly rewarded him handsomely. Moreover, this is the first completion of the nightmare level abyss, which also includes rewards for the abyss record. I cannot even fathom how extravagant these rewards must be. Are they not superior to the resources offered by Jianshui City? While logic holds, reality is another matter. Before Zheng Yu conquered the nightmare level abyss, did you not also consider summoners to be ineffectual? In the forum, 99 of the people believed there was no issue with allocating resources to Li Feng, and now they are merely playing the hindsight game. This does not concern me. Is this not a decision for the mayor? I am eager to learn what Mayor Zhou Yun intends to do. It is said that the resources allocated to Li Feng followed the proper procedures, having been analyzed by experts from Jianshui City who unanimously deemed Li Feng the most suitable candidate for the resources, receiving approval from the provincial authorities above. Oh, there will be entertainment to behold next. Indeed, who could have anticipated that Zheng Yu would perform so admirably, directly slapping the faces of that group of experts? Experts? Merely a bunch of fools. I recall when they suggested we sell our unoccupied properties to raise funds for equipment. Is that even sensible? A bunch of incompetents who achieve nothing but cause trouble. Wait, do you see that? Are those government officials? Someone has noticed that a few sharply dressed men, carrying briefcases, are approaching Zheng Yu at the entrance of the Cold Street Abyss. Is that not Chai Fong? Who is Chai Fong? Presently, he is a practitioner from Shanyu City, seemingly just promoted to the position of Minister of Resources, currently at level 42. What could he possibly want? What else can be done? Steal someone, perhaps? Steal Zheng Yu? Or could it be you? Goodness, how audacious of Shanyu City to come here and seize a high-tier talent. Huh. You ought to inquire with Mayor Zhou Yun and Minister Li Nan as to why Shanyu City dares to snatch. It is they who discarded Zheng Yu like refuse, permitting us to cast him aside while forbidding them from reclaiming him. If they wish to take him, so be it. It does not concern me. How can it not concern you? It is indeed significant. How so? Each city harbors a powerful professional. Ours is Zhou Yun, who originally hailed from Jianshui City, but has been stagnating at level 45. Should Zheng Yu surpass level 45, he would usurp Zhou Yun's position and become the mayor of Jianshui City. What relevance does that hold for me? Do you not grasp it yet? The reason every city expends vast resources to cultivate professionals is precisely for this. Hiss. Does this not imply that if Zhengyu is taken, every abyss he conquers henceforth will be of no consequence to us? Not a penny's worth of connection. That cannot be allowed. For decades, our Jiangshui city has possessed but this one professional capable of clearing the nightmarish abyss, a certainty to awaken. We cannot let him slip away. Some began to sense the gravity of the situation. Panic ensued. If Zhengyu were to grow powerful on his own, it would not concern them in the slightest. They are, after all, inhabitants of two separate worlds, destined to remain disconnected in the future. But now, the situation has changed. Zhengyu is not only a high-tier talent, but also the sole professional to have cleared the nightmarish abyss in over a decade. He is bound to exceed level 40. Every abyss Zhengyu conquers brings them benefits. Zhengyu feasts, while they savor the broth. Even broth is akin to fortune falling from the sky. Alas, where are the people of Jiangshui City? Someone noticed Zhengyu already engaged in dialogue with Chai Fong from the resource department of Shanyu City, and anxiety began to swell. This cannot stand. I must call the mayor. You still have the mayor's number? Is there not a complaint hotline? It is unreachable. I have tried. What about the petition office? There are cameras, and the suggestion box is locked with a fist-sized padlock. Do you think this is a jest? Do you truly believe Zhou Yun and Li Nan would bow their heads? Damn, how disgusting. Someone muttered under their breath. Indeed, Zhou Yun, in pursuit of his own future, chose Li Feng, thereby forsaking Zhengyu. But honestly, Li Feng isn't so bad, is he? His family resides in the central district, and his arrival in Jiangshui City is clearly to seize the resource opportunity represented by Zhengyu. No matter how formidable Li Feng is, it bears no significance to us. Zhengyu encountered this professional from Shanyu City, a level 42 second transformation mage. Upon meeting Zhengyu, his first words were, "Do you wish to make Zhou Yun regret his decision? Come to Shanyu City, and allow Zhou Yun to bear the wrath and insults of all Jiangshui City citizens. We will assist you in resolving the issue of your resource allocation." This statement struck a chord with Zhengyu. Chai Fong was indeed a negotiator, for this was precisely the outcome Zhengyu desired. Having taken my resources, one must pay a price. Chapter 39. This Zhou Yun truly has a narrow vision. As Zhengyu and Chai Fong discussed subsequent matters, Wu Zong gazed enviously from a distance. His heart was heavy with grievance and inner turmoil. He did not envy Zhengyu, for Zhengyu had earned everything through his own strength. It was not Zhengyu who forced him to withdraw, but rather it was Wu Zong himself who had made erroneous choices. What he envied were the trio of Tao Qian, Wenren Qingyu, and Kuing, who stood beside Zhengyu. Just a few hours prior, they had gathered together, enjoying barbecued delicacies and laughter, while he now found himself relegated to a corner. Wistfully observing them, he dared not face Zhengyu, feeling too ashamed and at a loss for words. An apology? It would be futile. The moment he doubted Zhengyu's choice to withdraw from the abyss, he had already excluded himself from Zhengyu's circle. This was a decision he had made himself. Ultimately, Wu Zong chose to depart silently. Tao Qian noticed Wu Zong's retreating figure. He felt a twinge of regret for his friend. After 3 years of perseverance in the martial arts school, sacrificing food and comfort, all for the hope of one day embarking on the path of a professional once more. After finally seizing an opportunity, he relinquished it due to his own choices. Such a pity. Tao Qian sighed softly. Beside him, Wenren Qingyu chuckled, saying, "There is nothing to regret. It is all a matter of one's own choices. As adults, we must take responsibility for our decisions and also bear the consequences of what they yield." In truth, Wu Zong had gained something, having at least ascended to level 6. Indeed, Tao Qian nodded. He did not wish to plead on behalf of Wu Zong, but merely lamented how certain decisions could profoundly affect one's life. For instance, his steadfast choice to support Zhengyu. To be honest, he had initially supported Zhengyu simply because he was a good brother, someone with whom he had grown up, skipped school, and struggled together. However, he had not anticipated that this resolute choice would pave the way for his own professional journey. It is worth noting that in all of Juzhou, the number of professionals who have conquered the nightmare level abyss is remarkably few. Now, he too was among their ranks. By the way, where's Li Feng? Kuing inquired eagerly. She could hardly contain her excitement to witness Li Feng's expression and to learn how Jiangshui City would handle the matter of Zhang Yu's resource replacement. "I haven't seen him. He has probably left," Tao Qian replied, glancing around for Li Feng's figure. "If I were in his shoes, I would have left early as well. One cannot truly remain here to witness Zhang Yu's demeanor, can they?" Indeed, not seeing Li Feng was a disappointment. However, they soon spotted a formidable group entering the venue. "Is that the secretary of Mayor Zhou?" "Yes, I've seen him before, not long ago. He even mentioned Mayor Zhou during a speech at our school." Tao Qian furrowed his brow, questioning, "Is it so that they only send a secretary?" Wenren Qingyu chimed in with a smile. "Given this, it seems that Mayor Zhou Yun of Jiangshui City truly possesses a limited vision." "Shanyu City has triumphed," Kuing queried, perplexed. "I find it hard to comprehend. Do they truly not care about Zhengyu? That individual has indeed conquered the nightmarish depths of the abyss." Wenren Qingyu rationally analyzed the situation, suggesting that he had likely made a choice to abandon one path. The power of the Li family and the future of Zheng Yu were at stake. He could choose but one. Moreover, do you truly believe that Zheng Yu would accept Zhou Yun's apology? Kuing pondered for a moment before responding. It depends on the sincerity of the apology, I suppose. Precisely, given Zheng Yu's temperament. Zhou Yun would need to compose a formal letter of apology and publicly announce it for Zheng Yu to even consider accepting such an inequitable treatment. Yet, do you honestly think that Zhou Yun, a high-ranking mayor and a level 45 practitioner, would stoop to such a level? Therefore, the emergence of Shanyu City presents Zheng Yu with a pivotal opportunity, preventing a bitter fallout. Now, we simply await the gradual unfolding of events. Zhou Yun may potentially become a source of disgrace for Jianshui City, as Zheng Yu grows stronger and ascends in rank. Zhou Yun will forever be subjected to derision from his own townsfolk, and even his kin. In this realm, power reigns supreme. Levels signify strength. The higher Zheng Yu's level, the more Zhou Yun's attempts to expel him will only result in further scorn. Zheng Yu, the mayor's secretary, called out urgently, as he approached Zheng Yu with a group. First, allow me to congratulate you on conquering the nightmarish abyss of Cold Street. On behalf of all of Jianshui City, we shall host a grand celebration to honor your achievement in surpassing this challenging instance. Regarding your level compensation, it is true that our mayor's office erred by not promptly providing you with the necessary resources. However, rest assured, Jianshui City will furnish you with an alternative compensation package, ensuring it is no less than the original level subsidy. The secretary rapidly recounted all the compensation he could muster, yet he omitted any mention of Zheng Yu's resources being seized by Li Feng. Before Zheng Yu could respond, Chai Feng interjected, "This is utterly laughable. Is this truly the best compensation you could devise? You genuinely believe that currying favor with Li Nan will yield advantages for you? Oh, it may bring benefits, but only to Zhou Yun. The citizens of Jianshui City will gain nothing, given the multitude of onlookers." Chai Feng's remarks were made in full view of the younger practitioners of Jianshui City. The secretary recognized that Chai Feng was intensifying the conflict. Choosing to disregard Chai Feng, the secretary turned directly to Zheng Yu. "Zheng Yu, you must consider this carefully. You are presently a citizen of Jianshui City. Should you relocate to Shanyu City, are you attempting to morally coerce me?" Zheng Yu interjected before the secretary could finish. "No, rather. Do you believe that my departure from Jianshui City would be a loss solely for me and not for you?" Zheng Yu smiled, looking at the secretary with a glint of determination. "Should you wish for me to remain, it is not impossible. I have two conditions." "What conditions?" the secretary inquired. Chai Feng, tense with anticipation, also turned his gaze to Zheng Yu. "First, return to me the resources that were given to Li Feng, intact. Second, I demand a public apology from both Zhou Yun and Li Nan." The secretary fell silent. Zheng Yu's requests were, in essence, the most fundamental of demands. Yet he understood that such things were utterly unattainable. The secretary earnestly explained, "You should understand that Li Feng's acquisition of this resource is beyond reproach, both in terms of procedure and rationale." "Are you implying that I am at fault?" Zheng Yu inquired. The secretary fell silent. Zheng Yu shrugged and continued, "You see, I am not being aggressive, nor am I demanding any form of compensation. I merely seek what is rightfully mine and a sincere apology. Yet, you fail to satisfy these basic requests. So, the question remains, did I leave Jianshui City of my own volition, or were I compelled to depart by your actions?" The secretary was at a loss for words, for they were indeed in the wrong. Chapter 40, Level 13, The Third Summoned Beast. The negotiations collapsed entirely, for Zhou Yun could never bring himself to apologize. As a mayor and a level 45 professional, how could he, in good conscience, apologize to a novice summoner? Even if this summoner had just conquered a nightmarish abyss that had gone undocumented for over a decade, it would not suffice to warrant a public apology from a mayor. In this world, power reigns supreme. Zhou Yun's level 45 prowess is both his pride and his leverage. Potential must be transformed into tangible strength to ensure equality. If Zhou Yun could not publicly apologize, then neither could Li Nan. As for resources, Zhou had to choose between the Li family and Zheng Yu, and naturally, he could not select Zheng Yu. A perfect resolution? Such a notion was non-existent. The secretary, having served under many mayors, recognized that Zhou Yun was the most arrogant and impatient professional he had ever encountered. He looked at Zheng Yu and sighed, abandoning his formal tone. "If I were in your position, I would not accept this either. However, from Zhou Yun's perspective, there can be no concessions. Thus, I can only hope that your future endeavors do not flourish, or else I shall face the same scorn as Zhou Yun." Ultimately, this was merely the secretary's duty. He departed with his associates. After exchanging contact information with Chai Feng, Zheng Yu left the hall of the Cold Street Abyss with Tao Qian and the others. In the mayor's office of Jianshui City, Li Nan and Zhou Yun learned of Zheng Yu's two requests from the secretary. Noticing Li Nan's silence, Zhou Yun took the initiative to speak. "This kid Zheng Yu thinks that by fortuitously clearing a nightmarish abyss, he can make demands of me. The future is long, and I do not believe a summoner like him can achieve significant advancement." Li Nan, exhaling smoke with an indifferent expression, replied, "One cannot dismiss this lightly. Clearing a nightmarish abyss cannot be attributed solely to luck. However, within our central district, There are countless geniuses who have conquered nightmarish abysses. It is merely a rarity in your remote town. Remote town? Zhou Yun wanted to retort, for while Jiangshui City may not compare to the central district's capital, it certainly was not a backwater. Li Nan, oblivious to Zhou Yun's subtle expression, continued, "You may choose your path without my interference, but I, Li Nan, have only one son, Li Feng. Rest assured, Minister Li, I understand." "That is good." Li Nan extinguished his cigarette and departed from Zhou Yun's office. The moment he left, the smile on his face transformed into a somber expression. At his level, to ascend further without adequate strength necessitated choosing a faction. Li Nan's arrival in Jiangshui City presented him with a prime opportunity. Aligning himself with the Li family faction would not only grant him political protection, but also preferential access to team formations. Decades of development had allowed certain individuals to monopolize a portion of the rights within the Abyss, specifically the right to form teams, known as factions. Only members of the same faction could hope to recruit formidable allies, a crucial condition for navigating the Abyss. Throughout the entirety of Jiuzhou, only a handful of factions stood as the strongest, one being the Li family faction, led by the level 65 Li Chunggong. In contrast to the resentment felt by a level-gifted summoner, the opportunity to join the Li family faction was paramount. Nothing surpassed the importance of enhancing one's strength. As for why Li Nan indulged his son, Li Feng, it was not solely due to having only one son. Rather, it stemmed from the family standing. In a family of the Li clan's stature, social hierarchy is stringently maintained. If Li Nan aspired to vie for familial status and become a pivotal figure within the faction, he needed not only his own strength, but also that of his offspring to be formidable. Clearly, the level-gifted Li Feng represented a blemish on Li Nan's ambitions. Having only one son was not a matter of favoritism. It was simply his only option. It seemed he hoped to provide Li Feng with ample resources for advancement without relying on the family's assets, thereby solidifying his position. Zhou Yun contemplated for a moment before picking up the phone. "Secretary Wang, please ensure that the Human Resources Bureau places a hold on Zheng Yu's household registration. He wishes to go to Shangyu City, correct? Let us make it so he cannot go. Mayor Zhou, it may not be feasible to do so." "What? Not feasible? Why?" The secretary explained. Zheng Yu is not originally from Jiangshui City. His grandfather was merely an undocumented scavenger. He has never had a household registration. Then how did he attend school? His exceptional grades and outstanding evaluations allowed him to be admitted to the top school, nearly ranking first overall. Zhou Yun understood. The school had overlooked Zheng Yu's registration issue in pursuit of academic excellence. What are they doing? Zhou Yun felt an urge to vent his frustrations. By the way, have that teacher of Zheng Yu, what was his name, Zhang Cheng, removed from the school. The secretary hesitated before saying, "Zhang Cheng has already gone to Shangyu City. Why can't they manage even such a simple task? Why must I worry about it?" Zhou Yun couldn't restrain his outburst. The secretary felt aggrieved. He had been the most diligent within the entire government, always cleaning up after incidents. Have you ever questioned who allowed things to reach this point? You just yell at me. The secretary suddenly felt an impulse to resign. Enough, it has come to this, let it be. It's just a new professional, after all. Issue a notice that I will be entering the level 4 abyss in Jiangshui City in a few days. Once I clear it, all professionals in the city will benefit. By then, no one will remember who Zheng Yu was. As for the future of a mere summoner, it holds little promise. Zhou Yun remains convinced that Zheng Yu merely stumbled through the nightmare-level dungeon by sheer luck. He does not believe that Zheng Yu poses any genuine threat to his standing. Not now, and certainly not in the future. Moreover, having aligned himself with the Li family faction, Zhou Yun's prospects appear exceedingly bright. What is there to fear about the future? Nevertheless, Zhou Yun still directed his ire towards the group of experts. They must be dismissed immediately. And a notification should be drafted to announce to all professionals, you know how to compose it. Although the secretary still harbors resentment, work must continue, as one must provide for their family. Understood. Downplay the Zheng Yu incident, refrain from mentioning Minister Li Feng and Li Nan, place the blame squarely on the experts, and bring their scandals to light to divert attention, then silence them. This strategy is one he knows well. Very well, go ahead. Thank you for your hard work. In the end, Zhou Yun expressed his gratitude, as Jiangshui City could do without him or Zheng Yu, but it cannot do without Secretary Wang. In the impoverished district of Jiangshui City, at Zheng Yu's residence, Tao Qian skillfully entered Zheng Yu's home, retrieved some ice cream from the refrigerator, and asked, "Would you like some?" Zheng Yu shook his head. "Just have one." "No thanks, haven't you frozen enough in the cold abyss? And now you want to eat ice cream? What about you two? Will you eat?" Tao Qian inquired of Wen Renqingjiu and Kuing, who had accompanied Zheng Yu to his home. Wen Renqingjiu shook her head. Curiously, Kuing asked, "Isn't this Zheng Yu's house? Why does it feel like yours?" Tao Qian casually fetched some water and settled onto the sofa. "Since Zheng Yu arrived in Jiangshui City, I have been his neighbor. I am quite familiar with his home." Zheng Yu nodded, indicating that this was quite normal. "Let us discuss serious matters." Zheng Yu put down his phone. "I just spoke with Chai Fong. Teacher Zhang Cheng has been transferred to Shangyu City. Next, it will be your turn. I am not sure if you two are originally from Jiangshui City." Zheng Yu asked Wen Renqingjiu and Kuing. Wen Renqingjiu shook her head. replying, "We are not." Then once you reach level 10, come to Shanyu City. There are 2 tier 2 abysses there, and you can prepare some strategies. Great. This meant that Zheng Yu had agreed to continue guiding them, which was an opportunity. Although they were merely supporting characters and would not receive a fair share of the rewards, even so, the rewards obtained from Zheng Yu's guidance through the challenging abyss would far exceed those of ordinary players. To describe it as night and day would not be an exaggeration. Very well, Zheng Yu did not elaborate further. His 2-word promise had already reassured Renkinjiu and the others. Zheng Yu needed obedient teammates like them. He had previously inquired with Tao Qian, Renkinjiu, and Ku Ying about the rewards they had received, which amounted to merely a historical record abyss chest. The reward for a first clear was a random golden level equipment box. The reward for clearing the nightmare level was the option to select any golden level weapon of their choice, restricted to those produced in the Cold Street Abyss. Moreover, their experience rewards were a full 3 times lower than Zheng Yu's. In essence, the temple will humanely distribute rewards based on performance and achievements within the abyss. However, even the reduced rewards are sufficient to incite envy among others. In fact, we need not wait. The 150,000 experience points from the rewards are ample to elevate us to level 10, as Tao Qian remarked. What are we waiting for? Let us claim our rewards and then open the chests. Zheng Yu was equally eager, for this was his inaugural completion of the nightmare level abyss. He had long anticipated the chests that would invariably yield platinum-grade equipment. Upon claiming the rewards, Zheng Yu directly obtained all 3. The historical record rewards were as follows: 15,000 experience points for the profession, a historical record gift pack, nightmare level of the Cold Street Abyss, and the title of historian, nightmare level version of the Cold Street Abyss. The first completion reward included the first completion gift pack of the Cold Street Abyss, nightmare level, and an additional 15,000 experience points. The nightmare level completion reward granted him a Cold Street treasure chest, nightmare level, and yet another 15,000 experience points. This resulted in a total of 450,000 experience points instantly acquired. Congratulations. Level up. Level 1013, 27, 400, 26,900 experience points needed for the next upgrade. Health 12, 502, 800, equipped attribute 450. Mana 340, 370, equipped attribute 150. Intelligence 116, 161, equipped attribute 35. Strength 2, 026, equipped attribute 2. Agility 1, 619. Remaining free attribute points 15. Just as Zheng Yu had initially estimated, he ascended directly by 3 levels, reaching level 13. The increase in health and free attribute points meant he now had talent points to evolve his summoned beasts. What should he choose for his 3rd summoned beast? Chapter 41, Platinum Weapon, Cold Prison Staff. Zheng Yu did not hasten to select a summoned beast. Instead, he first opened the historical record gift pack. It was said that this gift pack would surely yield a top-tier platinum weapon, which filled Zheng Yu with anticipation, as he was in need of a capable weapon. Upon opening the pack, a dazzling array of colors illuminated the interface. You have opened the historical record gift pack, nightmare level of the Cold Street Abyss. Detected that your profession is summoner. The reward pool is locked to the staff series. Congratulations. You have obtained the Cold Prison Staff, a platinum grade weapon of level 10. Congratulations. You have received 10 enhancement stones, 10 forging stones, 100 ice crystal materials, and a health potion restoring 5,000 health over 10 uses. A staff, directly granted. Zheng Yu's expression brightened. He had initially contemplated using the equipment forging tool to convert any other weapon into one suitable for himself, but the gift pack proved quite considerate, presenting him with a staff right away. Upon reflection, it seemed reasonable, as Tao Qian and the others possessed a self-selected golden grade weapon gift pack tailored for their professions. As the holder of the highest achievement, he had every reason to receive such a boon. A transparent staff crafted from ice crystals materialized in Zheng Yu's inventory. Cold Prison. The name evoked memories of the god of Cold Prison, to whom he had once cast a curse upon Shaoqi. The staff in question can be regarded as the most formidable weapon within the depths of the Frost Street Abyss. Zheng Yu gazed upon the attributes of the Frost Prison Staff. Weapon, Frost Prison Staff. Required level, 10. Job requirement, Mastery of Staff. Grade, Platinum. Attributes, Intelligence 150. Casting speed 50, skill damage 10, ice damage increase 150. Equipment effect, upon casting 3 skills, automatically unleash the Frost Prison skill. A powerful ice ability that locks onto the enemy, inflicting 3,000 fixed ice damage and freezing the foe. Forging, 0. Enhancement, 0. Refinement, 0. Runes, no runes embedded. Quite impressive indeed. Zheng Yu felt a deep satisfaction with this staff. The mere boost of 150 in intelligence was remarkable, considering his current intelligence stood at a mere 161 points. After deducting the 10 points added by the novice staff, the intelligence boost from the Frost Prison Staff was almost equivalent. Additionally, the increases in skill damage and ice damage were significant for a summoner. Skill damage translates directly to the damage dealt by summoned creatures, representing a substantial enhancement. However, the casting speed held little value for Zhengyu. The equipment effect was surprisingly potent, as every third skill cast would trigger a control-type skill with fixed damage. Summoned creatures could also trigger the effects of the Frost Prison Staff when they unleashed their abilities. As for forging, enhancement, refinement, and runes, all remained at 0. Equipment of platinum grade and above can undergo 4 types of cultivation. Forging requires forging stones and corresponding attribute materials, such as the ice stones from the Frost Street Abyss. Forging stones can be obtained by dismantling equipment, enhancing the base attributes, and altering the equipment's properties, thereby increasing its effectiveness. Such items can be acquired at the sanctuary, albeit at exorbitant prices. Nevertheless, regardless of the cost, there will always be those willing to cultivate. Treasure chests also reliably yield some enhancement stones and forging materials. Zhengyu promptly replaced his novice staff with the Frost Prison Staff, resulting in a significant intelligence boost to 301. Subsequently, he opened the remaining 2 Nightmare Grade Frost Street treasure chests. You have opened the Frost Street Abyss First Clear Gift Pack, Nightmare Grade. Congratulations. You have received a ring exuding a sense of resentment, the Engagement Ring, Grade 10 Platinum. Congratulations. You have obtained 5 Enhancement Stones, 5 Forging Stones, 25 Ice Stones, and a Healing Potion restoring 5,000 HP. You have opened the Nightmare Grade Frost Street treasure chest. Congratulations. You have received Summoned Creature Equipment, the Fish Slaughtering Knife. Grade 10 Platinum. Congratulations. You have acquired 5 Enhancement Stones, 5 Forging Stones, 25 Ice Stones, and a Healing Potion restoring 5,000 HP. Ah, splendid. I did not expect to uncover equipment for summoned creatures. Such items are rare. If other adventurers were to obtain this equipment, they would surely be infuriated, as they would find it unusable and unsellable. Selling it at a low price would be a pity, considering its platinum grade. Within level 10 equipment, platinum is not deemed the pinnacle, as demand is scarce. Summoned Creature Equipment, Fish Slaughtering Knife. Equipment level, level 10. Equipment attributes, Health 5000, Attack Power 350. Equipment effect. The summoned creature equipped with the Fish Killer Knife will possess a unique dialogue. For 30 years I have slaughtered fish. My heart is as cold as my blade. Following this utterance, the next 3 attacks will see a speed increase of 100. Oh. This must surely be the exclusive weapon of the fish-slaying young man, Han Si. Zhengyu promptly adorned the Goblin General with it, then turned his attention to the Platinum Ring. Ring, an engagement ring imbued with lingering resentment. Wearing level, 10. Wearing requirement, none. Rank, Platinum. Attributes, Intelligence 100, Strength 100. Magic Power 500. Equipment Effect 1. Mental Shield, a shield formed from resentment, capable of withstanding 10,000 points of magical damage. Equipment Effect 2. Shield Break, upon shattering. It inflicts 2,500 points of fixed damage to surrounding enemies. Forging, 0. Enhancement, 0. Refinement, 0. Runes, unset. The attributes of the ring are, to be honest, quite formidable, far exceeding those of other level 10 equipment. An increase of 100 points in intelligence is indeed enticing. A shield value of 10,000 can be considered exceptionally high. The 2,500 points of fixed damage, however, may be disregarded. Gazing at this impressive shield value, Zhengyu recalled the videos he had previously watched of professional matches, where a high-damage assassin inflicted merely a few hundred points of damage upon a warrior. Initially perplexed, he now comprehended the concept of equipment suppression. With this ring of resentment, it would be exceedingly difficult for an ordinary assassin to eliminate him in one swift blow. Donning the ring, his intelligence surged by another 100. With 2 pieces of platinum equipment, his intelligence soared to 401. He then equipped the Human Skin Spider set obtained from the Human Skin Spider, resulting in a comprehensive enhancement of his attributes. Name, Zhengyu. Title, Record holder of the Abyssal Nightmare of Cold Streets, Living King of Hell. Profession, Summoner. Level, 13, 26,900 experience points until the next level. Health, 10,300, 7,950 from equipment attributes. Magic Power, 370. Intelligence, 451. Strength, 180. Agility, 28. Remaining free attribute points, 15. Skills, Contract Array, Summon Beast Frenzy, Summon Beast Physique Cultivation, Summon Beast Skill Training, Summon Beast Attribute Cultivation. Summoning Space, Goblin General, Twin Flame Dragon Serpent, Uncontracted. Talents, Demon Contract. Heart of a Steward, primarily focused on companionship, library card. Equipment, Human Skin Spider Set, Ice Crystal Pendant, Engagement Ring of Resentment, Cold Prison Staff, Novice Mage Armor, Novice Mage Boots. Summoning Beast Equipment, Sharp Fong, Fish Killer Knife. Chapter 42, The 2 million Golden Shield. The Human Skin Spider set elevated his health to 10,000. However, The health he could utilize stood at only 2,350 points, supplemented by 15 points from his talents. Additionally, the training of the mannequin has yielded 10 talent points, culminating in a total of 320 talent points available for sacrifice. Zheng Yu cast a glance at the Goblin General. Talent: Level 4, 500 points short of upgrade. He then turned his attention to the Twin Flame Dragon Serpent. Talent: Level 4, 850 points short of upgrade. One requires 500 points to evolve to level 5, while the other demands 850 points for the same. There remains much to accomplish. Nevertheless, his aspirations remain firmly set on the nightmarish tier. Fortunately, he now possesses numerous avenues to bolster his strength. Enhancing equipment, nurturing summoned creatures, a third summoned beast, and the 2 hex deck enhancement runes awaiting collection upon reaching level 10. All these avenues promise a significant augmentation of his power. Forging, enhancing, refining, and runes can all be procured with currency. Once the resources he applied for in Shangyu City are credited, he can initiate a minor enhancement spree. As for the third summoned creature, Zheng Yu discovered 4 level 10 summoned beast skill books within the temple: Shadow Bat, War Centaur, Wasteland Wolf, and Rain Butterfly. The Shadow Bat is an assassin-type summoned beast, while the War Centaur and Wasteland Wolf are classified as warrior-type summoned beasts. The Rain Butterfly serves as a support-type summoned beast. Zheng Yu leaned towards the Rain Butterfly. After his battle with Shao Qi, he realized he lacked sustainability and recovery capabilities. While the Twin Flame Dragon Serpent delivers high damage, it is quite fragile, and the energy expenditure of its skills is considerable, necessitating a support summoned beast that can both shield and rejuvenate energy. The Goblin General possesses explosive damage but lacks speed, making the Rain Butterfly, which can enhance group speed, an ideal choice. Without hesitation, Zheng Yu opted for the Rain Butterfly. He was not short on damage. Selecting the Rain Butterfly also meant that he would not need to invest a substantial number of talent points immediately, as he planned to amass points to elevate the Goblin General to level 5. In the early stages, talent points are insufficient to elevate 3 summoned beasts simultaneously. Thus, resources must be concentrated on a single creature. The Goblin General stands as the optimal choice. Capable of absorbing damage while delivering output, the Goblin Combat Squad's functionality is maximized, and the required talent points for advancement are relatively low. It is, in essence, a nearly perfect choice. Most importantly, after reaching level 10, the summoner will receive 3 additional skills for nurturing summoned beasts, yet only one can be cultivated at a time. Naturally, the Goblin General is the primary candidate. Upon reaching level 10, each profession will acquire specialized skills, enabling various branches of development within the same profession. For instance, warriors will receive 3 distinct specialization skills: vitality, burst, and a combination of offense and defense. The selection of different skills leads to entirely different developmental paths, allowing for hybrid or comprehensive progression. The summoner also follows suit. Divided into 3 branches: constitution cultivation, skill cultivation, and attribute cultivation. Constitution cultivation can be further categorized into the Behemoth branch, primarily focused on enhancing the summoned beast's size, health, and defense. Skill cultivation pertains chiefly to the nurturing methods for the Twin Flame Dragon Serpent, encompassing various styles such as the Nucleus, Magic Bombardment, Pure Elemental, and Mixed Elemental schools. Attribute cultivation is the most straightforward of the 3. It is merely a matter of accumulating attributes. The Goblin General embodies this attribute-centric approach. The higher his attribute values, the greater his damage output. Traditionally, summoned beasts have adhered to this principle due to limited resources, making pure attribute stacking the simplest method. Of course, one could also train the Goblin General to enhance his physique, resulting in a formidable giant goblin. However, nurturing summoned beasts necessitates not only a plethora of expensive materials, but also the sacrifice of other summoned beasts with the same innate abilities. More critically, there is the matter of time investment. A significant amount of time and wealth is required to cultivate a truly perfect summoned beast. This presents a substantial obstacle that has hindered the traditional growth path of summoners. The inability to cultivate effectively has prevented summoners from showcasing the true potential of their summoned beasts, relegating the summoner profession to a state of obscurity. Talented individuals rarely consider becoming summoners, while those lacking talent find it even more challenging to nurture capable summoned beasts, resulting in a vicious cycle. Zheng Yu first procured the skill book for the Rain Butterfly Summoned Beast from the temple shop. Summoned Beast, Rain Butterfly. Skill book, learnable at level 10. One-time item. Upon learning, the skill book disappears. Summoner practitioners can learn it to obtain a cultivable Rain Butterfly. Price, 30,000. To be fair, this is a bargain. Skill books are exceedingly rare. Zheng Yu has cleared the abyss twice, even conquering a nightmare-level abyss once, yet he has not encountered a single skill book. Typically, a level 10 warrior skill, such as the basic Fireblade, commands a price of 200,000, and that is not a fixed rate. It must be acquired through auction. The average transaction price hovers around 300,000. While warriors are a popular class, their popularity drives up the prices of all related equipment, consumables, and skills. Zheng Yu discarded all unused materials and equipment from his warehouse into the temple shop, retaining only enhancement stones and forging stones. He sold everything else, including novice mage robes, novice mage boots, and gloves. The cold corpses in the cold street abyss dropped numerous materials, all of which he sold to the material merchant. These ordinary materials, deemed useless by common practitioners, hold significant value for merchants. Collectively, he earned a substantial sum. Just from selling the frost stones, he made nearly 200,000. The ice blade fetched 270,000. Due to the acquisition of a golden tier weapon selection box by Wenren Kinjiu and Kuing, previous trades became obsolete, and Zheng Yu swiftly listed them in the temple, selling one for a fixed price of 270,000 in an instant. A bloodstained chef's hat was purchased for 120,000 by a player with a general chef's profession. A level 5 bone-cutting knife astonishingly sold for 150,000. A whole array of novice equipment, including a complete set of warrior gear, was sold for a flat price of 100,000. In the nightmare level Cold Street Abyss, novice equipment seemed as though it were given away for free. After a single run through the nightmare level Abyss, he earned an amount equivalent to the price of a house from selling mere trash. Although Tao Qian and others received less, they collectively managed to gather around 300,000 to 400,000 in income. This does not even account for the equipment they obtained from the chests. Tao Qian emerged from the historical record chest with a platinum-grade tunic, a golden-grade monk's staff, and a golden-grade shield warrior's shield. Platinum-grade equipment is inherently unsellable, considered to be the last resort. The monk's staff was acquired from a self-selected chest. It can be said that, with this weapon, Tao Qian can no longer be regarded as a mere bystander. As for the shield warrior's shield, goodness, for 2 million. Tao Qian discovered the former trading price of this shield. His initial reaction was one of utter confusion. Why would anyone spend 4 or 5 million on a level 10 piece of equipment? Chapter 43, Third Tier. The Giant Winged Spirit Butterfly. Have you not noticed that a level 20 golden grade shield only costs 2 million? Zheng Yu pointed to another piece of equipment in the temple shop. Platinum grade equipment can only be obtained by clearing the nightmare level abyss and is generally not sold, which naturally drives up the prices of golden grade equipment. Tao Qian shook his head in disbelief. The wealthy truly abound. Look at this level 10 platinum grade warrior weapon. The transaction price is 13 million. It's astounding. You cannot comprehend the world of the affluent. Zheng Yu recalled the tycoons from his past life, where even a car would cost several million. The prices of this equipment are not dissimilar to their luxury goods. Goodness, someone has placed a bid. A flat offer of 4 million. Should I sell? Just after Tao Qian posted the shield in the temple, a bid came in. When Ren Kinjiu analyzed, the shield warrior is not considered a top-tier profession. Yet many wealthy individuals choose this class due to its survivability and ease of play. You could proceed with an auction. Fine, I'll heed your advice. Tao Qian was quite receptive to counsel, especially since when Ren Kinjiu was the most knowledgeable among their group of 4. He promptly rejected the flat offer and listed the shield in the auction house, starting at the minimum price of 3 million, with a bidding duration of 24 hours. An idea struck Tao Qian. While monitoring the auction price, he turned to Zheng Yu and asked, with this shield already valued at several million, how many pieces of golden grade equipment did Li Feng take from you? 1 complete set. It was when Ren Kinjiu who responded. Tao Qian pressed. How many pieces? A standard set consists of a weapon, tunic, gloves, hat, pants, and boots, 6 pieces in total. Hiss. The corner of Tao Qian's eye twitched. Wouldn't those 6 pieces amount to 20 million? When Ren Kinjiu reminded him, Li Feng is a warrior. The prices of warrior equipment are even higher. Thus, the total cost would be doubled. Li Feng, that scoundrel. Upon finally grasping the value of tiered resources, he erupted in frustration. He now understood why individuals from Li Feng's background would vie for resources. The value far exceeded his imagination. One Ren Kinjiu elucidated. Due to the continuous emergence of the abyss and the expansion of large-scale abysses, if left unchecked, the entire world would be consumed. Therefore, the government's primary objective is to cultivate more professionals, almost exhausting the entire national treasury's resources to cultivate exceptionally talented professionals. It can only be said that the market price of level 10 golden gear is inflated and does not correspond to its actual value, appearing somewhat exaggerated. Tao Qian nodded. I see. It remains uncertain whether he truly absorbed the information, as his attention was now entirely focused on the auction house, where the shield he had just placed for bidding had already begun to attract offers, illustrating the high demand for level 10 golden equipment. One Ren Kinjiu and Kuing each acquired their professional gear and auctioned off a surplus piece of golden equipment. One Ren Kinjiu sold a pair of golden ranger boots, while Kuing sold a golden warrior armor. Although protective gear is generally less valuable than weapons, Kuying's warrior armor still fetched nearly 4 million. After receiving their earnings, the two hurriedly departed from Zheng Yu's residence to repay their debts, as each day of delay would accumulate additional interest. Tao Qian, however, reclined comfortably on Zheng Yu's sofa, began selecting silver-grade gear. One golden weapon could be exchanged for an entire set of silver equipment, leaving him with a substantial surplus of funds. Filled with delight, Tao Qian meticulously chose his gear. Zheng Yu then entered the room to contract his new summoned beast. Rain butterfly. Buzz. The contract took effect. A large, light blue rain butterfly with enormous wings appeared at the center of the magic circle. Its wings spanned over 2 meters, which is considered quite large for a level 1. Tier 0 summoned creature. Zheng Yu did not possess extensive knowledge about rain butterflies, as no previous summoner had ever chosen one as their familiar. It was likely that it could be trained in the direction of enhancing physical attributes. A colossal supportive butterfly. Zheng Yu recalled the butterfly queen from the Godzilla movies. If he could indeed cultivate the rain butterfly to such an extent, it would offer formidable assistance. The rain butterfly was exquisite. Even Zheng Yu, a straightforward man, had to admit that its beauty was exceptional. Summoned beast. Rain butterfly. Level 13. Level increases with the summoner's level. Health points. 7,800 attack power. 1353, 451 summoner intelligence coefficient. Talent. Tier 1, 20 points away from upgrading. Skills. Rain butterfly guardian 13. The rain butterfly forms a binding protective relationship with a summoned beast, providing a shield value of 5,412, 1353 rain butterfly attack power coefficient to the bound creature. Upon shield break, it inflicts 2030, 1353 rain butterfly attack power coefficient damage and helps absorb 50 of the damage. Spirit butterfly 13. As an elemental being, the rain butterfly possesses rapid recovery capabilities. Passive, recovery speed increased by 50. Active, instantly restores 4,059, 1353 rain butterfly attack power coefficient, health points, with a healing effect enhancement of 25 during self-recovery. Butterfly song 13. The rain butterfly consumes 3 health points per second to chant, increasing all summoned beast agility by 130 and movement speed by 130. Summoned beast equipment. None. Astonishing. Zheng Yu gazed in amazement at the attributes of this rain butterfly. 3 skills, health regeneration, shield, and speed, all fully realized. However, the true marvel lay not in the rain butterfly itself, but in Zheng Yu's extraordinarily high intelligence, which endowed the creature with an impressive attack power of 1353. And this was merely at the first tier talent level. Zheng Yu calculated that to elevate the rain butterfly to the 3rd tier talent, he would require only 90 talent points. Without hesitation, he sacrificed his life force to expend talent points. Summoned Beast Rain Butterfly, 1st tier, evolved into Summoned Beast Spirit Butterfly, 2nd tier. Summoned Beast Spirit Butterfly, 2nd tier, evolved into Summoned Beast Giant Wing Spirit Butterfly, 3rd tier. Chapter 44, Goblin General's Heavy Cavalry Corps. Summoned Beast Giant Wing Spirit Butterfly. Level 13, increases with the summoner's level. Health 11500. Attack power 2706, 451 summoner's intelligence x6 coefficient. Talent 3rd tier, requires 300 more talent points for upgrade. Skills, Spirit Butterfly Guardian 13. The giant wing Spirit Butterfly forms a protective bond with a summoned beast, providing a shield value of 13,530, 2706 giant wing Spirit Butterfly attack power x5 coefficient. Upon shield shattering, it inflicts 5683, 2706 giant wing Spirit Butterfly attack power x21 coefficient damage and mitigates 50 of the damage taken. Skill, Spirit Butterfly 13. As an ethereal being, the giant wing Spirit Butterfly possesses rapid recovery abilities. Passive, recovery speed increased by 50. Active, instantly restores 10824, 2706 giant wing Spirit Butterfly attack power x4 coefficient. Health points, enhancing healing effects by 50 when restoring itself. Skill, Butterfly Song 13. The giant wing Spirit Butterfly consumes 3 health points per second to chant, granting all summoned beasts of the summoner an increase of 260 in agility and movement speed. Skill, Spirit Nourishment. The giant wing Spirit Butterfly transfers its energy to the summoned beast with the lowest vitality, restoring its mental power. The mental power of the giant wing Spirit Butterfly increases by 100. Summoned beast equipment. None. The 3rd tier giant wing Spirit Butterfly not only possesses the Spirit Nourishment skill that provides energy, but also boasts an attack power that has surged to 2,706 points. The current giant wing Spirit Butterfly can unleash nearly 140,000 in shields, with a single life force capable of restoring 10,000 health points. This is already an extraordinary level of power. The intelligence granted by the Platinum Staff and Platinum Ring has shown a significant numerical enhancement. Upon advancing to the 3rd tier, the giant wing Spirit Butterfly has grown considerably in size. At the moment of successful evolution, Zheng Yu, fearing it might crash through the floor, promptly stored the giant wing Spirit Butterfly in the summoning space. Within the summoning space, the giant wing Spirit Butterfly flapped its wings, greeting the Goblin General and the twin Flame Dragon Serpent. The summoner's space is a vast realm of freedom, not merely a grid of squares as in the game. Inside the summoner's space, all summoned beasts rest, live, and idle away their time. Before the arrival of the giant winged spirit butterfly, the flame dragon serpent and the goblin general had scarcely exchanged a word, primarily due to the temperament of the flame dragon serpent. Not only was it reclusive, but it also exhibited a volatile nature, which made the goblin general hesitant to engage in conversation, fearing an explosive reaction from the dragon-like creature. The goblin general, on the other hand, possessed a personality reminiscent of a seasoned warrior, fond of drink and characterized by a jovial demeanor. The appearance of the giant winged spirit butterfly in the summoning beast space brought him joy, as it alleviated the monotony of facing the scowling fire serpent. The flame dragon serpent, however, seemed oblivious to the butterfly's presence, continuing to rest in its coiled state. Summoning beasts are imbued with distinct personalities. They are not mere skills, but rather live sealed within the pages of a skill book. In addition to nurturing their strength and engaging in battles alongside them, I believe it is essential to cultivate affection and intimacy. This notion was articulated by Zhang Anxuan in that textbook. As Zheng Yu's level ascended, he increasingly recognized that the textbook was not as devoid of merit as he had initially surmised. The intricacies of the summoner profession far exceed those of other vocations. Upon exiting the summoning space, Zheng Yu activated the Hexdeck Enhancement Runes. You have 2 Hexdeck Enhancement Runes awaiting collection. Would you like to claim them now? He inquired. Indeed. I shall collect them, he replied. These runes had been retained since he reached level 10. Congratulations. You have drawn the 5th rune, the unexpected windfall of Prism Grade. Congratulations. You have drawn the 6th rune, the golden egg of Prism Grade. Unexpected windfall, Prism Grade Enhancement Rune grants 100 talent points for summoner level 100, and continues to provide 100 talent points for the next 3 level ups. Golden Egg, Prism Grade Enhancement Rune grants 1 golden egg, requiring 22 abyss matches for hatching. Upon hatching, it offers substantial high-quality rewards based on the summoner's level. Friendly reminder, Hell level abyss matches count as 2. Zheng Yu could hardly contain his astonishment. 2 prism grades, an unexpected windfall, and a golden egg. The former, without a doubt, heralded a dreamlike outset. Now at level 13, it was not too late. He could secure 1,300 talent points in one fell swoop. This meant that the Goblin General and the Flame Dragon Serpent could both advance to the 5th tier. As for the golden egg, it required 22 matches, still a considerable distance to cover. Nevertheless, it was worth the wait, for the rewards it promised would be extraordinary. He opened the 2 enhancement runes. You have received an unexpected windfall, 1,300 talent points. You have obtained a golden egg. 22 matches remain until it can be opened. He placed the golden egg in his inventory and promptly summoned the Goblin General and the Flame Dragon Serpent. It was time for evolution. The Flame Dragon Serpent consumed 850 points and directly evolved into the 5th tier. Summoning Beast Flame Dragon Serpent, 4th tier, has evolved into Summoning Beast Twin Magic Fire Jiao, 5th tier. In this 5th tier evolution, the Dragon Serpent transformed into a Jiao, shedding its serpentine attributes entirely while acquiring a new skill, Jiao's Breath. The Twin Flame Serpent, a formidable creature, gathers fiery energy to unleash a breath of searing heat, inflicting an instantaneous damage of 27,706, attributed to its attack coefficient of 3,958. This represents a quintessential example of explosive fire damage. Coupled with the flame's burning effect and the twins' doubled damage, one can hardly fathom the extent of destruction this breath could unleash. The most significant change in the Twin Flame Serpent is its form. As a 5th-tier entity, it retains its dual-headed appearance. Yet the serpent heads have fully transformed into dragon-like shapes, and its body is adorned with dragon scales. Its corporeal form remains elemental, composed entirely of flames. The attack coefficient has escalated from 60 at the 4th tier to a remarkable 80 at its current stage. With the addition of the summoned beast's equipment, the fish slaughtering blade, its attack power has surged to 3,958. While its health has not increased significantly, it remains a standard fire-type fragile mage, capable of inflicting immense damage yet possessing a frail physique. Fortunately, with the Goblin General standing resolutely at the forefront, no harm could befall the Twin Flame Serpent. Contemplating this, Zheng Yu cast a glance at the Goblin General, realizing he still possessed 450 talent points. He decided to maximize his health limit by sacrificing 500 points, thereby obtaining 50 talent points, which would allow him to accumulate 500 points and advance. The progression to a 5th-tier Goblin General required precisely 500 talent points, which was sufficient. Summon Beast Goblin General, 4th tier, Talent Evolution. Summon Beast Goblin General Heavy Cavalry, 5th tier. Chapter 45. With such exhilaration, would you still choose to withdraw? The 5th-tier Goblin General retained its name, the only change being the addition of the Heavy Cavalry unit. It did not acquire any new skills, but the core ability, Command of the General, underwent a substantial transformation. Skill, Command of the General, Heavy Cavalry. Command of the General, Heavy Cavalry, summons a Goblin Army, 26 units. The number of summons increases with level advancement to engage in battle. Army composition, 8 Goblin Archers, 8 Goblin Assassins, 8 Goblin Shield Bearers, 1 goblin sorcerer, and 1 troll goblin. The summoning time is unlimited, and no further summons can occur until the entire goblin army has perished. Additionally, it summons a goblin heavy cavalry unit, 26 units. The number of summons increases with level advancement to participate in combat. Team composition, 26 heavily armored goblin wolf riders. Indeed, Zheng Yu rejoiced at the acquisition of this heavy cavalry unit. There is a saying that in the era devoid of firearms, possessing 50 heavy cavalry was considered remarkable, and a rebellion led by 500 heavy cavalry would carry substantial weight. A force of 5,000 heavy cavalry could sweep through all armies. Although he currently commanded only 26 goblin heavy cavalry, they served as an extraordinary asset for monster slaying in the abyss. If the 5th tier boasted such strength, how formidable would the 6th tier prove? Zheng Yu then glanced at the conditions for his next advancement. The Goblin General Heavy Cavalry. Talent. 5th tier, 3,000 talent points needed for upgrade. Splendid. He cast another look at the Twin Flame Serpent. The Twin Flame Serpent. Talent. 5th tier, 5,000 talent points needed for upgrade. Excellent. 5,000 talent points equated to a health limit of 50,000. In truth, it was not so daunting after all. As of now, historical records indicate that there has never been a summoner possessing a 5th tier summoned beast. The 5th tier is indeed regarded as the theoretical pinnacle. Advancing from level 12 to 13 yields an increase of 400 in health points. As one ascends in levels, the growth in health becomes progressively more substantial. If one were to rely solely on the demon contract, it would be possible to acquire a 6th tier summoned beast by level 20. However, unlocking an additional contract space for summoned beasts at level 15 requires a certain allocation of talent points. The giant winged spirit butterfly is merely of the 3rd tier. Zheng Yu calculated that his talent points were woefully insufficient. Fortunately, there exists a stroke of unexpected fortune, the prism level enhancement rune, which greatly pleased him. The forthcoming levels 14, 15, and 16 would grant an additional 1,400, 1,500, and 1,600 talent points, respectively, cumulatively ensuring a stable acquisition of a 6th tier beast. Imagine a level 16 summoner possessing a 6th tier summoned beast. It would constitute a dimensional strike against other professions. The rain butterfly, available at level 10, is a 1st tier talent, while the shadow creature, accessible at level 15, is a 2nd tier talent. Following this pattern, a summoner would need to reach at least level 40 to legitimately acquire a 6th tier summoned beast through conventional means. The unexpected boon from the demon contract effectively maximizes early potential. In truth, summoners can also enhance their summoned beast talents through other means, such as the 3 skills available at level 10, which can be continually cultivated, albeit with a lengthy time investment. According to the understanding presented in textbooks, summoners are a profession that cannot afford haste and must patiently refine their craft over time. However, in Zheng Yu's hands, there has been some advanced development. After accounting for his spoils, Zheng Yu, feeling a bit exhilarated and devoid of any fatigue, casually pinned a strategy guide. The forum is replete with numerous paid posts, strategies, gossip, secrets, equipment analyses, career development, and even fortune-telling. The cost of 100 gold beans translates to approximately 100 yuan. With nothing else to occupy his time, Zheng Yu, who had been recording his battles, recognized that guides accompanied by videos and images tend to sell exceptionally well. He eloquently composed a 10,000-word strategy guide. Upon release, it soared to the top of the forum's popularity rankings. Goodness, a nightmare-level strategy guide. Is it really him? Of course, with videos and images, how could it not be? A hands-on tutorial? This means if I learn this, I too could conquer the nightmare-level abyss. It is remarkable that some dare to teach and others dare to learn. Yet what is truly astonishing is the number of individuals willing to believe it. What I lack is not a strategy, but combat power. Although this guide may not be of use to me, my curiosity compels me to purchase it, primarily to uncover the complete historical narrative of the Cold Street Abyss. I am even more intrigued by how Zheng Yu, as a summoner, managed to traverse the nightmare-level abyss. Consequently, the forum's popularity in Jiangshui City surged once more, with the number of purchases rising dramatically. In truth, most individuals buying the guide are driven by curiosity regarding Zheng Yu's prowess, while others seek to scrutinize and critique. Even if Zheng Yu successfully traversed the nightmarish abyss, many still believe that luck outweighed skill. It is said that Zheng Yu must have discovered some shortcut to victory. After all, he is a summoner, often referred to as the weakest among them, yet he conquered the most challenging nightmare-level abyss. A day later, disbelief still lingers among the masses. At the martial arts school in Jiangshui City, his colleagues regard him with peculiar eyes, devoid of malice but tinged with a hint of schadenfreude. They are all fellow practitioners who have yet to embark on a professional path. And should one of them truly latch onto Zheng Yu's coattails and succeed in overcoming the nightmare abyss, it would create an insurmountable rift between them. Fortunately, such a scenario has not materialized. Otherwise, it would have been they who suffered the most. Wu Zong, accustomed to such scrutinizing gazes, remembers well the way he was looked at in the hall of the Cold Street Abyss. Even those who had yet to reach level 1 and would never summon the courage or opportunity to enter the abyss found amusement in his plight. He has grown used to it, he reassures himself. After all, he knows that in due time, he too will be able to enter the abyss. The only person who regards him without judgment is his brother, who comforts him, saying, "It's all right. If I were in your position, I would do the same." This is not mere consolation. He, too, had spent the night perusing forums and understands that, faced with life and death circumstances, his brother would not be the type to flee. "Brother." Wuzong hesitates. "About that money. Don't worry about it. You can repay me whenever you have the means. I'm not in a hurry. I've saved quite a bit from running this martial arts school over the years, and the worst I'll face is a scolding from your sister-in-law. Besides, you haven't come away empty-handed. You've reached level 6, which is a step onto the path of a professional." Wuzong's spirits remain somewhat dampened. Have I truly stepped onto that path? Not really. A true professional is considered to be at level 25, and without Zhengyu, I find it hard to believe I can reach that milestone. Hey look, Zhengyu has posted a guide. What guide? Of course, it's a nightmare level guide. What's the use? I can't even get past the easy level abyss. No one wants me. But what if there's an opportunity? True enough, it's just $100. Looking 1T hurt. Now that you mention it, I'm genuinely interested. Upon hearing the chatter, Wuzong and his brother opened their phones. Finding that the most popular post on the forum was indeed the guide authored by Zhengyu, Wuzong's brother promptly purchased the post, while Wuzong refrained, as he had first-hand experience and knew precisely how Zhengyu had triumphed. A guide? Nonsense. It was sheer strength that led to his success. Even if they were privy to the guide, it would be of no use. They wouldn't even be able to get past the butcher at the entrance, let alone the fishmonger or the flesh spider lurking deeper within. However, when they opened the post, they gasped in astonishment. Zhengyu had brazenly included photographs from their barbecue gathering on the first page, followed by an image of the goblin general battling the cold corpse. Zhengyu, Wen Renkinjiu, Ku Ying, Tao Qian, and Wuzong all appeared in the frame, beaming with smiles, wine and meat in abundance. Wuzong's brother could not help but glance at him, inquiring if they had ventured out for a picnic. What he truly wished to ask was, having reached such exhilarating heights, why did they still opt for a forced withdrawal? Chapter 46. One dares to teach, while another dares to learn. Fortunately, a discerning individual noticed that this was merely a photograph of the simple level abyss. As when Renkinjiu had previously shared on the forum, Zhengyu posted it purely to incite envy and irritation among those who had once declined to team up with him. Further down, one could find a comprehensive guide to the nightmare level abyss, meticulously detailed. Firstly, the butcher's cold corpse. Secondly, the young fishmonger's cold corpse. Thirdly, the human skin spider. Fourthly, the female corpse from the well. And fifthly, the hollowed-out intestines of Shaoqi. It was a seriously crafted guide, yet the comments below were anything but earnest. Zhengyu genuinely intended to impart knowledge to us. I initially believed it to be merely a boastful post. However, it turned out that Zhengyu was indeed constructing a guide. Ah, you're overthinking it. This is simply Zhengyu's opportunity to flaunt his prowess. Have you considered that even if you followed his guide, could you withstand the flying knives of the butcher's cold corpse? Or evade the relentless pursuit of the human skin spider? Surely, the summoner is this formidable? The summoned beasts appear more formidable than the elite warriors I witnessed just 2 days prior, if encountered in reality. I might exclaim in awe. However, this is the internet, and I can only say, young man, this is insufficient. One must practice further. Though this group engages in banter online, they can discern from the videos and records within the post that the nightmare level abyss is indeed a formidable challenge. Zhengyu's summoned beasts are genuinely powerful. In the initial portion of the guide, they observed Zhengyu and Tao Qian enjoying refreshments while battling monsters. Yet, in the latter half, upon reaching the human skin spider, the difficulty escalated dramatically. The terrifying human skin spider, nearly amassing a horde of cold corpses from half the forest. At this juncture, many who fancied themselves somewhat capable, thinking that if Zhengyu, a mere summoner, could conquer the nightmare level abyss of Hanjia, so could they. However, the stark reality was that they truly could not. In the video, the human skin spider devoured a goblin shield soldier in one bite, inflicting 6,000 damage with remarkable speed, control, defense, and aggression. Truly a nightmare for novice adventurers. Let alone slaying the human skin spider, they lacked even the strength to escape this forest. Is this what one would call an abyss? It is no wonder that in over a decade, no one from Jiangshui City has managed to conquer the nightmare level abyss. It is indeed exceptionally challenging. Previously, I had seen a segment of individuals on the forum asserting that Zhengyu succeeded in the nightmare level abyss purely by chance. Come now, explain how this is mere luck. Luck? A goblin capable of inflicting over 10,000 damage is merely luck? One must concede that Zhengyu's summoned beasts are astonishingly powerful. However, it must be said, the nightmare level abyss is truly perverse. The human skin spider possesses no apparent weakness, aside from someone as extraordinary as Zhengyu. How could others contend? To the one above, you are astonished far too soon. This is only the beginning. Are there more experts? Even more extraordinary ones. Hiss. Those who have perused the entire guide in advance begin to spoil the plot. To them, this post transcends a mere guide. It resembles a narrative unfolding from a first-person perspective within the abyss. From the perspective of Zheng Yu, this narrative epitomizes the essence of a thrilling tale. Spoilers are an intrinsic element of such stories. As the strategy unfolds, slaying the human skin spiders and escaping the cold corpse horde leads to the frozen lake, where the true challenge begins. Zheng Yu describes Shao-Chi as a formidable adversary. Even I find him quite daunting. Many have echoed the sentiments once expressed by Wu Zong, who, indeed, is conquering the nightmarish abyss. The emergence of Shao-Chi in the video, the attributes displayed in images, alongside the vicious human skin spiders reappearing, the resurrected female corpse from the well, and the relentless cold corpse horde resurging from the woods. All these elements silenced any skeptic questioning Zheng Yu's prowess. When it comes to tackling Shao-Chi, Zheng Yu succinctly states that sheer strength is sufficient to elucidate everything. There exists no strategy, merely raw capability. Dear brother, this is certainly not your fault. Wu Zong's elder brother, witnessing the brutal aftermath as Zheng Yu was overwhelmed by the cold street, understood his brother's predicament at last. It was not cowardice, rather, it was a sound and rational decision. Anyone in his position would have made the same choice. Compared to death, what is that minor penalty? As for Tao Qian, Wen Rinqinjiu, and Ku Ying, he could only remark that these three are not quite normal. The public perception of Wu Zong has shifted online. To put it plainly, were I in his shoes, I would have retreated even faster. Wu Zong's actions could be deemed commendable. He even risked himself to dissuade Tao Qian and the others. It is only reasonable for anyone to choose to withdraw. Those who do not value their lives are the ones truly irrational. Yet, ultimately, Tao Qian and his companions reaped rewards, while Wu Zong, who made the prudent choice, gained nothing. How can one rationalize that a summoner traversing the nightmarish abyss is acceptable? Is it not reasonable for Tao Qian to fight for his brother? Were I Wu Zong, I would not have retreated. Oh. The giants of the online world are but clowns in reality, and the foolish spectators revel in chaos. At this juncture, Zheng Yu peruses the forum comments. Noticing the improvement in Wu Zong's reputation, he feels a sense of relief. To be candid, he harbored no ill feelings towards Wu Zong's departure. To him, it seemed entirely justifiable. In the face of danger, prioritizing one's safety is a most rational action, is it not? Wu Zong is neither kin nor ally. Charging a fee of 300,000, although below market value, was a price he himself proposed. Their relationship was merely one of mutual benefit, devoid of any grievances. In other words, he may be criticized, Tao Qian may be criticized, but what right do the onlookers have to cast stones? Furthermore, let us clarify Wu Zong's position. The two share no animosity. Zheng Yu remains indifferent to Wu Zong's withdrawal, for ultimately, it is Wu Zong who will bear the regret. He merely wishes to convey to those who revel in the misfortune of others that, had they been in Wu Zong's shoes, they might not have endured as long. Alas, who would have thought that the seemingly terrifying Shao-Chi harbored such a tragic past? It is no wonder that Shao-Chi bears such deep resentment. Were I endowed with the same vigor, my grievances would surely surpass his. It turns out that the use of internal organ cake is quite enlightening. I have learned something new and shall endeavor to try it next time. Can it be true that some individuals genuinely believe they will live to the moment of utilizing an internal organ cake? I remain uncertain of Zheng Yu's sincere intent to teach me, yet I am aware that some have genuinely bought into the notion. How touching, I am moved to tears. I particularly admire Zheng Yu's statement, urging those beasts to experience true suffering, which evokes a sense of sweet revenge. When he boldly confronted Mayor Zhou Yun, I realized that this young man possesses a fierce temperament, which I find rather appealing. Not only did he refrain from blaming the forcefully retired Wu Zong, but he also took to the forums to defend him, thereby winning my admiration. However, some individuals may find themselves in discomfort. I wonder what thoughts Li Nan, Li Feng, and Zhou Yun harbor upon encountering this post. They, perched high above, are unlikely to be able to control such matters, are they? Chapter 47. Target, Stage 2 Nightmare Level Abyss. The post garnered tremendous attention, selling over 10,000 copies in a single night. Not only did professionals from Jiangshui City make purchases, but those from Shangyu City were also intrigued upon hearing that the mayor had recruited a top-tier genius and were curious enough to read the post. After all, every city treats top-tier gifted professionals as treasures, making them difficult to poach. Upon discovering that Zheng Yu is a summoner, their curiosity only intensified. With information spreading from 1 to 10 and 10 to 100, neighboring districts began to wonder just how powerful this summoner named Zheng Yu truly is. Zheng Yu never imagined that a single post would yield over $1 million in earnings. After deducting the forum's share and paying some taxes, he took home over 700,000. No wonder professionals earn so much. Even a simple post can garner tens of thousands. Zheng Yu was elated as he withdrew the funds. At school, the legend of Zheng Yu was circulating. After being deprived of resources by Li Feng, in a fit of rage, he ventured into a nightmare-level abyss, confronting Li Nan with sheer strength, and refused Mayor Zhou Yun's apology, opting instead to join Shangyu City. Following this series of actions, Zheng Yu even garnered a group of admirers. His departure from Jiangshui City to Shangyu City was not met with condemnation, but rather praised for its audacity. I have considered Zheng Yu's perspective. Were I in his position, having resources seized by Li Feng, I would likely be consumed by impotent rage. I would report the incident and unfurl banners to ensure all professionals in Jiangshui City were aware of the situation. But isn't that still impotent rage? Those lacking the means to resolve issues are the ones who resort to such theatrics. Capable individuals, like the Minister of Resources from Shangyu City, directly come to claim their people. It is said that not only Shangyu City, but also Qinan City and Xiahe City have sent representatives. I am now left pondering whether Li Feng feels at ease with the resources he has taken. What could possibly trouble him? As for me, I came across a post detailing the comprehensive list of benefits for level resources, and, good heavens, it made me green with envy. A complete set of golden tier warrior equipment. If I had that, I could conquer the challenging abyss with ease. But enough of that. Li Feng has arrived. Goodness, what brings him to the school? Today marks the day for the third-year professionals to receive their vocational certificates. How enviable. The vocational certificate is not equivalent to a graduation diploma. Rather, it signifies that this student is set to embark on the path of a professional. However, the certification is not casually obtained. It requires the principal's endorsement, who must deem you worthy of pursuing the path of a professional and capable of sustaining oneself through ascension in the abyss. Only then will this certificate be granted. Additionally, an examination is necessary, focusing on political knowledge, akin to the civil service exams of Zhang Yu's previous life. This implies that holders of this certificate can engage in politics. After all, possessing only strength without intellect would hardly inspire public confidence in entrusting leadership roles to such formidable individuals. Students who have not received the professional certification must continue their studies. For the 90 professionals, leveling up serves merely as a means to facilitate job hunting. The school will continue to train them for 3 months, encompassing combat training, archery, agility, and various physical conditioning exercises. They will also cultivate specialized skills, such as potion crafting and equipment repair. During these 3 months, if they truly lack talent and fortune in conquering the abyss, they will shift to cultural studies and explore other disciplines. I heard that this year, our school has issued only 3 certificates. Just 3? That is not many. Do you think obtaining a professional certificate is that easy? Once one possesses that certificate, even without leveling up, they can still earn a base salary of 5,000 yuan per month, a secure job indeed. How enviable. If Zheng Yu were here, it would have been 4. Alas, what a pity. Li Feng naturally overheard the discussions of this group, as the topic permeated every corner. He could hear it while using the restroom, during meals, and in every activity. Everyone seemed to use Zheng Yu to belittle him. Li Feng's expression was complex, filled with anger and resentment, but predominantly, a sense of grievance. He had thought that by following his father to Jiangshui City, he could escape from the twisted geniuses of those factions and would no longer be fodder for idle gossip. In the central district, he had lived such a life. Little did he expect that in this impoverished hinterland of Jiangshui City, he would still encounter an anomaly. As for Zheng Yu, he felt both hatred and begrudging admiration. There was no other choice. He had read that strategy guide. It was an absolute display of overpowering strength. His sole frustration lay in his own misfortune. Because of Zheng Yu, he had been beaten by his father last night. Despite his diligent efforts and having improved his time in the challenging abyss, it was all for naught. He was deemed a waste by his father, labeled the thief by his classmates, and regarded as a tool for Zhou Yun to curry favor with his father. I clearly invited him. Why did he not accept? Li Feng pondered that had Zheng Yu accepted his invitation back then, the murderous intent he harbored in the challenging abyss would likely have resulted in his own demise at Zheng Yu's hands. In fact, he believed that would have been the best outcome. Sighing deeply, Li Feng felt the approach of noon. Zheng Yu was awakened by the clamor of Wenrin Xingyu and Kuing, who arrived with an array of luggage. Are you two planning to move in? Do you harbor any ulterior motives towards my elder brother Yu? Tao Qian remarked, preparing lunch and noticing the 2 girls laden with bags. Then he turned to Zheng Yu and said, Brother Yu, I feel that these 2 ladies are not good people. You must be cautious. Close your mouth. No one considers you mute. When Rin Xingyu retorted directly, Brother Yu sent us a message saying we're heading to Shangyu City tonight. So we need to pack our bags and go together, Kuing explained. So anxious? Tao Qian glanced at Zheng Yu. Zheng Yu replied, moving, completing paperwork. Obtaining my professional license and settling in will take at least 2 days. 2 days is sufficient for my summoned beast to fully recover. I wish to level up more quickly. The nightmare level abyss is extremely draining. And even though my dual magic fire dragon and goblin general have reset their energy after advancing to the 5th tier, they are not in peak condition. Rest and recovery are necessary. 2 days will be just right. Moreover, I plan to enter the nightmare level abyss next. So we need to go to Shangyu City promptly and prepare in advance. Wait, Tao Qian set down the spatula and walked up to Zheng Yu, asking earnestly, nightmare level? Yes. 2nd tier abyss? No, I mean, are you confident? However, Tao Qian did not voice his full concern, primarily out of fear of embarrassment. When Zheng Yu initially spoke of competing for the leaderboard, He had questioned him as well. Since then, he had refrained from mentioning it again. To doubt Zheng Yu's strength is akin to offering his face for a slap. Zheng Yu shook his head and said, honestly, I'm not sure. After all, this is my first time reaching level 10. How about we play it safe? When Ren Qingyu suggested, let us clear a hard level first to gain some experience? Ku Ying, overhearing this, felt compelled to scoff. A second-tier hard level is considered practice? The probability is about 50. This time, I'll charge you 1 million to guide you through the nightmare level abyss. Do you want to join? Ignoring any objections, Zheng Yu made his offer. Tao Qian, who had just been worried and hesitant, immediately agreed without further ado. It's a deal. One Ren Qingyu was even more straightforward, promptly transferring the money. Aren't you worried? Zheng Yu inquired. You know, brother, I will always support you. If you say go, then we go, Tao Qian replied. ISNT there a 50 probability? Let us gamble. Dangerous? Which abyss ISNT dangerous? With Zheng Yu around, a 50 risk hardly qualifies as danger. Besides, the three of them clearly realized that they couldn't sway Zheng Yu's determination. Since Zheng Yu wished to take a risk, they would join him in his folly. At this moment, Tao Qian recalled a question and said, if you really can lead us through another nightmare level abyss, you will undoubtedly claim the top spot in this year's newcomer leaderboard. Historically, it has been the newcomers from the Central District who receive this honor. I can already envision the astonished expressions of those arrogant Central District prodigies when they see the leaderboard refreshed. In the first place, ISNT Jiang Shui, but a professional from Shanyu City, and a summoner at that. Chapter 48. Blood of the Rooster to ward off evil. I understand this. Shanyu City. Wow. This house is truly large, with a yard and a swimming pool. Brother Yu, does this mean you've stepped into the life of a wealthy heir ahead of time? After completing the formalities, Tao Qian and the others arrived at the villa. Wealthy heir? I built this from scratch. Indeed, indeed. Tao Qian retrieved a bottle of beer from the ice bucket beside Zheng Yu and took a hearty gulp. This indeed felt delightful. Did you purchase this house? He inquired. Zheng Yu, reclining on a deck chair while engrossed in his phone, replied without lifting his gaze. It was provided to me by Chai Fong from the resource department. I'm temporarily residing here. Tao Qian surveyed the villa's expanse. It was quite spacious and undoubtedly commanded a rental fee exceeding 10,000. The three-story mansion boasted a large yard, complete with a lawn and a swimming pool. By the way, have you received your high-tier resources? He asked. Zheng Yu shook his head. Not yet. Chai Fong mentioned that my application had exceeded the time limit, and since I had previously applied, the resources ended up with leaf foam, which complicates matters. Furrowing his brow, Tao Qian responded, is it impossible to obtain them? Although these resources are not directly mine, they are intricately linked to me. Zheng Yu's strength would increase with resources, enhancing our safety in traversing the abyss, which understandably concerns me. They say Mayor Zhang Zhan of Shanyu City is personally overseeing the process at the provincial level. I can't say for certain if the application will be approved, Zheng Yu explained. Tao Qian, now reclining with his beer, remarked, if Shanyu City fails to secure your resources, wouldn't that mean our venture here has been in vain? Not necessarily, Zheng Yu replied nonchalantly. Regardless of whether Shanyu City can obtain this resource, I will not remain in Jianshui City. I can apply again at level 20. This was a condition previously agreed upon when Chai Fong first met Zheng Yu. It seems Shanyu City truly values you, Tao Qian observed. This is primarily due to their dismal performance in recent years. Not only are there few high-tier practitioners, but those who exist are not thriving. If this continues, they may end up with no newcomers to participate in the practitioner competition, which surely alarms both Zhang Zhan and Chai Fong. Indeed, Tao Qian continued. What about when Ren Qingyu and the others? Since he had to handle his household registration, he arrived in Shanyu City last. They've gone shopping, Zheng Yu replied. I sent them to procure essential supplies for entering the abyss. The girls are better at bargaining and can save some money. Tao Qian's eyes gleamed with curiosity. Have you decided which abyss to enter? Zheng Yu nodded. Yes, we are heading to the Shanyu Ancestral Hall. Ah, the most repugnant one. Although Tao Qian feigned shock, he was not surprised. For the Shanyu Ancestral Hall was the only abyss with a nightmare-level strategy guide. Yet, it was precisely the abyss that when Ren Qingyu, Ku Ying, and even Tao Qian least wished to enter, as it was genuinely haunted. Among the Shanyu Ancestral Hall, Blood-Colored Film Studio, and Dark Valley, only the Ancestral Hall had a record of successful completion, with a comprehensive strategy detailing the plot branches, reward acquisition, and shortcuts clearly outlined. I understand you all harbor some trepidation regarding the Ancestral Hall, but to enhance our success rate, it is the most suitable abyss for practice. Thus, I have made a rather prudent decision. Prudent? Tao Qian thought Zheng Yu was merely posturing, yet he lacked evidence. To use a nightmare-level abyss for practice, and to assert that it was a stable choice, was this truly sensible? Such audacity was unprecedented. Nevertheless, Zheng Yu appeared genuinely considerate of their circumstances. Zheng Yu elucidated that there exists a comprehensive strategy, one crafted during the youth of Zhang Zhan, the mayor of Shanyu City, which lends it considerable credibility. Zheng Yu even felt a sense of thoughtfulness. Tao Qian responded, of course, the initial rewards from the Ancestral Hall are no longer available. Yet there remains hope for the Blood Film Factory and the Dark Abyss. Do you intend to traverse them all? Why not? To forego such splendid rewards would be a pity, Zheng Yu replied. Tao Qian chose to support Zheng Yu, acknowledging his lack of decision-making power. Ultimately, Zheng Yu could pursue whichever abyss he desired, while his role was merely to enhance the atmosphere, cooking and drinking as needed. The ancestral hall was a ghostly abyss. So I instructed Wen Rinqing Yu and the others to prepare certain tools to combat specters. Such items are quite costly in the Sanctum's shop, but more affordable options exist in the offline market. Additionally, the hall is steeped in malevolent energy. If time permits, do procure some chicken. Tao Qian understood. Chicken blood wards off evil. I grasped that. Zheng Yu shook his head, who mentioned exorcising evil. The specters in the abyss possess health bars. What is there to fear? I suggested chicken because I've heard that free-range chicken from Shanyu is a local specialty. We can roast it in the ancestral hall. In the afternoon, Chai Fong brought good tidings. The provincial district had approved his resource application, currently in process. It was said that Zhang Zhan directly liaised with a bigwig in his faction to facilitate this. Such procedural matters are indeed challenging without connections. Chai Fong lamented over the phone. So, are you interested in joining our faction? He boldly inquired. Zheng Yu neither declined nor acquiesced, merely posing a question. Isn't it only level 40 practitioners who qualify to join a faction? A faction can be understood as a powerful organization established by adept practitioners to monopolize certain resources, strong and unassailable due to intertwined interests. However, entry is not granted to just anyone. The simplest requirement bars 99 of practitioners. Only those at least level 40 may join a faction, for prior to level 40. One cannot truly be deemed formidable. Chai Fong chuckled. Ah, this is merely an effort to recruit a talent like you. Being able to conquer the nightmare level abyss. Reaching level 40 is a certainty. He refrained from further pressing Zheng Yu about joining the faction and posed another question regarding the ancestral hall. Quite a calm choice, he remarked. In Chai Fong's view, this decision was rather conservative. The ancestral hall is the abyss most frequently cleared by practitioners in Shanyu City. Owing to the plethora of strategies available, Chai Fong felt a tinge of disappointment. He had hoped Zheng Yu would attempt other abysses in Shanyu City, perhaps breaking some records. After all, the attitudes of Shanyu's practitioners toward inviting Zheng Yu varied significantly. Despite Zheng Yu's achievements in conquering nightmare-level abysses, many still regarded the summoner class as lacking potential, deeming it a misguided decision to allocate resources to him. Thus, shattering records and demonstrating tangible results would silence the critics. Yet, from Zheng Yu's perspective, the ancestral hall undoubtedly represented the safest choice. Thus, Chai Fong remarked that it was a judicious choice, unperturbed by external influences, selecting solely what suited him. Such a decision seems difficult to associate with Zheng Yu, who had previously plunged into the abyss of nightmares in a fit of rage. Chai Fong nodded, expressing his belief that Zheng Yu would opt for the film studio's abyss, as resetting the records there appeared most probable. This child, while seemingly reckless, exhibited an excessive calmness. Reckless? I do not consider Zheng Yu to be so, Zhang Zhan interjected with a smile. He merely possesses a strong aversion to yielding. This cannot be deemed a flaw. If the youth were to act with the timidity we exhibit, then they would cease to be youthful. In truth, whether he chose the ancestral hall or not, if he were to set a new record there, would it not carry even greater significance? Zhang Zhan remained optimistic. However, Chai Fong stated without hesitation, I find that highly improbable. The abyss of the Shanyu Ancestral Hall is the most familiar dungeon to the residents of Shanyu, with countless professionals resetting records time and again. It is not easily refreshed, unless he intends to venture into the nightmare-level abyss. Furthermore, it appears he plans to bring along Tao Qian and those two girls. Soloing a record-breaking feat? Impossible, let alone entering the nightmare-level abyss. At this point, Chai Fong recalled something. Wait, is his team not missing a member? Zhang Zhan nodded. Indeed. They are short one. Currently, there are 4 of them, as one young man had forcefully exited the nightmare-level abyss. Haha, he must be regretting it immensely right now. Chai Fong pondered. If they are missing a member, should I perhaps provide him with assistance? Perhaps send Zheng Wenchang, a warrior of exceptional talent, currently at level 18? To his surprise, Chai Fong directly declined, who said I would provide him with assistance. Since Zheng Yu intends to solo, he would undoubtedly refuse any help. Zhang Zhan, puzzled, inquired, then what do you intend to do? I have a distant cousin who changed professions last year, but due to family matters, she has been delayed for a year. I shall invite her to join, Chai Fong replied. Zhang Zhan remarked, you were just expressing doubt about Zheng Yu. Chapter 49. A teammate who can roast kidneys is needed. In Shanyu City, within the hall of the Shanyu Ancestral Hall Abyss, Zheng Yu and his companions, after 2 days of exertion, finally completed all necessary tasks and were ready to engage in serious matters. There seemed to be rather few people here, Tao Qian observed, noting the sparse number of professionals in the hall. As for the seasoned professionals, they had either leveled up or completely given up, so a smaller crowd seemed quite normal. Tao Qian nodded. That is true. I had not fully considered it. After all, I recently transferred from Jianshui City, and my earlier remarks may have been somewhat ambiguous. Upon entering the hall, although the numbers were few, some individuals were nonetheless holding signs in search of teammates. When Rinkinjiu stated, "We are in need of a teammate." Ordinarily, a party of 4 can venture into the abyss, but lacking one member will diminish both experience and rewards proportionately. If you aim for the leaderboard, it would be best to bring along an additional participant. Furthermore, some are simply unable to compete and seek work instead, saving money while waiting for a skilled player to lead them. Even so, it is imperative that 2 warriors accompany a priest in this standard configuration to lead others. Furthermore, there exists the need for a contender like Zhengyu, who aims for the rankings. However, the issue lies in the fact that in a small city like Shangyu, it has been years since a genius capable of contending for the rankings has emerged. I see, Tao Qian remarked with an expression of dawning comprehension. He then gestured towards the group of adventurers in the Shangyu Temple's abyssal hall, those who were in search of allies, suggesting to simply select one from among them. Tao Qian approached the staff directly and requested an announcement for finding teammates to be displayed on the hall screen. Seeking a companion, for players needed, requirements, obedient. No monster stealing, no item looting, capable of cooking and grilling, preferably skilled in roasting kidneys, non-gratuitous, price negotiable. Upon seeing this notice, Zhengyu gave Tao Qian a thumbs up. Indeed, Tao Qian understood him well. He did not require teammates with great strength. He merely sought a companion skilled in roasting kidneys to fill the void left by Wu Zong. As the announcement went out, several adventurers began to privately message Zhengyu. Anonymous, warrior need a teammate? Zhengyu, summoner indeed. Anonymous, warrior wait, are you a summoner? Anonymous, warrior hold on. Who is the leader here? The adventurer who had reached out to Zhengyu was bewildered. He had never encountered such an unusual party configuration, with a summoner as the captain and 2 assassins. Zhengyu inquired, why are you contacting me? The anonymous warrior sent a facepalm emoji and replied, I need to discuss the price. Zhengyu responded directly, you can negotiate with me. Can you make decisions? Yes. I possess a celestial talent. My affinity is fire, which enables me to suppress the malevolent energy within the temple. I am level 18 and have cleared the simple abyss of the temple 5 times, as well as the ordinary abyss once. After this self-introduction, he directly stated, my asking price is 800,000. Not too steep, right? What? Zhengyu replied, expressing his confusion with a large question mark. Can you even make decisions? With my capabilities, asking 800,000 is reasonable. Although your party composition is rather average, with me and that monk, if we replace one assassin with a priest, clearing a simple abyss will pose no challenge. Zhengyu, summoner, why don't you take a closer look at the announcement I posted? Zhengyu was somewhat reluctant to explain. How could someone approach him for payment without even reading the announcement? The other party fell silent for a moment. Anonymous, warrior, are you serious, brother? Have you lost your mind, or am I simply blind? With your configuration and level, you intend to lead others through the abyss? Anonymous, warrior, and you need someone who can roast kidneys? You must be joking with me. The other party was evidently quite agitated. Zhengyu found it peculiar that someone could fixate on the profession of a summoner without recognizing it. Zhengyu, summoner, do you not visit forums? Anonymous, warrior forums? That's just a place for a bunch of failed adventurers to boast and chat. What is the point in visiting? You didn't come across some post claiming their essay shortcut in the temple, did you? Anonymous, warrior, let me advise you, don't believe it. If you do, you'll meet your demise swiftly. Anonymous, warrior, I have withdrawn. A bunch of children have come here to amuse themselves at my expense. I had thought I finally encountered a business opportunity. The warrior then paid no further heed to Zhengyu. Zhengyu. He glanced at Tao Qian, who wore a grim expression, clearly having received some unpleasant private messages. Well, it seems that finding a true support is rather elusive. One Rinxinyu also remarked, I did not anticipate it would turn out this way. She had believed that securing a support would be quite straightforward. Zhengyu responded, it appears that the mayor has endeavored to minimize the news of my arrival in Shangyu City, likely out of concern that I might not rise to the occasion. There is another possibility. What shall we do now? Tao Qian inquired, feeling insulted by the suggestion of roasting kidneys. Nearby, Kuing chuckled. If Wu Zong were to hear this, he would be furious. Indeed, he currently lacks the opportunity to roast kidneys. Primarily, it is because your reputation, brother Yu, has yet to flourish. Second-tier professionals tend to be somewhat arrogant. Perhaps I should seek someone on the forum. Just as when Rin Xinyu was preparing to search the forum for support, Zhengyu received a call from Chai Fong. Xiaoyu, I hear you intend to delve into the abyss today? Chai Fong's tone was exceedingly polite. Zhengyu was momentarily taken aback. Yes. I plan to enter and am currently seeking teammates. Ah, you are in need of a teammate? Chai Fong feigned surprise. Zhengyu clarified, to be precise, I require someone skilled in roasting kidneys. Chai Fong, what? Skilled in roasting kidneys? Chapter 50, The Nightmare Level Abyss Shrine. After some negotiation, they ultimately reached an agreement. How fortuitous. I happen to have a sister who excels in roasting kidneys. The price was settled at 3 million per person. Although Chai Fong considered Zheng Yu's asking price somewhat excessive, he showed no hesitation. It was essential to nourish the talents he had gathered. He believed this was likely Zheng Yu's way of expressing dissatisfaction regarding the delay in securing resources. Offering a bit more seemed reasonable. Then it's settled. I will transfer the funds to you shortly, so please wait a moment. All right. Zheng Yu hung up the phone and remarked with a smile, I have found a support. Who? Chai Fong's distant cousin. That minister of the resource department? Yes. Does she really know how to roast kidneys? Tao Qian asked. Chai Fong stated that his cousin's family specializes in barbecuing, and she should be more proficient than Wu Zong. Then there should be no problem. One Rin Qingyu. Is it truly appropriate for you all to discuss so earnestly whether she can roast kidneys? Chai Yun, Ranger, applies to join the team. The captain has approved Chai Yun, Ranger, to join the team. Chai Yun, Ranger hello, Captain Zheng Yu, and everyone. I am Chai Yun. Pleased to meet you all. Smiles, Tao Qian, monk so adorable. Zheng Yu, summoner welcome. Wen Rin Qingyu, assassin welcome, sister. Ku Ying, assassin welcome, sister. As Chai Yun, on her way to the Shanyu shrine in a taxi, saw the word sister, she bit her lip. Indeed. She was a year older than Wen Rin Qingyu and had been a professional since last year, stuck at level 12, unable to progress further. Lacking both comrades and mentors, she had spent over a month forming a team, only to narrowly escape disaster within the temple. Subsequently, due to family matters and her own perceived inadequacies, she decided to relinquish her ambitions. She had not intended to pursue this path any further until last night, when her acquaintance, Chai Fong, called to inform her that he had secured a formidable player to guide her through the abyss. There would be no risk involved, and she would not need to lift a finger. Her only duty was to play a passive role. If Chai Fong deemed this individual a master, then surely there would be no cause for concern. Yet, the fact that he was a year her junior made her feel somewhat awkward. Upon arriving at the Abyss Hall of the temple in Shanyu City, she quickly spotted her team, primarily due to the striking appearance of Wen Rin Qingyu. A group of 4 remarkably youthful individuals was gathered together, making them hard to overlook. Zheng Yu also noticed Chai Ying, a girl with a robust physique, sun-kissed skin, long legs, and a sharp bob haircut. Bandages adorned her wrists, and the definition of her muscles in both her forearms and calves was unmistakable. Zheng Yu nodded at Chai Ying and remarked, their essay document I shared in the chat group. Please review it to avoid any mistakes. Understood. Chai Ying's initial impression of Zheng Yu was that he was reliable, at least not someone who would feign expertise without consulting guides before entering the abyss. Nevertheless, she did not take the time to thoroughly examine the materials Zheng Yu had provided, considering it somewhat superfluous. After all, the abyss of the temple in Shanyu City was essentially a course taught in schools, with every student possessing an intimate understanding of it. There was no need for a guide. Chai Ying kept her dismissive thoughts to herself, having learned from her brother that Zheng Yu was the prodigy brought over from Jianshui City. Being unfamiliar with the intricacies of the Shanyu abyss was entirely understandable. 1 hour, Zheng Yu announced. We shall enter the abyss in 1 hour. Zheng Yu allowed Chai Ying time to review the materials. As she had just joined the team, she felt it inappropriate to voice her concerns. Her brother had advised her to speak sparingly, as Zheng Yu preferred a more hands-off approach. However, the more she read, the more she sensed something amiss. Why were they studying strategies for a nightmare-level abyss? She suspected Zheng Yu had sourced the wrong guide. Strategies for the nightmare-level abyss were merely for entertainment for average players. They could not glean any real techniques from them. To master the craft, one needed strategies for the difficult-level abyss. Unable to suppress her urge to speak, Chai Ying addressed Zheng Yu directly. Is everything all right? What is it? Zheng Yu inquired. Noticing her hesitance, Chai Ying straightforwardly voiced her concerns. Did you perhaps select the wrong guide? The strategy shared in the chat appears to pertain to the nightmare-level abyss. Zheng Yu nodded affirmatively. Indeed, that is the guide in question. Chai Ying was taken aback. Seeing her confusion, Zheng Yu elaborated. Although you need to engage in combat, the temple abyss is rife with traps and mechanisms, especially at the nightmare level, which is vastly different from the ordinary level abyss you may be familiar with. The strategies are crucial in navigating these challenges and can help us set new records. Chai Ying emitted a sound of surprise. Nightmare level? Didn't your brother inform you? Zheng Yu asked. Beside him, Tao Qian retorted to Zheng Yu, Brother Yu. Did you inform Chai Fong that the dungeon you are attempting to conquer is the nightmarish level shrine? Zheng Yu was taken aback. It seems I did not. At that moment, he began to comprehend why Chai Fong's tone had seemed somewhat off when he requested 3 million. It was because he deemed it excessive. Chai Yun stared at Zheng Yu in astonishment. Are you serious? Zheng Yu replied, somewhat exasperated. You are the 3rd professional to ask me this question today. He continued, indeed. It is a communication issue on my part. My team and I are set to enter the nightmarish level abyss of Shanyu Shrine. If you perceive it as risky, you may withdraw from the team. I can simply refund Chai Fong. As for substitute players, they can be found on the forum. There will always be brave souls willing to join. Chai Yun stood there, contemplating, her hesitation palpable, until Zheng Yu pointed out her calloused hands, remarking, the calluses on your palms indicate that you have not relinquished your training over the past year. As a ranger, strength is paramount. Would you care to take a gamble with us? This was a proactive invitation from Zheng Yu, a professional who had taken a year off yet continued to train. Developing thick calluses signified her unwavering commitment to the path of a professional. Hence, Zheng Yu resolved to offer her an opportunity. If she was willing to take the risk, the road of a professional would unfold before her. Chai Yun gazed intently at Zheng Yu, her eyes a mixture of doubt, confusion, and predominantly, aspiration. Do you have confidence? 50%. It's a matter of life or death, or passing the challenge. A commendable understanding. I might withdraw midway, Chai Yun stated candidly, without any pretense. Zheng Yu shrugged dismissively. That's fine. I've been through such experiences, but the money cannot be refunded. Chai Yun mused. 3 million is quite the bargain if you can indeed conquer the nightmarish level shrine. She fell silent for a considerable time, muttering to herself, I must be insane. Rationality urged her that a summoner, accompanied by 4 mere substitutes, could not possibly clear a nightmarish level abyss, regardless of Zheng Yu's prior glories. Yet, a persistent voice in her mind urged her to take the gamble. Ultimately, she chose to reject her rational judgment. I'm in. Zheng Yu smiled. Congratulations. You've boarded the pirate ship. Should I inform your brother? Chai Yun replied. I'll tell him. She promptly sent a message to Chai Fong. I'm entering the nightmarish level abyss. If I don't make it back, please take care of my parents. All done. Yes. Then we shall depart. Zheng Yu opened the page and selected the Shanyu Shrine Abyss, nightmarish level. Zheng Yu, summoner we're in. Tao Qian, monk to be honest. I'm feeling a bit anxious this time. Kuing, assassin good luck. Wen Rin Qingyu, assassin don't be nervous. Either we emerge prosperous or perish in the nightmarish abyss, which is not a disgraceful death. Tao Qian, monk Pa, you raven. Chai Yun, ranger. Entering the Shanyu Shrine Abyss, nightmarish level. Please hold on. Meanwhile, Chai Fong, who was in a meeting, received Chai Yun's message. In the first instance, he failed to discern anything amiss, merely chuckling. This girl still attempts to play the melancholic card with me. However, upon a second glance, he was taken aback. Leaping from his chair, Zhang Zhan, who was in the midst of speaking, expressed his displeasure. We are in a meeting. How inappropriate. Yet, Chai Fong paid no heed to Zhang Zhan, for he had spotted the crucial phrase, nightmare level. Zheng Yu intended to venture into the nightmare level abyss. No wonder he audaciously demanded 3 million from me. Zhang Zhan, upon hearing Chai Fong's words, was momentarily stunned. Are you saying that the summoner we unearthed has entered the nightmare level abyss? Chai Fong nodded. My cousin Chai Yin just sent me a message. And she even left a farewell note. Zhang Zhan asked, do you recall at what level we entered the nightmare level abyss? Level 19, Zhang Zhan replied. Zheng Yu is only at level 13 and brought along 4 companions. Has he lost his mind? Just as Zhang Zhan and Chai Fong were deliberating Zheng Yu's sanity, the 5 had already entered the abyss. Zheng Yu found himself enveloped in darkness, while an elderly voice echoed in his ears. The ancestral hall serves primarily for worship. Weddings, funerals, birthdays, celebrations, honoring ancestors and sages. To worship, to pray, to celebrate, to bless, believing that ancestors and deities will bestow their protection. In Shanyu village, it is the same. Their ancestors have protected them through generations, ensuring prosperous careers, freedom from famine, and sparing them from war and disasters. They express gratitude to their ancestors, honoring the ancestral hall, until one day, the ancestors begin to seek something in return. I guarantee your safety. You must offer your life and worship. Do the ancestors you honor truly protect you? Or do you even worship your true ancestors? The voice, deep and haunting, narrated the tale of the abyss as though recounting a ghost story. Chapter 51. It seems I have found a true ally. Please exercise caution. A chilling wind swept through, accompanied by a subtle sensation of push and pull, as Zheng Yu and his companions materialized on a dimly lit forest path. Zheng Yu shivered inexplicably. The wind here was far from the biting cold of the abyss, yet it sent a shiver down his spine, as if something was intently watching him, laden with resentment and greed. I'm watching? No, who dares to stare at me? Zheng Yu glared at the impenetrable darkness by the roadside, voicing his displeasure. So you choose silence, do you? Without further ado, Zheng Yu summoned the Goblin General. The Goblin charged at him. Without hesitation, the Goblin General urged his massive wolf steed forward, launching an assault towards the right side of the path. With a piercing wail that echoed like a banshee's cry, the message appeared. Defeated a blocking ghost, gained 2094 experience points. Ah, a moment of tranquility. That irritating sensation of being watched has vanished. Who dares to intimidate me? Tao Qian interjected. Brother, you just shattered the atmosphere that the abyss had carefully crafted for you, which was just beginning to evoke a sense of Eastern horror. Zheng Yu approached the spot where the blocking ghost lay lifeless, observing the pile of white ash on the ground, his hands clasped behind his back. Ultimately, this was merely an abyss. As long as there is a health bar. I am Lin Zhengying. Tao Qian rode hastily to say, Brother Yu is impressive. Speaking of which, who is Lin Zhengying? Zheng Yu responded. At this moment, the rustling of leaves echoed through the forest, and faintly, the laughter of children could be heard. How audacious, daring to mock me. Zheng Yu shouted in anger. Hee. The laughter of the children gradually faded away amidst the swirling, ominous winds. In truth, Zheng Yu was merely indulging in the moment. Having perused the strategy guide, he was well aware that upon entering the depths of the ancestral hall, this woodland path leading to Shangyu village harbored no dangers. It was merely a theatrical device to enhance the atmosphere. The roadblock spirits could provoke players into experiencing a phenomenon akin to being stuck in a wall, causing no harm. yet delaying their entry into Shanyu village. The laughter of children served merely as a warning, reminiscent of the meat shop owner in the depths of Han Street, whose chilling presence was intended to frighten, while Zheng Yu immersed himself in the role of Lin Zhengying. Wen Renkinjiu and Ku Ying had already taken out the prepared strings of copper coins and talismans. According to the strategy penned by Zhang Zhan, the malevolent aura of the nightmare-level abyss gradually eroded their mental faculties. Translated, this meant that the sinister energy would impede the restoration of their spirits. The longer they lingered in the ancestral hall, the greater the impact. When Renkinjiu distributed 5 strings of copper coins, Zheng Yu received the string, which felt slightly sticky. Strings of copper coins, crafted from coins of the ancestral hall, steeped in the blood of dogs for 49 days, linked by the hair ties of newlywed women from Shanyu village, and smeared with the glutinous rice paste used in grave offerings. Capable of warding off the encroachment of malevolent spirits, explained when Renkinjiu, copper coins, dog blood, hair ties, and glutinous rice are all materials that drop from other difficulty levels of the abyss. Only available in Shanyu City. Zheng Yu inquired, isn't it expensive? Since the funds were provided by Wen Renkinjiu and Ku Ying, he was unaware of the costs. 3,000 for 5 strings. How affordable, remarked Chai Yun, a local from Shanyu City. Only the nightmare-level abyss requires such items. Truth be told, if it weren't for you all, no one would buy them. I see. Subsequently, when Renkinjiu entrusted all the talismans to Zheng Yu, he glanced at the talismans, all items mentioned in Zhang Zhan's guide, and as he stowed them away, he remarked, you've all read the guide. According to Zhang Zhan, the theoretical completion time for the ancestral hall could not be less than 3 days. Once they entered Shanyu village, they would have to follow the storyline, lingering for at least 3 days to trigger the mechanism, namely the ancestral spirits of Shanyu village controlled by the malevolent entity. The first day would be for rituals, the second for ghost marriages, and the third for the procession of 100 demons. After the procession, they would be able to see the ancestral hall. Thus, to break the record, they needed to seize time during combat. If they adhered strictly to Zhang Zhan's strategy, they could only compete on the speed of their slaughter, risking mistakes that could hinder their record-breaking attempts. Therefore, they should explore ways to activate the mechanism earlier, perhaps by provoking the false ancestor behind the ancestral hall. However, he currently had no leads, so they would proceed step by step. As Zheng Yu articulated his plan, he effortlessly summoned the twin demon fire serpents. The emergence of the dual demon fire serpent instantaneously dispelled the surrounding malevolence, restoring warmth to their bodies. Let us proceed to the village, commanded the goblin general, leading the way, while the dual demon fire serpent brought up the rear. A group of individuals traversed the pitch-black forest path toward Shanyu village, the last to depart. Chai Yun cast a lingering gaze at the spot where the blocking specter had perished, her eyes wide with astonishment. She held no objections to Zheng Yu's plan. Even the most seasoned adventurer from Shanyu City would scoff at Zheng Yu's audacious remark about provoking the ancestral spirits to hasten their passage. Yet, Chai Yun remained unconvinced, for she had witnessed firsthand the goblin general's charge, which had effortlessly dispatched the blocking specter. Although the specter was merely level 15, its swift demise was somewhat absurd. The staggering damage of over 50,000 left Chai Yun in disbelief. Was this truly the damage dealt by a summoned beast? 50,000. She suddenly realized that her so-called gamble with Zheng Yu was utterly unfounded, for to him, entering the nightmare-level abyss was not a gamble, but rather a testament to his confidence and prowess. The notion that he could genuinely shatter the historical records of the ancestral hall began to swirl relentlessly in Chai Yun's mind. It seemed she had truly latched onto a formidable ally. Chapter 52. Brother, are you purchasing a tomb? The path to Shanyu village necessitated traversing this forest trail, where occasional blocking specters would materialize. They posed little danger, merely serving as reminders to adventurers that there indeed were ghosts in this realm. Whoosh! An arrow was loosed, striking the specter squarely in the face. These roadside specters were exceedingly easy to dispatch, as information from other guides indicated that they were merely unfortunate passers-by en route to Shanyu village. A misfortunate lot. 745. The arrow inflicted 10,000 damage. The 5th-tier goblin general possessed over 3,000 attack power, and with a mastery coefficient of 57 times for archery, his normal damage output exceeded 20,000. However, spectral beings were an exception to the norm. In a basic ancestral hall, specters could ignore 10 points of damage. In an ordinary hall, the threshold rose to 15. In a challenging hall, it escalated to 25. Upon reaching the nightmare-level hall, it surged to 60. Ignoring 60 points of damage, coupled with factors such as accuracy, evasion, and attribute resistance, made the specters within the nightmare-level hall exceedingly difficult to vanquish. This was a significant barrier for many adventurers in Shanyu City when confronting the nightmare-level abyss. Fortunately, spectral beings did not have substantial health pools. A level 15 human skin spider had a health pool of 60,000, while an ordinary blocking specter had a mere 20,000. Thus, it could be dispatched with just 2 arrows. Whoosh! The goblin general raised his hand and loosed another arrow, sending the specter at the end of the path into disarray. Killed blocking specter level 15. Gain 244 experience points. As the goblin general continued to rain arrows upon the fragile blocking specters, Zheng Yu, intrigued, inquired of Tao Qian and the others, "Would you care for an orange?" Oranges? Tao Qian could not recall purchasing any during their gathering of supplies. Zheng Yu handed him an orange. Without further thought, Tao Qian consumed it. After a short while, Zheng Yu inquired once more, "Would you care for some biscuits?" He extended several pieces to Tao Qian. "Where did you procure these?" Tao Qian responded, puzzled. No sooner had he spoken than he realized they had unwittingly wandered into a graveyard, from which Zheng Yu had obtained both the oranges and biscuits. Hastily, Tao Qian discarded the biscuit in his hand, raising his gaze to see Zheng Yu approaching another grave, selecting offerings laid out before it. "Are you seriously shopping in a cemetery?" Tao Qian exclaimed. "This is a graveyard?" Zheng Yu replied, seemingly unaware. Chai Yun immediately recognized their surroundings. The graveyard was the first challenging location within the ancestral hall's abyss, notorious for spawning a high-level specter, the spirit of the village chief from Yu village. Formidable and exceedingly difficult to confront. Chai Yun spoke urgently. "To confront the village chief's specter, we must first attract its attention outside the graveyard. Otherwise, entering directly will provoke the wrath of the spirits within." "Wait, we shouldn't have arrived at the graveyard so soon," she added, retreating. Yet, she noticed that neither Zheng Yu nor Tao Qian seemed inclined to move. Only when Ren Xingyu glanced at Chai Yun and remarked, "Did you not see the strategy Zheng Yu sent you?" Chai Yun fell silent, acknowledging that she had not perused it thoroughly. Zheng Yu, however, patiently elucidated. Zhang Zhan's nightmare-level abyss strategy indicated that in other difficulty levels, graveyards had fixed locations, easily discernible with caution. Yet, in the nightmare-level abyss, graveyards appear randomly. The earlier one encounters them, the greater the peril. "We have been fortunate to enter the graveyard within 10 minutes, a full half-hour ahead of Zhang Zhan," he continued. "Are you certain this is fortunate? Is it not more perilous?" Chai Yun questioned. Zheng Yu smiled. "It is indeed a stroke of luck. For the sooner we encounter the graveyard, the sooner we can initiate the main storyline of the ancestral hall, facilitating a quicker passage through the abyss. While the effectiveness remains uncertain, eliminating all obstructive specters ensures we confront the graveyard earlier than anticipated." It seems my conjecture was correct. Chai Yun regarded Zheng Yu with astonishment. She had been puzzled by his insistence on dispatching the obstructive specters, even those distantly located in the woods. She had assumed he merely sought to accumulate experience, unaware that he harbored ulterior motives. Zheng Yu exuded a blend of madness and reliability that intrigued her. "But how do you plan to deal with them?" she asked, noticing the spectral figures beginning to materialize ominously within the graveyard, and there were many. Zheng Yu smiled at Chai Yun. "Once we navigate through this challenge, you must thoroughly review the strategy once sent, or you will find yourself a liability in the future. Additionally, allow me to correct a misconception within the nightmare-level abyss. We are not facing a mere high-level specter, but an elite high-tier creature. As for how to confront them," Zheng Yu snapped his fingers, and flames erupted from the dual magical fire dragon behind him, enveloping the entire graveyard. "The approach is straightforward. We shall confront them head-on." Zheng Yu diligently studied the intricacies of the ancestral hall abyss and grasped the formidable challenges posed by the graveyard, concluding that he could dominate it. To expedite the progress of the dungeon, it was imperative not to adhere strictly to Zhang Zhan's strategy. The narrative of the ancestral hall abyss is exceedingly straightforward. There is no need for exploration or problem-solving. One merely needs to endure for 3 days. By disrupting a sacrificial ceremony and inciting the ire of the false ancestors lurking behind, he could achieve his goal. Thus, from the outset, hesitation was not an option. He must be direct and unyielding. Whatever violence was necessary should be unleashed without reservation. By provoking the tainted false ancestor prematurely, he could create the potential for record-breaking accomplishments. Incinerating the entire graveyard was Zheng Yu's first step. As the dual demon fire serpent unleashed its fiery aura, it enveloped the entire graveyard, eliciting piercing screams from the specters that feared the flames. Now advanced to the 5th tier, the dual demon fire serpent's fiery aura expanded to a remarkable 50-meter radius. Covering the comparatively modest graveyard was not a daunting task. Moreover, the burning effect imbued with double flame attribute damage left the specters in a state of agony. Against the cold corpses, the dual demon fire serpent was their nemesis. Against the specters, it was their progenitor. Boom. The graveyard ignited. The twin effects of the double flame aura inflicted double damage, directly nullifying 50 points of damage immunity. Coupled with the already dominating fire damage, the entire graveyard became a vast ocean of flames. The anguished wails of the specters echoed incessantly. Once a hell for professionals, it had transformed into a purgatory for the damned. Damage numbers erupted throughout the graveyard. 5,741, 5,329, 587, 698. Burn damage. 5,339, 5,788. Over 10,000 damage per second. Observing such damage output, Chai Yun felt a surreal sensation. Was this not more formidable than a mage? Beside her, Tao Qian, Wenren Qinjiu, and cooing savored the astonishment evident on Chai Yun's face. Indeed, that half-open mouth, the bewildered gaze, the trembling pinky finger in shock. This was precisely the reaction they sought. Chapter 53. The finest ingredients often require the simplest methods of preparation. Exactly, Tao Qian remarked cheekily, for when they had witnessed Zheng Yu's damage output, they too had been left in a similar state of disbelief. Mechanisms and dangers were non-existent in the explosive damage of Zheng Yu's summoned beasts. Not only did they achieve instant kills, but they did so on a grand scale. The flames continued to rage. The ordinary specters appearing in this graveyard were all level 20 entities, their health multiplied by 3. Incinerating them in one fell swoop was unlikely. Moreover, the Pyseid or assistance of this ghostly barbecue feast had yet to make its appearance. A chilling wind swept through, accompanied by mournful howls. Ethereal lamentations echoed faintly. Atop the largest mound in the graveyard, a decrepit figure, shrouded in black smoke, clawed its way from the earth. Like its spectral brethren, it appeared semi-translucent. Yet the smoke trailing behind it vaguely resembled a peculiar beast. Spectre of the village chief of Shanyu village. The first sacrificer of souls to the ancestors. Level 20. Rank Elite. Health 150,000. Attack power 2, 500. Skills. Veil of Een Energy. Skill. Een Poison. Skill. Possession. Skill. A level 20 elite monster. Zheng Yu's expression grew serious. This elite creature was nearly comparable to the formidable Shao Qi from the nightmare difficulty of the Cold Street Abyss. It is worth noting that this was merely the first stage of the Shrine Abyss. This visitor from afar, we wonder where our village of Shangyu has offended you? The village chief's ghost glared ominously at Zheng Yu. Zheng Yu gestured towards the surrounding wailing spirits, stating, I perceive that this place is rather ominous. With an excess of foul entities, allow me to cleanse it for you. The village chief's ghost, enraged, summoned forth dark energy, which surged forth, enveloping the entire cemetery with a chilling aura, momentarily suppressing the flames of the twin demon fire serpent. The surrounding spirits finally seized the opportunity to charge at Zheng Yu and his companions. Watching this scene, Chai Yun felt her legs weaken. She could hardly fathom how Zheng Yu would contend with this horde of spirits. You old man, I extend my goodwill to help you eliminate the impurities. And yet you show no gratitude. Very well, if you disdain it, then you shall be consumed by the flames as well. Twin demon fire serpent. Zheng Yu commanded the twin demon fire serpent behind him. Burn with abandon. With a resonant roar, a creature half serpent, half dragon emerged. The hellfire serpent descended upon the graveyard. However, this time, it was not merely a serpent, but a more potent fire dragon. Boom. Flames roared, with the village chief's ghost now present. It was time for the twin demon fire serpent to reduce its surroundings to ashes. Double flame halo. Double hellfire serpent. Double fire attribute incineration. No matter how high the health, this onslaught would commence the charring of the spirits. Defeated Spirit 20, gained 3, 786 experience. Defeated Spirit 20, gained 3, 587 experience. Defeated Spirit 20, gained 3, 444 experience. Defeated. A grand conflagration ensued. Experience flowed in plentifully. No one shared the experience with him, and his gains surged exponentially. Even before all were vanquished, his level ascended directly to 14. Congratulations. Level up. Level 1314, 59, 600. Distance to next level 56, 500 experience points. Health 94,009. 970, 7, 950 equipment attributes. Magic 870, 880. Intelligence 451, 469. Strength 126, 130. Agility 2, 930. Remaining free attribute points 5. The speed of leveling up was astonishingly rapid. This is precisely why it is imperative to include 4 bystanders when contending for rankings. Entering the abyss as a quintet raises the overall difficulty and consequently enhances the collective experience gained. However, if others refrain from engaging in battle, the dominant contender vying for the rankings will reap an even greater bounty of experience. Soloing the nightmare level abyss allows for a rate of advancement that others can scarcely conceive. It was merely a wave of spectral souls, instantly elevating one level. A piercing scream shattered Zheng Yu's immersion in the joy of leveling up. The spectral village chief, witnessing the continuous demise of the other spirits, unleashed a torrent of malevolent energy, enveloping the entire graveyard, attempting to contend with the fiery serpents of the dual demonic fire flood dragon. Yet, how could the inherently superior attributes of the dual demonic fire flood dragon be subdued? The flames only blazed more fervently. Realizing the futility of suppressing the flames and feeling the unbearable heat, the village chief transformed into a wisp of black smoke, lunging towards Zheng Yu with astonishing speed. However, the goblin general, tasked with safeguarding Zheng Yu, was not idle. In such chaotic battles involving a summoner, one must always be prepared with a summoned beast to ensure personal safety. The goblin general raised his heavy hammer and struck the black smoke with great force. Wham! The hammer crashed into the spectral village chief's form, inflicting 8,742 damage. Yet, the spirit did not relent. The village chief, now a mere cloud of smoke, disregarded the hammer and charged directly at Zhengyu. While practitioners could inflict direct damage on specters in the abyss, spirits remained spirits, and physical means were often ineffectual against them. Zhengyu, as the spectral entity lunged towards him, Tao Qian and the others shouted anxiously, for this was their first glimpse of Zhengyu facing harm. Summoners possess a critical vulnerability. Their entire strength is concentrated in their summoned beasts, rendering them remarkably fragile in terms of health and defense. However, in the next moment, Tao Qian realized their concerns were unfounded. The summoner may be weak, but they had overlooked the fact that Zhengyu was adorned with 3 pieces of platinum-grade equipment. The spectral village chief's assault collided with the shield of the grievance ring. Engagement ring of grievance. Equipment effect 1. Mental shield, a shield formed from grievances, capable of withstanding 10,000 points of spell damage. Equipment effect 2. Shield break, upon shattering, inflicts 2,500 points of fixed damage to surrounding entities. A shield of 10,000. The spectral village chief could not breach it, even if the shield were to shatter. There remained the defense of the human skin spider set and the taunting defense of the training dummy. To reach Zhengyu, it must first overcome these layers of protection. 6,458. White damage appeared above Zhengyu's head. White damage indicated a reduction in shield value. 6,000, indeed a substantial amount. The spectral village chief attempted to possess Zhengyu, but failed to breach the grievance ring's shield, becoming ensnared in midair. At that moment, the dual demonic fire flood dragon was poised to unleash its most searing breath. Dragon's breath. Zhengyu regarded the spectral village chief, ensnared in the crimson embrace of the dragon's breath, wailing in torment, and remarked with a smile, the finest ingredients often require the simplest methods of preparation. Charred Spectre. All that was needed was the incorporation of a breath capable of melting iron. Defeated the spectral village chief of Shanyu village, gaining 7,848 experience. Chapter 54. A terrifying thought and the perfect strategy. The cemetery was now enveloped in the crackling sounds of flames. The malevolent spirits that once vowed to eliminate Zhengyu had completely lost their composure. Following the demise of the spirit village chief, the dark smoke that clung to him spiraled upward, circling twice as if etching Zhengyu's visage into memory before vanishing into the ether. Congratulations. You have acquired the decorative item, the village chief's pipe, 0, silver grade. Congratulations. You have obtained the armor, the robe of the dead, 20, silver grade. 2 pieces of equipment had been looted. One was a decorative item, an antiquated pipe that seemed unsuitable for a practitioner to smoke, given the grime that had accumulated on its mouthpiece, rendering it nearly unmanageable. Decorative item, village chief's pipe. Equipping level, none. Equipping requirements, none. Grade, silver. Attributes, none. Equipment effect. By holding this pipe, you will receive treatment akin to that of the village chief in Shanyu village. Is it truly meant to be held? Zhengyu gazed at the dirty pipe with disdain. It was evident that this was a quest item. Despite its uncleanliness, it could prove to be a lifesaver in critical moments. Though he felt a tinge of revulsion, this item had not been mentioned in Zhang Zhan's strategy guide. Initially, Zhang Zhan and his companions had not slain the spirit village chief. At a critical health threshold of 5, the spirit chief would unleash his final skill, one that was invisible on the attribute panel, named Separation of Yin and Yang. This skill rendered the chief untouchable, allowing one to merely watch as hard-earned experience and loot slipped away. Thus, Zhengyu had initially instructed his double-headed fire dragon to hold back, employing the flame aura to simmer slowly. Ultimately, when the spirit village chief was caught off guard, he unleashed the devastating skill, Dragon's Breath, to obliterate the chief instantly. This exemplified the advantages of having a strategy. As Zhengyu contemplated the pipe in his hand, a plan began to formulate in his mind, one that sought to surpass Zhang Zhan's record. The village chief's pipe was the most crucial item in this endeavor. As for the robe of the dead, Zhengyu promptly discarded it into his inventory, categorizing it as an item for sale, as he could not equip a level 20 silver gear. Having completed his gains, Zhengyu noted that Chai Yun remained momentarily stunned. Was this truly the conclusion? The notorious nightmare-level obstacle, the spirit village chief, had been vanquished in flames by Zhengyu? She stared blankly at the 2 summoned creatures beside him, the brawny goblin general and the fire-wreathed 2-headed dragon. These summoned beasts shattered her preconceived notions of summoners. So, summoners could be this formidable. At that moment, Tao Qian, overhearing Chai Yun's musings, immediately echoed a phrase he had repeated countless times. It is not the summoner who is strong, it is Zhengyu. Moreover, she was astonished far too soon. If my brother you were only of this caliber, how could he possess the confidence to challenge nightmare-level abysses? As a devoted admirer, Tao Qian spared no effort in extolling Zhengyu's prowess, and his admiration was not unfounded. Instead, it is a substantiated boast. In the confrontation against the spectral village chief, only the dual demon fire dragon exerted any real effort, while the goblin general's suicide squad remained conspicuously absent. The summoning beast's frenzy skill had not been unleashed. Zheng Yu had held back more than one hand. Moreover, the third summoned beast, which had reached level 10, had yet to be called forth. Just wait, the true battle lies ahead. Tao Qian wore an expression of anticipation. Let us go. Enough boasting, Zheng Yu interrupted him. After the spectral village chief vanished, glimpses of the dim yellow lights of Shanyu village emerged through the cemetery's trees. Shanyu village has appeared. The main quest begins. Let us hasten our pace. Understood. Upon hearing Zheng Yu's urging, Tao Qian quickly fell in line. The concerns that had previously weighed on Chai Yun began to transform into a subtle excitement. If Zheng Yu could indeed conquer the nightmarish abyss, it would be an extraordinary gain. Although the difficulty was considerable, and this was merely the first level, what if? In the early hours of the morning, Shanyu village was ablaze with light, yet the illumination was the eerie glow of ghostly lanterns. The streets were deserted, doors tightly shut, and a chilling wind swept through. After more than an hour of travel, Zheng Yu and his companions finally descended from the cemetery's hill to Shanyu village below. Before entering, the fire element dual demon fire dragon would dispel the malevolent aura, which would hinder his search for the ancestral hall. To locate the ancestral hall, they must first find the paper effigies. You have entered Shanyu village. Please exercise caution, as every entity you encounter may pose a threat to your life. Upon stepping into Shanyu village, a considerate system prompt echoed. We should now seek the ancestral hall, Chai Yun hurriedly stated, eager to demonstrate that she had diligently studied the strategy Zheng Yu had provided during their journey. A last-minute grasp at enlightenment. No, a last-minute grasp at Zheng Yu's insight. Zheng Yu nodded, encouraging Chai Yun to continue. Due to the unnaturally eerie stillness of the streets, her voice lowered as she hesitated to speak too loudly. According to Zhang Zhan's guide, the first thing upon entering Shanyu village is to find the ancestral hall. The issue is that the hall's structure is not conspicuous and lacks a fixed location. It requires a stroke of luck to uncover. Entering the wrong building could lead to entrapment. The second challenge within the abyss of the Shanyu ancestral hall is that every household harbors danger. Just as the system hinted, everything poses a threat. The quickest and most efficient method is to employ talismans, which ignite based on the intensity of the spectral aura within the rooms. The stronger the flame, the more powerful the specter residing within. The room with the most potent spectral energy is likely to be the ancestral hall. Upon reaching this point, Zheng Yu interjected, indeed, this is what Zhang Zhan's guide originally detailed. Locate the ancestral hall, concealed within its wooden coffin, and then proceed with the narrative. However, our objective is to surpass the records left by Zhang Zhan. Thus we cannot merely replicate the guide. We must implement alterations. Chai Yun inquired. How shall we effect these changes? Zheng Yu inscribed upon that in order to truly break the record and obtain the coveted reward, one must invoke change. The most significant alteration lies within the narrative's progression. Zheng Yu remarked, in my view, Zhang Zhan's completion of the challenge was merely a clever stratagem. Observing the tale of the ancestral grave missteps in Shanyu village from an external perspective. However, his fails to elucidate why the ancestral grave was misidentified, who was being worshipped, and how Shanyu village came to resemble this ghostly hamlet, nor does it explain why the spectral village chief obstructs our path at the graveyard. These elements are conspicuously absent from Zhang Zhan's. Thus, it cannot be deemed a comprehensive guide. It may facilitate passage through the abyss, yet it is far from perfect. Listening to Zheng Yu's assertions, Chai Yun inexplicably began to trust his perspective, yet she was acutely aware that such statements, if cast into the forums of Shanyu City, would likely incite a storm of criticism. After all, Zhang Zhan's records concerning the Shanyu ancestral hall were revered as scripture by the practitioners of Shanyu City. Who was she? A mere summoner, to challenge that? So, what do you intend to do? Chai Yun inquired. Zheng Yu responded, from Zhang Zhan's viewpoint, every action he undertook was justified. Yet it still fails to expound upon the entirety of the narrative. This indicates a misalignment of perspective. A misalignment of perspective? What if we were to shift our viewpoint and engage in this game from the perspective of the sacrificer? Before they could voice any objections, Zheng Yu's next utterance sent chills down their spines. Or rather, what if we were to become the sacrificial offerings ourselves? Would that not allow us to confront the false ancestor directly? Chapter 55, a goblin combat team more terrifying than ghosts. What is that expression on your faces? Zheng Yu observed, noticing their lack of response. Chai Yun opened her mouth, but refrained from speaking. Only Tao Qian, who shared a close relationship with Zheng Yu, ventured. This doesn't seem to align with our original plan, does it? Were we not supposed to locate the ancestral hall by gauging the intensity of the talisman's burning? Directly becoming a sacrificial offering seems excessively perilous. Such sentiments could only be voiced by Tao Qian, for after spending time with Zheng Yu, when Ren Qinjiu and Ku Ying had discerned that Zheng Yu possessed a rather unyielding disposition. Once he made a decision, it was exceedingly difficult to alter. Zheng Yu, observing their expressions, chuckled, "Fear not, I am not mad. I would never put your lives in jeopardy." Tao Qian retorted, "Are you certain?" The four present harbored doubts regarding Zheng Yu's sanity, yet they dared not voice their concerns. Zheng Yu explained with a smile, "This plan indeed sprang from a sudden inspiration, but but it is grounded in reason and should represent the sole correct approach to solving the conundrum. He produced a grimy pipe and tossed it to Tao Qian. This is for you. What is this? Tao Qian scrutinized the pipe with distaste, but upon examining its attributes, a look of surprise illuminated his face. This is, indeed. This is the most crucial item that Zhang Zhan overlooked. It is the only artifact that can permit our participation in the sacrificial rite. I will have you smoke it. You must comply. Me? Tao Qian blinked in astonishment. Yes, this is a pivotal item. Do you not want it? Upon hearing those words, Tao Qian immediately exclaimed, yes. Yes. This signified that he would indeed contribute to this instance, and the rewards he would ultimately receive would not merely be inconsequential. Although the pipe was somewhat repulsive, one could not deny that as Zheng Yu uttered these words, the young ladies nearby gazed longingly at the smoke pipe. Dirty? As long as there were rewards. Who would fear such filth? Moreover, it was merely a pipe. To possess it could enhance their rewards. Whereas some female professionals would even resort to intimate relations with powerful figures merely to join a team traversing the abyss. Holding a pipe was certainly less degrading than that. Alas, there was but one pipe available. What should we do next? Wen Rinqing Yu and the others also noted the attributes of the pipe. With the identity of a village chief, it was indeed possible to partake in the sacrificial rites. Zheng Yu declared, like Zhang Zhan, we must seek out the shrine. However, our intentions differ. His search is for concealment. Ours is to create a commotion. The more raucous, the better. According to Zheng Yu's plan, they needed to locate the ancestral hall, yet they could not truly find it just yet. The 5 of them, each bearing a talisman, positioned themselves in front of different villagers' homes. As long as it was not the time for the rites, these frenzied villagers would not emerge. Approaching the door, the talismans would ignite. Zheng Yu glanced at the talisman in his hand, which flickered with embers, indicating the presence of few, if any, malevolent spirits. Only villagers remained. Villagers were the weakest entities within the depths of the ancestral hall, perishing at the slightest touch, and there was no punitive mechanism in place. Akin to innocent bystanders in a game. Naturally, there were no rewards either. The 5 maintained a considerable distance from one another, and given the eerie silence of the village, it was impractical to shout. Thus, they resorted to communicating through their chat group. Tao Qian, monk, my talisman has burned a quarter. There should be something in this courtyard. Kuing, assassin, mine has burned a third. Wen Rinqing Yu, assassin, my talisman remains still. Chai Yun, ranger, my talisman has completely burned. Zheng Yu, summoner Chai Yun. Remember your house number. It is most likely the shrine. Chai Yun, ranger, understood. Zheng Yu, summoner, let us gather at the entrance of Ku Ying's house. Tao Qian, monk, we are gathering in front of the villager's house, where Ku Ying is. The burning of the talisman indicated the presence of malevolent spirits within the house. Entering the room would trigger a mechanism, prompting the spirits to commence their assault on the professionals. The more vigorously the fire burned, the stronger the spirits would be. The most fervent flames would indicate the shrine, though it was not entirely certain, as powerful spirits could also consume a talisman, suggesting the possibility of a shrine or a level 20 elite monster. It would ultimately depend on luck. Zheng Yu's objective was to stir up chaos. Thus they would first eliminate the room most likely to be the shrine. They would vanquish the spirits first. Bang! The goblin general forged a path, kicking the door open. A gust of cold wind surged forth from within, accompanied by a foul stench, prompting Zheng Yu and the others to hurriedly cover their noses. Crack! A copper coin from the string in Zheng Yu's embrace shattered into pieces. There are a total of 18 copper coins. Each time one withstands a mental assault, a coin shatters, allowing for a total of 18 defenses. After the ominous wind subsided, Zheng Yu and his companions finally discerned the structure of the room. Before them lay a spacious courtyard, dominated by a wealth tree, a testament to the family's affluence. The door directly opposite the courtyard entrance stood ajar, revealing the faint silhouette of an elderly nurse, clad in a gray cotton shirt, glaring at them from her seat in the hall. Most unsettling was the sight of blood tears streaming from her eyes. The scene was undeniably bizarre. Zheng Yu felt neither fear nor concern. Not merely because he could see the health bar above the old woman's head, but because he had no intention of entering the courtyard. What is the hallmark of a supreme summoner? The answer: there is no need to engage in battle personally. Goblin General, charge forth. The Goblin General, undaunted, declared war on all manner of phantoms. Mounted on a wolf steed, he charged directly at the enigmatic old woman seated in the hall. Zheng Yu turned his back, choosing not to witness the unfolding battle, and addressed Tao Qian and the others. We shall simply wait here. You may attempt your haunting. Should I feel even a flicker of fear, I shall take your surname. The ancestral hall of Shangyu possessed a peculiar characteristic. It was known for its face-to-face confrontations. Just as the ghostly village chief could evade the Goblin General's blockade to confront Zheng Yu directly, scenes reminiscent of horror films often unfolded. Yet, when a ghostly visage unexpectedly appeared, one could not help but be startled. It was far more immersive than merely playing a horror game. However, Zheng Yu was a summoner, which meant that as long as he maintained overwhelming strength, there was no need for him to oversee the battle directly. With a considerate gesture, he even closed the door behind the Goblin General and the old woman. Continue without me. I shan't intrude. Tao Qian inquired. Is it possible to engage in this manner? Ku Ying added. So we simply wait here? One Rinqingyu remarked. There is more than one ghost in this house. There's another by the wealth tree. And one is even hanging from the rafters. It may take a while. Zhengyu asked, who fancies some oranges? Tao Qian replied, not I. When Rinqingyu suggested. Shall we have some tea? Zhengyu affirmed, excellent. As when Rinqingyu set about preparing the tea, Ku Ying produced some pastries. While Chai Yun felt an uncanny sense of unreality. Within the courtyard, wails of the tormented could be heard. Outside, Zheng Yu and his companions were inexplicably enjoying tea. Was this truly an abyss? Was this a nightmare-grade abyss? How could such a terrifying realm transform into this? Chai Yun suddenly realized that perhaps summoners held an advantage. At least in such horror-themed abysses, they need not confront the terrifying scenes themselves. Inside the courtyard, the ghosts wailed. Outside, tranquility reigned. After approximately 10 minutes, Zheng Yu had barely sipped his tea when he received a notification from the system. Slain 20 blood tear specters, gained 5,744 experience. Slain 20 hanged ghosts, gained 5,871 experience. Slain 20 hoarders, gained 6,022 experience. With a creak, the door swung open. Chai Yun gazed into the room, where, in addition to the formidable goblin general, there were also deathly goblins shrouded in black cloth, their eyes resembling those of ravenous beasts. A cadre of goblin cavalry riding upon their green-skinned, tusked wolves, and a hideous war troll towering over 3 meters in height. This was an evolved goblin combat squad. Observing this menacing assembly of goblins, Chai Yun felt that even ghosts might not seem so terrifying anymore. Chapter 56. The Dual Ghosts Knock. Yet it is the dual ghosts that fall. What ensued was a scene where the goblin general, leading a band of ruffian subordinates, went door to door, knocking and inspecting each household. By the state of the burning sigils, they identified 3 homes engulfed in flames, filled with a plethora of restless souls, while the others were simply swept through. As described by the system, danger lurked everywhere. In the corners lay withered branches, on the beds rested fabric dolls. Red lanterns hung from trees, and a child immersed in a giant's view floated in a jar. A half-bodied female ghost was embedded in the wall, accompanied by various specters of those who had met untimely ends, hanged, drowned, slain, and those who perished from illness, all resentful spirits. According to accounts from adventurers who had traversed the challenging depths of the ancestral shrine, even with the knowledge of ghosts' presence, one would still be nearly paralyzed with fear. For all manner of horrors existed in that abyss. Terror was the prevailing theme of the ancestral shrine. Yet when faced with a more fearsome assembly of goblins, the ghosts ceased to be daunting. The goblins held no comprehension of the supernatural. They recognized only vitality points, disregarding the existence of phantoms. In traditional Chinese lore, ghosts are more concerned with atmosphere, claustrophobic settings intertwined with tales of death. In terms of sheer ugliness, Zheng Yu found the troll to be far more terrifying. Primarily, the troll could smash a ghost with a single blow, reducing its vitality considerably. That was true horror. This troll had once encountered the dual ghosts knocking. Yet it was the ghosts that fell. What significance did vitality points hold for ghosts? Zheng Yu scoffed, outright refusing to gaze upon the child extracted from the jar or the blood-stained doll that suddenly stood up from the bed. Their startling appearances were rather bothersome. Zheng Yu declined to inspect further and turned to leave. The ghosts occupying the villagers' homes were not particularly powerful. A single goblin general accompanied by a combat squad could easily dispatch them. These spirits thrived on startling intruders, emerging suddenly from corners to launch frights. There existed a peculiar trait among ghostly beings. They harvested the scare points of adventurers, and upon reaching a certain threshold, they too would evolve. Thus, ghostly entities persistently engaged in frightful antics. Zheng Yu had no intention of suffering such torment. He chose to turn a blind eye. If one could manage to frighten the goblin general, then they would certainly be impressive. Zheng Yu simply knocked on the door of a house devoid of restless souls, where only villagers resided. As an elderly man and a child trembled in fear at the sight of Zheng Yu and his companions, he set about constructing a barbecue grill. Commencing preparations for their evening meal, the aroma of grilled delicacies wafted through the air. Zheng Yu sniffed and remarked, "Is it burning?" Chai Yun hurriedly flipped the meat over. Flustered. A few minutes later, Zheng Yu took the skewered kidney prepared by Chai Yun, took a bite, and then silently set it down. "Isn't your family running a barbecue shop?" Zheng Yu couldn't help but inquire. Chai Yun was taken aback. "Who said that?" Zheng Yu replied, "That liar Chai Fong." It was evident that Chai Fong had spoken untruths. Chai Yun was utterly incapable of grilling kidneys. She felt a bit bewildered, as when she first encountered Zheng Yu. She had been asked if she could grill kidneys, a question she dismissed at the time. After all, who would roast kidneys in the depths of despair? Yet, surprisingly, it was indeed possible, especially given the ample time available. "I can learn," Chai Yun asserted earnestly, adopting a posture of earnestness. "Let's leave it to Tao Qian first." Barbecuing is an art in itself. To prevent Chai Yun from squandering the exquisite meat that had been procured, Zheng Yu hastened to hand over the task to Tao Qian. Moments later, the fragrant aroma enveloped the entire courtyard. A distinct sound of a growling stomach echoed from the corner. Zhengyu turned to see it was a child from the household. In the courtyard they had entered, there were no wandering spirits. Only an elderly man and a young girl of about 7 or 8 years old. The old man cradled the girl, huddled in the corner, striving to avoid disturbing Zhengyu and the others. However, no one could resist the allure of roasted meat, especially not a child who had been hungry for days. The little girl looked longingly at the barbecue next to Zhengyu. Would you like a piece? Zhengyu asked. He then glanced at the elderly man. I have a few inquiries I wish to make, and I can exchange them for some barbecue. The old man stared vacantly at the ground, as if he had not heard Zhengyu's words at all. Zhengyu smiled and said, You have no reason to refuse, nor do you wish to discover the consequences of turning me down. Zhengyu spoke candidly, harboring no intentions of establishing a heartfelt connection with the villagers. It is often depicted that protagonists can forge good relations with local villagers to extract various pieces of information, but Zhengyu deemed such efforts unnecessary. Firstly, he was acutely aware of the extreme and closed-minded nature of such insular communities. To put it bluntly, the villagers' mentality could be described as terrifying. Genuine connection? If one truly sought that, they should brace themselves for betrayal. Secondly, he did not believe he possessed the protagonist as halo that could effortlessly charm them into divulging information with mere words or charisma. The most effective approach, in his view, was through force, swift and uncomplicated. Thus, Zhengyu presented the old man with two choices: either bring the child to partake in the barbecue and disclose the village's circumstances, or meet the same fate as the wretched souls outside, torn apart by goblins. Only then did the old man lift his head to gaze at the beaming youth, as if he were reminded of a child from the village long ago. He picked up the little girl and approached Zhengyu. A most prudent choice. Zhengyu extended the cooked meat skewer to the little girl. She looked up, wanting to express her gratitude, but only managed to emit a sound akin to a coo. Zhengyu noticed that the child had no tongue. What happened to her? Zhengyu inquired. The elder understood the inquiry posed by Zhengyu. He gently stroked the child's head and replied, Because of their meddling, the right to speak was taken away. By whom? Zhengyu pressed. The elder remained silent. At this moment, when Ren Qingyu interjected, asking, Was it your ancestors? The elder cast a glance at them, then let out a bitter smile. No. He is not our ancestor. Then who is he? Ren Qingyu felt the answer was within reach and immediately inquired. The elder pointed to the child's mouth. The answer was self-evident. He could not speak, for doing so would result in his tongue being taken away as well. Zhengyu looked down to find that the child had finished the skewer of meat. He picked up another skewer and offered it to the little girl. But she shook her head. The elder explained, She has no tongue and cannot taste. She relies solely on her muscles to chew. Furthermore, we do not need to eat. Ren Qingyu frowned and asked, But I heard the sound of the child's stomach just now. Is she still being obstinate? The elder shook his head, saying, We feel hunger, yet we can never be satisfied. Is it because of your false ancestor? Ren Qingyu questioned. The elder hesitated for a long moment before speaking. I do not know the purpose of your visit, nor why you must come on this day of sacrifice. However, I advise you to avoid participating in the upcoming ceremony. Find a place to hide. I know of a spot within the ancestral hall where 3 wooden coffins reside. If you lie inside, they will not see you. Zhengyu and Ren Qingyu exchanged glances, realizing then why Zhang Zhan had chosen to hide within a coffin. It seemed there was someone guiding them. Chapter 57, Sacrifice, Pestilence, Interests, Ghost Village. What if we do not hide? Zhengyu asked directly. The elder stared intensely with his bloodshot eyes, fixing his gaze upon Zhengyu. If you do not hide, you will die. By whom? Zhengyu pressed further. I cannot say. Zhengyu observed the elder, who appeared to be in his 70s, clad in a dark blue linen coat, his fingers trembling slightly as if in fear. Zhang Zhan's strategy clearly stated that one must hide within the wooden coffins when facing a nightmare-level abyss. Yet the consequences of not doing so were unknown. It was evident that Zhang Zhan had inquired with a villager here. They would lead outsiders to the coffins, whether out of kindness or malice was indeterminate. Tell me, why has your village become like this? Zhengyu asked, not as a question, but as a statement. The elder looked up, noticing Zhengyu's smiling face and the 2 beautiful young girls behind him, both of whom had drawn their daggers. A shiver ran through him, and he hastily began. 10 years ago, the village was not like this. Due to years of drought, our harvests were poor, and we were so impoverished that we could not survive. Thus, we ascended the mountain and opened our ancestors' coffins. Wait, Zhengyu interrupted the elder. If you were so destitute, why disturb the ancestral graves? Is that not a grave taboo? The elderly man shook his head and said, This is a tradition passed down through generations in our village. Whenever we face insurmountable difficulties, we unearth the grave of our oldest ancestor and bring their coffin, along with their remains, into our ancestral hall. Sacrifices? Ren Qingyu pondered. Indeed, sacrifices, the old man continued. This is an act of desperation. We would not entertain such thoughts unless we were truly unable to survive. And then? Zhengyu inquired. The elder coughed violently twice, clearly in poor health. After the fit, he resumed, the sacrificial rite was a resounding success. Overnight, purple tea leaves sprouted on the southern mountain, their fragrance unforgettable. Upon harvesting and selling the tea, We not only procured food, but also ensured a prosperous life for all in Shangyu village. A smile graced the old man's face as he recounted these events. Zheng Yu nodded, observing, it is evident that in such a secluded village, each household can afford such spacious courtyards. Indeed, prosperity once flourished here. Prosperity, but not enduring, the elder continued Zheng Yu's thought. The tea trade attracted many troubles, such as unequal profit distribution and theft by outsiders. To protect our hard-won livelihood, You didn't conduct another sacrifice, did you? The elder sighed. Yes. To drive away competitors, both outsiders and villagers with ulterior motives, the village chief clandestinely summoned us elders for a second sacrifice, unearthing another ancestor's coffin. That year, a plague descended upon our village. With our ancestors' protection, those loyal to Shangyu village remained untouched by the disease, while any outsiders or treacherous villagers succumbed to illness. Zheng Yu reflected, so, your current seclusion is related to this plague? Indeed. In the enclosed Shangyu village, wealth has increased as the tea trade became a monopoly. Will anyone still purchase your tea? Are they not afraid of the plague? Wenren Yu asked. They fear it, yet they cannot resist the allure of our tea. No one can turn down the flavor of Shangyu's brew. Moreover, the plague has rendered our tea even rarer and more precious, compelling unscrupulous traders to take risks for profit. Zheng Yu nodded. A profit margin exceeding 100% is sufficient to tempt individuals to gamble with their lives. That is quite reasonable. Thus, even though we are confined due to the plague, we still live abundantly, as these traders provide us with everything we need. Everything, including people? Zheng Yu fixed his gaze upon the old man's eyes, seeking signs of deceit. The elder hesitated before nodding. A village tainted by plague did not choose seclusion. Rather, it was the outside world that had severed their ties. For a village to thrive, it must either resort to close kinship or seek individuals from beyond its borders. Who would come? Yet there are unscrupulous traders. In the face of substantial profit, abducting a few women into the village is, in fact, not a difficult task. It was increasingly evident that this village bore the semblance of the most malevolent place Zheng Yu had envisioned. Trafficking, isolation, incest, and Zheng Yu gazed at the little girl. Her tongue having vanished, a flicker of ruthlessness crossing his eyes. He urged the elder to continue, masking his own intent. The elder fell silent. With a cold sneer, Zheng Yu remarked, you yourself just mentioned that there are 3 coffins in the ancestral hall, which indicates that you have held 3 sacrificial rites prior to this. When was the last one, and what was the purpose of that ritual? Confronted by Zheng Yu's aggressive tone and the glinting dagger wielded by Wenren Yu, the elder sighed in resignation and began, since the plague, Shangyu village has been sealed off for 3 years. Everyone in the village lives in happiness. We depend on the mountains for sustenance, and whatever we desire, the unscrupulous merchants fulfill for us, including. The elder cast a sidelong glance at Zheng Yu. Including the person you mentioned. Yet, there are always those unsatisfied with the blessings bestowed by our ancestors, who linger in this sanctified village. Blessings. Wenren Yu found it increasingly difficult to endure, her brows furrowing. A plague that severed the village's ties to the outside world, forcing them to rely on the trade of human lives for survival, was, in the elder's perspective, deemed a blessing. She was profoundly shocked and expressed her bewilderment. Zheng Yu, however, perceived a certain sincerity in the elder's words. The villagers, lacking knowledge and unfamiliar with the outside world, lived in abject poverty. Yet in this village where everything is attainable, was it not a blessing? In other words, aside from the plague, to this elder, this village was a veritable paradise. Zheng Yu speculated, it must be the youth who wished to escape. Indeed, a group of children, at the age when they should be marrying, disrupted the village's traditions, seeking to leave this place. And then, Zheng Yu was intrigued by how they managed to suppress these spirited rebels. The answer was more direct than he had imagined. Just as he had done, they resorted to brute force. However, from that day forth, the purple tea leaves could no longer be harvested. Thus began the 3rd sacrificial rite. From the elder's trembling hands and quivering voice, Zheng Yu realized that the village had become a veritable ghost town, a transformation triggered by that 3rd rite. It was highly probable that the young people, who had suffered broken limbs, had disrupted the sacrificial ceremony. Chapter 58, Breaking the Stalemate. The true nature of the ghost village. After sharing this, the elder ceased all further communication, adopting a resolute demeanor that conveyed a clear message. Kill me, and I shall not speak another word. Zheng Yu refrained from pressuring him or the child. Therefore, today marks the 4th sacrificial rite. After the elder departed, Wenren Yu analyzed the situation. According to the villager's account, the village's current state was a result of the 3rd sacrificial rite, likely disrupted by the resentful youths whose legs had been broken. To restore the village to its former state, today's rite had been initiated. Wenren Yu's deductions mirrored Zheng Yu's earlier conjectures almost precisely. Zheng Yu concurred with Wenren Yu's assertion. Thus, the villagers were absolutely adamant about not allowing outsiders to disrupt the sacrificial rites. This implies that the 3 wooden coffins mentioned by the elderly man indeed represented a sanctuary. Zhang Zhan must have also deduced this information, ultimately choosing to trust the villagers' words, thereby temporarily avoiding conflict and allowing the villagers to carry out their rituals. One Rin Qingyu remarked. I believe Zhang Zhan thinks that as long as the sacrifices are completed, the village will revert to its original state, thereby possibly achieving a successful resolution. Zheng Yu nodded, stating, this possibility cannot be dismissed. However, we are aware of the outcome. Even if the sacrifices succeed, Shangyu village remains a ghost village, still facing the impending events of the second day's ghostly marriage and the third day's procession of the 100 ghosts. Their analyses pointed directly towards the direction Zhang Yu had previously indicated, the disruption of the sacrificial rites. One Rin Qingyu pondered for a moment before articulating. The ancestor capable of fulfilling Shangyu village's wishes must be that deity of the underworld, akin to the god of the cold prison who cursed Shao Qi in the cold street abyss. Zheng Yu, however, proposed an alternative line of thought. Perhaps, initially, there was no such deity. One Rin Qingyu, perplexed, inquired, why do you say that? Zheng Yu smiled and responded, do you not find that purple tea, which is so irresistible that people are willing to risk their lives for it, resembles something else? One Rin Qingyu was momentarily taken aback, but it was Ku Ying, who had been silently listening to their discussion, who exclaimed, Poppy. Zheng Yu nodded in agreement. It must be a similar substance, as only such things could yield such immense profits. The so-called excavation of ancestral graves for sacrificial purposes was merely a superstitious ruse concocted by the village chief and his ilk. Mysterious occurrences invariably have origins, and the sacrificial rites served as an effective means to deceive the uneducated villagers. They would willingly cultivate these illicit substances, which were illegal outside the village, only to be ensnared in the subsequent sacrificial rites. You see, once entangled with such matters, escaping becomes no easy feat. The purpose of the third sacrificial rite is equally straightforward, to find a pretext for dealing with those who wish to leave. As Zheng Yu elaborated, One Rin Qingyu gradually pieced together the historical tapestry of Shangyu village, finding it to be quite logical. Indeed, it must be as such. One Rin Qingyu relished the process of unraveling the mystery. During her time in the cold street abyss, she had continuously analyzed without ever contemplating the use of internal cakes. This abyss, too, had failed to elude Zheng Yu's ingenuity. However, Tao Qian appeared somewhat perplexed. Now that we know all of this, what does it matter? Zheng Yu elucidated. This signifies that, from the beginning, no ancestor capable of granting wishes ever existed. It is far more likely that the entire village perished due to certain events, ultimately transforming it into a ghost village. You must understand one thing. In the context of the abyss, certain conditions must be met for the curse of the deity to take effect. For instance, Shao Qi was stripped of his innards, and his mother was thrust into the abyss of a well. Hatred, rage, and vengeance, intertwined with the curse of the god of the cold prison, birthed the desolate cold street. The same holds true for Shangyu village. The Yin spirit can only manifest in realms saturated with vengeful souls. Zheng Yu's gaze drifted toward the elderly man and the child, and he spoke slowly. It is not that the Yin spirit existed prior to Shangyu village, but rather, the village itself. A fitting abode for the curse of the Yin spirit emerged first, giving rise to the depths of the Shangyu ancestral hall. The chain of causality is indeed inverted. Tao Qian furrowed his brow, pondering Zheng Yu's words. Are you suggesting that they too are specters? Yet, if they are indeed spirits, why do the talismans remain unburned? Why are there no traces of blood? It was not Zheng Yu, nor Wen Rin Qingyu, who elucidated this for Tao Qian, but rather the silent presence of Chai Yun. Chai Yun remarked, there exists a theory proposed in forums, suggesting that if ghostly entities remain unaware of their spectral nature, they may manifest in human form. Thus, Zheng Yu's hypothesis holds merit. This revelation shed light on certain matters for Tao Qian, implying that regardless of their rituals, the efforts are ultimately futile. Akin to the depths of the cold street, where an individual endowed with the powers of the Yin spirit exacts punishment upon the villagers. You have finally grasped the concept, Zheng Yu said with a smile. Hence, the objective becomes strikingly clear. The rituals are utterly ineffective. This elucidates why the village chief is absent from the village and resides in the graveyard. It is that individual, wielding the powers of the Yin spirit, who has imprisoned the spectral village chief within the graveyard, preventing him from revealing the truth to the villagers. Here, the villagers, day in and day out, year after year, are ensnared in a relentless cycle of these rituals. What is required for these rites? Exhumation? Precisely, the exhumation of the village chief's grave. Tao Qian gasped in realization. The logic had clicked into place. The ritualistic exhumation, performed daily, ensures that the instigator, the village chief, is perpetually unearthed and subjected to torment within the ancestral hall. Meanwhile, the villagers are condemned to an eternal existence steeped in the terror of the ghost village. The most harrowing aspect is their unwavering belief that the fourth ritual holds significance. The most desperate hope often lies in that which is unattainable. Tao Qian smacked his forehead in enlightenment. So, the nuptials of the dead on the following day and the procession of 100 ghosts on the third day are not aimed at us outsiders at all. Instead, they serve to torment these villagers? Zheng Yu regarded Tao Qian with a look of encouragement. Then let me ask you, who in the entire village harbors such profound resentment toward Shangyu village? Tao Qian pondered. Perhaps those young men who broke the legs of others? Zheng Yu shook his head. Do you believe they possess such animosity as to transform the entire village into a ghostly realm? These youths are, at most, merely obstinate individuals wishing to cease their involvement in drug production and establish their own independence. Suddenly, Tao Qian recalled Zheng Yu's earlier inquiry to the elder. They were bought. He muttered. So, are they individuals trafficked into the village? Zheng Yu nodded. Tao Qian, you have uncovered a critical blind spot. Zhang Zhan has been under the impression that he was contending with that false ancestor. Yet, in truth, the false ancestor is the village chief, who was already disposed of in the graveyard. The true mastermind behind the transformation of Shanyu village into a ghost town, the one who harbors an intense hatred for it, is the key to unraveling this mystery. If we can locate her, the passage through the depths of this shrine will be accomplished in no time. Chapter 59. Come. Let us investigate what has transpired. The elderly man has vanished, as Kahong pointed out. The group turned their gazes to the corner where the old man had stood, only to find the unfortunate little girl, devoid of a tongue, cowering in solitude, while the elderly figure had inexplicably disappeared. Tao Qian expressed his agitation. Could it be that he overheard our conversation and went to inform others? Zheng Yu replied with a chuckle. He could not have heard our words. After all, the curse of the shadow deity has been observing us. How could she allow the old man to discern the truth? However, your latter statement holds merit. He indeed has gone to relay information. From the old man's perspective, our presence signifies a threat to their sacred rites. When Rinkinjiu interjected, these simple villagers are deeply entrenched in the lies spun by the village chief, believing wholeheartedly that the rituals must yield results. They could never permit outsiders like us to disrupt their traditions. Initially, the old man did direct us to hide in the coffin with good intentions, not to evade spirits, but rather to shield us from the other villagers. After all, none would suspect that anyone would conceal themselves within a ritualistic coffin. Yet, our attitudes just now were unmistakably dismissive of his so-called kindness, implying our willingness to partake in the rites. This would have undoubtedly crossed his threshold of tolerance. By now, he must have already informed the other villagers. Upon finishing her thoughts, when Rinkinjiu glanced at Zheng Yu, her expression seemingly seeking affirmation of her analysis. Zheng Yu nodded in agreement, pleased with her insight. In their midst, when Rinkinjiu was the sole individual capable of untangling the logic of the abyss. Zheng Yu savored the last bite of kidney before rising, declaring, let us proceed. Having dined well, it is time to stir up some chaos. The old man was intentionally set free. A whistleblower was necessary to expedite the rituals. The goblin general, alongside the trolls, had wreaked havoc in Shanyu village for a considerable duration without a single villager emerging, indicating their utter lack of competence. As long as the rituals could be completed, they would endure anything. Yet, should anyone attempt to disrupt the rites, they would undoubtedly take action. Zheng Yu sought precisely that. Provoking the villagers into action was far more manageable than dealing with them as timid turtles. And bring her along, he instructed, gesturing toward the little girl in the corner. Tao Qian volunteered, lifting the girl and trailing behind Zheng Yu as they exited the courtyard. At that moment, the streets lay in disarray. Unbound by the goblin general's restraint, the troll-led goblin combat squad had descended into madness. To the trolls, ghosts were mere playthings. Aside from the goblin sorcerer, the remainder of the combat squad exhibited a fervent thirst for blood, particularly the death warriors, whose eyes glistened with a ravenous hunger upon encountering spirits. Although the ghosts in Shanyu village were at level 20, their numbers were limited, and their primary function was to instill fear rather than engage in combat, rendering them easily overwhelmed by the goblin squad. Typically, it took a dozen goblins to subdue a single ghost. The goblin combat squad comprises ranged fighters, melee warriors, fearless souls, spellcasters, and a formidable troll serving as a shield to draw the ire of their foes, be it the hanging specters, the deceased from disease, or the seemingly powerful fallen ghosts. None can stand against the goblin combat squad. The spirits are treated merely as prey, and chaos ensues in the streets. Witnessing this scene, one Rinqing you could not help but remark, the puppeteer behind this Yuyun village truly remains composed. Their original plan was to create a significant disturbance, hoping to unsettle certain entities and hasten the conclusion of the narrative. Yet, it appears that the lurking dark deity, the curse caster, is entirely unfazed. The casualties are merely weak spirits, and she remains indifferent to the escalating turmoil. Zheng Yu, with a smile, commented, her remarkable patience stems from her indifference. The ritual itself is a facade. Even if we disrupt it, she can still proceed with the ghostly marriage and the procession of 100 spirits. Upon grasping Zheng Yu's words, when Rinqing Yu inquired, so, our current objective is to sabotage the ritual? Indeed. Through force? Tao Qian interjected, brandishing his golden tier monk's staff. Ever since he embraced the path of a professional, he had yet to engage in combat. As an observer, he was acutely aware of his role. Against level 20 ghostly beings, he deemed himself no match. However, he felt confident in intimidating a few villagers without encroaching upon Zheng Yu's experience. Zheng Yu retorted, do you truly believe violence would yield results? Isn't there any effect? Tao Qian countered, recalling how Zheng Yu had recently used force to extract information from an elder. Zheng Yu queried, in a village swarming with spirits, where the ritual has been repeated countless times without a single villager perceiving the truth. Do you think your stick would prove more effective than the dark deity? Tao Qian remained silent. Not only these villagers, who have been sheltered from the world, but even urban dwellers often willingly embrace self-destruction for the sake of their so-called faith. They cannot be awakened. Zheng Yu shook his head, recalling how he had witnessed relatives stray from the righteous path, impervious to the pleas of even their children and parents. Tao Qian wished to interject further, but upon seeing villagers emerging from the fog, their faces contorted in madness, their terrifying gazes as if they wished to devour him, he shuddered and asked, "What if we resort to lethal measures? Surely they must fear death?" Tao Qian contemplated employing an example to instill fear. Unless you eliminate them all, it holds no significance. They are, after all, spirits. Killing them will only instill greater terror, leaving them to cling desperately to the hope once offered by the ritual. Yet, exterminating them poses a dilemma as well. It would equate to avenging the puppeteer, resetting everything to commence anew the ritual, the ghostly marriage, and the procession of 100 spirits. We would not only fail to locate what we seek, but also prolong our efforts, Tao Qian remarked, bewildered. What then shall we do? My goodness, you truly are dim-witted, when Rinxing Yu remarked, exasperated by his poor memory. They distrust their relatives, their children, their parents, and even the police, yet they place unwavering faith in the words of a village chief who leads them astray. The chief's status is scarcely distinguishable from that of a cult leader. It was only upon the reminder from Rinxing Yu that Tao Qian recalled the chief's pipe. Indeed, he hastily produced the pipe and turned to Zheng Yu, inquiring, "Did I bring it?" Zheng Yu nodded and cautioned, "Once you have it, refrain from saying anything further. Find someone to guide us to the ancestral hall. We must confront them there." Just as Tao Qian was preparing to place the pipe between his lips, a familiar voice rang out. "It's them. They intend to disrupt the ritual. They must be those unscrupulous merchants from outside, aiming to seize our tea leaves." The speaker was an elderly man. Zheng Yu, however, was not focused on the elder but rather on the mute little girl beside him. Upon her reunion with the old man, rather than displaying any signs of dependence or excitement, she took a step back. A flicker of understanding crossed Zheng Yu's eyes. As the villagers approached Zheng Yu and his companions, seething with indignation and ready to confront them, Tao Qian emerged, pipe clenched firmly between his teeth, shaking his head. Chapter 60. He is not human, but a ghost. Zheng Yu remarked, "You were told to play the village chief, not a rogue." Tao Qian now exuded the very persona of an old lecher, clearing his teeth, ruffling his hair, and shaking his head much like the local delinquents lingering at school gates. Wen Rinqingjiu, Ku Ying, and Chai Yun instinctively took a step back. This man was undignified, even when faced with a throng of spirits. Yet, despite his lackluster performance, bolstered by the embellishment of the chief's pipe, the villagers remained oblivious to any suspicion. Many of the older villagers even shed tears, rallying around Tao Qian. Only the elder who had previously seen Tao Qian's face scrutinized him with a hint of hesitation, just as he was about to speak. Whoosh! An arrow pierced the elder's throat. Thud! Blood splattered the ground, leaving the once boisterous villagers momentarily stunned. Upon witnessing this, Tao Qian instantly grasped Zheng Yu's intent. The pipe had a flaw. Those villagers who had seen Tao Qian's visage before he took up the pipe would recognize him. The solution was simple: eliminate them. Tao Qian immediately addressed the crowd. "Everyone, remain calm." He pointed at the lifeless body of the elder, impaled by the goblin archer, and proclaimed loudly, "This man is a traitor." A traitor? Indeed, a traitor. Tao Qian had fully embraced his role. These individuals are esteemed practitioners I have summoned to conduct the true ritual, not the unscrupulous merchants he claimed were here to disrupt it. Skepticism arose among the villagers. "But we cannot simply kill him," Tao Qian rebuked. "Are you questioning me?" At that moment, Zheng Yu stepped forward, pointing at the now-deceased elder's body, stating, "He is not human, but a ghost." Upon hearing this, the villagers beheld the elder's corpse dissipate into ethereal wisps, vanishing into the air. Of course, this was not Zheng Yu's doing. He had merely chosen the opportune moment to reveal himself. For all present were spirits. This indirectly corroborates Zheng Yu's previous conjecture. This haunted village harbors no living souls. Where there are the living, how could there simultaneously exist the spirits of those who have hanged, starved, or succumbed to illness? Truly, they are phantoms. Witnessing the vanishing corpses, the villagers immediately came to believe Tao Qian's words and began to regard Zheng Yu with newfound respect. At that moment, Zheng Yu typed in the chat group, "Loose lips sink ships. Let us proceed to the ancestral hall." Tao Qian, the martial monk, replied, "Understood." Zheng Yu had already sensed the oppressive aura intensifying around him. Clearly, the unseen overseer of this tableau was becoming increasingly restless. She could observe the villagers' demise and the failure of the rites. However, she must not allow an outsider, one who does not belong to the village, to lead them by the nose, nor could she let the villagers uncover the truth. This was the very reason for the disappearance of the little girl's tongue. She had once spoken the truth. God requires the curse-bearer to complete a task bestowing them with power to fulfill their wishes. Yet if the curse-bearer fails, they will lose their strength and face punishment. This is a phrase memorized by all practitioners, elucidating the core essence of the abyss's existence and serving as the fundamental condition for practitioners to navigate its depths. Within the Cold Street Abyss, Shaoqi's mission was to create cold corpses and maintain the frigid temperature of Cold Street. The curse-bearer of Shanyu village faced a similar fate. In Zhang Zhan's strategy, he mentioned that the curse-bearer might need to ensure the existence of Shanyu village to receive the curse from the Yin god. If the villagers were to learn the truth, Shanyu Ghost Village would cease to be Shanyu Ghost Village. She would undoubtedly obstruct any attempts to reveal the truth. However, throughout this ordeal, no practitioner had ever dared to challenge the nightmare-level abyss by following Zheng Yu's strategic path. They all obediently hid within their coffins, adhering to a 3-day schedule, thus eliminating any possibility of disclosing the truth. Furthermore, no one had ever speculated or proposed the hypothesis that the villagers might be ghosts. Yet, the truth must not be revealed to the villagers here. First, the villagers would likely not believe it. Second, the entirety of Shanyu village serves as the main battleground for the Yin god curse-bearers, with only the ancestral hall being exempt. At this juncture, Zhang Zhan's strategy proved invaluable. The ancestral hall is a suitable location for confrontation. Tao Qian deliberately walked among the villagers, allowing them to lead the way to the ancestral hall, unaware of its location. The villagers were all aflame with excitement. In the past 3 rituals, the presence of the village chief had guaranteed success. In their eyes, the village chief was the crucial figure capable of communicating with their ancestors. The ancestral hall stood as the largest edifice within Shanyu village. From the outside, it bore no discernible difference from the other houses. Yet, the interior space was far more expansive than one might anticipate. At the center rested a copper vat more than 2 meters wide, within which flickered ethereal blue flames. The main hall was adorned with 3 coffins, the ancestral coffins used in previous rituals. Strangely, these coffins had not decayed to this day. Upon entering the ancestral hall, Zheng Yu distinctly felt the oppressive energy was thwarted outside. This courtyard held an enigmatic essence. Zheng Yu murmured to himself quietly. The ominous aura permeating the entirety of Shanyu village is precisely why Zheng Yu remarked that the curse of the shadow deity constantly looms over them. This malevolent energy embodies the very essence of the shadow deity's power. However, upon entering the shrine, the malevolence diminished significantly, indicating that something of great significance must reside within. It is no wonder that Zhang Zhan insisted on confronting the adversary here. His reasoning is sound. As they spoke, Tao Qian was already surrounded by the villagers and ushered into the hall. Zheng Yu and his companions maneuvered past the coffin and entered the hall, which had long been transformed into a shrine adorned with the memorials and inscriptions of various ancestors. At the center stood an eerie clay sculpture, half white and half black, with the black side glaring fiercely while the white side bore no eyes or mouth, its hands pressed together in a gesture of prayer. Yet, within the clasped hands lay a visibly distinct blade. Chapter 61. The most formidable elite monster. The red-clad ghost of a marriage in the underworld. It was indeed peculiar that someone would worship such an uncanny figure, as when Renkinji remarked. This is the sculpture referred to by professionals in the forums as the two-faced shadow deity. Upon entering the shrine, Zheng Yu instructed the goblin general to guard the entrance. Approaching Tao Qian, he stated, "Before we commence the ritual, I have a question for you." With the village chief's assurance, the villagers lowered their defenses. Zheng Yu inquired, "Of the women you purchased, how many are still alive?" A chilling wind violently battered the doors of the shrine. Even before receiving an answer, Zheng Yu, witnessing the commotion outside, understood he had posed the right question. The mastermind behind this must be the women who had been abducted. "Are you referring to the pigs?" A villager asked. The derogatory term caused when Renkinji, standing behind, to nearly erupt in anger, but she was timely silenced by Zheng Yu's gaze. Pigs. Zheng Yu maintained a calm demeanor, recalling news reports he had once seen, where women trafficked in villages were indeed referred to in such a dehumanizing manner, mere breeding stock. Akin to swine. "I do not comprehend what you mean by pigs." Zheng Yu feigned ignorance. A peasant woman explained, "They are women bought from merchants who can bear children." The village chief declared that such women are unworthy to live among us. Thus they were collectively confined to the pig pen at the eastern end of the village. Zheng Yu's eyes widened slightly at the mention of the pig pen, his breath quickening. Unable to contain her frustration, when Renkinji vented in the chat group, "These brutes are even worse than I imagined." Ku Ying added, "I no longer wish to proceed. Let these wretched beings suffer here. Just like those cold corpses." Zheng Yu and his companions were on the verge of explosive anger, yet the villagers regarded this as entirely normal. They exhibited no resistance to Zheng Yu's inquiries. However, the situation outside was markedly different. Boom! Just as Zheng Yu posed the question about the pig pen, a thunderous roar erupted outside. She was growing desperate. Zheng Yu gazed at the raging wind outside, certain that her hiding place must be within the pig pen. The wails of the restless spirits echoed outside the shrine. Zheng Yu instructed the goblin general to remain vigilant at the entrance, for he had yet another inquiry. "Where's the pig pen?" Zheng Yu, increasingly apathetic, inquired, "Is there anyone still alive in the eastern part of the village?" "Surely not. Since your disappearance, the pigsty has become the most haunted place in the village, and no one dares to venture there. How many were alive the last time you visited?" Perhaps 2, came the reply. Suddenly, a thunderous noise erupted outside. "Your goblin wolf cavalry has perished. Your goblin assassins have met their demise." 2 system messages flashed through, signaling that the onslaught outside was intensifying. Zheng Yu had asked all the pertinent questions. It was evident that she no longer wished to continue with the sacrificial rites. Concealing the truth had become her primary objective. That should suffice, Zheng Yu thought. Receiving several more notifications of death, all from her goblin combat squad. Having garnered some crucial information, she promptly commanded the goblin general, "Let them in." The battle outside is too passive. A resounding crash followed, as a troll's body was violently hurled into the courtyard of the ancestral hall. Outside stood a shadowy figure. Shrouded in darkness, a grotesque mist-like entity of exaggerated proportions. Within the black fog, various ghastly apparitions could be discerned, resembling a fusion of malevolent spirits. Gathered wraiths. Level, 20. Rank, Elite. Health, 280,000. Attack power, 3,000. Skills, Hanged Ghost. Skills, Drowned Ghost. Skills, Frozen Ghost. Skills, Burned Ghost. Skills, Wrong Ghost. Skills, Vengeful Spirit. An elite monster. This was the second elite creature they had encountered, aside from the Wraith Village Chief. Moreover, this entity, known as the Gathered Wraiths, was entirely unrecorded in Zhang Zhan's strategies. The good news was the emergence of new narrative elements, indicating they were on the right path. The bad news, however, was that this elite monster possessed considerable strength. Zheng Yu swiftly summoned the twin fire dragons. At this juncture, they had essentially achieved success. Not only had they discerned the true location, but they had also successfully provoked the adversary, bypassing the so-called sacrificial narrative. Everything had been a ruse. Following the plot held no significance. Engaging directly was the only course of action. With a flourish, the twin fire dragons unleashed a barrage of fireballs upon the gathered wraiths. Boom, boom, boom. Flames erupted upon the wraiths, eliciting anguished cries from the spirits entwined around it. The wails of the specters inflicted damage and had a wide-ranging effect. When Rinkinjiu, Kuing, Chai Yun, and the others were all harmed by the cacophony of ghostly shrieks. Fortunately, when Rinkinjiu and Ku Ying were equipped with golden grade armor, which mitigated some of the damage, but Chai Yun was not so fortunate. Just a single scream from the ghostly entity reduced her health by a third. "Take cover," Zheng Yu commanded. At that moment, Chai Yun realized that this was not a battle in which she could participate. Previously, having witnessed Zheng Yu wield a single goblin general to upheave the entirety of Shanyu village, she unconsciously let her guard down. For a fleeting moment, she entertained the notion that the nightmare-level abyss might not be as formidable as it seemed. Yet now, a sobering realization washed over her. She was merely a bystander, lacking the audacity to relax her vigilance. Perhaps it was the discovery of Chai Yun's inferior strength that prompted the malevolent spirit conglomerate to launch an attack against her. With a swift motion, a rope shot forth from the entity, ensnaring Chai Yun's neck. In an instant, she found herself gasping for breath, her complexion turning a deep shade of purple as her health rapidly dwindled. The skill of the hanging ghost. Suddenly, a glimmer of cold light flashed through the air. It was one Rin Xingyu who had come to Chai Yun's rescue, her feet propelled by a whirlwind as she deftly severed the rope with her dagger. "Thank you. I was nearly done for." Chai Yun expressed her gratitude, her health reduced to a mere sliver. Had when Rin Xingyu been any later, she would have been forced to expend a resurrection cross worth 5 million. In comparison to her life, money was trivial. However, the crucial factor was that the resurrection cross could only be utilized once within the abyss. Once used, true peril would ensue. One Rin Xingyu spoke in a frigid tone. "You did not merely come close to death, you nearly endangered us all. Do not hinder Zheng Yu's progress." Her voice carried an admonishing edge. "You can't even manage to be a bystander properly? Did you not consider taking cover in time?" Chai Yun yearned to retort, yet her thoughts were abruptly interrupted by a mournful melody echoing from the farthest reaches of the street. The sound was piercing, the mournful notes of the Suona reverberating throughout Shanyu village as if it were trembling. "She has arrived, within the depths of the Shanyu ancestral hall. The most formidable elite monster, the red-clad bride of the underworld." Chapter 62, The Red-Clad Bride, the Yellow Mongoose, and the Death Warriors. The malevolent spirit conglomerate and the red-clad bride of the underworld appeared simultaneously, a day earlier than anticipated. Zheng Yu felt a sense of satisfaction. The early arrival of the red-clad bride signified that he would undoubtedly surpass the records left by Zhang Zhan. Yet, the immediate priority was to eliminate the red-clad bride. The mournful sound grew ever closer, the oppressive aura thickening. A gust of sinister wind swept through. The once distant red sedan chair had, in the blink of an eye, arrived before the hall. For yellow mongooses bore a coffin, and within the sedan chair resided the vengeful spirit, the red-clad bride. Among ghostly beings, the red-clad bride held a superior rank, far exceeding that of the malevolent village chief and the spirit conglomerate. Zhang Zhan's strategy had advised evasion whenever possible, utilizing the sanctuary of the ancestral hall for combat. A sudden chime rang out from within the sedan chair. Zheng Yu, unable to discern the attributes of the red-clad bride concealed within, resolved to engage directly. Summoning Beast Frenzy. Without a moment's hesitation, Zheng Yu unleashed the Summoning Beast Frenzy skill. Boom. The flames engulfing the twin demon fire serpent transformed into a brilliant violet hue, instantly dispelling the surrounding malevolent energy. A fiery halo erupted forth, igniting the walls, floor, and beams of the hall in its wake. Zheng Yu commanded, "Goblin archers, fire at the palanquin. Force the red-clad specter to reveal herself. Shield bearers, hold back the yellow weasels. Goblin general and the twin fire serpents, annihilate the Wraith collective." Typically, Zheng Yu's guidance was unnecessary, as they swept through their foes with ease. Yet, confronted with 2 level 20 elite monsters, meticulous battle planning was imperative. By eliminating the Wraith collective first, they could then focus their efforts on the red-clad specter. However, it was the 4 yellow weasels carrying the palanquin that struck first. These weasels, standing upright like ferrets, had one eye of a deep emerald hue, while the other 3 glimmered a sinister black-red. Each bore a deep scar across their brows, their claws elongated and movements alarmingly swift. Yellow Weasel. Level, 20. Rank, Elite. Health, 140,000. Attack, 2,000. Skills, Spirit Summoning. Skills, Possession. Skills, Ghost Form. To Zheng Yu's dismay, these 2 were elite monsters. With the 4 weasels included, he now faced 6 level 20 elite adversaries. Fortunately, these 4 weasels possessed only 3 skills. Elite monsters varied in strength, and these 4 were among the weakest. Bang! In the face of the weasel's impressive speed, the 8 shield bearers promptly raised their shields, forming an impenetrable wall that thwarted the first weasel's attack. 0. The weasel struck the goblin shield with no effect, dealing 0 damage. After the goblin general advanced to the 5th tier, his goblin combat squad underwent evolution. The goblin shield bearers could absorb a fixed amount of damage, serving as formidable frontline defenders. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The combat squad coordinated seamlessly. The shield bearers held their ground, while the archers unleashed a volley of arrows. Goblin wolf riders flanked their foes. For elite monsters, they faced an entire battalion. Moreover, this was a well-trained summoner squad led by a general, stronger than a conventional army due to their absolute obedience, fearlessness, and disregard for death. This was evidenced by the Goblin Death Knights. Swish! The Death Knights activated their blink skill, instantly appearing around the red-clad specter at the palanquin. Roar! Charge! Battle-hardened goblin warriors, alongside giant wolves measuring over 3 meters in length, surged forward. They sent the 4 yellow weasels flying. 24,158, 26,584, 19,854, 21,147. For significant damage numbers erupted, reducing one weasel to near death. Roar! Unexpectedly, the weakened weasel began to swell ominously, its limbs bracing against the ground as dark energy surged into its body. In an instant, it transformed into a gigantic yellow weasel, rivaling the size of a dire wolf, exuding a foul stench as it entered ghost form. Roar! Yet, simultaneously, a thunderous roar overshadowed the transformed weasel. It was a troll. Zheng Yu initially refrained from allowing him to join the battle, awaiting this very moment. Among the goblin combat squad, the most formidable combatant was the ogre. With its colossal physique, extraordinary damage output, and substantial health pool, it could even serve as a trump card in Zheng Yu's hands. To minimize casualties, it was imperative to unleash the ogre at this juncture to commence the harvest. Boom! The ogre leapt mightily, crashing down upon the ghoul-like yellow-skinned creature. A swift follow-up strike. Bang! The ghoul was obliterated in an instant, offering it no chance to retaliate. Eliminated elite monster yellow-skinned ghoul, gained 9,417 experience. Congratulations! Acquired armor top yellow-skinned cloak, 20, of golden quality. 9,000 experience secured. The experience gained from defeating the spectral village chief was comparable, indicating their strength was similar, and the rewards would also reflect that. Zheng Yu had no time to inspect the attributes of the gear. However, a level 20 golden grade item must be worth at least a small fortune. Upon the demise of the yellow-skinned creature, a plume of black smoke erupted from its corpse and surged into the red palanquin. As the death warriors closed in, harassed by archers, and following the death of the yellow-skinned ghoul, the red-clad female ghost within the palanquin finally made her move. Suddenly, several strands of crimson silk emerged from the palanquin, ensnaring the goblin death warriors that ventured too close. With an eerie force, they were yanked skyward, only to crash down violently. Simultaneously, the malevolent energy emanating from the palanquin surged outward, violently dispersing the shield wall of the shield soldiers. Hiss! Observing the myriad of damage values appearing and the 3 death warriors that were immediately slain, Zheng Yu couldn't help but marvel. Zhang Zhan was not exaggerating. This red-clad ghost was indeed formidable. Yet, no matter how powerful the red-clad ghost was, She could not foresee that it was not she who had slain the death warriors, but rather, they had willingly embraced death. Boom, boom, boom. The three fallen goblin death warriors exploded in succession. Flesh, poison, and black smoke enveloped the red palanquin. The evolved death warriors exhibited even greater explosive power upon demise, with blood-tainted venom proving particularly repugnant to spirits. Hiss! The highly corrosive blood even eroded the red silk, splattering it upon the palanquin. 2548. Astonishingly, damage was inflicted. At this moment, Zheng Yu finally grasped that this red palanquin was also an elite monster. Chapter 63. The Cold Prison Staff, Explosive Damage Goblin General. Red Palanquin. Level, 20. Grade, Elite. Health, 300,000. Attack Power, 3,000. Skills, Shelter. Skills, Lamentation. Skills, Red Thread. Skills, Palanquin Bearer. Good heavens. It truly was an elite monster. Quite impressive. Zheng Yu immediately urged the twin demon fire serpent and the goblin general. Hurry up. The ogre is on the brink of collapse. Meanwhile, the twin demon fire serpent and the goblin general were not without their own concerns. For this gathering of specters was rife with tricks. Before long, a water-dwelling ghost emerged, dragging the twin demon fire serpent into the depths. Soon, the frost wraith appeared, immobilizing the goblin general. Shortly after, the vengeful spirit emerged, ensnaring them both in confusion, compelling them to launch erroneous attacks. This collective of specters, though seemingly weak, wielded an incessant barrage of spectral abilities that proved challenging to vanquish swiftly. Fortunately, the flames of the twin fire serpents had been enhanced through the summoner's berserk evolution, rendering the water-based skills of the drowned wraith ineffective against them. The spectral entity was relentlessly scorched by the fire aura and hellfire serpents, its vitality rapidly depleting. When the goblin general was ensnared in ice, the ice crystal pendant worn by Zheng Yu activated just in time, liberating him from his frozen state. The only formidable adversaries were the vengeful spirit and the hanged ghost, one specializing in control and the other inflicting damage with its noose. Upon hearing Zheng Yu's urging, the goblin general brandished a fish-slicing knife. Zheng Yu had previously swapped the equipment of the goblin general and the twin fire serpents, as the goblin general was far more suited for this blade. A voice, awkward and unclear, emerged from the goblin general's lips, after 30 years of fish slicing. My heart is as cold as my blade. In truth, the general's stature and demeanor lent an air of gravitas to whatever words were uttered, even such a simple phrase. Suddenly, the muscles in the goblin general's arm bulged, and the fish-slicing knife gleamed with a silver luminescence, as the effect of the knife activated upon uttering the phrase. The next 3 attacks would see a 100 increase in attack speed. The goblin general lunged forward with fervor. Boom! The twin fire serpents, in perfect synchrony with the goblin general, launched fireballs to clear a path, sending the vengeful spirit, which sought to confuse the goblin general once more, flying. The great wolf recoiled and leaped high into the air. The goblin general descended from the back of the great wolf, attacking from above while the wolf struck from below. The first strike, infused with a powerful leap, dealt 18,741 damage. The second strike activated the 3-piece effect of the human skin spider set. Set effect, Hatred. The hatred will mark your enemy, and your next attack will inflict a hatred-based strike against that target, equating to critical damage value, but not benefiting from critical bonuses. Critical hit, 25,417. The second blow shattered the head of the vengeful spirit, which had just emerged to thwart the goblin general, dispersing it into black smoke. Without the vengeful spirit's obscuring tactics, the goblin general's third strike descended almost instantaneously. Although it was a standard attack, it still inflicted over 10,000 damage. Simultaneously, the charging skill of the great wolf struck the collective of specters. Boom! A resounding explosion erupted above the spectral entity, dealing a staggering 45,488 damage. Were it not for the damage reduction inherent to ghostly beings, this charge could have unleashed upwards of 80,000 or 90,000 damage. With the speed enhancement from the fish-slicing knife, the 3 strikes were executed with remarkable swiftness. The charge, combined with a set of minor skills, swiftly annihilated 100,000 from the Spectre Collective's health, an impressive feat accomplished in mere seconds. Moreover, the relentless fiery assault from the twin demonic fire serpents continued unabated. The health of the gathering of malevolent spirits plummeted rapidly. Hiss! In the distance, Tao Qian and his companions gasped in awe, their admiration palpable. Though they were already accustomed to such spectacles, it was simply part of their duties. Chaotic slaughter was the responsibility of Zheng Yu, while they were tasked with the cacophony of approval. A true bystander would never utter a mere 666, for that would not suffice as commendation. The only one truly astonished was Chai Yun, whose naive demeanor elicited a sense of amusement from Tao Qian and the others. Crack! Simultaneously, the effect of the Frost Prison Staff was activated. For every 3 skills unleashed, a Frost Prison skill was automatically cast, utilizing formidable ice powers to ensnare enemies, inflicting a fixed damage of 3,000 ice attributes and freezing them solid. 3,000. 3,000. As the skills of the Goblin General overlapped with those of the twin demonic fire serpents, two frost prison skills erupted simultaneously from the staff. Zheng Yu then realized that the fixed damage skills could indeed bypass all forms of defense and damage mitigation. While 3,000 may not seem substantial, the freezing effect was assuredly effective. The gathering of malevolent spirits exhibited no resistance, becoming instantly encased in ice. Seizing this opportunity, the Goblin General acted without hesitation, gathering strength. Boom. The warrior's charged strike, amplified by a factor of 13, combined with the berserk enhancement from his summoned beast and the critical hit effect from the resentment, struck heavily upon the gathering of spirits. Crash. The impact sent the malevolent spirits flying over 10 meters, crashing into the enormous copper basin situated in the center of the courtyard. 478. 41,000 damage. Phew. Witnessing the gathering of spirits being sent soaring, the twin demonic fire serpents seized the moment, intent on delivering the final blow. They charged forward, flipping the copper basin over onto the spirits, with one serpent pressing down atop it, igniting a conflagration. The anguished cries of several spirits echoed incessantly, but they could not escape the 2-meter diameter copper basin now imprisoning them. Flames engulfed the basin entirely. 7. 415. 1. 475. 9. 874. A continuous stream of damage notifications emerged. The massive copper basin was consumed by flames, turning a vivid crimson, while the spirits within resembled ducks roasting in an oven, gradually losing their vitality. This was quite ruthless. Even Zheng Yu marveled. It was akin to the torturous copper bowl. From within the basin, piercing screams resonated. Remarkably, the spirit managed to force the basin open. Its body, glowing red from the flames, had been reduced to little more than a layer of skin. Yet in this weakened state, it unleashed a skill reminiscent of savagery. Vengeful Ghost. Chapter 64. Female Ghost, are you drenched in sweat yet? With the emergence of the Vengeful Ghost, a chilling wind swept through the air. The ominous energy swirling in the sky transformed into spirits, cascading into the ancestral hall. The courtyard became filled with vengeful spirits, surging forth towards the Goblin General and the twin demonic fire serpents, spurred by the ghost's chilling wails. Zheng Yu's expression hardened. Just as he was about to reveal his trump card, a crisp bell tolled from within the Hall of Spirits. Ding! The sound reverberated throughout the ancestral hall, both inside and out. The chime of the bell instantaneously froze all the restless spirits, including the malevolent spirits gathered in a collective, as well as the yellow weasel engaged in battle with the trolls. Only the crimson-clad female ghost within the red palanquin remained unaffected. Indeed, her gaze was not directed towards the dual-faced clay idol of the shadow deity, but rather towards the dust-covered black-and-white photograph beside the morning hall. How amusing. Your descendants have descended to such a state, yet you still protect them. Truly a testament to your fierce guardianship, remarked Zheng Yu with disdain. He then addressed the Goblin General and the twin fiery serpents, urging, hurry and reap the rewards. This is a rare opportunity. Most crucially, there was a throng of spirits readily available for the taking, all ripe for experience points. Kill 20 spirits, gain 5,879 experience. Kill 20 spirits, gain 5,547 experience. Kill 20 spirits, gain 5,802 experience. Kill. The twin fiery serpents unleashed the full might of their fiery auras and hellish serpents, sweeping through the spirits with fervor. Experience points surged rapidly. Zheng Yu observed that the ancestors within the ancestral hall were surprisingly formidable, holding their ground for an extended period and restraining the elite crimson palanquin, thereby limiting the reluctant emergence of the crimson-clad female ghost. This afforded Zheng Yu the time to amass experience points vigorously. To ascend from level 14 to 15, 590. 000 experience points were required. Yet, this wave nearly filled his experience bar to the brim. Ultimately, as the Goblin General delivered a decisive blow, vanquishing the malevolent spirit collective, Zheng Yu received a notification from the system. Kill elite monster, spirit collective 20, gain 14, 452 experience points. Congratulations. You have received the spirit bracelet, 20, platinum grade. Congratulations. You have acquired a soul pearl. Congratulations. Level up. Level 15, 73, 600. Need 56, 500 more experience to level up. Health 997, 010, 610, 7. 950 equipment attributes. Mana 880, 890. Intelligence 469, 485. Strength 130, 134. Agility 3, 0, 31. Remaining free attribute points 12. Level has risen to 15. Activating the fourth summoning beast space. Level has risen to 15. You have received 2 hex reinforcement runes. Please select them. Zheng Yu felt a surge of joy within. The Spirit Collective had granted him a staggering 140,000 experience points. Previously, vanquishing a village of ghosts had provided a significant amount of experience, But this spirit collective had propelled Zhengyu directly to level 15. For a summoner, this meant an additional space for summoning beasts, allowing him to call forth a fourth companion. However, in reality, the addition of a fourth beast offered little enhancement at this juncture due to a lack of resources for nurturing it. Zhengyu finally comprehended why summoners typically abandon their path around level 15. The inability to cultivate their summons led to their disillusionment. Having already found it burdensome to cultivate for summoned beasts, how could he possibly manage those with insufficient talent, lacking resources, and unable to conquer the nightmarish abyss? Moreover, his fourth summoned beast had not been prepared in advance. The resource department of Shangyu City, led by Chai Fong, had long promised him a level 15 summoned beast from the National Treasury. Should he manage to acquire one with exceptional talent, it would save him a considerable amount of talent points. Zhengyu still lacked the time to inspect his equipment. He placed the platinum-grade bracelet into his warehouse and locked it away, fearing he might inadvertently sell it in the temple later. After all, level 20 platinum equipment was already top-notch. The battle against the gathering of specters was chaotic. 6 death warriors had perished, 3 goblin shield bearers were lost, and nearly all of the wolf-riding goblins had been slain, leaving only one to exchange blows with the ghoul-like yellow weasel. The ogre was battered by the relentless onslaught of crimson silk emerging from the palanquin. Truthfully, had it not been for the earlier assistance from the shrine, the ogre would have long since met its demise. However, the situation had now shifted. The goblin general, the dual fire serpents, the ogre, and the ready goblin sorcerers poised to sacrifice themselves were prepared to launch a counterattack. Suddenly, a dense black mist surged forth from the palanquin, driving back all goblin combat squads surrounding the crimson litter. For the first time, the red-robed specter within the palanquin emitted a sound, a melodious and alluring laugh. Yet, to Zhengyu's ears, it rang with sarcasm. Clearly, while formidable, both monsters had exhausted their energy after the recent combat. Perhaps sensing this, the red-robed specter ceased its assault and spoke. "Such a handsome young man. Would you care to spend a delightful evening with your elder sister?" Her voice was imbued with temptation. Zhengyu recalled the strategy outlined by Zhang Zhan, which warned that the red-robed specter would lure adventurers out of the shrine before striking them down. He suddenly realized that the crimson palanquin had never entered the shrine, remaining at the entrance and attacking with the red silk. After a moment of contemplation, Zhengyu summoned the giant-winged spirit butterfly. Initially intending to save it for later use, he now deemed it necessary. Perhaps eliminating her would bring an end to this ordeal. A resonant and ethereal call echoed throughout Shanyu village as a magnificent, oversized butterfly appeared behind Zhengyu. Astonishingly, even the seasoned Tao Can and others could not suppress their astonishment. It was impossible not to be awed by this 4-meter-tall giant butterfly. Its sheer size was spectacular, and its beauty was unparalleled. With the emergence of the giant winged spirit butterfly, a series of ethereal calls resonated as it unleashed various restorative spells. Spirit Butterfly Guardian. The bond between the guardian and the troll is profound. Among all of Zhengyu's summoned creatures, the one with the most formidable health is, surprisingly, the troll itself. A thick shield envelopes the troll, rejuvenating its vitality. The spirit butterfly, with its magnificent wings, begins to chant, augmenting all summoned creatures with an impressive boost of 260 agility and 260 movement speed. To put this into perspective, Zhengyu's own agility is merely 30 points, rendering this enhancement nearly tenfold and affecting all his summons. Finally, with the nurturing of spiritual arts, the energy of the summoned creatures is restored. Following this sequence of supportive skills, the troll regains its health, the twin fire serpents replenish their energy, and the goblin wizard's life sacrifice enables the goblin general to fully recover both energy and health. Observing the red-clad female ghost within the crimson palanquin, Zhengyu remarks, "If you wish to invite me to a delightful evening, you must possess the capability to do so. How does it feel, dear ghost? Are you sweating profusely?" In Chapter 65, dealing with a straightforward man like Zhengyu requires a direct approach. The enormous spirit butterfly has completely altered the battlefield dynamics. The red-clad ghost no longer smiles. Meanwhile, the 3 remaining yellow weasels instantly enter a ghostly state to prepare for the ensuing battle. The palanquin, having lost a third of its health due to the dead soldier's venom, emits a creaking sound, indicating the immense pressure exerted by the fully powered troll, goblin general, twin fire serpents, and spirit butterfly. "You invited me to join you, did you not? I am on my way," Zhengyu chuckles, lightly waving his hand. The summoned creatures surge forward. With a roar, the troll charges ahead, its massive form blocking the path to the palanquin. Gripping a colossal hammer, it brings it down upon the palanquin with tremendous force. "Get lost," comes the melodious yet chilling voice from within the palanquin, accompanied by a palpable aura of shadow that sends shivers down one's spine. Boom. A powerful wave of dark energy engulfs the troll, resulting in a damage reading of 9,871 appearing above its head. Though this figure seems substantial, it fails to breach the protective shield bestowed by the spirit butterfly. The shield absorbs the impact, allowing the troll to continue its advance unimpeded by the red-clad ghost's shadowy assault. Crash! The troll's heavy hammer strikes the palanquin without obstruction, inflicting 5,587 damage. This damage, too, is relatively low, as a gray shield deflects a portion of the impact. This is a skill of the elite creature, the palanquin. Offering protection, a damage output of 5,000 is commendable, considering it is merely a single strike. Zhengyu possesses an abundance of summoned creatures. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The second wave of attack commences, led by goblin archers. Damage readings appear, 1054, 1112, and 1058. Though the figures are lower, they are relentless in their barrage. Following this, the twin fire serpents unleash their fiery auras. The fire serpent hell, the goblin general charges forth, and the dead soldiers launch their ambush. Clang. Suddenly, a crisp drumbeat resonated around the crimson sedan chair. A band dressed in mourning attire emerged from the white mist, playing a lament. The sorrowful music, too, was an ability of the red sedan chair. The bearers, presumably, were those four yellow-skinned apparitions. The protection came from a gray shield. The mournful tunes were the specters in mourning attire that had just appeared, capable of diminishing the attack desires of summoned creatures, a skill of the status-altering variety. The red cord. Zhengyu surmised that the red satin previously observed must indeed pertain to the red cord ability. Zhengyu squinted slightly, realizing that the female ghost in the red dress inside the sedan chair had not employed any skills. She had merely been utilizing the ambient negative energy. At that moment, Zhengyu cast a glance at the mute little girl beside him. Noticing her anxious gaze fixed on the crimson sedan chair, he felt an understanding dawn upon him. So that was it. No wonder she could not enter this ancestral hall. She was the one pulling the strings behind the scenes. Zhengyu had long harbored a question regarding Zhang Zhan's strategy. The descriptions of the red-dressed ghost's abilities were, in fact, those of the sedan chair. This implied that, from Zhang Zhan's perspective, the sedan chair was synonymous with the red-dressed ghost. Thus both were referred to by the same name, spiritual marriage. In reality, however, the sedan chair manipulated the red satin, while the occupant within wielded control over the entire spectral energy of Shangyu village. Upon reaching this conclusion, Zhengyu immediately turned to Wenren Xingyu and Tao Qian, instructing them to ensure that no villager left this place. Tao Qian promptly inquired, "Where are you going?" "The spirit butterfly follows me," Zhengyu replied, taking a spirit butterfly with him. He then took the little girl by the hand, striding confidently toward the entrance of the ancestral hall. A wave of negative energy surged toward Zhengyu. Whoosh! Crack! The shield of the grievance ring shattered. Observing the ground where the negative energy had exploded, Zhengyu noted that it had clearly avoided the little girl. With a smile, he cradled her in his arms, reassuring her, "This way, she will not dare to strike at me." The girl's gaze towards Zhengyu was complex. "Do not look at me like that," he chuckled. "To be honest, I harbor no ill intentions. I merely need to resolve a few matters. For you, it will merely be a repetition of 3 days. Perhaps I can alleviate even more resentment during your repeated 3 days. A curse I once served had a very high opinion of me." If you happen to meet him, Zhengyu rambled on, unexpectedly passing right by the crimson sedan chair without encountering any attack or being enveloped by negative energy. It was as if he were invisible to the multitude of specters lining the streets, as he naturally walked toward the eastern end of the village, holding the little girl. Wenren Xingyu gazed thoughtfully at Zhengyu's departing figure, pondering that at this level of engagement, both parties had likely revealed their cards. Revealed cards? Wenren Xingyu nodded. The red-dressed ghost in the sedan chair, of whom Zhang Zhan has never seen the true visage, indicates that she is likely the mastermind behind it all. This explains why Zhang Zhan's strategy only includes rituals, spiritual marriages, and the procession of spirits, yet lacks a final battle. Because the rituals are false. And the spiritual marriage is also a facade. The crimson sedan chair is the true spiritual marriage. At this juncture, Zhengyu's summoned beast had already subdued the red sedan chair, which signified the conclusion of the ordeal, with only the final step remaining, a visit to the pigsty. Tao Qian inquired, "What about the night parade of 100 demons?" Wenren Xingyu's expression was somewhat peculiar as she replied, "The rituals and ghost marriages are mere fabrications. The night parade of 100 demons is likely not genuine either. The so-called night parade should consist of those women and children who had been sold, engaging in a frenzied slaughter of the villagers." Tao Qian feigned understanding, nodding in agreement. "Indeed, your conjecture aligns closely with mine." Wenren Xingyu rolled her eyes, dismissing Tao Qian's comment. She glanced at the time. 7 hours had elapsed since their entry into the shrine of Shangyu village. In the span of those years, the abyss of nightmares had never witnessed anyone surpassing Zhang Zhan's record. Yet now, it had only been 7 hours. Wenren Xingyu reflected on the moment she was persuaded by Ku Ying to join Zhengyu's team, recalling her initial disdain and skepticism towards him. In hindsight, her friend was indeed a person of great fortune, having latched onto such a formidable ally. Wenren Xingyu regarded Ku Ying earnestly, who appeared somewhat awkward under her gaze, and asked, "What troubles you?" Wenren Xingyu continued, "I was pondering how to bind you and Tao Qian together irrevocably." Ku Ying responded with bewilderment. Tao Qian immediately grasped Wenren Xingyu's implication, gesturing towards the red satin protruding from the sedan chair. Why not just tie you two together? When Rinxin Yu nodded in agreement. You're right. Dealing with a straightforward man like Zheng Yu requires a direct approach. Ku Ying responded with confusion. Chapter 66. They are unworthy of the ancestors' protection. Zheng Yu proceeded unimpeded to the pigsty, where the malevolent aura was even denser than that of the shrine. Upon arrival, the little girl unexpectedly inquired of Zheng Yu, "How did you know I am also from here?" Her voice resembled a spectral blend, not originating from her throat. Sensing the chilling aura emanating from the girl in his arms, Zheng Yu felt no fear. Instead, he expressed his interest by explaining, "Because you are a ghost." The little girl did not comprehend. The crippled spirit had been hindered in life due to its ailments. The elder had mentioned that she was punished and had her tongue severed. How could a ghost have its tongue removed? The girl's ability to chew food adeptly without a tongue indicated that she had been subjected to such a fate in life. To inflict such cruelty upon a child implied that she did not belong to the shrine's community. In truth, the girl had exhibited signs of abnormality long before. The elder had gone to alert others without bringing her along, leaving her by Zheng Yu's side. Upon encountering the gathering of spirits and the ghostly bride in red, she displayed no signs of panic. Zheng Yu had already discerned that the girl was not one of the villagers. However, she was not entirely disconnected either. In other words, the abyss of the shrine harbored no true essence. The girl pouted, conceding his cleverness, noting that the previous outsiders had been foolish enough to hide in coffins, believing they would be safe. What I initially thought to be a place of significance turned out to be merely a refuge I provided for them, intended solely for the amusement of witnessing their misfortunes. Listening to the girl's words, a peculiar glint flickered in Zheng Yu's eyes. He inquired, "Why do you wish to behold their folly?" The girl replied with indignation, "Who told them to aid those wretched villagers?" Ah, now it becomes clear. Zheng Yu understood that Zhang Zhan and his companions had not discerned the true nature of the ancestral shrine's abyss. They merely assumed it was a haunted village. Misled by the initial warnings upon entering the abyss, they believed the disturbances stemmed from their improper veneration of their ancestors. From the very outset, Zhang Zhan's approach to solving the puzzle had been fundamentally flawed. Zheng Yu casually asked, "Have many other outsiders visited this place?" The girl, displaying a rare childlike demeanor, chattered on. "The time I remember most vividly was when a formidable group of outsiders successfully survived the Night of Vengeance and expelled the villagers before the reset of Shangyu village." Zheng Yu began to piece things together. For over a decade, only Zhang Zhan and his group had managed to navigate the shrine's abyss. All the professionals in Shangyu City had assumed that this was the correct method to conquer a nightmare-level shrine. Yet they had all been deceived by the antics of this little girl. It could be said that Zhang Zhan had traversed the shrine in the most rudimentary manner, by simply dragging it out for 3 days, prolonging the event until the ghostly wedding concluded and the Night of 100 Ghosts ceased. No, it should be termed the Night of Vengeance. However, these were mere trivialities. What astonished Zheng Yu even more was the revelation that they possessed the memories of the outsiders. The outsiders who had successfully endured the Night of Vengeance were indeed Zhang Zhan and his group, later referred to by the girl as the foolish outsiders, who were merely following the strategies laid out by Zhang Zhan. He was the first to conquer the shrine in such a manner and had received this astonishing news from the little girl. At the entrance of the pigsty, Zheng Yu could sense the overwhelming resentment within. The so-called Night of 100 Ghosts referred to those who had once been imprisoned here and ultimately perished after being trafficked. Zheng Yu could feel the vengeful spirits within the sty scrutinizing him, as if awaiting his decision. This was precisely why he had come to the pigsty. For the shrine had 2 potential conclusions, 2 choices. The first choice was Zhang Zhan's, to trust the villagers and linger in the shrine until the 3rd day concluded. The second choice was to join the ranks of the vengeful. Facing the multitude of spirits, Zheng Yu pondered for a moment before directly asking the girl, "Whose tongue was severed from you?" The girl tilted her head. "Guess? It must be that old man beside you, right? How dull." Upon Zheng Yu's accurate guess, she displayed a look of dissatisfaction. "I shall assist you in eliminating him," Zheng Yu offered. "No need," she replied, seemingly uninterested in his assistance. Yet Zheng Yu added, "Not only will I slay him, but I will also help you retrieve the treasures from the shrine." The girl paused, then turned to Zheng Yu, asking, "What else is there that you do not know?" Zheng Yu smiled and replied, "It was merely a guess. However, your demeanor and their attitudes have confirmed my suspicions." Zheng Yu pointed towards the pig's pen, where the malevolent spirits no longer targeted him. One must always choose a side. Zheng Yu chose the one he deemed just. Whether you are the malevolent deities or the instigators of this village of spirits, you are but the victims in this scenario. The wicked deserve their punishment. They are unworthy of the ancestors' protection. The ancestral hall's abyss necessitates resolute choices from practitioners, which is why he ventured to the pigsty unimpeded by any specters. They awaited Zheng Yu's decision. Chapter 67. The title of the living king of hell is not without merit. Having made his choice, Zheng Yu garnered the support of the spirits. The malevolent aura that had perpetually surrounded him dissipated entirely. The little girl looked at Zheng Yu and smiled, saying, "Congratulations. You have earned the acknowledgement of the elder sisters." "It is my honor." Zheng Yu gently nodded towards the spirits in the pigsty. The little girl gazed towards the ancestral hall and remarked, "Though we have received the benevolence of the malevolent deity, granting us the power to summon spirits and transform the entire village into a ghost town. We cannot truly punish those beasts as long as the ancestors reside within the hall. Zhengyu inquired, what if there were no ancestors? The little girl smiled sweetly. That would be splendid. I would plunge them into despair from the very roots, tearing them apart within the ancestral hall. I will make them dwell in the pigsty while we enter the hall. I will compel them to worship me, to pay homage to one they deem the most contemptible. I will make them truly become pigs, living as we once did. The little girl chattered on, using her most endearing voice to express the harshest of thoughts. It was evident that she had meticulously planned this revenge scheme for quite some time, awaiting a practitioner to undertake this path. Aside from the girl who had been adopted by the elder and had her tongue severed, the other spirits in the pigsty could not access the ancestral hall. To accomplish these deeds, the assistance of these outsiders was essential. Listening to the little girl's cruel words, Zhengyu expressed his admiration. Now, that is more like it. Revenge should be thorough, not convoluted. Your previous methods of retaliation left them oblivious to their wrongdoings, even unaware of who sought retribution against them. They were merely frightened, lacking any sense of remorse. As an expert in pettiness, Zhengyu criticized their earlier approach as being more about form than substance. They needed to instill genuine regret in their adversaries. Zhengyu declared, I shall handle this matter. The little girl glanced at Zhengyu and then at the shattered red sedan chair, asking, but how will you deal with their ancestors? They are far more formidable than my sisters. Zhengyu replied confidently, that is quite simple. At that moment, the red sedan chair lay in ruins, and nearly 20,000 experience points along with a platinum-grade piece of equipment had already been acquired while he conversed with the little girl. The female ghost in red emerged from the remnants of the sedan chair, floating gracefully in midair. At the behest of Zhengyu, the summoned beasts ceased their attack. All eyes turned curiously towards him, including those of the villagers who were hiding within. Zhengyu carried the little girl into the ancestral hall. When Ren Qingyu hastily inquired, what is happening? Zhengyu replied with a smile, it is nearly complete. Now, we only need to allow these villagers to make their own choice. And then we can depart from here. Choice. When Ren Qingyu was perplexed, Zhengyu gestured for her to observe. Goblin General, summon the heavy cavalry regiment. Yes. With a resounding thud, 30 heavily armored goblin cavalry emerged behind the Goblin General, their synchronized footsteps echoing throughout the ancestral hall. The massive wolves clad in armor stood firmly at the center. In the sky, the red-clad specter furrowed her brow at the imposing display of the cavalry. She had not anticipated that, after all this time, the outsiders still possessed cards yet to be played. In truth, it was only due to the red-clad specter's acknowledgement of Zhengyu's prowess that she permitted him to escort the little girl directly to the pigpen. As the ghost king of Shanyu village, her decisions required her consent. She had recognized the outsider's strength, but was taken aback to discover that he was even more formidable than she had imagined. She quietly deliberated whether the 100 spirits could withstand the charge of this heavy cavalry regiment. Meanwhile, Zhengyu addressed the villagers, saying, you must move the items from the altar. The villagers were momentarily stunned and remained motionless. Move the altar? Impossible, they thought. The altar was their sole protection. How could they possibly relocate it? Beside him, the little girl chuckled, they cannot move it. You expect them to shift the altar themselves? How absurd. Zhengyu softly replied. You are mistaken. The little girl, puzzled, asked, are you going to threaten them with force? Zhengyu shook his head. Force will not sway them. They would rather offer sacrifices than be intimidated. The little girl pointed at the goblin heavy cavalry behind Zhengyu in confusion. Zhengyu smiled and explained. They were originally intended to confront the 100 spirits, which is the trump card of you sisters. I have held this back until now, but alas, it remains unused. I summoned them to demonstrate that no matter which choice I make, I will find a way through. But I have chosen to support you. As he spoke, he stepped into the hall of the ancestral shrine. An immense pressure bore down upon Zhengyu. He could sense that should he take action himself, he would surely perish. The ancestors here were formidable. Zhengyu regarded the villagers and pointed to the dual-faced spirit statue, asking, do you know why your sacrifices always fail? It is because your offerings are too varied. Reflect upon it. Can your ancestors truly accomplish those past feats? The irresistibly alluring tea, the plague that barred entry to all. Your ancestors cannot, but he can. Zhengyu proclaimed passionately, look at this ancestral hall. The spirit that aids you resides here. Yet you allow other entities to exist within this sanctum. Is that not disrespectful? It appeared that the villagers were beginning to believe him. Thus, the time has come for you to make a choice. Either remove the chaos from the ancestral hall, or I shall grant you a swift release from your torment. Choose wisely. Upon finishing his statement, Zhengyu gestured invitingly towards the innermost corner of the hall, where the neglected spirit altar lay shrouded in dust. Zhengyu sensed a disarray in the aura emanating from the altar. His urgency mounted, for it was evident to all that the villagers had genuinely begun to believe his words, and some were stirring with restless intent. Kushing, who observed from the sidelines, expressed her astonishment. They cannot truly be unaware of who has been safeguarding them, can they? When Ren Qingyu replied affirmatively, indeed, they remain oblivious. A sigh escaped Kushing's lips. Poor ancestors, who have silently protected them, only to be forsaken by their own kin. Zhengyu, however, chuckled. I deem this their just retribution. An ancestor who shields demons is hardly virtuous. Amidst their discourse, the villagers astonishingly began to carry the altar outside. An ancestor, feared even by formidable beings like Zhengyu and the Ghost in Red, was effortlessly discarded by its own descendants as if it were refuse. One village woman spat contemptuously at the altar, declaring, "It is your fault. Had it not been for you, our sacrifices would have succeeded long ago." She then turned to Tao Qian, the village chief. Isn't that right? Tao Qian, still clutching his pipe, gave a thumbs up, affirming, "You are correct." With a resounding crack, the altar shattered. Not just that altar, but within the hall, apart from the dual-faced Een deity and 3 utterly useless broken coffins, nothing remained. Zhengyu approached the entrance, gazing at the altar now piled at the threshold like refuse. With a smile, he remarked, "You were tasked with protecting refuse, and now you have become refuse yourself. Yet, this is merely your due. After all, a crooked beam leads to a crooked roof. You were never anything of worth." Sensing the fragmented malice emanating from the altar, Zhengyu was unfazed. He turned to the Ghost in Red, saying, "They are yours now. May you find enjoyment in your endeavors." As the words left his lips, a chilling wind swept through. It turned out they could no longer contain their impatience. One by one, they transformed into their original forms and surged into the hall, the wails of despair commencing. Observing the ensuing chaos, Zhengyu laughed with delight. Though the scene was brutal, when Renkinjiu, still unsatisfied, exclaimed, "They are too fortunate. Such human traffickers deserve the death penalty." Speaking of the death penalty, Tao Qian interjected, while when Renkinjiu added, "Your title of the living Yama is not undeserved." Chapter 68. Eagerly anticipating Zhou Yun's expression, this is the joy of Zhang Zhan. In Shangyu City, Chai Fangzheng smoked one cigarette after another, occasionally sighing. Zhang Zhan offered words of comfort. "Do not fret. Does Chai Yun not possess the resurrection cross? Nothing will go awry." Chai Fangzheng extinguished his cigarette, frowning as he replied, "Have you forgotten that to traverse the depths of the ancestral hall, one must remain inside for 3 full days? In the span of these 3 days, aside from the first day's ritual which poses no danger, which of the subsequent events, the second day's ghostly nuptials blocking the door, or the third day's night of 100 demons, could one easily extricate themselves from? I find myself fervently wishing that they could escape the nightmare-level shrine on the very first day. Otherwise, by the second day, that woman in red could ensnare them in her grasp." Chai Fang's agitation grew as he spoke. "How could I have ever thought to push Chai Yun towards that madman? Zhengyu? Had I known he was deranged, I would have." As Chai Fang became increasingly animated, he suddenly sighed. "It is too late to lament now," Zhang Zhan interjected. "I never anticipated, Zheng, you would be so unhinged. A 13th level practitioner, accompanied by 4 mere onlookers, daring to venture into the abyss of nightmares." Indeed, as Zhang Zhan spoke, a smile unexpectedly crept onto his face. "You dare to laugh?" Chai Fang glared at him, prompting Zhang Zhan to reply. "It simply reminded me of a captain I encountered during my training in the Central District, who was just as mad as Zhengyu." However, Zhang Zhan's demeanor was entirely different from Chai Fang's. He seemed unperturbed, even somewhat eager. Isn't such a disposition indicative of genius? After all, where would one find a true prodigy adhering strictly to convention? How many records has Nanmuyan shattered? How many held him in disdain? And what of the sword god from the Central District, my former captain, and even that insufferable Li Qinggong, whom we both detest? They are all madmen, are they not? In this world, only the insane can attain success. Listening to Zhang Zhan's words, Chai Fang lit another cigarette, his expression stony as he remarked, "Success is labeled madness, while failure results in corpses. I have faith in Zhengyu," Zhang Zhan declared boldly. Chai Fang, unable to counter Zhang Zhan's conviction, shifted the topic, asking, "Did you manage to secure resources for Zhengyu?" Zhang Zhan chuckled. "Weren't you just fretting about whether Zhengyu and the others would survive? Why are you suddenly concerned about what happens after they emerge?" Chai Fang retorted, "Am I to hope for their demise? I'm merely worried. To be honest, I harbor a flicker of hope. If it were anyone else, I would have already sentenced them to death. But Zhengyu, having met him, he does not strike me as one who would recklessly disregard his life. Naturally, I wish for their success. If they succeed, Chai Yun will also benefit. So, have you secured the resources or not?" "I promised Zhengyu that once he exits the abyss, the resources would be ready." Zhang Zhan, appearing somewhat impatient, replied. "When have I ever failed in my endeavors?" Chai Fang, with a skeptical expression, prompted Zhang Zhan to elaborate. "I sought assistance from our faction's leader." Chai Fang, astonished, inquired, "For such a trifling matter, you approached the leader?" Zhang Zhan shook his head. "This is no triviality. Our leader has long-standing animosity with Li Qinggong, and Zhengyu's situation directly involves the Li family faction, utilizing factional influence to seize resources from an orphan, especially one with exceptional talent, who hails from our own Shangyu City. This is something our leader is eager to assist with. He never shies away from actions that would vex Li Qinggong." Chai Fang responded. "So, the resources are secured?" Zhang Zhan proudly declared, "More secure than ever. awaiting Zheng Yu's emergence, which promises to deliver more favorable news. Chai Fong lit another cigarette, acknowledging that merely emerging was commendable, let alone bringing good tidings. Observing Chai Fong's demeanor, Zhang Zhan rose abruptly, grasped Chai Fong, and declared, "Let us indulge in some libations." "I lack the mood," Chai Fong retorted. "Precisely because of that, we must drink. The abyss of the ancestral hall will last at least 3 days. Can you allow yourself to wallow in despair for that long? Let us feast and drown our sorrows, for time shall pass more swiftly in inebriation." Conceding to this reasoning, Chai Fong followed Zhang Zhan outside. Meanwhile, a post materialized on the forum, titled, "Shocking! Zheng Yu has entered the nightmare-level ancestral hall abyss." Upon its release, it rapidly gained traction, as discussions surrounding the ancestral hall had always sparked considerable interest on the Shanyu City forum, being the city's most distinctive abyss. The post included an image confirming Zheng Yu's status as a friend. Practitioners could connect through the sanctum and observe each other's abyssal circumstances. The image revealed Zheng Yu's location within the nightmare-level Shanyu City ancestral hall abyss. A timid inquiry arose. "Who is Zheng Yu? You don't know Zheng Yu? He recently cleared the nightmare-level Cold Street abyss in Jianshui City. Isn't Zheng Yu only at level 13? Indeed, but why are there so many voices from Jianshui City? Jealousy. Of course. Zheng Yu was poached by our city mayor. They're merely here for amusement. You hit the nail on the head. Just to inform you, even if Zheng Yu reaches Shanyu City, you shall reap no benefits, for he is on the brink of demise. Merry jesters, may you perish." From this point onward, the post transcended a mere discussion about Zheng Yu. Some even initiated a guessing thread, speculating whether Zheng Yu could conquer the nightmare-level ancestral hall abyss. Instantly, thousands participated, with 92 of practitioners believing Zheng Yu would perish within the abyss, 7 asserting he would survive, and only 1 wagering on his successful clearance of the nightmare-level abyss. As the online debate escalated, and while Zhang Zhan and Chai Fong drank themselves into a stupor, an unexpected announcement emerged. Notification. Congratulations to the practitioner team, the Summoner Squad, for breaking the historical clearance time of the Ancestral Hall Abyss, Nightmare Level. Clearance time, 8 hours, 44 minutes, and 21 seconds. Captain, Zheng Yu, Summoner. Team members, Tao Qian, Monk, Kuing, Assassin, Wenren Xinyu, Assassin, Chai Yun, Ranger. Remaining team members receive rewards, 100,000 Practitioner Experience. A historical record package, Nightmare Level Ancestral Hall Abyss, and the title of Historical Record Keeper, Nightmare Level version. This notification was exclusive to all practitioners in Shanyu City, a revelation unknown to outsiders. Thus, as practitioners from Shanyu City witnessed their Jianshui counterparts continuing to boast online, a peculiar smile crept upon their faces. The sensation of observing jesters was truly delightful. Continue your raucous chatter. I am all ears. A minute ago, I did not know Zheng Yu. A minute later, he shall be my adoptive father. The prize-winning guessing post that had yet to be closed suddenly transformed the option of clearing the level from 1 to 15. Had it not been for the poster's timely intervention, many would have exploited the opportunity. What astonished everyone was that Zheng Yu managed to clear the nightmarish abyss at that very moment. Meanwhile, Zhang Zhan and Chai Fong, who were previously intoxicated beyond recognition, now stood wide-eyed in shock at the notification before them. Chai Fong rubbed his temples and incredulously inquired, "How many days have we been asleep?" Zhang Zhan retorted, "It's impossible for a professional to be truly drunk. One can simply regain clarity at will." Face the reality, Zheng Yu has cleared the level. Not only did he clear it, but he also shattered the record. Chai Fong remarked, "It seems this is more than just breaking a record, doesn't it? 8 hours, doesn't that seem a bit absurd?" Zhang Zhan chuckled. He likely discovered an alternative method to navigate the ancestral hall's abyss, one that's swifter than mine. Although the record has been broken, I am genuinely pleased. With pride, he turned to Chai Fong and boasted, "What do you think of my foresight?" This time, Chai Fong did not oppose Zhang Zhan, but instead agreed, "Indeed, you've struck gold." Zhang Zhan added, "I am quite curious to see Zhou Yun's expression. Ha. It must be quite amusing. I refuse to believe he can remain composed." The thought of Zheng Yu being the prodigy he had snatched from Jiangshui City filled Zhang Zhan with joy. As long as Zhou Yun felt discomfort, he was happier than anyone else. Chapter 69, Clearing the Ancestral Hall Abyss. Once again, shattering the record. In the nightmarish Ancestral Hall Abyss, the female spirits rampaged, unleashing their resentment and tearing the souls of the villagers to shreds. The red-draped spirit even explained to Zheng Yu, the agony of a soul being torn apart is indescribable, 100-fold more painful than physical suffering. Zheng Yu could not discern the expression of the red-draped spirit, as her face remained concealed beneath her veil. Once all the souls of the villagers were annihilated, the abyss of Shanyu village would reset, and he would be able to depart early. Zheng Yu had many questions regarding the spirit's words, particularly how she possessed the awareness that this was indeed an abyss. He recalled that textbooks described an abyss as a history ensnared in time, suggesting that they should lack consciousness of their existence. However, before Zheng Yu could voice his inquiries, the red-draped spirit preemptively stated, "I know what you wish to ask. I can only tell you that I possess knowledge beyond your imagination, partly derived from the Yin God, and partly from the unique nature of ghostly beings. From the Yin God? Zheng Yu pondered this statement as the cries of the villagers in the courtyard gradually subsided. A system prompt then appeared. Unfortunately, there was no first clear reward, though it was sufficient to elevate him by one level. It is worth noting that after level 15, each advancement becomes exceedingly challenging for professionals. Ancestral Hall Abyss, Nightmare level, has concluded. You will exit the dungeon in 5 minutes. I must take my leave. Zheng Yu addressed the red-draped spirit, sensing that she was the controller of all the Yin energy in Shangyu village. In other words, the true harbinger of the curse is the woman in red, while the other female spirits in the pigsty are merely manifestations of her power. Ultimately, it would be impossible to confront the woman in red directly. She cast a glance at Zheng Yu and remarked, "Next time you come, do remember to bring the village chief's coffin as well. With 4 coffins, we can compel the true form of our ancestors to emerge. Additionally, eliminate that green-eyed yellow weasel. Ensure the fire in the copper basin remains unextinguished." After uttering these 3 commands, the woman in red extended her hand, summoning a wave of ominous energy that enveloped the shattered red sedan chair on the ground. In the next instant, the fragmented pieces of the red sedan chair began to assemble as if animated by some unseen force, restoring it to its former state. A chilling squeak emanated from the yellow weasel, which emerged from the ground in a shroud of black mist. The mournful music resumed, as 4 resurrected yellow weasels hoisted the red sedan chair, approaching the woman in red with reverence. They lowered themselves, tilting the sedan chair to facilitate her entry. The green-eyed yellow weasel stepped forward and drew back the curtain of the sedan chair. The woman in red gracefully entered, and upon doing so, the oppressive aura that surrounded her dissipated entirely. Zheng Yu then realized that the red sedan chair was, in fact, a disguise employed by the woman in red to conceal her true spectral essence. With a creak, the 4 yellow weasels lifted the sedan chair. At that moment, the voice of the woman in red resonated from within, inquiring, "When will you return?" Zheng Yu pondered for a moment. "Will you allow me to pass freely?" "No," she replied. Then, 3 days from now, he stated. "Very well, I shall await your arrival." Her words, "I shall await you," left Zheng Yu momentarily stunned. Nearby, one Rinkinjiu immediately turned to Ku Ying, instructing, "Remember your rival." Ku Ying rolled her eyes, feeling utterly helpless against her friend's incessant chatter. Tao Qian, ever the gossip, chimed in, "But she is a ghost. So what? Perhaps Zheng Yu has a unique taste," Ku Ying retorted. Zheng Yu interrupted with a hint of annoyance. "If you continue to babble, I shall leave you behind with the ghost." When Rinkinjiu promptly fell silent, Zheng Yu glanced at the time and declared, "We must depart. We shall return in 3 days." "All right," they agreed, knowing that whatever depths Zheng Yu explored, they would follow, as they had no choice in the matter. They cherished every opportunity to descend into the abyss, for each venture was one less chance. Zheng Yu had now reached level 15, while they had only just advanced to level 11, a significant disparity. As for Zheng Yu's motive to re-enter the Ancestral Hall's abyss, it was straightforward, a hidden quest. The 3 matters mentioned by the woman in red, the green-eyed yellow weasel, the 4 coffins, and the flames in the copper basin, were likely the key elements he had overlooked. Since these were emphasized by the woman in red, it warranted another attempt. In the hall of the Ancestral Abyss, Zhao Ning, as was his custom, had breakfast and then settled in to await prey in the Ancestral Abyss. The previous evening, he had thought he had found a promising opportunity, only to discover a group of children who inexplicably managed to reach level 10. After waiting for nearly half a year, Zhao Ning found himself astonished by the arrival of a professional team led by a summoner. Upon pushing open the door, he briefly thought he had entered the wrong place. Why were there so many people? The Shrine Abyss was unusually crowded. It struck him as odd, although this month marked the awakening season. How could so many individuals have swiftly reached level 10? Accustomed to the usual desolation of the Shrine Abyss Hall, the sudden influx of people left Zhao Ning momentarily dazed. The staff members in the Shrine Abyss Hall were quite familiar with Zhao Ning. Upon seeing him, one of them directly inquired, "Are you unaware?" "Unaware of what?" Zhao Ning responded, confusion evident on his face. "Did you not receive the notification from Shangyu City?" Shaking his head, Zhao Ning replied, "I turned off notifications. They are too bothersome. Someone has cleared the nightmare level abyss." "The shrine?" "Indeed. Yet, that cannot account for such a crowd here. I recall that since Mayor Zhang Zhan released the strategy, several groups of professionals have cleared the shrine abyss." The staff interrupted Zhao Ning, asking, "Did they break the record?" Could it be Zhao Ning suddenly turned his gaze to the large screen in the center of the Shrine Abyss Hall, which displayed the historical records projected by the temple. To his astonishment, he discovered that the record holder for the Nightmare Level Abyss, Zhang Zhan, had been replaced by Zheng Yu. Abyss Shrine, Nightmare Level, Completion Record, 8 hours, 44 minutes, 21 seconds. Completion Team Members, Tao Qian, Monk, Ku Ying, Assassin, Wenrin Xingyu, Assassin, Chai Yun, Ranger. Zhao Ning rubbed his eyes. What? 8 hours. He rubbed them again. The staff beside him chuckled. Stop rubbing your eyes. You are not mistaken. It is indeed 8 hours. You must not follow the forums at all. They have been buzzing with activity. So now you understand why so many are gathered here. There were onlookers, media, and reporters. More importantly, many professionals and companies aspired to forge friendships with Zheng Yu. He could hardly believe that even Mayor Zhang Zhan and Minister Chai Fong had arrived early. Remarkable. Such a young individual, yet commanding such respect. Even the mayor and the Minister of Resources have come to greet him personally. His future is boundless. If only I could meet Zheng Yu. He is destined to become a figure of mayoral stature. Damn it, I should have spoken more with him yesterday. The staff rambled on. Meanwhile, Zhao Ning stood to the side, feeling utterly absurd. It was them. A summoner, a monk, and two assassins. Such an improbable combination that Zhao Ning could never forget. He never anticipated that the summoner he had directly rejected was, in fact, a significant asset. The staff beside him lamented not having conversed more with Zheng Yu. Recalling a time when the requirements to join a team for clearing the nightmare-level abyss were merely to know how to roast kidneys. Yet, he had failed to seize the opportunity. Not only did he miss it, but he had also inadvertently mocked the individual. Damn. Zhao Ning felt as if he had guessed the winning numbers for a lottery worth millions, only to realize he had never purchased a ticket, merely written the numbers down. This sensation was utterly infuriating. Chapter 70, a timely assistance and an embellishment. Jiangshui City. The mayor's office was enveloped in a heavy silence. It was not so much quiet as it was suffocating, with officials at every level holding their breath, reluctant to utter a word. Mayor Zhou Yun had remained silent throughout the meeting, his expression unchanged, all due to the recent news delivered by his secretary. Zheng Yu had once again conquered a nightmarish abyss, shattering a record that Zhang Zhan had held for 7 or 8 years. Had the record been broken by one of the practitioners from their own city of Shanyu, Zhou Yun might have begrudgingly offered his congratulations, harboring a twinge of jealousy for this stroke of fortune that had bestowed a genius upon their faction. However, the issue lay in the fact that this record-breaking practitioner was originally from Jiangshui City. As Zhou Yun gazed at the news of Zheng Yu's achievement, a smile crept across his face after a prolonged silence, and he remarked, "Why is everyone looking at me? It's merely a trivial matter." Zhou Yun maintained a facade of nonchalance, as if nothing of significance had transpired. What he deemed trivial, however, had ignited a fervent uproar on the forums, particularly within the Jiangshui City practitioners, who had not been promptly informed of Zheng Yu's triumph over the nightmarish abyss. They had been busy deriding and venting their frustrations. Many supported Zhou Yun's decision, believing resources should be allocated to Li Feng. Initial analyses suggested that if Zhou Yun aligned himself with the Li family faction, Jiangshui City would effectively become an extension of that faction, potentially offering opportunities to work within it or even team up with faction members to enter the abyss. As for Zheng Yu, he was merely a summoner, they thought. However, as the news gradually spread through Jiangshui City, it swiftly backfired on all those who had scoffed. Zheng Yu's departure, coupled with Zhou Yun's maneuvering, had cultivated resentment among the practitioners of Jiangshui City towards Zheng Yu. In Shanyu City, many also believed that Zheng Yu would not achieve significant development. Yet, just 4 days after entering Shanyu City, he conquered the nightmarish abyss once more, setting a new record with an astonishing performance. Was this a lack of development? Was this trivial? What practitioner could simultaneously conquer 2 nightmarish abysses, both while breaking records? Gradually, posts criticizing Zhou Yun began to emerge on the forums. A timely assistance and an embellishment. Who suffers loss and who gains? The original poster argued that by providing resources to Li Feng and fostering ties with the Li family faction, Zhou Yun not only expressed loyalty to them, but also successfully integrated into their ranks. This was an embellishment. However, the essential question remained, would Zhou Yun's affiliation with the Li family faction genuinely benefit us? In contrast to Zheng Yu, an orphan who had found himself adrift in Jiangshui City, nurturing and cultivating him would be a timely assistance. For a genius of his caliber, paired with such beneficence, I cannot fathom how one could fail to discern the difference. This post garnered significant traction, propelling it into the spotlight. Although Zheng Yu was merely a summoner, his achievements were sufficient to attest to his prowess. Meanwhile, the practitioners from Shanyu City reveled in the spectacle. Continue your analyses. After all, it is our Shanyu City that provides timely assistance, not yours. I recall that previously, you all confidently asserted that Zheng Yu was incapable. How is it that you have now begun to speculate about his future? Observe the nature of their analyses. Have you forgotten that Zheng Yu is akin to a nightmarish abyss, accompanied by 4 mere onlookers? It is utterly suffocating. Confronted with the derision of the practitioners from Shanyu City, those from Jiangshui City found themselves utterly speechless, for the truth lay plainly before them. Achievements serve as the most compelling evidence. Gradually, the practitioners of Jiangshui City redirected their ire towards Zhou Yun, with some beginning to criticize his decision-making. A few even resorted to outright vitriol. However, these posts vanished within moments of their emergence. The forum is not governed by the sanctuary. Zhou Yun, dismissing the matter as trivial, covertly instructed the administrators to erase any posts detrimental to him. My recent post has disappeared. Who is in a rush? I shall remain silent. Zhou Yun is a fool. Whoever deleted my post deserves a curse upon their family. the forum devolved into chaos. With nearly all first and second-tier practitioners from both Shanyu and Jianshui cities participating, Zhang Zhan observed the forum with a grin that could scarcely be contained. I am thoroughly amused. The posts crafted by these youngsters are remarkably creative. Ha ha ha, this insult directed at Zhou Yun is quite clever. I shall give it a thumbs up. Alas, who deleted the post? I had yet to show my appreciation. That old dog Zhou Yun, daring to act yet unwilling to face the consequences. It is pathetic. Watching Zhang Zhan, devoid of any semblance of a mayoral demeanor, casually seated as he scrolled through the forum, Chai Fong was rendered speechless. In truth, Zhang Zhan had already tempered his exuberance. In his youth, he was renowned in Shanyu City for his reckless abandon, which is precisely why he became the first practitioner to conquer the Hall Abyss. It is worth noting that the Hall Abyss was once deemed a forbidden place in Shanyu City, feared due to the presence of a vengeful spirit in red, causing all to shy away from its depths. A resonant hum echoed from the far end of the Hall Abyss. Chai Fong cautioned, cease scrolling through the forum. Zheng Yu and his companions have emerged. They have emerged? Zhang Zhan sprang to his feet. Come, let us welcome our future star. Hiss. The first to emerge was Tao Qian. Upon witnessing the throngs gathered before him, he could not help but exclaim, the sensation of being a celebrity is truly delightful. When Renkinjiu rolled her eyes, you are hardly a celebrity, they are here for Zheng Yu. Ku Ing interjected, let us not speak the truth too bluntly. We could savor a few more seconds of enjoyment before Zheng Yu makes his entrance. When Renkinjiu sighed, shortly thereafter, Chai Yun appeared, and someone recognized her. Yun Yun. It's me. Chai Yun spotted the girl who called out to her, realizing she was an old classmate. I was just curious why a familiar name appeared among the record-breaking team. It truly is you. Chai Yun looked up at the Sanctuary's records and indeed found her name inscribed there. A sense of inexplicable pride welled within her. Previously, the names atop that list were exclusively occupied by Zhang Zhan and her cousin, Chai Fong. She had never imagined that one day her own name would grace that esteemed position. It felt surreal. I truly envy you for having conquered the nightmarish abyss and even shattered records. Ever since that day you suddenly went silent. I presumed you would never return to the realm of professional players. Such admiration mingles with envy among my classmates. Their eyes betray a deep-seated jealousy. Why was it not I who caught this fortunate opportunity? Why was it you, Chai Yin? This fire of jealousy cannot be suppressed, revealing itself in their gazes. Yet, the more they envy, the more joy radiates from Chai Yun. She does not feel inferior despite their assumptions that she merely rode on the coattails of others to achieve nightmarish abyss. After all, being able to cling to such support is a skill in itself. Grateful thoughts for her cousin flood Chai Yun's mind. It is her first encounter with the delightful sensation of privilege. Zheng Yu does not lack for support, and her position in the team is solely thanks to her cousin, the Minister of the Resource Department in Shanyu City. Chai Yun contemplates sending a gift to Chai Fong, something valuable. She picks up her phone and sends a message to him. At that moment, Chai Fong and Zhang Zhan are waiting for Zheng Yu's appearance. Upon receiving Chai Yun's message, he reads, Brother, thank you so much. You've truly helped me this time. I've asked my mother to send you some resources. Rest assured, they are all valuable items, enough to secure a commutation for you. Chai Fong, what sort of madness is this? Zhang Zhan, having seen the message as well, analyzes, she probably wants to express her gratitude. A commutation is indeed quite precious. Chai Fong, Chapter 71. Unfortunately, my luck is not very good. Zheng Yu is the last to emerge. The moment he is teleported out, a throng of people rushes towards him. Greetings, Zheng Yu. I am the General Manager of Angel Pharmaceuticals. I would like to invite you to be our company's representative professional player. Oh, great one. Do you recognize me? Will you take me into the abyss next time? I'll pay. Zheng Yu, do you need a girlfriend? What a shameless person. Can't you see there are 3 beautiful women beside him? Do you really think it's your turn? Would you mind if I became your 4th wife? Zheng Yu, could you sell me the strategy for clearing the Ancestor Hall abyss separately? I am willing to pay a high price to monopolize the strategy. Monopoly dog. Get out of Jiuzhou. This cacophony is unlike anything Zheng Yu has ever witnessed. It reminds him of the entertainment stars from his past life, who likely experienced similar adoration. Just as he contemplates how to handle the situation and slip away from the Ancestor Hall abyss, a voice resonates. Hello everyone, I am Zhang Zhan, the mayor of Shanyu City. The voice emanates from the loudspeaker, instantly quieting the fervent crowd. I need to discuss a few matters with Zheng Yu. May I have him for a moment? The tone is polite, and no one dares to refuse. After all, Zhang Zhan is the strongest professional player in Shanyu City. The reverence for strength is vividly manifested in this world. Zheng Yu is astonished to discover such an upscale lounge within the Abyss Hall. Observing the exquisite lounge and the precious teas on the table, he casually remarks, Haha, I've only been here twice myself. As Zhang Zhan speaks, he takes a seat at the tea table and skillfully prepares the tea leaves. Once, in this very moment, I, as the mayor, sought to discuss your future with you. Another occasion was 8 years prior when I sat in your seat conversing with the then mayor about my own future. Zheng Yu accepted the tea from Zhang Zhan, smiling as he remarked, So, I have your endorsement? Zhang Zhan, without any pretentious pleasantries typical of political discourse, nodded affirmatively, indeed. My decision to bring you to Shanyu City was largely a gamble. I shall spare you the usual formalities. My rivalry with Zhou Yun means that your strength brings him displeasure, and his discomfort brings me joy. However, your prowess has exceeded my expectations, compelling me to engage with you in my capacity as mayor. Zheng Yu surmised Zhang Zhan's intention. Factions. Zhang Zhan was not surprised by Zheng Yu's deduction. After all, Chai Fong had previously broached the subject of factions with him. Yes, given your current display of strength, unless unforeseen circumstances arise, reaching level 40 is merely a matter of time. The faction to which Chai Fong and I belong is led by Lu Nanyin, with Zhuge Wuhan as the vice leader. There are two pathways to join a faction. The first is to reach level 40 and demonstrate your abilities, which may prompt a faction to invite you, or, as Zhou Yun did, you could proactively contact the Li family faction. The second pathway is through nurturing. Individuals like yourself will be prioritized for development by the faction. Zheng Yu inquired. So, I would gain access to the faction's resources? Zhang Zhan replied. It encompasses more than mere resources. Zheng Yu shook his head, genuinely unaware of the full extent. On another note, prior to acquiring the Hex Deck Enhanced Runes, he had not anticipated delving into this realm so swiftly. Just a few days had passed. An appointment? Zhang Zhan nodded, then stated, to be direct, the Abyss is considered a resource by the faction. The timing of its opening and who enters first are determined by the faction. Zheng Yu remarked, that resonates with me. He had already contemplated the reality of this world, where strength reigns supreme. A single strong individual could monopolize resources, let alone a faction composed of powerful members. Indeed, this was to be expected. Zheng Yu asked, does this imply that the composition of my team must consist of faction members? Zhang Zhan nodded, but added, you need not worry about your current companions. Both Tao Qian and Wen Renkinjiu, after successfully clearing several Abyss dungeons, will possess resources far surpassing those of ordinary practitioners. As your level increases, you may find it challenging to continue teaming with them. I understand, Zheng Yu replied. I merely wish to inquire whether the faction could arrange for me to enter the Abyss independently. Zhang Zhan frowned. You prefer not to team up? Indeed. I agree to join the faction, but I have but one request. Prioritize arranging the Abyss for me. Do not assign me any teammates. However, if the faction requires me to guide the offspring of certain individuals through the Abyss, I can be persuaded by monetary compensation and the promise of preferential treatment. Zhang Zhan chuckled. Such confidence? Zheng Yu shook his head. It is not confidence. Rather, time is of the essence. Time. Zhang Zhan stared blankly at Zheng Yu. His expression tinged with surprise as he uttered, you can't possibly be. Before he could finish his sentence, Zheng Yu interjected. I shall not forget the unpleasantness we experienced in Jiangshui City simply because you have procured resources for me. To this day, he hasn't even offered a single apology. Zhang Zhan inquired, what if he were to apologize? Zheng Yu replied, whether or not he apologizes is a matter of his character. Accepting or rejecting his apology, and whether to forgive him, is a matter of my own character. At this point, Zheng Yu chuckled softly. Unfortunately, my character is rather lacking. Chapter 72, 200,000 Experience. Continuous leveling up. As he watched Zheng Yu depart, Zhang Zhan was filled with reflections of his former self. Youthful, confident, brimming with vigor, unafraid of anything. Ah, how I've aged. Zhang Zhan sighed. At just 30 years old, why do I feel so overwhelmed, apprehensive before undertaking any task? He recalled how Zheng Yu had visibly bristled at the mention of faction monopolization in the Abyss. Chai Fong, lighting a cigarette, took a drag, his expression mirroring that of Captain Zhuge Wuhan from long ago. Zhang Zhan rose and opened the window to dispel the smoke lingering in the room, smiling as he remarked. Yet now, after 7 or 8 years, he too has become just like us. Everyone has their youthful days. Young professionals often perceive the Abyss as merely a route to upgrade, to gain strength, and to attain social standing. Yet they fail to ponder why the government bestows such high status upon professionals. Peering out of the window, Zhang Zhan observed Zheng Yu and Tao Qian departing the ancestral hall's Abyss Grand Hall, engaged in lively conversation, followed by a throng of young professionals. I too was once in such a prominent position, Zhang Zhan mused. Chai Fong, without a hint of mercy, countered, that was in Shanyu City. I recall when you trained in the Central District, you were utterly humiliated. Zhang Zhan scoffed, as if you were any different. Ignoring Chai Fong, he continued, I wonder how those two who went to the Central District for training this year are faring now. Don't fret about them. Instead of worrying about the youth, perhaps you should consider your own situation. Zhou Yun has already reserved a spot in the Abyss 6 months from now, while you plan to stagnate at level 45. The subject of leveling up caused Zhang Zhan some distress. There was the 2-star Abyss, but it had long been filled. Oh, by the way, there's a 6-star Abyss currently lacking a leader. Do you think I should go? He asked with a smile, only to receive an eye roll from Chai Fong. You don't even qualify to be a member of the 5-star Abyss, and you aspire to lead in the 6-star Abyss? Chai Fong replied incredulously. By the way, is there a possibility? Zhang Zhan suddenly recalled Zheng Yu's earlier words. Considering Zheng Yu's current rate of advancement, perhaps with another 6 months, He could very well elevate me through a 6-star or even 7-star difficulty abyss. Chai Fong was left speechless. Wait, are you serious? You, of all people, the strongest professional to emerge from Shangyu City in the past decade, are waiting for a kid younger than you to guide you through the abyss? What about your pride? Zhang Zhan nonchalantly remarked, it matters not. If Zheng Yu can indeed continue to level up at this pace without encountering any obstacles, it is quite possible. After all, being a professional does not equate to years of service. Who decrees that age guarantees strength? Zhuge Wuhan is 2 years younger than us. Yet he is already a vice leader. What if, right? What if indeed? Nevertheless, it is truly something to look forward to. In gratitude, Chai Yun specifically engaged a professional chef team to host a celebration banquet within the villa. She even inquired about the art of roasting kidneys from the chefs. Although she was acutely aware that her opportunities to accompany Zheng Yu into the depths would likely dwindle to just 1 or 2, it was imperative to express her appreciation. Whether they could conquer another nightmare-level abyss depended solely on Zheng Yu's mood and willingness to take her along. After indulging in a sumptuous feast, she noted, by the way, the price for the next venture has risen to 5 million. Not an issue. Chai Yun promptly agreed. Faced with Zheng Yu's price increase, she harbored no objections and readily acquiesced. Besides, 5 million was merely the standard market rate, and there was a scarcity of formidable allies available to guide others through the abyss. Chai Yun, Wen Rin Xingyu, and Ku Ying were tasked with procuring the necessary supplies. Tao Qian assisted Zheng Yu in navigating the various procedural requirements for obtaining resources, which proved to be rather cumbersome, yet fortunately did not necessitate the personal presence of Zheng Yu. Meanwhile, Zheng Yu remained within the villa, beginning to assess the fruits of their labor. They had secured 2 rewards: Nightmare Level Completion Reward, Shrine Abyss Treasure Chest, Nightmare Level, 100,000 experience points for professionals. Historical Record Reward, Shrine Abyss Historical Record Chest, Nightmare Level, 100,000 experience points for professionals. Setting aside other considerations, merely the 200,000 experience points from the 2 rewards was already astonishing. Zheng Yu had inquired with Tao Qian, who informed him that their combined completion experience reward amounted to only 40,000. Zheng Yu promptly claimed the experience points. Experience gained, 100,000. Experience gained, 100,000. Level, 1517, 91,000. 32,400 experience points needed for the next upgrade. Health, 1,061, 012, 670, 7, 950 from equipment attributes. Mana, 890, 930. Intelligence, 485, 527. Strength, 134, 141. Agility, 3, 133. Remaining free attribute points, 28. With 200,000 experience points, he ascended 2 levels directly. His base health increased by over 2,000. And as his level rose, the increment in health capacity grew even more pronounced. Level remains paramount. Zheng Yu calculated that he required approximately 20,250,000 experience points. 1 nightmare level abyss would suffice to elevate him to level 20, just as Zhang Zhan had achieved upon conquering the nightmare level shrine. Zheng Yu contemplated entering the shrine abyss once more to complete the special task hinted at by the red-clad female ghost. Subsequently, he would choose to conquer either the blood-soaked film studio or the Dark Valley. Zheng Yu was not fixated on shattering all records. Certainly, Zheng Yu could forego the hidden mission to the Ancestral Hall. However, considering the extraordinary nature of the woman in red and the rumors circulating online regarding the rewards of hidden missions, Zheng Yu found himself more inclined to once again delve into the abyss of the Ancestral Hall. After leveling up, Zheng Yu's gaze fell upon 2 treasure chests. Rubbing his hands together, he admitted to feeling quite eager. As he opened the chests, Chapter 73, The Dragon Lord and the Ark of Justice unfolded. With a click on the treasure chest in his inventory, a splendid light enveloped the entire system interface. Ding! You have opened the nightmarish level completion treasure chest of the Ancestral Hall. Congratulations! You have obtained the armor boots, Shadow Spirit boots, diamond grade. Congratulations! You have also received 25 enhancement stones, 25 forging stones, 50 soul orb materials, and 10,000 health potions, restoring 10 health points. A plethora of materials and a piece of diamond grade armor. Zheng Yu immediately ventured into the sanctuary shop. Diamond grade equipment at level 20 had only been traded 3 times in decades, with the highest transaction price reaching 65 million and the lowest at 41 million. Zheng Yu gasped at the thought of equipment worth over 50 million. Wealthy individuals truly do not regard money as money, he mused. Typically, practitioners capable of clearing the nightmarish abyss would have factions vying for them. If they obtained diamond grade equipment that they could not utilize, they would often sell it to their faction for a higher price, gaining privileges that money could not buy. Thus, the sanctuary shop rarely saw top-tier equipment for sale. Zheng Yu glanced at the attributes of the boots. Armor, Shadow Spirit boots. Required level, 20. Requirements, none. Grade, diamond. Attributes, agility 100, health 7,000, movement speed 20. Equipment effect. While wearing this gear, protected by the shadow spirit, you can actively enter a ghost form, reducing damage by 30 for 30 seconds. When worn by summoners, it allows the designated summon or the wearer to enter ghost form. Forging, 0. Enhancement, 0. Refinement, 0. Runes, no runes embedded. What a remarkable item. The health increase surpasses that of an entire set of the human skin spider trio, not to mention the 100 agility attribute and the 20 increase in movement speed, which perfectly aligns with the caliber of diamond grade boots. However, the most crucial aspect lies in its active effect, 30 damage reduction. Just this attribute alone holds a value of several million. Unless there exists equipment with superior attributes, this pair of boots could remain in use indefinitely. After all, diamond grade equipment is regarded as the pinnacle even at level 40. Quite impressive indeed. The human skin spider trio consists of a hat, top, and gloves, and he was precisely in need of boots, making the shadow spirit boots a perfect fit. Once donned, the base health combined with the equipment's health could reach nearly 20,000 health points. The previous worry of being instantaneously eliminated now felt somewhat alleviated. The health of the equipment is sufficient to ensure survival against instant elimination. Additionally, there exists the shield from the Ring of Resentment, the taunt from training dummies, and the protection of the giant winged spirit butterfly. To eliminate him swiftly is no simple task. However, one must wait until he reaches level 20 to don the diamond tier boots. Zhengyu then proceeded to open the historical record gift package. You have opened the historical record gift package, Temple Abyss Nightmare level. Your profession has been detected as summoner. The reward pool is locked to summoner type equipment. Congratulations. You have obtained the summoning beast equipment, the soul claiming Swona, at diamond rank 20. Congratulations. You have received 25 enhancement stones, 25 forging stones, 50 soul pearl materials, and 10,000 health potions. The Swona? Zhang Yu was momentarily taken aback, recalling the mournful tunes of a ghost marriage. The Swona is the most vital instrument. Once it sounds, even the spirits retreat. He never anticipated drawing equipment for his summoning beast. The historical record gift package proved to be more user-friendly than Zheng Yu had imagined. Summoning beast equipment is significantly rarer than that of professional gear, especially at the diamond level. Summoning beast equipment, soul claiming Swona. Equipment level, level 20. Equipment rank, diamond. Equipment attributes, health 19,000, attack power 1, 280. Equipment effect, sound effect type skills, effect 100. Upon releasing a skill, there is a probability of playing a mournful tune, reducing the enemy's defense by 15. Remarkable. This piece of equipment is perfectly suited for the giant winged spirit butterfly. It can only be worn by the giant winged spirit butterfly, as only its butterfly song skill qualifies as a sound effect type skill. An increase of 100 in effect signifies a qualitative enhancement, effectively doubling the originally increased speed. Most importantly, it also diminishes the enemy's defense by 15. Truly, this is diamond level equipment. Zheng Yu was thoroughly pleased with both diamond tier items. Furthermore, Zheng Yu recalled that he still had 2 hex deck technologies yet to claim. These would be the greatest rewards for enhancing his strength. He proceeded to claim the hex deck runes. A humming sound resonated. Zheng Yu acquired his 7th and 8th hex deck enhancement runes. Congratulations. You have drawn the 7th rune, the silver level axiom arc. Congratulations. You have drawn the 8th rune, the silver level heart of the divine dragon sovereign. Zheng Yu's eyes brightened. What he lacked had come to him. He had never felt so fortunate. Although they were merely 2 silver level hex deck enhancement runes, they were precisely what he needed. The axiom arc restores energy. It completely compensates for the excessive energy consumption of the twin magic fire flood dragon. For every unit defeated, it restores 10 energy. The twin magic fire flood dragon excels in slaying foes, meaning that with proper execution, it can achieve sustained output with the axiom arc. This represents a tremendous enhancement for the twin magic fire flood dragon. As for the heart of the divine dragon sovereign, Zheng Yu was in need of a true master. The bond with the divine dragon sovereign can directly create a formidable master. Divine dragon sovereign bond, 2468. A comprehensive enhancement of 50, 100, 150, and 300 can indeed be deemed remarkably potent. As for the selection of a champion, at this moment, Zheng Yu received a call from Chai Fong. Subsequently, Zhuge Wuhan, the vice leader of our faction, acquiesced to your previous request and procured 2 exceptional summoning beast skill books for you, one at level 15 and the other at level 20, thus sparing you the need to purchase them from the temple shop. I have dispatched them to you via the temple mailbox. After Chai Fong concluded his message, he hastily disconnected the call. Ding. You have unclaimed mail from the temple. Please remember to check it. Zheng Yu soon received the skill books for summoning beasts and was intrigued by what they deemed as top-tier summoning creatures. Chapter 74, 6th Tier Talent. Primal Bloodline, War Minotaur. He opened his mailbox, retrieving the 2 skill books. Chai Fong had kindly elucidated in the mailbox. One is a level 15 summoning beast with a 3rd tier talent, and the other is a level 20 summoning beast with a 4th tier talent. Since there are no summoners in the faction, most are unaware of the significance of talent tiers. Nonetheless, These two are the highest tier summoning beasts that the faction could procure. Examine their types and see if they please you. If not, the vice leader stated he could seek further options for you. One must commend the sincerity displayed. After all, both Chai Fong and the vice leader are not summoners, and their ability to achieve this level far surpasses that of Zhou Yun from Jianshui City. Zheng Yu had previously searched for a level 15 summoning beast skill book in the temple, with the finest being a skeleton soldier of second-tier talent. Priced at 1 million, far inferior to the third-tier talent Minotaur bestowed upon him by the faction. Indeed, this level 15 summoning beast of third-tier talent is none other than the orc summoning creature, the Minotaur. Truly exceptional. The Minotaur, the quintessential warrior among orcs, possesses resilience, offensive capabilities, defense, protection, and control, rendering it a comprehensive combatant. As for the talent, with a demonic contract available for upgrades, Zheng Yu felt no concern. This class of Minotaur was precisely the summoning beast he had long desired. If the Goblin General excelled in combat experience and commanding presence, the Minotaur is the embodiment of sheer numerical prowess. Coincidentally, the bond effect of the Divine Dragon Sovereign bestows percentage enhancements. The higher the stats, the greater the augmentation. As a tank warrior, the Minotaur is perfectly suited to become the Divine Dragon Sovereign. Following the usual procedure, he inscribed the contract formation, utilized the Summoning Beast skill book, and bound the Minotaur as his fourth summoning beast. Mu. A quintessential bellow of a bull resonated from the contract formation. Shortly thereafter, a towering Minotaur, wielding a colossal axe larger than Zheng Yu himself, emerged. The sheer presence of the creature left Zheng Yu somewhat breathless. Hiss. The breath exhaled by the Minotaur carried an essence reminiscent of a jet engine. Master. Upon encountering Zheng Yu, the Minotaur bowed respectfully, lowering its head. Its voice deep and resonant. After uttering the word master, it fell silent. This marked the second talking summon Zheng Yu had encountered, the first being the Goblin General. The twin fire serpent remained mute, whether due to an inability to speak or a reticence to do so was unclear. In contrast, the giant winged spirit butterfly was quite loquacious and clingy, though she communicated solely through ethereal chimes that no one could comprehend. The Minotaur exuded a simple and honest demeanor. Zheng Yu, without even checking the Minotaur's attributes and skills, initiated the process of talent evolution. Thanks to the continuous elevation of levels, the unexpected fortune had already been credited. Upon reaching level 14, he received 1,400 points, at level 15, 1,500 points, and at level 16, 1,600 points. Thus, he had fully reaped the rewards of his surprise windfall. Zheng Yu had previously pondered whether, had he not drawn his unexpected fortune so early, he might have accrued 7,000 points by level 70. Yet, upon reflection, the health increase from leveling up far outweighed the benefits of those points. Furthermore, evolving a 5th-tier talent to the 6th tier required 5,000 to 6,000 talent points. Would this amount suffice at level 70? Moreover, the intrinsic effect of unexpected fortune was that it was automatically applied upon acquisition, leaving no room for retention. Unexpected fortune was a boon of the early stages. For consecutive occurrences yielded 5,000 to 6,000 talent points, significantly enhancing early progress. In contrast, for occurrences in the later stages might yield no advancement whatsoever. With the support of unexpected fortune, Zheng Yu proceeded to enhance his Minotaur. He expended 250 talent points to evolve the Minotaur from a 3rd-tier summon to an elite 4th-tier Minotaur. Yet, this was not sufficient. He continued to elevate its status, consuming 600 talent points to evolve it into a 5th-tier War Minotaur. Zheng Yu noted that advancing the War Minotaur to the 6th tier would require 4,000 talent points, 1,000 points more than the Goblin General, and 1,000 points less than the Twin Fire Serpent. With 3,650 points of unexpected fortune remaining, alongside previously accrued talent points, he converted all 28 attribute points gained from leveling into health. By sacrificing 3,500 health points, he could amass the requisite 4,000 talent points. After calculating, Zheng Yu found his remaining base health to be nearly 5,000. By utilizing the Demon Pact to sacrifice 3,500 health points, and considering the accumulation of health from his equipment, his total was still substantial. He resolved to proceed. Consume 4,000 talent points to evolve the War Minotaur. Thus, the War Minotaur evolved into the Savage Bloodline War Minotaur, marking the emergence of Zheng Yu's first 6th-tier summon. Currently, the War Minotaur boasted 2 bonds, the heroic bond of the Divine Dragon Lord, enhancing all attributes by 50. A resounding thud echoed in the air. A colossal, muscular bull-headed warrior emerged from the summoning array. Compared to the 3rd-tier Minotaurs, this Savage Bloodline bull-headed warrior exuded an even more formidable aura. Suffused with the scent of blood and the chill of death, its skin adorned with crimson patterns that embodied its primal lineage. Summoned Beast, Savage Bloodline Bull-Headed Warrior, level 17, increases with the summoner's level. Health, 60, 500. Attack power, 6. 324, 527 Summoner's intelligence multiplied by 8 with a 50 boost from the Dragon Sovereign. Talent, 6th tier, Requires an additional 20,000 talent points to level up. Skills. War Tread 17. The bull-headed warrior initiates a trampling attack on all obstacles ahead. Savage Charge 17. The bull-headed warrior launches an unstoppable charge forward, reducing damage taken by 90 during the assault. War Roar 17. Emits a war cry that boosts allied attack power by 20 for 30 seconds and inflicts a stunning effect on foes. Savage Bloodline 17. Hailing from the wild, this bull-headed warrior possesses extraordinary resilience, growing stronger with each battle. When in a critical state, its health recovery rate increases by 300, and it receives a 300 enhancement to healing effects. Summoned Beast Equipment. None. Upon examining the attributes of the bull-headed warrior, Zheng Yu could only utter one word: invincible. He pondered whether this bull-headed warrior could contend with the red-clad ghost. With 60,000 health and 6,000 attack power, along with control abilities and the enduring strength of the savage bloodline, victory seemed plausible. After acquiring equipment, summoning his fourth beast, and elevating the bull-headed warrior to the 6th tier, Zheng Yu finally found time to begin drafting a strategy for the abyss of the Ancestral Hall. The forum members were in a frenzy, curious about how Zheng Yu had conquered the abyss of the Ancestral Hall, while also speculating whether an 8-hour completion time was even feasible. Zheng Yu's strategy post offered them the answer. Around 1 o'clock in the morning, he published his post. Price: 300 gold coins. As soon as it was released, it soared to the top of the popular posts in the city of Shangyu. Is there truly such a method to clear it? Unheard of. A genius, truly a genius. Why didn't I think of viewing the events in Shangyu village from a different perspective? So, the so-called false ancestors were merely a deceptive condition. How enlightening. This comment quickly became the most popular, as it was made by none other than the mayor of Shangyu City, the former record holder, Zhang Zhan. In an instant, Zheng Yu's strategy became a sensation, selling like hotcakes. Chapter 75. No need to guess. Personally tested, the ultimate time is 5 hours and 21 minutes. Zheng Yu's strategy post became the most popular on the forum, spawning hundreds of discussion threads analyzing his guide overnight. Although the forum members may not possess great prowess, their analyses were indeed insightful. Particularly noteworthy is a post titled A Rational Analysis of Zheng Yu's Strength. Will the summoner's future emerge from the abyss because of Zheng Yu? Which has garnered the second highest engagement. Additionally, another post, is Zheng Yu's strength as a summoner superior, or does he simply possess greater insights into conquering nightmare-level abyss? Ranks third in popularity. Ultimately, these discussions converge on a singular query. Is the summoner truly formidable? In my humble opinion, Zheng Yu's prowess can only be classified as top tier, unable to rival the extraordinary talents of those in the Central District. His ability to consecutively conquer the nightmare-level abyss primarily stems from his intellect. Honestly, upon reviewing the strategies for the Shrine Abyss, I found myself in a state of exhilaration, as the thought process was remarkably astute. It was astonishing how seemingly inconspicuous clues could elucidate the narrative within the Shrine Abyss. What truly distinguishes Zheng Yu is not merely his reasoning, but his audacious rejection of Zhang Zhan's strategies. Were I in his position, I would undoubtedly adhere to Mayor Zhang Zhan's guide meticulously, fearing any deviation. The willingness to explore alternative strategies for overcoming challenges is indeed a testament to one's strength. I concur with the sentiments expressed above. Without capability, who would dare to venture? Is there truly no one who scrutinizes the strategies? Zheng Yu has clearly stated that the most crucial item is the village chief's pipe, which necessitates defeating the Wraith village chief. Over the years, has anyone succeeded in vanquishing the Wraith village chief? Moreover, at the shrine, one must defeat the red palanquin to gain the approval of the red-clad ghost, which undoubtedly reflects one's strength. A rational discourse ensues among a group, while another faction engages in disputes over unrelated matters, such as who is the true consort, Wenren Xinyu, Ku Ying, or Chai Yun. To which the first commenter quips, "Brother, you are truly idle." Another adds, "I vote for Wenren Xinyu. Her figure is absolutely stunning." Yet another retorts, "What does it matter who the true consort is to you?" Similarly, discussions arise regarding, "The goblin general is truly handsome. Poke me, I'm in." One commenter asserts, "Humans cannot, or at least should not." Another expresses, "I believe the giant winged spirit butterfly is the epitome of beauty. Had I known summoners could summon such exquisite creatures, I would have chosen summoner for aesthetics alone." A counterpoint emerges, "Stop dreaming. I have encountered other summoners, and they either summon grotesque goblins or feeble fire elementals. Certainly not a giant winged spirit butterfly." Yet another adds, "You must first possess extraordinary talent to achieve that." Some genuine analytical posts include, in my opinion, Zheng Yu's time for conquering the nightmare level could be further reduced. And strategy post, how to advance beyond Zheng Yu's guide and break the 8-hour and 44-minute barrier. Additionally, there are predictive posts such as the theoretical limit time for the Shrine Abyss. Of course, many posts are merely for amusement. At this moment, Zhang Zhan browses the forum, chuckling. It has been a long time since I've seen such lively activity on the forum. I recall the last time it nearly crashed the server was when I conquered the Shrine Abyss. With a nostalgic expression, he inquires of Chai Fong. Where does Zheng Yu intend to venture next? The movie studio or the dark abyss? Chai Fong responds, the shrine. Still the shrine? Zhang Zhan furrowed his brow, pondering the situation. It doesn't make sense. Zheng Yu must know that the record reward can only be claimed once. Did you not dissuade him? Chai Fong shrugged nonchalantly. I did, but he mentioned hidden quests and achieving a perfect clearance. Zhang Zhan's eyes sparkled with intrigue. Did he possess confidence? Who could tell? If he were truly capable of flawlessly conquering the nightmarish level temple abyss, the new adventurers of Shangyu City would reap the benefits. This time, Chai Fong refrained from making assertive declarations about Zheng Yu's capabilities, having been proven wrong once before. He had no desire to experience a second humiliation. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. Zheng Yu's strategy remained steadfastly at the pinnacle of popularity. Not only did the adventurers of Shangyu City contribute to its acclaim, but those from Jiangshui City and neighboring locales were equally curious, ensuring that its heat showed no signs of waning. However, that morning, a new announcement surged to the forefront. Breaking news. Zheng Yu has once again entered the nightmarish level temple abyss. Post 5. I don't understand. Zheng Yu's skills are clearly sufficient to conquer the other 2 nightmarish level abysses. Why return to the temple? Post 9. Do you truly believe that the nightmarish level abyss can be traversed so casually? He must consider the danger involved. Clearing a quest with a strategy guide for the temple is undoubtedly more manageable than attempting an uncharted film studio. Post 10. If I were in his position, I would also continue to explore the temple, having already successfully navigated its nightmarish level abyss once. Familiarity provides stability. Post 19. Disappointment. That's all I can say. Post 47. I thought Zheng Yu might add another nightmarish level strategy for Shangyu City. Post 66. No. He has already shattered the record and shared his strategy at a remarkably low price. Are you all engaging in some form of moral coercion? Post 75. What depth Zheng Yu chooses to enter is his prerogative. Why are there a multitude of fools who can't even clear the simplest abysses incessantly clamoring? Post 101. This is too amusing. Even Zheng Yu's entrance into an abyss stirs such a ruckus. Post 164. After all, this forum is filled with those who can't even clear the abyss, merely here to indulge in idle chatter. The news of Zheng Yu's re-entry into the nightmarish level temple abyss swiftly became a sensation. Indeed, there were few adventurers genuinely wishing for Zheng Yu's continued growth. Some were envious, others merely entertained, and some secretly hoped for his downfall. Moreover, adventurers from Jiangshui City fanned the flames, and discussions surrounding Zheng Yu dominated the forum. However, this discourse did not linger for long, as an announcement soon followed, reaching all adventurers in Shangyu City within 5 hours. Notification. Congratulations to the Adventurer Team Summoner Squad for breaking the historical clearance time for the Temple Abyss, Nightmarish level. Clearance time, 5 hours, 21 minutes, and 11 seconds. Team Leader, Zheng Yu Summoner. Members, Tao Qian, Monk, Kuing, Assassin, Wenren Qingyu, Assassin, Chai Yun Ranger. This team has already claimed the historical record reward. In an instant, the forum erupted with a plethora of posts filled with question marks, expressing their astonishment and bewilderment. Then, in that post titled prediction, the theoretical limit time of the Ancestral Hall Abyss, a comment surfaced quietly. Comment 1084, no need to guess. I've tested it personally. The limit time is 5 hours and 21 minutes. Of course, if one does not pursue hidden tasks or aims for a perfect completion, it should be achievable in about 4.5 hours. The author of this comment was none other than Zheng Yu. Chapter 76, Apologize. Quickly apologize to my foster father. I was at a loss for words. 5 hours. Goodness, is there no consideration for the hopes of the younger generation? Is it truly capped at the limit? Zheng Yu, a deity for eternity. But really, is this meaningful? You've reset the limit time and received no reward for it? It would have been better to leave some room for future professionals in Shangyu City. Exactly, he only knows how to show off, oblivious to the need to pave a way for the next generation. I suspect that future adventurers wishing to conquer the Ancestral Hall Abyss will harbor a deep resentment towards Zheng Yu. Wait, did you not notice Zheng Yu's mention of hidden tasks and perfect completion? What relevance does it have? It bears no connection to me. Impossible. There is nothing that could instill guilt in me. Just as this comment was receiving numerous likes, a system notification appeared. Notification. The summoner team of Shangyu City has completed the hidden nightmare level task in the Ancestral Hall Abyss, and the red sedan and red-clothed ghosts will no longer appear within the abyss. The summoner team of Shangyu City has achieved perfect completion of the nightmare level Ancestral Hall Abyss. Nightmare level is the highest difficulty in the abyss, and all difficulty levels have been reduced by 20. Rewards have increased by 20. Permanent effect. In the Shangyu City Sanctuary, a limited-time exclusive Ancestral Hall Gold card for Summoner Team members will be available for purchase. Adventurers who acquire this gold card will receive assistance from the virtual shadow of the card holder upon entering the Ancestral Hall. Available for purchase for 48 hours, after which it will be removed. Price set by the team members themselves. The silence of the forum was deafening. The system's announcement caught all adventurers in Shangyu City, except for Zhang Zhan and Chai Fong, completely off guard. Apologize. Those who just called Zheng Yu selfish and mocked him. Hurry and apologize. You have 3 minutes. If you do not apologize, do not blame me for hunting you down and throwing dung at your house. Quickly apologize to my foster father. Apologize to my biological father. To the one above, you are even more shameless. From now on, whoever dares to speak ill of my foster father again, I shall flay their skin. Whoever provokes my foster father's anger, I shall pay them a personal visit. I had never heard of such rewards for perfect completion before. The difficulty of the Ancestral Hall Abyss has been reduced by 20, and not just for the nightmare level, but also for the easy, normal, and hard levels, with rewards increased by 20. This is utterly absurd. Not to mention, the permanence of this effect is beyond my imagination. How many sons will Zhengyu have in the future? It's utterly outrageous. The adventurers of Shangyu City will surely elevate Zhengyu to a god. I am infuriated. Why does such a mechanism exist? Ha ha ha. I can't breathe. This is hilarious. The one above must be from Jianshui City. Ha. Your laughter was so exuberant that it startled my eyes, yet it was undeniably amusing, and I could no longer contain my mirth. In an instant, the forum was once again filled with joyous laughter. However, this delight belonged solely to the professionals of Shangyu City, while the practitioners of Jianshui City silently swallowed their anguish. Ha ha. Tao Qian was laughing so hard that his stomach ached. This was because the forum of Jianshui City was currently bombarding Zhou Yun with criticism. The moderators were overwhelmed, unable to contain the flood of comments due to its sheer volume. The veterans of the forum, while lacking in other skills, were undoubtedly geniuses at roasting, employing various unflattering photos of Zhou Yun, satirical memes, and sarcastic remarks, all to the delight of Tao Qian and his companions. Yugu, you must admit, this feeling is truly exhilarating. Wen Rinxinyu chuckled as well, saying, I was previously concerned that you might regret opposing Zhou Yun and Li Nan when the Li family faction targeted you in the future. But now, I no longer worry. Tao Qian is right. This feeling is absolutely exhilarating. It was rare for Wen Rinxinyu to express himself so coarsely. Zhang Yu shook his head and remarked, I never anticipated that perfect completion would entail such a mechanism. It was unrealistic to expect Zhou Yun to regret his actions in such a short time. One can only say that the red-clothed female ghost is the true instigator of this matter. Upon re-entering the Hall of Ancestors Abyss, Zheng Yu finally understood why the red-clothed female ghost had urged him to remember those 3 tasks. Only by slaying the green-eyed yellow weasel and ensuring the flames in the copper basin remained alight could he truly send the red-clothed female ghost away. This was indeed a hidden quest. Send away the red-clothed female ghost, who does not belong to the Hall of Ancestors. Furthermore, this task could only be prompted by the red-clothed female ghost herself. It was impossible to deduce it merely by guessing. Consequently, this hidden quest required entering the Hall of Ancestors Abyss twice and carrying the village chief's coffin to the hall. By gathering 4 coffins, one could fulfill the conditions for perfect completion. Zheng Yu was aware of the hidden quest, but was oblivious to the effects of perfect completion. Moreover, the rewards from the second entry into the Hall of Ancestors Abyss far surpassed those obtained from completing other nightmare abysses. The hidden quest granted a resplendent treasure chest. Indeed, a resplendent grade treasure chest. It guaranteed the acquisition of resplendent equipment, which was exceedingly rare even at level 40, incomparable to a mere historical record gift package. Perfect completion yielded 2 rewards: Achievement Basic Attributes, Intelligence 2, Strength 2. Achievement Special Attribute, Defense against ghostly entities increased by 10. The other reward was the privilege of a gold card. Zheng Yu opened the Sanctuary Mall, and a notification immediately appeared. You have perfectly completed the Hall of Ancestors Abyss and obtained the Hall of Ancestors Privilege Gold Card. For the next 48 hours, it will be prominently displayed in the Shangyu City Sanctuary store. 50 of the revenue from gold card purchases will belong to you. Please set the price. Upon seeing the top position of the store, Zheng Yu noticed that there were indeed 5 gold cards, each inscribed with their names, currently unsold and awaiting pricing. Zheng Yu clicked on his gold card. Privilege Gold Card, Summoner Squad, Captain, Zheng Yu. Profession, Summoner. Price, undetermined. Usage, this gold card can only be utilized within the abyss of the Ancestral Hall in Shangyu City. Summoning the ethereal projection of a specialized practitioner to assist in a 5-minute battle. This item is quite remarkable. Although it is only available for a mere 48 hours, Zheng Yu anticipates a surge in sales. Even young individuals who are not practitioners, if financially capable, would likely acquire one. Ding, ding, ding. Zheng Yu's inbox was inundated with notifications. Upon glancing, he noticed messages addressing him as adoptive father, some containing direct apologies, and others imploring him not to be upset. Beside him, Wen Rinxinyu chuckled and remarked, they probably wish for a discount. What price do you intend to set? Tao Qian inquired. Their gold card held little significance. No one would purchase it, as there was no market for a soy sauce privilege card. However, determining the price was a considerable dilemma. Yet, Zheng Yu felt no trepidation. Why must we set a price? Tao Qian questioned, perplexed. Are you not selling? Of course, I intend to sell, but the pricing should be entrusted to professionals. If set too high, I will be accused of greed. If set too low, I am not their benefactor. There is no need to incur losses for mere publicity. Therefore, this burden must be borne by someone else. With that, Zheng Yu dialed Chai Fong. Chapter 77. We cannot allow Zheng Yu to feel disheartened any longer. Shanyu City Office. Chai Fong ended the call, a peculiar smile gracing his face as he addressed Zhang Zhan. I recall you mentioning a few days ago that Zheng Yu is a young man. Have you ever encountered such a cunning youth? Zhang Zhan laughed and asked. Did he entrust us with the pricing matter? Chai Fong nodded. He informed me that the role of adoptive father is historically the most unfortunate, and he does not wish to assume it himself, leaving it to me. Ha. Zhang Zhan chuckled broadly. This lad is truly entertaining. Chai Fong sighed. What can we do? It is rare for a genius to emerge in Shanyu City. We must cater to him. I will issue a public announcement to the citizens, stating that the price was determined by our mayor's office. Set it at 1 million? Too exorbitant. How many practitioners in Shanyu City can afford that? Indeed. Those who could muster such funds likely do not require a privilege gold card. How about 500,000? That seems reasonable, and it may enhance sales. Nevertheless, I am certain there will still be complaints about the price. Zhang Zhan waved his hand dismissively. It matters not. One cannot please everyone. After all, Zheng Yu's intent is for us to bear the brunt of this criticism, and I shall indulge him. I will take this blame upon myself. Zhang Zhan was unconcerned. What is mere criticism compared to the benefits Zheng Yu brings to Shanyu City? If he were to avoid this, how would he differ from Zhou Yan? No one understood better than him the immense value of a perfect clearance mechanism and the potential it holds for elevating a city's strength. Zhang Zhan could envision the substantial growth in Shanyu City's overall power in the coming years. At noon, the practitioners of Shanyu City received a personal announcement from Mayor Zhang Zhan. Zheng Yu entrusted the pricing of the gold card to the mayor's office, demonstrating both his confidence in the city of Shanyu and his appreciation for its professionals. Rather than arbitrarily setting a price or demanding exorbitant fees, he sought the guidance of experts. Ultimately, the price was established at 499,999 yuan. To Zhang Zhan's surprise, rather than scolding him, he found the mayor's office's pricing to be quite reasonable. Admittedly, it is somewhat expensive, but I shall purchase it. I will buy it not for any other reason than that Zheng Yu is well aware that many harbor jealousy, mockery, and derision towards him. Yet, he repays malice with kindness, relinquishing an opportunity to break the record to assist us in achieving a perfect clearance and securing such substantial benefits. Indeed, I shall buy it. I now finally understand why the prodigies of Zhongzhou district level up more swiftly than we do. They must possess the perfect clearance of the abyss. However, not entirely. For upon investigation, I found that throughout the entire Jiuzhou, there are very few who have truly achieved a perfect clearance. Thus, it is imperative to buy. Zheng Yu's warmth moves me to tears. Purchase is a necessity. Yet, 500,000 still feels steep. Indeed, we cannot behave like the professionals of Jianshui City, who have already disheartened Zheng Yu once. We must not let him feel that way again. This is undoubtedly true. Once the gold card was made available for sale, over 100 were instantly sold. One must understand that 500,000 is no trifling sum. Those who can readily produce such an amount are either affluent or seasoned professionals capable of earning significant income. Moreover, this number continues to rise. The unity of the professionals in Shanyu deeply moved Zhang Zhan. It was not in vain that I brought Zheng Yu to you. You truly express your gratitude. In stark contrast to the joyous camaraderie and unity of Shanyu, Jianshui City is engulfed in despair. The Abyss Hall in the Cold Street is particularly disheartening, with records bearing Zheng Yu's name glaringly evident. Everywhere one looks, there are professionals familiar with Zheng Yu, classmates, and even passers-by who once almost joined Zheng Yu's team and had mocked him. Of course, Wu Zong and Li Feng are nowhere to be seen. They have wisely kept a low profile. Topics of conversation among all professionals revolve almost entirely around Zheng Yu. One cannot help but ponder how much stronger Shanyu will become in the future due to this instance. Alas, enough said, it is utterly enviable. Shanyu first boasts of Zhang Zhan, then Zheng Yu. What does Jianshui City possess? Only Zhou de Yuanzhou. Let us not speak of him. It brings ill fortune. Without him, Zheng Yu would not have departed. I have heard that Zheng Yu's grandfather passed away due to the government's failure to provide timely assistance, leaving him unable to afford medication. Is that true? Such is the word on the forums. Ugh, Zhou de Yuanzhou is truly a wretched creature. In the Jianshui City office, Zhou Yun was resting his eyes, yet the pronounced veins on his forehead betrayed his inner turmoil. After a moment's hesitation, the secretary spoke directly. The administrator has stated that they cannot delete the posts. If it becomes untenable, we may have to temporarily shut down the forum. Is there anything else? Yes. Zhou Yun's veins swelled slightly once more. The faction has rejected your application for the abyssal request. Next matter at hand. Zhou Yun interrupted the secretary's words. The 14 dismissed experts have united to appeal to the provincial district, and they require a response from you. Enough. Zhou Yun suddenly opened his eyes. Bloodshot veins marred his gaze, clearly indicating that he had not slept well the previous night. Each and every one of them is driving me insane. If that incompetent programmer cannot comprehend the situation, he should just leave. Does Lin truly believe he has me under his thumb? If it weren't for his advantageous father, who does he think he is? creating a mess and then simply walking away? And that Zheng Yu, merely a lowly summoner. Does he really think he is a prodigy? How dare he confront me? Zhou Yun shouted recklessly, venting his frustrations. In truth, it was not solely Zheng Yu's fault. Zheng Yu was merely the catalyst. At level 45, he has yet to enter the faction, and after finally gaining some traction thanks to Li Nan, he encountered a thorn like Zheng Yu. He had hoped that the faction qualification earned through his reputation would allow him to smoothly form a team for the Abyss. Yet he was still rejected. The faction had never regarded him with any seriousness. Zhou Yun felt that he had not had a smooth journey in all these years. A surge of grievance, anger, and sorrow overwhelmed him. Even a strong individual like him found his emotions spiraling out of control due to such trivial matters. Fortunately, it was but a fleeting minute of release. He tidied his disheveled hair and, with a restored calmness, stated, "It's all right. It's all right. As long as I persist until level 50, all this chaos will dissipate." He is merely a summoner, whereas I am the cornerstone of the 9 provinces, destined to become a level 50 awakener. A perfect completion? Once I successfully awaken, the harsher their criticisms now, the more they will regret it in the future. Zhou Yun remarked, glancing at the secretary beside him and questioning, "Do you not believe me?" The secretary maintained a calm demeanor. "I believe you." However, her eyes betrayed a hint of resignation. The motivational talk is just beginning. Chapter 78, Radiant Level Equipment. Phantom Spirit Staff. In just 2 days, 335 gold cards were sold. For a relatively small city like Shanyu, having 335 professionals willing to spend 500,000 each on a gold card is quite an achievement. Professionals make up only 10 of the ordinary population. 335 cards at 500,000 each results in a total revenue of 16.75 billion. Even Zheng Yu's share amounts to a staggering 83.75 million. Staring at the colossal figure in his account balance, Zheng Yu felt somewhat incredulous. It turns out that achieving a modest goal is indeed not so challenging. Zheng Yu's account not only held over 80 million just the day before. The provincial resources had been allocated, including a complete set of level 10 golden equipment and a full set of level 20 golden gear. Zheng Yu applied to exchange the equipment for a plethora of enhancement stones and forging stones, though the level 20 equipment is also of golden quality. Each piece valued at 1 million, Zheng Yu found no need for them. After 2 harrowing abyssal dungeon runs, he had assembled a complete set of the yellow-skinned 4-piece ensemble, shirt, trousers, hat, and gloves. The ring was the Ring of Resentment. The bracelet is imbued with the Essence of Souls, a spectral artifact of considerable power. Crafted from platinum, it stands in contrast to the 4-piece ensemble of the yellow skin, which is forged from gold, both sets of equipment being of level 20, superior to the scattered gear distributed by the provincial district. In other words, Zheng Yu is not particularly in need of resources procured from the provincial region. Their total worth is even less than the 8 million dividends from a gold card. Yet, what he seeks is an attitude. Moreover, these resources inherently belong to him. Even if he were to have no use for them, he could hardly relinquish them to another. A reinforcement stone commands a market price of 200,000, as does a forging stone. Additionally, he is compensated with cash amounting to 20 million. Zheng Yu conveniently possesses a modest goal, alongside a plethora of reinforcement and forging stones, with materials at the ready. It now hinges on the hidden treasure chest and its offerings. Zheng Yu retrieves the resplendent treasure chest awarded from the nightmare-level Abyssal Shrine quest, his heart racing with anticipation. Within the auction house of the temple, the most basic resplendent equipment on sale is a pair of warrior trousers of level 30, auctioned off for 3 modest golds, having been purchased 4 years ago by a wealthy heir named Wang. To this day, no resplendent equipment of level 20 has graced the auction house, remaining priceless and unsold. The reinforcement and forging stones were meticulously prepared for the acquisition of this level 20 resplendent equipment. Rubbing his hands together, Zheng Yu, filled with excitement, opens the treasure chest. A resonating hum reverberates as a brilliant glow emanates from within. You have opened a resplendent treasure chest and obtained the weapon, the ancient illusory staff of level 20. A weapon? Zheng Yu's heart leaps with joy, and it is a staff. Am I truly this fortunate? He has nearly assembled a complete set of level 20 equipment, including the yellow skin ensemble, the Shadow God boots, and the Shadow God bracelet, complemented by the lingering resentment ring. Only the necklace, the ice crystal pendant from the 3-piece jewelry set, remains slightly deficient, yet it does not detract from his combat prowess. Surprisingly, the staff is still a level 10 piece of equipment. He did not anticipate that the resplendent treasure chest would yield a weapon, particularly that it would be a staff. This fortuitously saves him the need for an equipment forging tool. The staff exhibits an ethereal appearance, crowned with a crystal orb the size of a fist, pulsating with a power so illusory that it sends a shiver down Zheng Yu's spine. Weapon, Ancient Illusory Staff. Required level, 20. Required profession, Staff Mastery. Grade, Resplendent. Attributes, Intelligence 450, Casting Speed 50, Elemental Damage 80. Equipment effect, the illusory staff can absorb elemental power, upon reaching a threshold of 100 elemental power. It unleashes the active skill, Illusion. Illusion. The next skill cast will replicate an identical illusory skill, possessing 80 of the original skill's strength. Forging, 0. Reinforcement, 0. Refinement, 0. Runes. No runes embedded. The ability to replicate skills through illusion broadens Zhengyu's smile. For a summoner, the summoned beast is akin to their skill. Does this not imply the potential to replicate a summoned beast? Though its strength is merely at 80, even an 80-level war bull is sufficient to cause considerable headaches for the opponent. Excellent, indeed. It truly lives up to the reputation of radiant-grade equipment. The strength is commendable. It is time to forge a batch. Having ascertained the potency of the illusory spirit staff, Zhengyu resolved to embark on the crafting of equipment. The forging stones and enhancement stones utilized in this process would not be wasted. Once alternative gear is acquired, it can be sold at the auction house, where the estimated price will reflect the level of craftsmanship. Current creations are bound to find buyers in the future. Radiant-grade equipment will always attract interest. Zhengyu made his way directly to the Holy Hall in Shanyu City. The Grand Hall serves as a place for class transitions, where newcomers transform into professionals. With the transition season now past, the area was sparsely populated. The second floor houses the offices of various guilds. Zhengyu had never ascended to the second floor, as there was no summoner guild. His destination this time was the basement level, the sacred forge dedicated to crafting. Taking the elevator down, he arrived in a basement significantly warmer than the exterior. A staff member greeted Zhengyu with polite inquiry. Are you here to forge or enhance equipment? Both, Zhengyu replied. Do you have a reserved master craftsman? The staff member asked. Zhengyu shook his head. The staff member glanced at the computer and continued. Currently, 3 masters are available. Zhengyu inquired, what are the fees? Could you kindly share the levels and qualities of the equipment you wish to craft? The fees vary based on these factors. Not being well versed in the nuances of equipment crafting, Zhengyu directly asked, is there a significant difference? Indeed, there is a substantial difference. Whether enhancing, forging, refining, or embedding runes, there exists a probability of failure. However, the higher the level of the craftsman, the greater the success rate. For instance, if your equipment is level 10, a level 5 craftsman will undoubtedly have a lower success rate than a level 10 craftsman. Furthermore, the quality of the equipment dictates the quantity of crafting materials required. Thus, I must select a craftsman based on your equipment's quality and level. Craftsmen themselves are a unique profession, capable of earning substantial sums without the need for abyss grinding. The only similarity they share with other professionals is that their capabilities are more greatly constrained by innate talent. After listening to the staff member's explanation, Zhengyu produced the ancient illusory spirit staff. I wish to forge this weapon, a level 20, radiant quality ancient illusory spirit staff. Upon Zhengyu's introduction, the staff member first paused in surprise, then confirmed radiant grade. Zhengyu nodded. Indeed, radiant grade. Are there any craftsmen in Shanyu City capable of forging this weapon? The staff member examined the illusory spirit staff, confirming its radiant grade status and glancing at the registration form bearing Zhengyu's name. Immediately, he said, please hold on a moment. Chapter 79, A Realm of Relentless Domination and Slaughter. The craftsman did not arrive. Instead, Zhengyu received a call from Chai Fong. Why didn't you come to me first for your equipment crafting? I could arrange it for you. Zhengyu chuckled and remarked. I had no idea that crafting equipment involved such intricacies. I thought it was as simple as having the materials, the equipment, and finding a blacksmith. I never anticipated the necessity of an appointment. According to the staff, there was only one 4-star blacksmith in Xiaoyu City, equivalent to a profession level somewhere between 30 and 40. This singular 4-star blacksmith had crafted dazzling great equipment. Clearly, the staff were unable to resolve the matter on their own and had to call Chai Fong for assistance, who then reached out to Zhengyu. Rest assured, I will make the arrangements. Please hold for a moment. Less than 10 minutes after the call ended, Zhengyu observed a robust man in his 40s emerging. Upon noticing Zhengyu, he was momentarily taken aback by his youth, then promptly inquired, dazzling grade? Zhengyu nodded, handing him the illusionary spirit staff, confirming its dazzling grade status. Although it was merely level 20, its quality was indeed of the highest caliber. How many materials do you have prepared? Zhengyu glanced at the warehouse and replied, 400 enhancement stones and 400 forging stones. I am Meng Zhan, a 4-star blacksmith. The man introduced himself, then continued, for the forging of this equipment. The fees will be based on the success rate. The staff will provide you with a detailed fee schedule shortly. The costs may be considerable, but I trust you are not short on funds. Zhengyu nodded in agreement. As long as it isn't exorbitant, I can manage. With 400 forging stones, you are guaranteed to reach level 11. With a bit of luck, you might attain level 13. The fee for reaching level 11 will be approximately 2 million, while for level 13, it will be around 3 million. As for the 400 enhancement stones, I cannot guarantee the level they will reach, but based on my experience, a level 20 dazzling grade piece can typically be enhanced to around level 8. The enhancement will be pricier, estimated at about 4 million. Zhengyu calculated that the total would be less than 10 million and nodded, stating, that is still quite reasonable. Meng Zhan couldn't help but retort. Compared to the over 100 million in crafting materials you possess, This forging fee is indeed trivial. Follow me, he instructed, as he took the staff and led Zhengyu into a forging chamber. The room was spacious, with a colossal machine in the center hissing steam. Numerous individuals, at least 30, were bustling about, engaged in rapid activity. This was rather unexpected for Zhengyu. He had presumed that the enhancement and forging process would be simpler than he imagined, not realizing it required so many people and machinery. Hold on. Meng Zhen clapped his hands, signaling the apprentices to cease their work. From today onward, we will focus on crafting this weapon. All other tasks shall be put on hold. One apprentice queried, what about Zheng Yang's Golden Grade Warrior's heavy sword? It is due for completion. Meng Zhen reassured him, no worries, he won't lodge a complaint against us. Zheng Yu, overhearing this, speculated that Chai Fong must have notified them. In that moment, he found himself rather pleased with the sense of privilege he felt. The most formidable blacksmith in Xiaoyu City had halted the forging plans of others to prioritize his own weapon. At this juncture, Zheng Yu began to understand Zhou Yun's sentiments. In this world where power reigns supreme, Zhou Yun had never encountered a weaker individual bold enough to oppose him directly. Meng Zhen discerned the slight confusion among the other apprentices and proceeded to present Zheng Yu's resplendent great staff. You are fortunate to have the opportunity to handle such exquisite equipment during your apprenticeship. Our primary focus now will be to forge this resplendent great staff. So I expect everyone to muster their spirits. Subsequently, Meng Zhen elaborated to Zheng Yu, as blacksmiths, our method of advancement is through the forging of equipment. The higher the quality of the gear, the greater the experience we gain. Although I have charged you several million for the forging fees, it is virtually a break-even transaction. It can only be considered as covering costs. Zheng Yu, who possessed limited knowledge regarding equipment forging, refrained from probing further and simply inquired, when can I collect the equipment? In 1 week. Very well. Zheng Yu handed over the forging stones and enhancement stones to Meng Zhen, agreeing to return in a week for the equipment. He was unconcerned about the possibility of them absconding with his materials. Firstly, blacksmiths are bound by professional ethics. Any act of misappropriation or substandard work would result in severe penalties from the temple. Secondly, the entire forging process was recorded on video, and ordinary individuals were prohibited from entering the workshop. Moreover, the forging chamber was situated directly beneath the temple, ensuring that no one but Zheng Yu, the rightful owner of the materials, could remove anything that did not belong to them. Safety was paramount. During the interim of waiting for the equipment to be forged, Zheng Yu had previously entered the Hall of Shadows for the second time and received a completion reward of 100,000 experience points, along with approximately 70,000 to 80,000 experience points from the various wraiths within the abyss. His level had now risen to 19. I recommend we venture into the film studio. Within the villa, Zheng Yu and the others were deliberating their next abyssal expedition, with Kuing suggesting, the film studio, like the Hall of Shadows, is an abyss populated by ghostly beings. I believe we stand a better chance of success there. The current discussion revolved around which abyss would yield greater rewards, rather than focusing on difficulty. Kuing remained steadfast in her opinion, stating, even a lion exerts all its strength when hunting a hare. Brother Yu's capabilities are indeed formidable. But if we must choose only one abyss, I advocate for the most reliable option. That makes sense, Zheng Yu acknowledged. Kuing eagerly inquired, so? Brother Yu chooses the film studio? However, when Ren Xin Yu suggested the Dark Abyss, arguing, the Dark Abyss is a realm of shadowy entities, and the rewards from such an abyss should be comparatively higher. Should be? Do you have definitive data? Chayan questioned. One Ren Xin Yu produced her laptop and explained. By referencing strategies from other difficulties, it is evident that the rewards from the film studio's challenging abyss are far inferior to those from the Dark Abyss. Most importantly, the Dark Abyss is teeming with monsters, thus yielding more experience overall. One Ren Xin Yu had her own motives. Since this was to be their final opportunity to rely on Zheng Yu, maximizing their benefits rather than merely securing a safe passage was imperative. Zheng Yu then raised his head and asked, the Dark Abyss is filled with many monsters? Indeed, it is an abyss of insectoid shadow creatures. Zheng Yu pondered for a moment. So, they lack intelligence then? He nodded. In that case, it poses no problem. Let us opt for the Dark Abyss. After 2 rounds of mental exertion, I find myself somewhat fatigued. It is now the moment for an engagement devoid of scheming and conjecture. A mere spectacle of relentless onslaught and carnage. Chapter 80, Jixian Quanda and Matsushita Mamoru. Having resolved to descend into the abyss of the Dark Valley, preparations ensue, strategies, supplies, provisions, tents, and the like. During the days spent awaiting the recuperation of summoned beasts, Zheng Yu and his companions were not idle. The first order of business for adults was to obtain a driver's license. With newfound wealth, it was essential to procure a vehicle to enhance their quality of life. The last visit to the temple involved an arduous hour-long bus ride. Consequently, they each acquired new Japanese names. Tao Qian became Jixian Quanda. Wen Renqingyu was dubbed Matsushita Mamoru, and Zheng Yu took on the name Chibu Shihua. Neither Chai Yun nor Ku Ying pursued a driver's license. Ku Ying was hindered by her identity issues that precluded her from obtaining one, while Chai Yun had already adopted a Japanese name a year prior, known as Ku Air Wuxiailang. In the grand hall of the abyss of the Dark Valley, Zhengyu, having endured a frustrating experience at the driving school, sought to change his mood by entering the depths. Even the most skilled practitioners are subject to reprimands from instructors. It is said that Zhang Zhan also learned to drive at this very school, where a photograph remains hanging, depicting the moment he mistook the brake for the accelerator, resulting in a collision with a tree. This image has inadvertently become a hallmark of the driving school. Zhengyu, you can do it. As he awaited Tao Qian to finalize the entry procedures for the abyss, several practitioners in the distance called out to Zhengyu. Following the golden card incident, he had undeniably risen to prominence as the most renowned practitioner in Shangyu City, second only to Zhang Zhan, and this reputation extended to Jiangshui City as well. However, the practitioners of Shangyu City regarded Zhengyu with gratitude and respect, for his flawless completion of challenges had ensured a promising future for the city's rapid development. In contrast, the sentiments of Jiangshui City's practitioners were far more complex, encompassing jealousy, regret, sorrow, and even resentment towards Zhengyu for his departure. Nonetheless, these emotions were of little concern to Zhengyu. Ultimately, they would only reflect back upon the instigator, Zhou Yun, particularly after the golden card incident. The forums of Jiangshui City had been shut down, indicating that the seemingly calm Zhou Yun was growing anxious. This was a sight Zhengyu relished. He felt no empathy for anyone. Devoid of a martyr complex, his mental state had improved significantly. Observing the increasing number of practitioners outside, Zhengyu surmised that someone had posted about their exploits in the abyss of the Dark Valley on the forums. Zhengyu, summoner, let us hurry. Tao Qian, monk, it's all set. We can enter the abyss at any time. Zhengyu, summoner, all right. Is everyone prepared? Wen Ren Xingyu, assassin. Kuing, assassin, ready, captain. Chai Yun, ranger, prepared, captain. Zhengyu, summoner, let us go in. Entering the abyss of the Dark Valley, nightmare level, please wait. A beam of teleportation light enveloped Zhengyu and the other four. In the next instant, the five vanished from the grand hall of the abyss of the Dark Valley. The professionals who had just arrived to witness the spectacle were deeply disappointed, having missed Zhengyu's entrance into the abyss. Alas, they lamented their misfortune. Within the circle of professionals, there exists a peculiar superstition. If one can capture a photograph with the celestial light beam that transports a master at the highest difficulty level of the abyss, they are destined to experience good fortune in their next endeavor. Although this belief is unfounded, it is the most devout among the stalwarts of this world who cling to such superstitions. Some even pay homage at temples before unlocking treasure chests, seeking the blessings of a master, who is typically a supportive class such as a priest. The apex of a priest's journey culminates in becoming a master, a notion both absurd and yet somehow rational. No matter, missing the entrance means they can await Zhengyu's emergence. The outcome remains the same. The pivotal question is, when will Zhengyu emerge? The fastest record for the hard-level abyss in the Dark Valley is 27 hours. The nightmarish level should take longer. But given Zhengyu's prowess and his unique approach to clearing levels, he might surprise everyone and emerge even sooner. No need to depart. They might as well settle in. Essential items for a professional's inventory include tents, cooking gear, and sleeping bags. Unless one is an elite professional like Zhengyu, who prioritizes speed, the average practitioner tends to adopt a more cautious approach. A single encounter with monsters can allow for a full day of rest in place. Such survival gear is indispensable. Thus, an unusual scene unfolded in the Dark Valley abyss, where a throng of professionals sprawled out on the floor of the hall, sleeping. Some gathered to play cards, passing the time in anticipation of Zhengyu's return, reminiscent of fervent fans awaiting their idol. Photographs of the professionals gathered in Shangyu City circulated through forums to Jiangshui City and beyond. Rather than facing ridicule, they garnered envy, with many claiming to be exhausted by their admiration. Naturally, some raised questions. Is this truly meaningful? One could easily discern that such sentiments came from newcomers who had never ventured into the abyss. The difference between reading guides and experiencing the abyss firsthand is profound. Only those who have traversed the abyss can grasp the significance of such superstitions. In the face of life and death, even the most enigmatic gesture is not overlooked by true professionals. Zhengyu is the kind of master who can assure a successful passage through the nightmarish abyss before even entering. Thus, the pursuit of his presence is well worth it. Little did Zhengyu realize the extent of his renown in the surrounding cities of Shangyu and Jiangshui. He was blissfully unaware, as he currently found himself enveloped in darkness. Focused on the task at hand. Task: you are a member of the combat unit led by Captain Hank. Having just completed an exploration mission, you are en route to safety when you encounter a torrential downpour that blocks the only exit. Your mission now is to escape this predicament. Zhengyu regarded the system prompt before him. The darkness gradually receded, revealing indistinct figures amidst the haze. He could hear the howling winds and the relentless rain pounding the ground as the temperature around him dropped, enveloping him in dampness and chill. This is a phenomenon of gradually descending into the abyss. The abyss of the Dark Valley is a rare role-playing abyss, where one possesses a predetermined identity and mission. Hey, wake up, we need to leave quickly, or those insects will trap us here. The voice was deep, and Zhengyu felt himself being helped up. Once upright, he regained control of his body. The one assisting him was named Edmund, someone Zheng Yu was quite familiar with. The For the Dark Valley clearly stated that this individual was the only combat team member who harbored goodwill toward professionals. Thank you. Zheng Yu expressed his gratitude politely. Edmund, with a serious countenance, replied, for what? I should be the one thanking you. If it weren't for you, I would have been buried under the rubble by now. Now is not the time for conversation. The captain has decided to continue forward, circumventing this area and heading southeast in hopes of finding an exit. Southeast? Zheng Yu recalled from that the southeast direction would lead to dead ends, wasting considerable time. More importantly, there were no valuable insects to hunt in that direction. Only low-level, worthless ones. Brother Yu. At that moment, behind Zheng Yu, he heard Tao Qian's voice. Like him, Tao Qian and Wen Rinxing Yu were also part of this team. Just then, a sharp reprimand broke through. Hey, you all need to get away from there. A giant insect suddenly lunged out from the darkness toward Zheng Yu and the others. Be careful. Edmund immediately positioned himself in front of Zheng Yu, attempting to shield him from the insect's assault. The surrounding team members swiftly drew their firearms and opened fire on the creature. However, the bullets struck the insect, only to be repelled by a transparent membrane, failing to inflict any damage. Prepared in advance, Zheng Yu summoned the Goblin General. Chapter 81. I apologize, but could you please die first? Boom. The giant insect failed to harm Edmund and was instead halted by a robust Goblin General riding a massive wolf. With a single strike, it sent the bullet-resistant creature flying, crashing into the rocks behind and exploding into a burst of green ichor. It was a remarkably violent blow. Killed Alien Insect 20, gained 741 experience. The experience gained was rather meager, a fact Zheng Yu was already aware of. The Dark Valley is teeming with monsters, but their individual strength is relatively weak, resulting in low experience yields. However, their weakness is only in comparison to the current Goblin General. For other professionals, a single insect could be formidable. Yet, in the depths of the dark abyss, these insects appear in swarms. Low experience, high difficulty. This explains why few professionals from Shanyu City choose to venture into the Dark Valley abyss. The sudden turn of events astonished the surrounding team members, who displayed expressions of confusion and shock. In particular, the member who had urged them to leave earlier exclaimed in disbelief, "When did you awaken your supernatural powers?" This is a characteristic of the dark-themed abyss, where both the creatures and the environment possess supernatural abilities. The Goblin General summoned by Zheng Yu was perceived as a manifestation of supernatural abilities in the eyes of his companions. The bewilderment and astonishment radiating from his team members were experiences that every adventurer delving into the abyss of the Dark Valley would inevitably encounter. In Shanyu City, the Dark Valley is often described in such a manner, an immersive journey into the abyss, akin to the narrative of a protagonist in an exhilarating tale. Would undoubtedly be the most entertaining abyss if not for the overwhelming power and sheer numbers of the insectoid swarm, which made it challenging to conquer. Within this abyss, one could unabashedly showcase their skills, and regardless of the nature of those abilities, they would elicit gasps of awe and astonishment from teammates. Even if one were merely a practitioner of modest talent in reality, a single display of a spinning strike could provoke exaggerated reactions, feeding one's vanity. In retrospect, the assessment was quite accurate. This group, lacking worldly experience, exhibited the expected responses. However, the sensation of ostentation was only moderately gratifying. Yet, the spectacle was far from over. Zheng Yu interrupted the teammates who were still eager to express their astonishment and pointed towards the ominous entrance of the cave. Within moments, a cacophony of noise erupted from within. A low, buzzing sound filled the air as dozens of colossal insects approached. Damn it, Hank cursed, raising his machine gun and unleashing a barrage of fire upon the alien insects that had just emerged from the darkness. Unlike the attacks from other team members, Captain Hank's bullets shimmered with a blue-violet hue, and upon striking the alien creatures, they unleashed arcs of purple lightning, piercing through the membrane shields of the insects and resulting in their demise. Captain Hank was also an ability wielder, one of only two in the entire team. The other was the vice captain, the very individual who had just urged Zheng Yu onward, brandishing a crimson steel blade as he charged into the swarm. Zheng Yu felt a surge of urgency. No, those are my insects. My experience. Fire WIRM. While a single insect might yield a meager amount of experience, 30 of them would amount to a substantial 20,000 experience points. To advance from level 19 to level 20 required 1.75 million experience points, and 30,000 was indeed no trifling sum. With a thunderous roar, the dual magic fire WIRM emerged, illuminating the entire cavern and igniting the bodies of the insect horde in flames, transforming them into mere fireflies. The fiery aura dragged all the insects into the realm of the dual magic fire WIRM. Competing for experience against such a formidable entity was an impossibility. The dual magic fire WIRM thrived on dealing with swarms of foes. 14, 247, 12, 578, 12, 225, 13, 567. The alien insects, with their already low health, easily fell victim to a single wave of damage, incinerated in an instant. In the Shrine Abyss, ghostly creatures possessed a damage reduction of 50%, making the damage appear less significant. However, within the Dark Valley, this was the true power of the dual magic fire WIRM. This was still without Zhengyu upgrading his equipment. He was utilizing gear from level 10. Were he to reach level 20 and wield the Phantom Spirit Staff, the damage would be even greater. Killed Alien Insect 20, gained 774 experience points. Killing the Alien Worm yields 658 experience. Killing the Alien Worm yields 794 experience. Killing the Alien Worm yields 702 experience. A single worm grants approximately 700 experience points. This is still under the Nightmarish Abyss difficulty, and a single wave barely nets 2,000 experience points. It's not much, but it is undeniably satisfying. Zhengyu wore a contented expression, reveling in the exhilarating thrill of mowing down foes. Previously, whether battling the frost corpses or the spectral phantoms, he had to continuously apply burning effects to eliminate a wave of monsters before the energy of the twin demon fire dragon was exhausted. However, facing the insectoids, they simply perished upon entering the fiery aura. Now that is true instant annihilation. The sensation was indeed far more delightful. Most importantly, under the influence of the Axiom Arc Hex Enhancement Rune, his energy replenished before he could even finish incinerating a wave. In the depths of the Dark Valley Abyss, the twin demon fire dragon seemed capable of achieving genuine sustained output, with energy abundant to the point of being inexhaustible. With the insects eradicated, silence enveloped the surroundings as all eyes turned to the twin demon fire dragon by Zhengyu's side. Wow, you're incredibly strong, Edmund timidly remarked. He suddenly felt that his protective stance in front of Zhengyu was somewhat unnecessary. Zhengyu, however, earnestly patted Edmund on the shoulder and expressed his gratitude. Regardless of the other's motivations or the narrative framework, this selfless act of shielding a teammate from harm, this spirit of gratitude, was something Zhengyu deeply admired. Zhengyu then turned to Captain Hank, who was also scrutinizing him. Hank, a pivotal character in the Dark Valley, was someone whose approval was often necessary to progress through various plot points. Yet, this captain, with his rank of lieutenant, was notoriously stubborn and frequently made questionable decisions. Naturally, these seemingly foolish choices could only be judged as such from the godlike perspective of professionals like Zhengyu and his team. Hank regarded Zhengyu and stated, "Let us proceed southeast. The sounds of battle will attract more insects." Although Zhengyu had effectively defied a superior's command, the display of his prowess earlier quelled Hank's ire, prompting him to inquire, "What is your reasoning? Not only are you wasting my time, but you're also wasting the insect's time." Hank fixed Zhengyu with a piercing gaze and pressed, "How do you know this?" Zhengyu shrugged. "See, I told you, you wouldn't believe me. I am your captain and a lieutenant here. Immediately, execute my orders." Hank, unwilling to engage in further dialogue, intended to assert his authority as the leader. Zhengyu sighed. This was a hurdle that had consistently thwarted progress in the challenging level. However, he happened to possess a solution. Gazing at Hank, he smiled and said, "You are correct. But what I require is a team devoid of a captain and a lieutenant. Apologies, but could you kindly perish for a moment?" Zhengyu politely inquired. Yet behind him, the Goblin General had already initiated a charge. Chapter 82. Letting go of the desire to help, respecting others' fates. Turning against others is the most effective means of resolving interpersonal conflicts. Faced with the unyielding Hank, Zhengyu chose to eliminate him. As for the ensuing narrative, regardless of the impending onslaught, what need is there for a plot? If it were not for the rewards gained from rescuing each team member, Zhengyu would have considered annihilating everyone except Edmund. Thus, Zhengyu made a decisive choice. The crux of the matter is that Hank must not be killed. Otherwise, they cannot hope to conquer the nightmare-level abyss. There have been practitioners who ventured into the nightmare abyss wielding resurrection crosses and produced half-baked strategies. The essence of it is that the decisions made by Hank would utterly extinguish their hopes of escape. As for achieving a flawless completion, having traversed the shrine abyss, Zhengyu understands all too well that without the guidance of the red-clothed ghost, attaining the conditions for a perfect clearance is utterly unattainable. This elucidates why, despite the multitude of prodigies in JoJo, there are so few who have flawlessly cleared the abyss. Firstly, one must confront the abyss at its most formidable difficulty. Secondly, every step must be executed flawlessly. Achieving either of these is no easy feat, hence, Zhengyu relinquished the ambition for a perfect clearance of the dark abyss, redirecting his focus toward the abundant insectoid foes. His initial plan is to eliminate Hank, disregarding the inconsequential side plots. At present, Zhengyu is solely intent on grinding away. "You've lost your mind," Hank exclaimed, barely managing to fend off the Goblin General's charge. As he shouted in frustration, his team members, witnessing the internal strife, moved to intervene. Suddenly, a shadowy figure appeared behind the vice captain, a dagger laced with poison glinting ominously against his throat. "Hush! Do not utter a word, or I shall slit your throat." When Rinqingyu intoned darkly, the assassin's backstab skill, combined with that golden tier dagger, revealed that those accompanying Zhengyu were indeed formidable. even if their innate talents were modest. The rewards from 3 nightmare-level abysses had propelled their abilities far beyond their peers. Tao Qian brandished a monk's staff, radiating an aura of sacred light that proclaimed, "Approach with caution." The staff struck the ground, causing fissures to erupt, exuding an impressive might. An anomaly among them. Both when Rinxin Yu and Ku Ying's backstabs, Tao Qian's sacred incantation, and Chai Yun's bow glowing with white light all unveiled their extraordinary prowess, leaving the team members uncertain whether to assist. "Who are you?" Hank demanded, his expression dark as he continued to fend off the Goblin General's attacks. He merely waved a hand. The twin magic fire serpent joined the fray. Zheng Yu's directive was to conclude the battle swiftly. The twin magic fire serpent reared back and unleashed flames towards the sky, then inhaled deeply, drawing in all surrounding flames. Accumulating fire elements, it prepared to unleash its most devastating skill, Dragon's Breath. 2 streams of fire surged towards Hank. Instinctively sensing danger, Hank attempted to break free, only to find tendrils ensnaring his feet, binding him to the ground. Simultaneously, the Goblin General began to charge up. The 2 fiery breaths collided with Hank. Damage reports echoed, 48, 781, 47, 945. The combined damage of the 2 fire breaths approached a staggering 100,000. Amidst the searing flames of fire, Hank's health plummeted to a critical level. The Goblin General's charged strike landed with impeccable timing. Boom. A powerful blow struck Hank squarely in the chest. "After 30 years of fish slaughtering, my heart and my blade are equally cold." The line echoed. The attack speed was formidable. 3 heavy strikes, intermingled with leaps, vengeful markings, critical damage, and other additional effects, unleashed a relentless combo upon Hank. Thud. Hank's chest was shattered, blood gushing forth. Before Hank could utter a plea for mercy, the fiery serpents of the twin demon fire serpent descended, granting him a swift end, reducing him to ashes. "Apologies," Zheng Yu murmured, a gesture of humanitarianism, yet devoid of any emotional burden or softness. There was no need for sentiment. The paramount objective was to conquer the abyss. No one could hinder him. Defeated storyline character Hank, experience 0. Fortunately, Zheng Yu sighed with relief. Killing Hank without losing experience was a stroke of luck. Previous adventurers had faced a harsh penalty of losing 10,000 experience for slaying their most trusted ally, Edmund. Zheng Yu had also taken the risk of losing that same amount of experience by eliminating Hank. Such an obstacle had to be removed. Truth be told, Hank was formidable. Only the intervention of the twin demon fire serpent could subdue a foe capable of withstanding the Goblin General. It was not a task mere adventurers could accomplish. Others had contemplated Hank's demise, yet lacked the strength to carry it out. Hank's death sparked a reaction. Edmund proclaimed, "I concur." The vice captain retorted, "I oppose." Bang. The Goblin General forcefully struck, sending the vice captain flying over 10 meters, crashing heavily against the wall. Fortunately, the vice captain was also an ability user, and of a particularly resilient nature. "And now?" Zheng Yu asked coldly. Silence enveloped the group. No one dared to speak. To oppose meant facing the hammer. And who would risk such a fate? Had they not seen that he was already under the control of the Zerd? Otherwise, how could they have possibly slain Captain Hank? This declaration swayed many, and some reached for their weapons. After all, they were soldiers. Even in dread, they would not cower excessively. Zheng Yu, however, shook his head in disappointment. "You see, it is precisely your and Hank's stubbornness that has ultimately led to everyone's demise. Nonetheless, it matters not. You are not entirely at fault. You would heed no one's warnings and have chosen to walk headlong into the flames. Even with Hank's death, the outcome remains the same. I can only say this is your fate." Zheng Yu understood well that the signal emitted by that machine was the true instigator of the Zerd's wrath and the reason for their stringent guard over the soul entrance. Beside him, Tao Qian inquired, "Should we eliminate the dissenters?" Zheng Yu shook his head. "What if we lose experience?" The absence of experience loss for Hank's death signifies that this action was justified, but killing team members poses a risk. It would be better to let them leave if they wish. I choose to respect their decisions. As night fell, a plea for gifts echoed. Chapter 83, The Unwasted Abilities. Unlocking Imagination, Transforming the World. Ultimately, 6 soldiers chose to follow Zheng Yu, including Edmund. For it was evident that Zheng Yu's side presented a safer option based on their capabilities. As for the resolute vice captain, Zheng Yu allowed them to continue their journey southeast. Thus, the group was divided into 2 factions, one led by the vice captain with 4 teammates who trusted him, and the other comprising Zheng Yu and his 5 companions. Along with Edmund, totaling 11 individuals. Guided by the strategic map etched in his memory, Zheng Yu ventured deeper into the valley. Curiosity piqued, Edmund inquired. Zheng Yu pondered briefly before articulating in a manner Edmund could comprehend. "Let me put it this way. The moment we descended into the valley, we were already marked by the insectoid creatures here. Therefore, no matter which direction we choose, escape is not an option. They have their sights on us." Edmund appeared perplexed. Zheng Yu replied earnestly, "Otherwise, why would the very exit we sought to escape from have collapsed?" He continued, "Do not merely perceive them as insects. As professionals, we understand that every nightmare-level abyss is intricately linked to the so-called deities. The Cold Street Abyss is associated with the god of cold prison, while the Altar Abyss is tied to the dual-faced god of shadows. The vast swarms of insects in this dark valley are certainly connected to a divine entity. However, the specific nature of this god remains unmentioned. Some speculate it to be the insect mother, but that is merely conjecture. The earlier mention by one Renkinjiu that the insect mother could not possibly manifest in this dark valley is based on this very assumption. For if the insect mother were indeed a deity, the process for professionals entering a nightmare-level abyss would follow a similar pattern, albeit with a greater number of insects at the center. Fortunately, the insect horde does not guard corpses. By mastering the revival time at the Cross of Resurrection, one can wait for the insects to disperse gradually, allowing for a retreat from battle and a forced exit from the abyss instance. Overall, the narrative of the Dark Valley is remarkably straightforward. Predecessors have largely mapped out the process, which entails an unconventional approach, rather than fleeing. One must charge boldly into the densest clusters of the insects to find a way out. Yet herein lies the dilemma. The greater the number of insects, the more perilous the situation becomes. The increased population of insects in nightmare-level abysses renders the Dark Valley, the oldest abyss in Shanyu City, an insurmountable challenge. With no one having succeeded in conquering it thus far, it is not due to a lack of strategy, but rather a deficiency in strength. Noticing Edmund's lingering confusion, Zhengyu elaborated, "You may envision them as social insects like ants or bees. They possess leaders, communities, purpose, organization, and discipline. Once you entertain this notion, consider the sudden torrential rain, the coincidental collapse of the exit, and the swarm that sought to drive us in another direction, and it will become clear. We are presently in their territory. They confine us for one reason alone, to regard us as a reserve of sustenance. Yet, they simultaneously endeavor to push us towards the edge of the valley, suggesting that their leader resides at the center. Thus, the solitary means of escape lies in infiltrating the heart of the insect swarm and eliminating the controlling leader insect. Only then shall we find our freedom." A female team member beside Edmund interjected, "It's easy to say, but before we eliminate that so-called leader bug you mentioned, we would have already been devoured by those creatures. Or do you perhaps have another method to drive the swarm away?" Zhengyu replied nonchalantly, "Drive the insect race away? My objective is precisely that swarm. If they depart, what purpose would I have in being here?" This statement left both Edmund and the female team member perplexed, momentarily causing them to question whether they had allied with the wrong individual. Nonetheless, Zhengyu's words held a kernel of truth. The insect swarm they had previously encountered clearly exhibited signs of possessing some level of intelligence. At that moment, Edmund inquired of Zhengyu, "By the way, when did you awaken your abilities?" He then continued, "I, too, am an awakened individual." This was the first Zhengyu had heard of it. The strategy guide had not mentioned any such information regarding Edmund's abilities. However, Zhengyu soon understood why this detail was omitted from the guide. For Edmund's power proved entirely ineffectual. "My ability is to change colors, for instance, transforming the black of your clothing into red. It possesses no combat capacity whatsoever." "Changing colors?" Zhengyu asked. "Then you must be quite adept at concealment." The only application of such a capability he could envision was akin to that of a chameleon, blending seamlessly with its surroundings. Yet, another idea occurred to him. He remarked to Edmund, "Once your strength has grown, I shall share with you an amusing concept." Intrigued, Edmund queried, "What sort of concept?" "Transform the white individuals of a certain country into black, and the black individuals into white, leaving the others unchanged. Then watch the spectacle unfold. Trust me, it will be utterly fascinating." Edmund was left speechless. Zhengyu added, "There are no useless abilities. Think outside the box and alter the world." Nearby, when Renkinjiu praised, as expected of you, Tao Qian, contemplatively, posed a question, "Speaking of skin, do Africans refer to black silk as black silk or flesh silk?" Ku Ying and Chai Yin responded with puzzled expressions. Just then, the sound of numerous insects interrupted Zhengyu's playful banter and Tao Qian's dry humor. The swarm, the team member responsible for scouting ahead, warned. However, even before the alert could fully escape his lips, the twin demon fire serpent had already surged forward, leading the charge with flames ablaze. The fire illuminated the dark cavern, incinerating the approaching swarm of insects, which rushed toward them like moths drawn to a flame, meeting their demise within the fiery aura. There was no need for additional heating or serpentine flames. The twin demon fire serpent merely stood its ground, and the insects collided into it. Offering Zhengyu experience points as a gift. Kill Alien Bug 20, gain 714 experience. Kill Alien Bug 20, gain 628 experience. Kill Alien Bug 20, gain 711 experience. Kill Alien Bug 20, gain 658 experience. In total, 23 alien bugs were vanquished, yielding an impressive 150,000 experience points. The sensation of effortlessly accumulating experience was indeed quite delightful. Perhaps the overlord of the insectoid race sensed that the swarms it had dispatched were perishing at an alarming rate. Consequently, The subsequent waves of insects were noticeably more numerous than their predecessors. Yet, regardless of their quantity, they could not withstand the searing flames of the fiery aura. You have slain 20 alien insects, earning 700 experience points. You have slain 20 alien insects, earning 629 experience points. The swarms continued to deliver a steady stream of experience points, which Zheng Yu gladly accepted, rendering the arduous hours of travel somewhat less tedious. Just as he approached the first insectoid outpost detailed in the strategy guide, Zheng Yu received a notification from the system. You have slain 100 alien insects. The insectoid overlord is exceedingly enraged and has expended energy from the queen to evolve the alien insects into one-star variants. Upon reading this message, Zheng Yu understood that what lay ahead was the true nightmare level of the abyss. Chapter 84. The First Battle of the War Bull's Head. This phenomenon occurs exclusively within the nightmare level of the Dark Abyss. With each certain number of insectoid kills, the overlord would elevate the star level of all insects. Each elevation in star level resulted in a significant boost to the power of these alien creatures. In the city of Shangyu, a professional had once managed to slay over 300 insects, successfully upgrading them to 3-star variants. To this day, no one knows the maximum star level these alien insects can achieve. However, regardless of the star level attained, the experience remains consistent. Slaying 301-star alien insects yields approximately 200,000 experience points, and when shared among 5 professionals, each would only receive a few tens of thousands. Such a meager sum of experience, coupled with the absence of completion rewards and the necessity to expend a revival cross, thoroughly extinguished the desire of other professionals to venture into the dark abyss for experience farming. Ahead lay the first outpost of the insectoid territory, guarded by an elite-level insect. Defeating it would trigger a counterattack from the insectoids, and if they could withstand the onslaught, the insectoids would retract their defenses. When Renkinjiu stood by to remind Zheng Yu, "All right, let's charge forward," Zheng Yu concurred without hesitation. Up until this first outpost, he had relied on a strategy guide penned by previous professionals who had ventured into the nightmare level of the abyss. Although it was a work in progress, it held considerable reference value, particularly regarding the attributes and panels of the initial elite monster. The term outpost was aptly chosen, as it marked the beginning of an experience akin to a military formation of alien insects. As the goblin general stepped over the defensive line, a cacophony of hissing sounds erupted around him. The ground crackled and trembled, with mounds of earth rising as scythe-like tendrils tore through the hardened soil. Insects with black exoskeletons emerged from the depths. Oh no, giant cockroaches! When Renkinjiu cried out, the cockroaches, the size of a thumb in the south, were nightmares for many. But these monstrous creatures, the size of tires, represented the pinnacle of terror. The most effective method of dealing with cockroaches was to incinerate them. Fire WYRM, roast the cockroaches. Zheng Yu commanded. Roar. The typically reticent double-headed fire WYRM let out a jubilant dragon-like roar. Regardless of whether it is a cockroach or something else, he revels in battle far more than a goblin general. No, one might say he relishes in slaughter. Boom. The dual demon fire serpent unleashed its hellfire serpent, engulfing the entire area. Coupled with the suppression of the flame halo, the entire region transformed into a blazing inferno. The crackling sounds of charred remains filled the air. The two continuous damage skills, Hellfire Serpent and Flame Halo, initially demanded immense energy, but with the enhancement of the axiomatic arc, the dual demon fire serpent cast off all restraint, unleashing its full potential. Burn. Fiercely burn. In a short span, Zheng Yu and his companions caught a whiff of a savory aroma. However, upon realizing that the source was the colossal cockroaches, the fragrance lost its allure. Tao Qian remarked. In truth, the seafood we consume, such as lobsters and mantis shrimp, are merely oceanic insects, not so different from cockroaches. When Renkinjiu interjected, please, refrain from mentioning that. I've heard the government has advised against consuming seafood lately. Alas, had I known, I should have stockpiled some sea delicacies. When Renkinjiu nodded, indeed. The first 9th-tier abyss unexpectedly appeared in the land of cherry blossoms. Is there any distinction? Zheng Yu inquired. For factions, the abyss represents a form of resource. As a former second-generation scion, when Renkinjiu possessed considerable knowledge. So, there are still no level 80 weapons in this world? When Renkinjiu chuckled, don't even mention level 80. Only Nanmuyun possesses a level 70 weapon. The dominance of Jiuzhou in the world owes entirely to Nanmuyun. No wonder Nanmuyun's level had stagnated for so long. It turns out he lacked teammates. Tao Qian, eavesdropping, wore an expression of realization. At that time, you shall be the hero of Jiuzhou. Zheng Yu waved his hand dismissively. That matter is too distant. Let us focus on the present. A surge of experience acquisition notifications interrupted their discourse. Kill 1-star Carapace Alien Worm 20. Gain experience 654. Kill 1-star Carapace Alien Worm 20. Gain experience 698. The 1-star Carapace alien worms possessed considerable health, and the dual demon fire serpent could no longer dispatch them instantly. Fortunately, its stamina was ample. Each kill restored 10 energy. Once the first was slain, The dual demon fire serpent would enter a perpetual motion state, allowing for continuous combat. Almost there, Zheng Yu counted the fallen 1-star alien worms. As the count approached 50, an elite worm finally emerged from the ground. It resembled the carapace alien worms, but was several dozen times larger. Like a mobile mansion, it stirred the earth as it roared, declaring its dominion. Giant carapace alien worm lord. Level 20. Rank elite. Health 700, 000. Attack power 800. Skill shockwave. Skill insectoid shield. Skill carapace defense. Skill acidic fluid. Skill insectoid physique. A formidable creature indeed, boasting a staggering health of 700, 000. This represents the highest health pool Zheng Yu has encountered among elite monsters. The previous record was held by the soul-gathering entity in the Abyssal Shrine, which possessed only 280, 000 health. Fortunately, this 700, 000 health armored Anomalocaris exhibits rather mundane skills and lacks any brutal abilities, rendering it merely a pure-blooded tank. Most professionals who dared challenge the nightmarish depths of the Dark Valley have perished here, unable to whittle down such overwhelming vitality. Coupled with the regenerative capabilities inherent to its insectoid nature, it is beyond the reach of ordinary practitioners, particularly those of lesser talents. A tank? Then let the true bull come forth to face you. Zheng Yu concealed none of his prowess, summoning forth his mightiest companion, the primal bloodline war bull. He also called upon the giant winged spirit butterfly to enhance the war bull's speed. With a resonant moo, the war bull emerged from the contract array, its heavy steps exuding an aura of authority. It was filled with determination, eager to showcase its finest self in this inaugural battle. For it, war and slaughter epitomized perfection. The aura of carnage instantaneously radiated outward, drawing the attention of all present. Chapter 85. Primal Bloodline, growing stronger in battle. The armored Anomalocaris Lord sensed the war bull's murderous intent and would not permit a creature of greater vigor to trespass upon its domain. With a thunderous roar, the war bull disregarded the armored Anomalocaris Lord's threat and charged forth. Primal Bull Charge, an unstoppable skill that grants immunity to 90 of damage, akin to possessing invincibility. It barreled through the acidic spray and shockwaves of the armored Anomalocaris Lord, colliding with the massive creature. With a resounding crash, the colossal armored Anomalocaris Lord was surprisingly toppled. 57, 412. Nearly 60, 000 points of damage. Although the war bull's skill attack coefficient is not exceptionally high, its formidable base attributes, bolstered by the Dragon Lord's 50 attribute enhancement, culminate in an impressive attack power of 6, 400. Even skills with a low coefficient can unleash devastating damage. Alas, the explosive impact failed to breach the armored Anomalocaris Lord's shield. What a formidable barrier it possesses. A damage output of 60, 000 could not even dent the shield. Observing the health bar of the armored Anomalocaris Lord reveals that its shield constitutes over 30 of its total value, equating to more than 200, 000 shield points. No wonder even Zhang Zhan could not surpass this first elite monster. The health and shield are indeed disheartening. To be frank, the strength of the armored Anomalocaris Lord is not particularly impressive, even lesser than that of the Soul Village Chief, who can teleport. Its overwhelming vitality is the true challenge. Even if one were to breach the shield, the subsequent armored defense remains formidable. It is not a matter of inability to defeat it, but rather the impossibility of exterminating it. Let us not squander excessive time here. We must hasten our pace. Giant winged spirit butterfly. Zheng Yu had no intention of allowing time to wear down this blood-soaked elite monster. From the majestic giant winged spirit butterfly emerged two orbs of cerulean light, coalescing upon the war minotaur to form a delicate azure shield. The giant winged spirit butterfly then commenced its enchanting song. The level 19 butterfly song skill, consuming 3 health points per second, imbued all summoned beasts with an augmentation of 290 points in agility and movement speed. This enhancement directly affected the war minotaur, goblin general, and the twin fire serpent, resulting in a comprehensive elevation of their defenses, swiftness, and mobility. The war minotaur, now exuding an aura of invincibility, pursued the retreating armored abomination lord with fierce determination, delivering a powerful axe strike. The sound of metal striking metal reverberated sharply. The war minotaur offered the armored lord no opportunity to retaliate, leveraging its augmented agility to unleash a relentless series of axe blows. The butterfly song, while a potent skill, drew upon the life essence of the giant winged spirit butterfly, meaning the extraordinary boost in speed would not endure indefinitely. Despite the armored lord's formidable size, the war minotaur, bolstered by its bond with the dragon sovereign, had grown to over 3 meters, matching the imposing presence of its opponent. The axe strikes continued unabated, each blow echoing with resolve. Should the armored lord attempt to counter, the war minotaur would unleash a war roar, stunning the creature and maintaining its assault, completely suppressing the towering foe and offering it no chance for reprisal. In essence, without a brutal mechanism, the armored lord was merely a living target. With a resounding crack, the armored lord's shield shattered, exposing its vulnerable shell. Even with its defensive capabilities, it could not withstand the might of the war minotaur, now in a primal bloodlust state. One axe strike, the armor splintered. A second axe strike, the shell fractured. A third axe strike, the armored abomination lord began to retreat. A testament to the war minotaur's relentless spirit, emboldened by the primal bloodline. The more it fought, the stronger it became. Once engaged in battle, the war minotaur epitomized invincibility. Edmund watched in envy as the war minotaur dominated the armored lord, wishing for such extraordinary abilities. Meanwhile, Tao Qian and others were equally astonished by Zheng Yu's new summoned beast. I can scarcely imagine how powerful Zheng Yu will be upon reaching level 70. One Ren Qingyu calculated, at the rate of one new summoned beast every 5 levels, by level 70, Zheng Yu could wield 15 summoned beasts. The thought of summoning 15 such formidable creatures simultaneously elicited an audible gasp of awe from one Ren Qingyu. While other summoners often focused on quantity over quality, Zheng Yu seemed to possess both. The Goblin General surpassed any warrior of exceptional talent that she had encountered, and the War Minotaur was even more impressive. Seeking numbers. One Ren Qingyu glanced at the Goblin General's summoned combat squad. The level 19 Goblin Combat Squad not only had increased numbers, but also enhanced battle prowess. Complete with mages and support, everything one could desire. This summoner represented an entire team, perfectly coordinated and formidable. It is no wonder that Zheng Yu declined the team privileges offered by the factions. A summoner of his caliber requires no companions. He neither needs to share rewards nor accommodate teammates. While they engaged in their discussions, the twin flame fire serpent had already decimated a significant portion of the 1-star armored alien worms, with the flame aura and hellfire serpents still in effect, continuing to deliver maximum output. The Axiom arc had markedly enhanced the group's spellcasting capabilities of the twin flame fire serpent. The twin flame fire serpent and the Goblin General joined the fray against the armored worm lord. The Goblin Combat Squad was tasked with clearing the battlefield, eliminating any stragglers or fleeing ordinary armored worms. As the numbers of his armored worms dwindled, the armored worm lord became frenzied, charging recklessly at the war minotaur. However, the war minotaur showed no mercy. Though large, it remained merely a creature of the insect realm, easily dispatched with a stomp. War Trample. The war minotaur initiated a trampling assault on all obstacles ahead. The ground before the war minotaur instantly caved in, and even the armored worm lord, whose size exceeded that of the war minotaur by several folds, was forcefully pressed into the earth. With a thunderous roar, the ground trembled. The overwhelming force rendered the armored worm lord immobile. Simultaneously, the Goblin General and the Fire Serpent seized the opportunity to strike. Charge. Serpent's Breath. Chapter 86, Level 20. Combat prowess fully enhanced. The battle endured for an extended duration, marking the longest encounter with an elite creature that Zheng Yu had ever experienced, primarily due to the armored worm lord's substantial health pool. Its armored defenses proved even more formidable than those of ghostly entities, absorbing damage at an extraordinary rate. Yet, the war minotaur grew increasingly powerful as the battle progressed, bolstered by the immense support of the giant winged spirit butterfly, alongside the coordinated assaults from the twin flame fire serpent and the Goblin General, which ultimately overwhelmed the 700,000 health point armored worm lord. With a resounding crash, the armored worm lord collapsed, felled by the war minotaur's final blow, shattering its massive head. Defeated the armored alien worm lord, gaining 14,529 experience points. Congratulations. Acquired armored worm armor, platinum, level 20. Congratulations, acquired armored shield, platinum, level 20. The experience gained matched that of other elite creatures. And the unexpected drop of 2 pieces of platinum level equipment was indeed a delightful surprise. The armored worm armor was suitable for shield warriors, as was the shield itself. Although Zheng Yu could not utilize them, placing them in the temple shop would yield a handsome profit, each fetching several million in currency. From this wave of armored worms, he accumulated 50,000 experience points. The elite creature yielded 150,000 experience points along with 2 valuable pieces of platinum equipment. He needed less than 60,000 more experience points to reach level 20. This was merely the first wave of worms, and Zheng Yu began to anticipate the forthcoming swarms. He instructed the team to remain in place to recuperate, while directing the Goblin Combat Squad to excavate the charred remains of the armored worms to extract the hard stones within. This material, known as worm essence, was sought after by merchants in Shanyu City, with each piece valued at around 5,000 yuan, with over 70 pieces. He would amass nearly 350,000 yuan. Although it may not yet rival the price of a golden card, one should seize the opportunity while it lasts. Moreover, there is no need to toil in the grim task of harvesting the remains of the fallen insects. One advantage of being a summoner is the exemption from such laborious duties, as the air is thick with the scent of charred bugs. Initially, it carries a hint of barbecued meat, but soon becomes rather unpleasant, discouraging any roasting activities akin to those in other abysses. Zheng Yu calculated the passage of time, It had been approximately an hour. In the distance, a familiar buzzing sound arose. Here they come again. The sight darkened the expression of Edmund, for this wave of insects surpassed the previous in number. Here they come again, Zheng Yu echoed, though his tone resonated with excitement. The prospect of reaping vast experience from this swarm made him eager for another onslaught. The archers readied themselves, and even the goblin general had anticipated the attack before Zheng Yu. Truly, a general in every sense. Zheng Yu mused that perhaps, once the goblin general reached a 10th tier of talent, he could command a legion of goblins in battle, allowing Zheng Yu to merely sit back and reap the rewards. His anticipation grew, though the path to tier 10 or higher seemed distant. After all, leveling a war bull from tier 6 to 7 required a staggering 20,000 talent points. One could only imagine the points needed to ascend from tier 9 to 10. 500,000, a million, or perhaps even more. Zheng Yu shook his head, choosing to set aside such thoughts for the moment. As the saying goes, where there is a will, there is a way. With his current health pool, advancement seemed implausible, but what if he were at level 70? Or could acquire some resource-laden hex enhancement runes? Loose arrows. Just as these thoughts crossed his mind, the goblin general commanded the goblin archers and wolf riders to commence their assault on the alien insect horde. After a volley, the giant winged spirit butterfly let forth its melodic call, enhancing the agility of the ranged attackers. Though the call drained health, the butterfly's innate resilience allowed it to recover swiftly, having restored its vitality during the brief respite. Thus, it continued its ethereal serenade, hastening the firing rate of the goblin archers. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. You have slain 21-star alien insects, gaining 666 experience. You have slain 21-star alien insects, gaining 688 experience. In mere moments, they had already dispatched over a dozen 1-star alien insects. Unlike their armored counterparts, these ordinary alien insects possessed the ability to fly, albeit at low altitudes, making them vulnerable to the goblin general's attacks. You have killed 200 alien insects. The insect ruler is exceedingly enraged, consuming the energy of the mother bug to evolve the alien insects into 2-star alien insects. Having vanquished 200, they were a mere 100 away from breaking the record. To Zheng Yu's astonishment, this swarm evolved right before their eyes. Black spots began to appear upon their bodies, their flight speed and mobility increased, and it seemed their defensive capabilities had been significantly enhanced. Yet even so, under the scorching flames of the dual demon fire serpent's fiery aura and the infernal dual-range skill of the fire serpent hell, it was indeed unbearable. The 2-star alien insect swarm, barely halfway through their charge, began to fall one after another. You have slain 22-star alien insects, gaining 782 experience. You have slain 22-star alien insects, gaining 823 experience. Experience points, though slightly increased, were sufficient. One wave was vanquished, and another surged forth. The dual demon fire serpent was driven to madness. You have slain 300 alien insects. The tyrant of the insect race is exceedingly enraged, consuming the energy of the insect mother to evolve the alien insects into 3-star variants. At last, after dispatching over 300 alien insects, they had evolved to 3-star status. Zheng Yu's experience bar reached its zenith at level 19. Level 20 achieved. Level 219202500000. Requires 249201 experience points for next level. Health 152101610. Mana 9801020. Intelligence 574,602. Strength 149,155. Agility 3,740. You have gained the 5th summoner space. Notice, level up 5 more times to undergo vocational deepening in the sanctuary, acquiring more powerful exclusive vocational skills and confirming your career's future direction. Notice, you have unlocked the leaderboard system. You may check your ranking in the sanctuary. Finally, reaching level 20. Zheng Yu's first act was to eagerly don his level 20 gear. The yellow skin set comprising 4 pieces: yellow skin coat, yellow skin pants, yellow skin hat, and yellow skin gloves. Gold grade, adequate for use. Although Zheng Yu could spend around 30 million to acquire a platinum grade set, he deemed it wiser to reserve funds for enhancement and forging stones. The attribute difference between gold and platinum was minimal, not comparable to the brilliance of higher tier equipment. He equipped the platinum grade soul bracelet. Bracelet, soul bracelet. Required level, 20. Requirements, none. Grade, platinum. Attributes, intelligence 140, enhances magic defense by 10. Equipment effect 1, vengeful spirit's aid. Upon skill release, receive assistance from a vengeful spirit, inflicting an additional damage of 5. Forging, 0. Enhancement, 0. Refinement, 0. Runes, no runes embedded. Chapter 87, Leaderboard Refresh. First and third, possessing 2 equipment effects from the platinum grade bracelet, additional damage and active control skills. This gear ranked commendably among level 20 equipment. Next, he donned the diamond grade Een Spirit boots, capable of entering a ghostly state and offering a damage reduction of 30, along with the diamond-grade summoning equipment, the soul-catching swana. Initially, he had intended to give the soul-catching swana to the great-winged spirit butterfly, but since the war bull also possessed an audio skill, War Roar, he directly bestowed it upon the war bull. The soul-piercing swana has augmented its health by an impressive 190,000, and its attack power has surged by 280. Coupled with Zheng Yu's already formidable intelligence of 740 and the overall enhancement of 50 from the Dragon Sovereign, the total attack power has skyrocketed to an astounding 10,060. Furthermore, health has ballooned to 90,000. The statistics are extraordinarily lavish. It can be said that even the mightiest swordsman at level 20 would struggle to reach an attack power of 10,000, and the most resilient paladin would not boast a health pool of 90,000. The data reveals an outrageous anomaly. Regrettably, the illusory spirit staff remains under construction. Otherwise, one could achieve even greater prowess. As Zheng Yu surveyed his statistics, he felt a renewed confidence in his impending conquest of the Dark Abyss. The insect race has retreated. Edmund noticed that the hidden insectoids surrounding them had begun to vacate the area. We have successfully breached the first line of defense, and they have chosen to acknowledge our strength and relinquish their territory. It is a sign of submission, Zheng Yu explained. I never anticipated their intelligence to be so high, Edmund remarked in astonishment. Zheng Yu then instructed the goblin general to capture a living aberrant insect and addressed Edmund. Attempt to alter the coloration of this creature. Change its color? Edmund appeared bewildered. Zheng Yu specified, try transforming its entire body from this spotted white to another hue, preferably one that matches its original coloration. He refrained from elaborating on his reasoning, merely issuing the command. Edmund did not press further and placed his hand upon the 2-star aberrant insect. Let me give it a go. It may not succeed, Edmund replied, as he was not accustomed to utilizing this ability. Gradually, the white spots on the aberrant insect began to shift in color, blending seamlessly with the insect's body, rendering the spots seemingly non-existent. Zheng Yu gazed intently at the transformed creature, his eyes betraying a hint of incredulity. This is absurd. What is it? Tao Qian inquired from the side. Zheng Yu gestured toward the aberrant insect, saying, take a look for yourself. Tao Qian turned to the insect and was instantly struck with shock. It has been downgraded? Indeed, it has been downgraded. Originally elevated to 3 stars after the demise of 300 aberrant insects, it has now been reduced to 0 stars. The status of a mere ordinary aberrant insect, all due to Edmund's color-altering ability. When Ren Qingjiu analyzed, it seems that Edmund is the most valuable asset in the entire Dark Abyss. No wonder those who eliminated Edmund faced immediate defeat in the Abyss. How did you come to this conclusion? When Ren Qingjiu asked curiously, Zheng Yu replied in a somewhat peculiar tone. I merely observed that every time an aberrant insect levels up, it acquires additional white spots. This reminded me of the incident of a black person becoming white, leading me to ponder the effects of erasing the white spots. A characteristic of leveling up. When Ren Qingjiu, uncertain, remarked, so, is this the rule of the Dark Abyss? Zheng Yu shook his head. Such an unreliable rule cannot exist. There is only one possibility. Zheng Yu turned his gaze toward Edmund. Then, addressing the somewhat bewildered Edmund, he remarked, this is not a trivial ability, but rather a power rooted in rules. After comprehending Edmund's extraordinary talent, Zheng Yu deduced that Edmund must hold great significance. Although Edmund could presently only laboriously alter the color of a single insect, Zheng Yu still instructed the goblin general to provide close protection for Edmund. Everyone else could perish. But Edmund must not die. Despite not yet grasping his current utility, with Edmund's present capabilities, he was hardly able to effect color changes or lower his rank. Moreover, if he were to lower his rank, where would he obtain the requisite experience? Nonetheless, he undoubtedly possessed potential. It was merely that they were currently unaware of it. Tao Qian gazed at Edmund with envy, thinking how splendid it would be to have such powers, far superior to those of mere practitioners like themselves. The earlier captain, Hank, seemed to wield lightning abilities, while the vice-captain could render his blades searing hot. Edmund, on the other hand, possessed a rule-based power. Brother Yu, do you think it's possible that I too have many hidden talents yet to be discovered? Tao Qian inquired. Such as? Zheng Yu replied. Tao Qian shrugged. I do not know, they are concealed. After the insect tribe retreated, Zheng Yu did not hasten to pursue them, but first allowed the giant-winged spirit butterfly to recover its health. Zheng Yu then opened the system panel and entered the sanctuary interface. Upon reaching level 20, he not only unlocked the 5th summoner slot, but also the leaderboard. Only practitioners at level 20 are eligible for the leaderboard, which includes the newcomer rankings. The contest for the leaderboard that Zheng Yu previously mentioned pertains specifically to the newcomer list. Within the sanctuary interface, alongside the shop and various information, a leaderboard option appeared. Upon clicking it, he beheld 5 lists: level rankings, total combat power rankings, equipment rankings, abyss rankings, and newcomer level rankings, newcomer equipment rankings. In the level rankings, total combat power rankings, and abyss rankings, the first place was held by Nan Mu Yun from Jiuzhou. The equipment rankings were led by Rockefeller from the Eagle Nation, boasting a level 70 demigod grade weapon by a significant margin. Indeed, Nanmu also possessed a demigod-grade greatsword, yet its craftsmanship paled in comparison to Rockefeller's eternal divine spear. Leaderboard achievement notification. Your level 2007 experience has secured you the 3rd position on the newcomer level rankings. At the deadline, the sanctuary will provide corresponding rewards based on the rankings. Rewards will cease once the top newcomer reaches level 35. Please strive onward and continue your efforts. Leaderboard achievement notification. Your weapon, Ancient Illusionary Spirit Staff, level 20, Radiant grade, has ascended to 1st place on the newcomer equipment rankings. At the deadline, the sanctuary will provide corresponding rewards based on the rankings. Rewards will cease once the top newcomer reaches level 35. Please strive onward and continue your efforts. Well, 3rd in level and 1st in equipment. It appears that the Illusionary Spirit Staff is indeed the sole Radiant grade equipment at level 20. Zheng Yu held a measure of confidence in the Illusionary Spirit Staff. Yet, being 3rd in level, is there anyone who can upgrade faster than I? However, Zheng Yu was not particularly surprised, as the Central State District is home to numerous prodigies. He glanced at the leaderboard, which unfortunately featured only 3 individuals. Himself, another named Rong Mingjian, and an anonymous contender. In fact, Zheng Yu himself was anonymous, as one must manually enable the display by default. The sanctum remains in a state of anonymity. Anonymous? Zheng Yu pondered briefly before decisively opting to reveal his identity. No more anonymity. With factions offering shelter and support, and with Shanyu City as a stronghold, the Sanctum's regulations ensured that professionals would not have their equipment arbitrarily seized. The laws of Jojo further established a series of protections for lower-tier professionals. There was no fear of being punished for possessing wealth. In this world, exceptional talent must be showcased. Only then will the nation and factions endeavor to nurture and protect you. Remaining low-key often results in greater losses. Moreover, how could he provoke Zhou Yun while remaining anonymous? Zhou Yun, the feeble summoner you dismissed, is now on the verge of dominating the leaderboard. Chapter 88, Treasure of War. Curious, Zheng Yu conducted a brief inquiry into Rong Mingjian, leading him to discover the Rong family. Rong Li, at level 68, led a faction of swordsmen, with Rong Mingjian being his son, a prodigious swordsman who emerged 8 years ago. Now he is a top-tier professional renowned worldwide. Often referred to as the strongest swordsman, the sword god. This makes sense. Rong Mingjian possesses exceptional talent, having followed in his father's footsteps to become a swordsman. He likely inherited the equipment from Rong Li's youth, coupled with the support of his faction and his own formidable skills. He probably ascended through the nightmare-level abyss. Much like Zheng Yu himself, Zheng Yu closed the sanctum page and, taking advantage of the time while the giant winged spirit butterfly was recovering health, opened the Hextech Enhancement Runes. At level 20, he had acquired 2 additional enhancement runes. Rubbing his hands together, Zheng Yu eagerly prepared to draw from the Hextech runes, hoping for something beneficial. As he murmured to himself, a brilliant spectacle unfolded before his eyes. Prismatic level. Drawing on his previous experiences, he recognized that this would certainly yield a prismatic level Hextech Enhancement Rune. The prismatic level signifies the pinnacle of enhancement. Congratulations. You have drawn the 9th rune. The prismatic level rune, Treasure of War. Congratulations. You have drawn the 10th rune, the golden level rune, a companion. Treasure of War, Prismatic Enhancement Rune. When your summoned beast kills an enemy unit of elite rank or higher, astonishing loot is guaranteed to drop. A companion, golden level enhancement rune, provides a training dummy. Detected that you already possess a golden level rune, a companion, to assist in synthesizing a companion. A companion provides 2 training dummies, with health increased to 20,000. After the abyss concludes, rewards are elevated to 202. Oh, has it undergone star upgrading? Zheng Yu never anticipated that the star upgrading mechanism could be applied to Hextech runes. If I were to draw another demon contract, would it be possible to elevate the demon contract star level, thus consuming less vitality while enhancing my talents further? Zheng Yu considered this possibility. However, the odds of drawing a demon contract amidst so many hex runes were rather slim. The war treasure could be regarded as a form of economic rune. What Zheng Yu truly required were runes that strengthened economic capabilities. For instance, hedge funds, final reserves, or operational economic synergies such as the pirate synergy, Piltover synergy, or perhaps even a sudden windfall would suffice. The war treasure was also a commendable prism-level rune, ensuring loot drops upon defeating elite monsters. Zheng Yu's eyes flickered. He vaguely recalled that the original war treasure had a low probability of dropping, rendering it not particularly desirable. For those of ill fortune, this rune might even pale in comparison to certain silver or gold tier runes. Yet, for him, it assuredly guaranteed a drop. The unexpected windfall had augmented wealth by 2 levels. Now, the war treasure had morphed into a guaranteed drop. It seemed that my hex talent was indeed balancing the scales, Zheng Yu mused. He then retrieved a training dummy, which bore a mark of 20, inscribed with the words awaiting collection. This represented the 20 talent points from 2 unclaimed abyss runs in the shrine. Given the meager amount, Zheng Yu chose to temporarily leave it with the training dummy, as upgrading a single talent now required thousands of points. although each match had transformed into 40 talent points. It barely amounted to a trivial sum. What was paramount was the taunting ability of the training dummy. With 2 training dummies, each possessing 20,000 health. They collectively boasted 40,000 health. While this amount was inconsequential in the later stages, it served as Zheng Yu's crucial lifeline in the early game. After resting for approximately an hour, the War Bull paved the way. The Goblin General protected Edmund. The twin demon fire serpent and the giant winged spirit butterfly hovered beside Zheng Yu, with the spirit butterfly bestowing its guardian shield upon him. The spirit butterfly's protection was a persistent skill, providing Zheng Yu with a continuous shield and damage mitigation as long as it remained connected. The combination of protective equipment, the spirit butterfly's shield, and the taunting of the training dummy instilled in Zheng Yu a profound sense of security. Ahead lay the second outpost. When Rin Qingyu remarked, Zheng Yu had perused that particular strategy guide. The guide's author was not Zhang Zhan, although Zhang Zhan had attempted the abyss of Dark Valley. He had faltered at the Beetle Lord. The author of this guide had ventured earlier than Zhang Zhan. Unfortunately, this adventurer ultimately perished in the level 50 awakening contention. Failing to achieve awakening, Zheng Yu lifted his gaze toward the distance. As he surveyed the landscape, a hillside was dotted with numerous wormholes, both large and small, densely clustered together. Upon witnessing this scene, Zheng Yu comprehended why previous adventurers had retreated from the abyss here. The oppressive aura emanating from these wormholes was overwhelming. Hiss! Edmund gasped at the sight of this myriad of wormholes, but he ceased speaking mid-sentence upon catching Zheng Yu's gaze. The gaze was exceedingly familiar to him. It mirrored the look he had when encountering a beautiful woman in a bar. Zheng Yu paid no heed to Edmund's suggestion. He had slain the captain solely for the dominance over this team, and now, no one could alter his plans. They must seize this location before signaling, otherwise. Once the signal was dispatched, the tyrant of the Zerg would dispatch its minions to obstruct the core's teleportation portal, resulting in a significant loss of experience. Without a moment's hesitation, Zheng Yu commanded the twin flame fire dragon to unleash 2 fireballs to activate the swarm. Whoosh! Whoosh! The fireballs soared, tracing an arc through the air before precisely entering the dark abyss of the wormhole. Boom! The fireballs detonated within, spewing forth a tongue of flame from the mouth of the tunnel. Almost immediately, the ground trembled. The rustling sound sent shivers down the spines of Edmund and his companions, prompting them to grasp their weapons, fully aware that conventional firearms would inflict little harm upon the swarm. Yet, the presence of weapons provided at least a semblance of security. Boom! The first creature to breach the surface was a 3-star giant beetle. Although it did not possess the rank of a lord and was 3 times smaller than a beetle lord, it was still the size of a tank. Boom! Boom! Following closely were the second, third, and fourth beetles, a total of 5 colossal creatures emerging from the wormhole. Subsequently, the swarm of shell-like aberrations and the flying aberrations, all 3-star entities, swarmed forth in a terrifying mass. Tao Qian, witnessing this spectacle, could not help but exclaim, "If only we had a gigantic can of insecticide. How delightful that would be." Zheng Yu chuckled in response. Insecticide? That's quite unsatisfactory. Have you ever burned an anthill? Chapter 89. The Thrill of the Twin Flame Fire Dragon. A True Inferno. Summoning Beast Frenzy. Yellow Weasel Possession. Zheng Yu activated 2 skills in succession. The sole active ability of a summoner, Summoning Beast Frenzy, and the active skill of the Yellow Weasel's 4-piece set. Yellow Weasel Possession. Yellow Weasel 4-piece set skill. Summons the spirit of the Yellow Weasel, allowing possession of oneself or the summoned entity. Increasing attack power by 15 for a duration of 5 minutes. These enhancements were applied to the twin flame fire dragon, causing the flames to transform into a vivid purple. Those standing beside the twin flame fire dragon were compelled to retreat as the temperature soared. Fire dragon, incinerate this nest of insects. A single crimson shadow darted forth. The twin flame fire dragon was not one for verbosity. If it were to have a catchphrase, it would be, "I yearn to burn something. A day without burning leaves me restless." The melodic call of the giant winged spirit butterfly accompanied this moment, swiftly augmenting the fire dragon's speed. Within mere breaths, it found itself amidst the dense mass of the swarm. Then, the domain unfurled. A fiery halo, infernal fire serpents, and double fire attribute damage. It was as if fire had splashed into oil. Instantly, flames illuminated the entire area, transforming the expanse into a sea of fire. A conflagration that could forge walls of flame. The once formidable swarm of insects, a distinct advantage of the Zerg, has now become a mere catalyst for the flames. Gazing upon this sea of fire, Zheng Yu could not help but remark, this must evoke a sensation akin to the burning of Chibi. The grand army of the Zerg, once a symbol of might, now resembled cockroaches desperately struggling in the inferno. It was utterly absurd. Although Chai Yun had witnessed the prowess of the twin demon fire serpent in the abyss of the ancestral hall, she had never encountered such a spectacle. Beside her, Tao Qian exclaimed, "This is truly exhilarating. No wonder so many are willing to bear the dire consequences of financial ruin just to become a mage. The sheer joy of unleashing such a spell and incinerating a multitude is simply delightful." Tao Qian sighed, "It's just outrageous." Even after witnessing it countless times, it still feels absurd. However, when Rinkinjiu astutely identified a critical issue, the sheer power of such a skill, coupled with its sustained effect, is what truly defies belief. With a roar reminiscent of a serpent, the twin demon fire serpent interrupted their discourse. Some aberrant insects were already being incinerated. You have slain a 3-star aberrant insect, earning 825 experience points. You have slain a 3-star aberrant insect, earning 811 experience points. The twin demon fire serpent, nearing its limits, received a resurgence of vitality from the axiom Arc Energy 10, and then it continued to burn. This was the exhilarating scenario for the twin demon fire serpent. Zheng Yu understood that such a euphoric experience could only exist within the Zerg Abyss. In other abysses, one would encounter lethal entities like the human skin spider or the teleporting, damage-stealing village chief of the Hades, which would never allow the twin demon fire serpent to revel in such delight. Even 3-star aberrant insects could slay a few foes before the energy was depleted, only to continue their assault. You have slain a 3-star aberrant insect, earning 791 experience points. You have slain a 3-star aberrant insect, earning 833 experience points. Waves of experience came one after another, though the experience gained was modest. The quantity filled the bar to its limit. You have slain 400 aberrant insects. The Zerg Overlord is exceedingly enraged and has consumed the energy of the brood mother to evolve the aberrant insects into 4-star aberrant insects. The aberrant insects have evolved 4 stars. At this tier, the twin demon fire serpent began to feel the strain. Moreover, the effect of the skill bestowed by the yellow weasel was nearing its conclusion. Goblin Wizard, sacrifice. Zheng Yu commanded. The Goblin Wizard raised its staff high, uttering an incomprehensible gray incantation as a purple lightning bolt struck it. Subsequently, the flames of the twin demon fire serpent surged with renewed vigor, while the Goblin Wizard, having sacrificed its life, withered and ultimately shrank into a desiccated corpse. With its life as the price, the Goblin Wizard had fortified the twin demon fire serpent, rendering it even more formidable. You have slain a 4-star aberrant insect, earning 912 experience points. You have slain a 4-star aberrant insect, earning 894 experience points. The experience had indeed increased. As the flames of the twin fiery serpent blazed, the ground became littered with the carcasses of the insectoid horde, shrouding the entire expanse of space in thick, black smoke. Charred bodies amassed into mounds, while those few that managed to endure the infernal onslaught of the twin fiery serpent were effortlessly dispatched by the goblin combat squad. The massive beetles, too, were swiftly obliterated by the war minotaurs. The death toll among the swarm escalated, reaching 500, leading to an evolution into 5 stars. And then 600, culminating in a transformation into 6 stars. Waves upon waves of insects surged forth, heedless of their own demise, akin to moths drawn to a flame. Had these creatures truly abandoned their will to survive? Edmund mused, astonished that the very swarm capable of taking his life with ease exhibited no resistance before such a fiery serpent. Zheng Yu elucidated. They likely seek to exhaust the twin fiery serpent's energy at the cost of their own lives. The insect race is characterized by its prolific nature, rendering life itself a trivial commodity. Yet, they have gravely misjudged one critical aspect. The larger their numbers, the more invigorated my twin fiery serpent becomes. Let them come. The more, the better. Their numerical advantage transforms into an asset for the twin fiery serpent in the presence of the axiom arc. The more they are slain, the more vigorous it grows. The more they fall, the higher my level ascends. As Zheng Yu dispatched the 622nd alien insect, his level surged to 21. Level, 2021, 320,000. 319,102 experience points required for next upgrade. Health, 2, 191, 025, 210. Mana, 15, 101, 590. Intelligence, 752, 782. Strength, 155, 160. Agility, 4, 043. Satisfaction radiated from Zheng Yu's countenance. Upgrading was indeed so simple. If the abyss of the cold streets tested the prowess of the practitioners, and the abyss of the ancestors measured the acuity within dungeons, then this abyss of the Dark Valley was purely a conduit for Zheng Yu to amass experience. Notably, this upgrade had directly increased his health by 300. Subtracting the health granted by the 4-piece set of the Yellow Weasel, Zheng Yu's fundamental attributes now soared to 11. 210, with health on the rise, surpassing 10,000 mint an equivalent of over 1,000 talent points, a bit more, and he could evolve the Goblin General into the 6th tier. Just then, a thunderous crack resonated through the sky. A massive, brown-gray flying alien insect hurtled toward the twin fiery serpent like a missile, perhaps incensed by the countless kin that had perished at its hands. However, just as the alien was about to launch itself upon the twin fiery serpent, it was intercepted and flung away by the timely arrival of a war minotaur. Boom. It collided directly with a gigantic beetle that had just emerged from the earth. Splatter. The impact was devastating. The war minotaur bellowed in fury. embodying the fierce protectiveness of a bull safeguarding its calf. An elite creature? Zhengyu chuckled. This was fortuitous indeed. Let me witness the so-called astonishing spoils of war that the treasure of battle promises.